Lin Jun, once a child of a noble family, found himself overnight reduced to nothing more than a meal for demons. Such a bizarre and unbelievable fate was hard for even him to comprehend. In the dark, damp cave, Lin Jun struggled to open his eyes. The sight around him was chilling. The stench of decaying earth was nauseating, unknown worms crawled over moss-covered boulders, and scattered human skulls still bore traces of dried blood. The overwhelming scent of blood filled the air, as if death itself whispered in his ear. This was no ordinary prison. It was clearly a demon's lair. Enduring excruciating pain, Lin Jun desperately searched his mind for memories of his past life. It turned out, he had transmigrated here. Although his previous self was not of high status, he had an uncle who was an official. In hopes of grooming this wayward nephew, his uncle had sent him to Qinglin County for experience. A momentary lapse in caution had turned what should have been a safe place into Lin Jun's final resting ground. With only 3 months left before returning home in glory, how could he have foreseen such a sudden and untimely death? Lin Jun was at a loss, overwhelmed by the pain coursing through his body. There were others in the cave, 6 pitiful souls reduced to skin and bones. Even a child of about 5 or 6 years old was gazing at Lin Jun with innocent eyes. This purity starkly contrasted with the surrounding darkness, evoking a sense of pity. Suddenly, a trembling old farmer extended his hand, palm up, offering some unknown insects and moss. "Sir Lin, do you want some?" The old farmer's voice quivered slightly, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Before Lin Jun could respond, the old farmer withdrew his hand. "Heh, starve then. I won't give you a bite," the farmer sneered with a hint of satisfaction. "To die here with the likes of us, well, heaven's justice, isn't it?" Lin Jun shook his head, his heart a tumult of emotions. The previous self's notorious reputation was so deep-rooted that even in the face of death, these people harbored resentment towards him. Seeing no reaction from Lin Jun, the old farmer silently crushed the insects in his hand and forced them into the child's mouth. "It'll only be disgusting for a while. Not eating means starving to death. Living a bit longer is better." Forcing himself to concentrate, Lin Jun finally recalled some fragments. To his surprise, he had been thrown into this demon's cave by none other than his own subordinate. Such betrayal ignited a fury within him. At that moment, a mystical panel appeared before Lin Jun, displaying strange information akin to a game system. Instantly, he understood, and the panic in his heart diminished. There was indeed a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this system was his lifeline. As Lin Jun pondered, a massive serpentine creature, 3 zhang long, slithered into the cave. It transformed into a human female, but from the neck up, she bore a large snake's head, flicking its tongue. Lin Jun's hair stood on end, and his skin crawled with dread. It was his first encounter with a living demon, and the primal fear gripped him like a predator's gaze. The snake demon eyed Lin Jun greedily. Such a handsome young man, much more appetizing than these old bones. "My husband will surely savor your flesh," she chuckled. "Oh, how grateful I am to the heavens for sending such a delicacy into my home." The snake demon's head nearly touched Lin Jun's chin, and the stench of decay, rotting mud, and an indescribable metallic tang assaulted his senses. Lin Jun's face turned ashen, his stomach churning violently. Sensing Lin Jun's discomfort, the snake demon hissed, "Little sir, do I smell bad?" He could feel the anger emanating from her serpentine features. The next moment, an immense force kicked Lin Jun across the cave, slamming him against the wall. "Ugh!" Lin Jun spat blood, seething with rage. "Since when did a mere snake dare to bully a mighty human like me?" In that critical moment, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Jun: allocate points. He immediately invested all 200 experience points into simulating the Lu Yin blade technique. In front of Lin Jun, the interface continuously displayed text, presenting 3 options. This marked the beginning of a simulated training session. Option 1. Diligently practice and rise early, believing that persistence will pay off. Costs 20 experience points. Option 2. There is depth in simplicity. Perhaps there's more to discover within the sword technique. Costs 50 experience points. Option 3. I am a prodigy. Maybe I can modify this technique. Costs 80 experience points. Lin Jun cautiously examined these options. With only 200 experience points, he couldn't afford to be reckless. After some thought, he chose the first option. Instantly, new text appeared. You practice diligently, not wasting any time, and your sword technique improves. However, you hit a plateau and make no further progress. You consider that perhaps it's time to try a different approach. New options appear. 1. Continue diligent practice. Perseverance wears down even the hardest stone. Costs 20 experience points. 2. Why is the technique named Flowing Swallow? There might be something worth exploring here. Costs 50 experience points. 3. Lin Jun almost instinctively chose the first option. Gaining strength was the immediate priority. Studying the technique could wait. And so, Lin Jun repeatedly chose diligent practice. After consuming 100 experience points, the text finally changed. You remain true to your initial resolve, diligently practicing the sword technique for 30 years, achieving mastery in the flowing swallow technique. Lin Jun was thrilled to discover that his once weak body had become strong and powerful. His hands were covered in calluses, the mark of a true swordsman. The once unfamiliar technique had now become second nature, each move flowing seamlessly. Lin Jun felt like a sharpened blade, ready to strike. At that moment, the snake demon dragging him suddenly stopped, turning to scrutinize Lin Jun with a peculiar look. Her instincts warned her of the dangerous aura emanating from him. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, scoffing. How could a pampered young man, easily frightened into unconsciousness by her, pose any threat? Ignoring Lin Jun, she continued deeper into the cave. Seeing this, Lin Jun didn't hesitate to invest the remaining 100 experience points into further practice. Faced with various paths of cultivation, he remained steadfast in his belief that hard work would be rewarded. Now, 60 years of sword training had made him the world's foremost expert on the flowing swallow technique. Flowing swallow technique, perfected. This revelation shocked Lin Jun to his core. Even though he was once uneducated, he knew that perfection was the pinnacle of martial arts, rare and elusive. Upon reaching this level, even the simplest technique could unleash multiple times its power. At this moment, Lin Jun, outwardly, appeared like a well-worn saber from countless battles, seemingly ordinary and unremarkable. Yet, no one could fathom how many lives this seemingly ordinary blade had claimed. The sharp aura he exuded was momentarily subdued, and the snake demon nodded to herself, attributing her sensitivity to post-egg-laying jitters. Before long, the snake demon dragged Lin Jun to the cave's depths. There, a massive stone bed appeared, occupied by a giant serpent 6 meters long. The edges of the stone bed were piled with human bones and tattered clothing. The serpent spoke. "My dear, aren't we saving such fine prey for after the children are born? Why the rush?" The snake demon casually tossed Lin Jun onto the pile of bones, saying, "Husband, this brat insulted your wife. How about we eat him today?" "Let's do as my wife suggests," the serpent agreed, but then noticed Lin Jun standing up amidst the pile of bones, which included skulls the size of infants. The serpent, intrigued by the lack of fear in Lin Jun's eyes, decided to watch his actions as pre-meal entertainment. Under the snake demon's watchful gaze, Lin Jun retrieved a knife from the pile of bones, left by some unfortunate soul. The blade was still stained with dried blood. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked through the air. Lin Jun wielded the knife and, with a single upward slash, split the coiled serpent in two. A torrent of blood erupted, drenching Lin Jun in the foul-smelling snake blood, like a god of slaughter descended upon the world. "Husband!" the snake demon cried out in shock, but the turn of events was too swift for her to react. Lin Jun moved without pause, pulling out the knife and hurling it towards the snake demon. The blade transformed into a silver swallow, piercing straight through the snake demon's chest. The immense force pinned her to the cave wall. The snake demon's tenacious life force kept her from dying instantly. She grasped the knife handle, attempting to pull it free. Seeing this, Lin Jun leaped forward, seized the knife handle, and yanked the blade out. Before the snake demon could react, he slashed off her head. The snake demon's body convulsed briefly on the ground before falling still, reverting to its original form as a green snake. The entire slaying process was fluid, without a single extraneous move. Lin Jun's every action was as natural as flowing water, like an experienced swordsman whose technique had become instinctual. This was the perfected flowing swallow technique. Even a mundane martial art, at this level, was sufficient to vanquish demons. Staring at the two snake corpses on the ground, Lin Jun expressionlessly cut off a piece of flesh, hoisted his knife, and headed out of the cave. Fear? Anxiety? Lin Jun felt none of these. Instead, a wave of indescribable exhilaration surged through him. As his fingers traced the blade's edge, the cold touch reminded him of the swordsmanship he had honed for 60 years in simulation. This coldness had seeped into his very bones, making his heart as icy as the blade itself. Striding forward, Lin Jun quickly reached the cell where the old farmers were imprisoned. Their murky eyes flickered with surprise as they stared blankly at this fugitive they had never seen before. Without a word, Lin Jun slashed open the cell door and tossed some snake meat in front of them. "Eat," he said curtly. "You'll need the strength for the road ahead." The farmers exchanged bewildered glances, too shocked to speak. Their fear slowly gave way to an indescribable awe. Had this man really slain the serpent demon? Seeing no reaction from them, Lin Jun was unfazed and began to build a fire. He was aware of his notorious reputation and didn't expect to change anyone's opinion overnight. The flames soon crackled to life, and Lin Jun expertly skewered the snake meat with his knife, preparing to roast it. Those around him stole glances at Lin Jun, puzzled by how the usually arrogant Master Lin seemed like a different person today. Just then, a child nervously approached him and timidly offered, "Big brother, let me help you." This scene terrified the farmers, but Lin Jun calmly accepted. He sliced the snake meat into strips, skewered them with branches, and handed a few to the child. Before long, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Lin Jun began eating, savoring the snake meat's tenderness and flavor, even without seasoning. The farmers, unable to resist the temptation, joined in this unexpected feast. "Big brother, it's delicious," the child exclaimed, eyes sparkling with delight as he ate, his mouth greasy. Lin Jun managed a rare gentle smile, softly patting the child's head. "Eat as much as you like." This sight left the nearby farmers wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this really the fearsome Master Lin they knew? Lin Jun cracked a few jokes, making the child giggle. Then, he turned his attention to the changing panel. Slain common male serpent demon, gained 200 experience. Slain common female serpent demon, gained 180 experience. Current experience, 380. Current martial arts. Common martial arts, 7-star step beginner. Common martial arts, flowing swallow sword technique master. Lin Jun noticed that both demons and martial arts had the prefix mortal. This discovery made him frown, pondering silently to himself. Could there be something beyond the mortal realm? It's a pity that his previous self was uneducated, barely grasping what should have been basic knowledge. "I'm leaving. Are you coming with me?" Lin Jun didn't want to waste any more time in the snake demon's cave, his voice tinged with impatience. The old farmers shook their heads repeatedly, hastily replying, "No, no, we'll go on our own. We're familiar with this mountain. No need to trouble you, Master Lin." Their eyes still carried traces of caution and fear. Lin Jun knew that their perception of him wouldn't change with just one act, nor did he intend to force it. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, slung his broadsword over his shoulder, and decisively hacked through the brambles blocking the cave's entrance, leaving without a backward glance. Behind him, he heard the children whispering, "The big brother is leaving. Don't call him big brother. He's a bad person, but he saved us, didn't he? That. Anyway, don't call him big brother." Lin Jun heard their conversation, but paid it little mind. He continued walking, and after only a few steps, he suddenly saw someone around his age. The person, holding a precious sword, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Jun. Lin Jun keenly observed the young man's expression change several times in just a few seconds. Shock, disbelief, surprise, followed by regret, a dejected look, and even a hint of resignation, finally settling into a worried frown. It was hard to imagine someone's face could transform so many times in such a short span. The young man eventually composed himself, approached Lin Jun, and knelt on one knee. "Your subordinate, Qin Feng, failed in his duty to protect and arrived late for the rescue. Please punish me, Lord Lin." His voice was low, tinged with a barely noticeable tremor. Information about Qin Feng flashed through Lin Jun's mind. He was his bodyguard, a subordinate of his uncle, specifically assigned to protect him. Qin Feng's parents had been saved by his uncle when they were young, prompting Qin Feng to leave the Demon Monitoring Department's reserve unit to become his uncle's private soldier, repaying the debt of gratitude. His uncle then made him Lin Jun's bodyguard. Unlike his previous self, Qin Feng was intolerant of evil, uncompromising, yet bound by his uncle's kindness. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Jun committed heinous acts, and even had to cover for him. Over time, Qin Feng grew increasingly resentful of Lin Jun. Lin Jun understood that Qin Feng's claim of arriving late for the rescue was likely intentional. He wanted Lin Jun, the scourge, to perish at the hands of the demons. According to Lin Jun's memories, it seemed Qin Feng had indeed thrown him into this monster's lair. Lin Jun knew Qin Feng's plan was simply that he could no longer tolerate Lin Jun's misdeeds, even if it meant betraying his benefactor to uphold justice. Qin Feng intended to confirm Lin Jun's death and then immediately take his own life. It was his only way out, to perish together with Lin Jun, as he no longer wanted to accompany him in his wickedness. "You're not late. You arrived just in time," Lin Jun said calmly, while contemplating how to navigate this complex situation. Qin Feng kept his head lowered and silently stood up. He knew Lin Jun's temperament and expected harsh punishment upon their return to the city. "I'm used to it," he thought with a bitter smile. "Trouble always seems to linger, and the heavens turn a blind eye." "Who was the expert that saved you, my lord?" Qin Feng asked tentatively. Lin Jun waved his sword with indifference. "It was me." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could only remain silent. In his view, Lin Jun's rudimentary skills were barely enough to handle a woman, let alone slay demons. If he could truly defeat a demon, would he be sent here just to gain experience? Having been by Lin Jun's side for nearly 3 years, no one understood him better than Qin Feng. "By the way, you came at the right time." I just remembered something I forgot. Come and give me a hand, Lin Jun suddenly said, beckoning Chun Feng to follow him back towards the cave. Though puzzled, Chun Feng dared not refuse. Soon, the two of them returned to the snake demon's cave. The captives were nowhere to be seen, likely having descended the mountain. As they reached the cave's depths, the scene before them took Chun Feng's breath away. A pile of human bones was nothing unusual, but what truly shocked him were the two snake corpses. The cuts on the snake bodies were clean and precise, indicating that the attacker was a seasoned swordsman. Each strike was lethal, wasting no effort, demonstrating the swordsman's extraordinary skill. What remarkable swordsmanship! I wonder which master was responsible. I'd love to meet them, Chun Feng remarked with genuine admiration. Lin Jun rolled his eyes in response, choosing not to engage. What is it you're looking for, my lord? Chun Feng asked, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This, Lin Jun said, retrieving a fist-sized egg from beneath the stone bed. A snake egg. Inside, a small snake could be seen moving. Without hesitation, Lin Jun smashed the egg on the ground, shattering the shell and exposing the writhing little snake to the air. It twisted a few times before quickly dying. Lin Jun repeated the process, retrieving a total of 13 snake eggs from under the bed and cracking each one. Chun Feng watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of numbness. What is the meaning of this, my lord? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Leave no root behind, or it will grow again come spring, Lin Jun replied coldly. What are you standing around for? Help me search. Chun Feng sensed a change in Lin Jun, finding him unfamiliar. He dared not question further and joined Lin Jun in the search. For the rest of the day, the two of them scoured the cave for any remaining snake eggs, turning the place upside down. Chun Feng noted that Lin Jun even stomped on passing mice, chopped earthworms into pieces, and pulled silk from spiders' webs, shivering at the thought. This damned villain is becoming more ruthless. Chun Feng mused internally, careful not to show any emotion on his face. With such thorough searching, Lin Jun managed to find 3 more snake eggs. They smashed them as well, ensuring nothing was left behind. Lin Jun's brutality was driven by his ongoing experiment. Standing in the center of the cave, he surveyed the ground littered with snake demons and animal corpses, his brow furrowed. It seems this isn't working, Lin Jun murmured to himself, his expression dark. He glanced down at his panel, noting no changes. This realization hit him hard. Not every demon could provide him with the experience points he sought. Only formidable opponents could do that. With a sigh, Lin Jun acknowledged that his plan to exploit a glitch for easy experience was completely thwarted. Looks like the only way to get stronger is to honestly seek out those powerful demons, he remarked, turning to Chun Feng. Let's head back to the city. Chun Feng nodded silently, following Lin Jun out of the blood-soaked cave. Half an hour later, a small, sleek snake quietly emerged from a pile of human bones. It looked around, seeing the bodies of its siblings and parents scattered everywhere. A flame of hatred ignited within the snake, and it vowed to become a mighty demon, avenging its family with the blood of countless humans. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Little one, you didn't hide well enough? The snake whipped around to see Lin Jun, who had somehow reappeared at the cave entrance, wearing a sinister smile. Before the snake could react, a silver-white broadsword flashed like lightning. Clang! The blade struck the ground, slicing the snake into 2 clean halves. Lin Jun pulled the broadsword from the ground, turning to the wide-eyed Chun Feng. Let's go. It's truly clean now, he said. Chun Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief and approached the snake's corpse. He saw the clean cut and the stone floor cleaved with a 10-inch deep crack. Chun Feng slapped his face, his mind in a whirl. Am I dreaming? How could Lin Jun, that infamous playboy, possess such profound sword skills? Could what he said be true? Does he really have such abilities? Hey, where are you? Lin Jun's shout from the cave entrance snapped Chun Feng out of his thoughts. Coming. Chun Feng shook his head, forcing himself to set aside his doubts for the moment, and hurriedly ran out of the cave. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the landscape. Lin Jun returned to Qinglin City under the evening sky, making his way home with ease. His residence was an elegant manor, surrounded by artificial hills and flowing water, with blue bricks and red tiles arranged in picturesque harmony. As soon as he stepped into the manor, the servants rushed to greet him. Master Lin. Lin Jun remained silent, heading straight for the bathhouse. Following him was Chun Feng, filled with questions but not daring to speak. He found it hard to believe that Lin Jun could really slay demons and recalled the past 3 years, reluctantly accepting the idea of a sudden burst of courage in times of crisis. Covered in blood, Lin Jun entered the bathhouse and began to wash himself. Master Lin, let me assist you, offered a young maid. In this feudal relic, Lin Jun experienced his first bath in this world and couldn't deny that his predecessor had a keen eye. As he bathed, Lin Jun pondered. Killing that ordinary little snake demon had only earned him 20 experience points, a paltry amount. However, he recognized a pattern. Like in a game, higher-level demons offered more experience, while those that ordinary people could easily defeat were hardly worth mentioning. After washing and enjoying a hearty meal, night fell. Lin Jun went to his bedroom and began rummaging through the bedside cabinet. Soon, he found what he was looking for, the demon-slaying blade technique. This was a formal demon-slaying martial art, mandatory for the Demon Control Bureau, and was given to him by his uncle before he left. Unfortunately, his predecessor had not looked at it since arriving in Qinglin County. Lin Jun briefly reviewed the background of the Demon Control Bureau. It was an official institution established by the founding emperor of the Yin dynasty to handle demon-related matters. The bureau operated independently from the court, with branches and local government offices managed by demon controllers. Lin Jun himself was the demon controller of Qinglin County. His uncle had chosen Qinglin County for its long-standing absence of demon activity, allowing Lin Jun to gain experience without danger. According to the rules, besides gaining merit in demon slaying, serving for 3 years would also lead to automatic promotion. For Lin Jun, this was a breeze. With only 3 months left until his term ended, he could easily complete his service and return to the bureau for formal registration. Lin Jun opened the martial arts manual and studied it carefully. He couldn't help but mock himself. Safe? Safe, my foot. The pile of human bones in the snake demon's cave was proof enough that it was no secret. A system prompt appeared. Mundane martial art, the demon-slaying blade technique. Start simulation? Lin Jun furrowed his brows, wondering if this blade technique was truly no different from ordinary ones. Despite his doubts, he decided to start the simulation. At the moment, he had 400 experience points, which, based on previous experience, should be enough to master this martial art. The system presented 3 options. 1. Practice diligently, refining the technique cost 40. 2. Study carefully, possibly making unique discoveries cost 60. 3. What a load of nonsense, full of holes, let me perfect it cost 100. Seeing the increased cost, Lin Jun was initially surprised, then realized that although the technique was mundane, its level far surpassed the flowing swallow blade technique, thus requiring more resources. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging his poverty and the need to kill more demons. Ultimately, Lin Jun invested all his experience points into the third option. Although betting was risky, he wanted to try his luck. The 400 experience points were instantly depleted, and all the details of the martial art flooded into his mind. His understanding of the blade technique now surpassed that of its creator. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jun picked up the plain blade and began practicing. He quickly discovered the uniqueness of this martial art. Unlike the flowing swallow blade technique, which focused purely on skill, the demon-slaying blade technique required channeling all one's energy into each move for maximum impact. After completing the set of movements, Lin Jun felt refreshed. The sky was already lightening, yet he felt no fatigue. Entering the courtyard, he saw Chen Feng practicing his morning exercises. Want to spar? Lin Jun invited Chen Feng. Chen Feng immediately stopped, politely declining. I fear I might injure you, sir. He thought to himself, even if Lin Jun did kill the snake demon, how could he match his own swordsmanship honed over 10 years? Seeing this, Lin Jun simply nodded and said no more. Let's go. Go where? The girls at Yin Yulu are resting in the morning, Chen Feng joked. Lin Jun's face darkened, and he replied seriously, to the Demon Control Bureau. What? Where are we going? Chen Feng rubbed his ears, thinking he misheard. In 3 years, Lin Jun had never set foot in the bureau since his arrival in Qinglin County. By now, it was likely covered in dust. Seeing Lin Jun's serious expression, Chen Feng curiously asked, why are we going to the bureau? To slay demons, of course, Lin Jun replied calmly. Hearing this, Chen Feng thought it was the most absurd joke he'd ever heard. Yet he said nothing more, quietly following Lin Jun. He speculated that it was merely a whim and that Lin Jun would lose interest within 3 hours. The Office of Demon Affairs was situated right across from the Qinglin County Yamen. One dealt with humans, the other with demons. Occasionally, there might be 1 or 2 people in front of the Yamen, but the Office of Demon Affairs was always deserted. Lin Jun pushed open the door that had been sealed with dust for 3 years, stirring up a cloud of it. He picked up a broom and began to sweep, while Chen Feng watched from the side. What are you staring at? Give me a hand, Lin Jun snapped, glaring at Chen Feng. Oh, Chen Feng responded, thinking to himself, what on earth? Did the sun rise in the west today? Is Lin actually sweeping the floor? By noon, most of the Office of Demon Affairs had yet to be cleaned. Lin Jun called over a beggar, who looked terrified. Master Lin, what can I do for you? The beggar asked, trembling. Lin Jun handed him a silver note. Get some people to clean this place up for me. With that, he turned back into the office. The beggar stood frozen, staring at the silver note in disbelief. He slapped himself on both cheeks, thinking, even Master Lin, who's known for getting things for free, is paying today? Before long, the beggar gathered a group, and within 4 hours, the office of demon affairs was spotless. Lin Jun sat confidently at the head, with Chun Feng beside him. A crowd gathered around, peering in but not daring to enter. This is a surprise. Lin actually remembers he's a demon officer. Someone in the crowd whispered. As night fell, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Chun Feng asked, Sir, are we heading home? No, we're staying here tonight, Lin Jun replied. Chun Feng took a deep breath. Yes, sir, he said, thinking. Here we go again. What is he up to now? Over the next 2 weeks, Qinglin County returned to its usual state. People would see the open doors of the Office of Demon Affairs and say with a smile, Master Lin is at the office. Later, it became, Master Lin is still at the office. 20 days later, at dusk, an elderly man with white hair arrived at the entrance of the Office of Demon Affairs. Excuse me, is this the Office of Demon Affairs? He asked Chun Feng, who was practicing with his sword. Lin Jun appeared from somewhere and helped the old man inside. Elder, is there something you need to report? The old man introduced himself as Lu Song, the village head of Lujiagu village, and reported the mysterious disappearance of 7 households and the demolition of houses over the past fortnight. Lin Jun nodded in acknowledgement and told the old man to return for the time being. After the old man left, the onlookers eagerly asked about the outcome. The old man merely smiled bitterly and shook his head, and the crowd responded with expressions of inevitability. Chun Feng clenched the sword at his waist in anger, blaming Lin Jun for toying with people's hearts. But remembering his benefactor, he released his grip. Chun Feng, come with me, Lin Jun said. Yes. Chun Feng replied coldly. Under the cover of night, they arrived at a blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith presented Lin Jun with a custom-made sword, a blade resembling a cavalry sword. Lin Jun took the sword, feeling it wasn't perfect but knowing it was the best Qinglin County had to offer. The blacksmith refused payment and even offered a scabbard as a gift. Lin Jun thanked him and left. The blacksmith sighed in relief, feeling a pang for his precious iron, only to discover 40 taels of silver on the bench. At that moment, Chun Feng looked at Lin Jun with a peculiar expression, having witnessed Lin Jun place the silver on the bench with a speed that was almost imperceptible. They boarded a carriage to Lujiag. Lin Jun reminded Chun Feng to be mindful of the road and instructed him to stay behind him once they reached the village. Chun Feng agreed, his opinion of Lin Jun slightly altered. Under the moonlight, Lin Jun slowly oiled his sword, preparing for the impending demon-slaying mission. Faced with Lin Jun's inquiry, Chun Feng gave a self-deprecating smile. I'm just an ordinary martial artist, not yet reaching the Huayuan stage. If it weren't for Lin Jun's matters, I would have already broken through to Huayuan by now. Over the past 3 years, my martial arts have not only stagnated, but have actually regressed under Lin Jun's influence. Lin Jun's question stirred a wave of anger within Chun Feng. Resisting the urge to draw his sword, he explained, Huayuan is the dividing line between ordinary martial artists and the extraordinary. Once you step into Huayuan, you truly enter the world of cultivation. A Huayuan martial artist can rightfully be called a warrior. Lin Jun nodded in understanding. Chun Feng continued, above the ordinary is Huayuan. This step has been a stumbling block for countless people. Even I, after more than a decade, have only just glimpsed the shadow of Huayuan. It is the threshold between the mundane and the extraordinary, requiring talent, luck, and external aid all indispensable. Chun Feng added, a Huayuan monster tamer would be registered with the court, akin to having an official position. Unless they commit a grave mistake, no one can dismiss them. You're currently just an outsourced monster tamer. The two fell silent as they arrived at Lu's village around midnight. The village of 100 households was eerily silent. Even the dogs dared not bark at them, only shivering in fear. As Lin Jun patrolled the village, he discovered bear tracks in the soil. Chun Feng's expression turned grave. This is troublesome. These demons are incredibly strong and have thick hides. Ordinary swords struggle to pierce their skin. Lin Jun pointed to 2 glowing green dots on a wall. Chun Feng was about to draw his sword, but Lin Jun stopped him. From the darkness emerged 2 massive black bears, standing 3 meters tall, making Lin Jun appear especially small in their presence. One of the bears held a bloody half-corpse in its mouth, dropping a chunk of flesh at Lin Jun's feet. Beside it, a smaller bear clumsily played with 2 mutilated child corpses. The large bear eyed Lin Jun's attire and, setting down its grisly burden, asked in a deep voice, Are you with Zhang Ju? Yes, Master Zhang sent me, Lin Jun replied calmly, while keeping a restraining hand on Chun Feng's eager sword hilt. The bear roared in anger. That old fox. I've endured him for 3 years. 3 years. I can't even eat a person without sneaking around. Today is the first time my cub has tasted human flesh, and you people show up? Lin Jun remained unflustered. Brother Bear, what are you saying? Master Zhang understands your plight. Just let it go this time. He offered to carry the small bear's dropped corpse on his shoulder. Brother Bear, your cub is too young to carry this heavy load. Let me help. Chun Feng, stop standing there and lend a hand. Suppressing his discomfort, Chun Feng hoisted another child's corpse. The bear spirit was taken aback. You're all right, kid. I like you. To earn Brother Bear's favor is truly an honor, Lin Jun flattered. The group headed towards the mountains. Half an hour later, an old man arrived at Lu's village, grief-stricken as he gazed at the bloodstains. He gathered over 100 villagers, but seeing their zombie-like state, he could only shake his head in helplessness. The villagers dispersed quietly, awaiting dawn in fear. Lin Jun chatted with the bear along the way, frequently praising its offspring. The bear proudly boasted about having 7 cubs and mentioned its mate's imminent return. Chun Feng was secretly amazed at how quickly Lin Jun had befriended the bear demon, sensing there was more to Lin Jun's words, as if he were extracting information. He couldn't help but wonder if Lin Jun was probing the bear demon's background, but immediately dismissed the idea. How could Lin Jun possibly intend to silence them? Chun Feng shook his head, rejecting the absurd notion. As the saying goes, there's no place like home, and this rings especially true for demons and spirits. Even if they can speak human language or transform into human form, they retain their most primitive habits. Lin Jun and Chun Feng stood at the entrance of a cave, gazing at the expansive view before them. Lin Jun remarked, Brother Xiong has great taste. This place offers a broad view, facing south with its back to the north. It's truly a rare and wonderful spot. Chun Feng agreed. Indeed, the location of this cave is excellent, with outstanding feng shui. The bear demon chuckled proudly. Haha, so you think so too, brother? I plan to raise my kids here before moving. Lin Jun's expression suddenly changed, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, Brother Xiong, you shouldn't move. It's perfect here. If something were to happen outside, it would be a waste of such a good place. Sensing the shift in Lin Jun's tone, the bear demon was about to react when a sharp pain struck him. Lin Jun's gleaming blade had pierced through the bear demon's back, burying itself into his heart completely. Brother Xiong, you really know how to pick a spot. Lin Jun sneered as he gripped the handle and twisted, shattering the bear demon's heart. The bear demon stared at Lin Jun in disbelief, his eyes filled with hatred. Yet, as life quickly ebbed from him, his massive body fell with a thud, eyes full of regret. Chun Feng was stunned, mumbling to himself, dead? We were just chatting and laughing, and now he's dead? Coming to his senses, he asked in surprise, Master, was that the power of blood energy? The bear demon's hide shouldn't be pierced by ordinary weapons, but you killed it as if cutting through tofu. Lin Jun didn't respond, instead turning his gaze to a trembling young bear demon nearby. The little one seemed unaware of what had happened and slowly moved toward its father's body. Lin Jun mercilessly ended its life with a swift stroke. Chun Feng, Lin Jun called coldly. Yes. Chun Feng instinctively stood at attention. Come with me to explore the cave, Lin Jun said calmly. My bear brother has 6 more kids for me to look after. Chun Feng broke out in a cold sweat at Lin Jun's indifferent tone, realizing that Lin Jun's earlier inquiries were to ensure no witnesses remained. Half an hour later, Lin Jun emerged from the cave, his blade stained with blood, and the air inside reeked of death. He dug a pit nearby, burying the broken human remains, and carved a wooden plaque with a few words, placing it in front of the freshly piled mound. As dawn broke, Chun Feng cautiously asked, Master, shall we head back to the city? No rush, let's wait for the mother bear. Lin Jun replied calmly. The mother bear? Chun Feng was momentarily confused. Besides the 7 cubs, there's a mother bear, Lin Jun explained. According to the bear demon, she should be back today. Chun Feng glanced at the blood-stained cave, thinking no sane bear demon would return to such a scene. But just then, Lin Jun emerged holding a bear cub that seemed newly born. Brother Xiong wasn't honest. He actually had 8 kids. Lin Jun clicked his tongue in amazement. If I hadn't been thorough, I might have missed one. As Lin Jun lifted the cub into the air, the distant forest began to shake violently, as if something was charging towards them. Without hesitation, Lin Jun threw the cub to the ground, ending its life instantly. The force approached rapidly. Lin Jun, holding his bloodied blade, advanced to meet it. A faint red glow appeared along the blade's edge, a sign of the demon-slaying technique's blood energy. With a thunderous crash, the forest fell silent. Chun Feng rushed to Lin Jun's side, finding a bear corpse split in 2 on the ground. It's over? Chun Feng asked in disbelief. Such a powerful demon, gone without a trace? Lin Jun pointed at the bisected bear corpse, puzzled. What's that? Inside the bear demon's body was a round, foul-smelling orb. A demon core? Chun Feng exclaimed. This ordinary demon actually developed a demon core? Typically, only those who've crossed into the extraordinary realm form such a core. This demon wasn't extraordinary, yet it had a core. Master, you're quite lucky. The core was unsightly, resembling a stone. Chen Feng suggested, Master. Perhaps you could ask Master Yang to help refine it into a pill when we return. Intrigued, Lin Jun listened with interest. Didn't you say it could aid in cultivation? Lin Jun asked, fiddling with the demon core he had just extracted. It certainly can, Chen Feng replied, his brow furrowed. However, the energy within the demon core is quite chaotic, mixed with the malevolent aura of the demon. Without strong willpower, reckless absorption might result in backlash. Lin Jun nodded and carefully put the demon core away. He turned to Chen Feng and instructed, go to Lujiago and find a villager to buy a donkey cart. I need to transport these bodies back to the city. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sir, if I may, the fur of this beast is in poor condition, probably unsuitable for crafting weapons. Lin Jun shot Chen Feng a look, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Isn't it possible that I just want to eat bear paws? Chen Feng's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. Sir, this? What? It's acceptable for demons to eat humans, but not for humans to eat demons. Lin Jun countered. Chen Feng quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. I'll do as you say, sir. With that, he turned and headed towards Lujiago. Remember to pay, Lin Jun reminded him from behind. Without turning back, Chen Feng replied, that's the one thing you don't need to remind me about, sir. As Chen Feng's figure disappeared around the bend in the mountain path, Lin Jun suddenly felt his knees give way, and he collapsed to the ground. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, using the blade's tip to support himself. His stomach churned violently, but all he could do was retch dryly, unable to vomit anything. After a long while, Lin Jun's breathing finally steadied. The sight of the demon's corpse, split in two, did not frighten him, but the mangled human bodies filled him with dread. It was his first time confronting death so closely, not as dry bones, but as fresh, bloodied flesh, in a state of utter devastation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jun murmured to himself, what a dangerous world this is. A sense of unprecedented tension enveloped him. He suddenly realized how small and weak he was, struggling even to kill a bear demon. If he were to encounter one of those legendary great demons, would he end up like these innocent villagers, a mere meal for the monsters? Lin Jun slapped his cheeks hard to dispel these unsettling thoughts. There was no point in overthinking now. His immediate priority was to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. For him, the fastest way to cultivate was through hunting demons and challenging stronger opponents. He needed more combat experience. After resting for a moment, Lin Jun slowly stood up. Suddenly, a detail caught his attention: a wooden plaque lying next to the mother bear's corpse. He bent down to pick it up, noticing an engraved image of a deer. Mountain order? Lin Jun pondered, frowning. What could this be? The two of them spent half a day bringing all the bear corpses down from the mountain. The cart was loaded with the bodies of the mother bear and 8 cubs, while the donkey cart carried the massive body of the male bear. Despite their efforts to hurry, the heavy load forced the convoy to move slowly, trudging towards Qinglin City. As the sun set and the sky turned golden, weary farmers dragged their tired bodies homeward, a heavy atmosphere hanging in the air as if everyone feared their homes might be the next to suffer misfortune that night. Suddenly, a child who had accompanied the adults to the fields pointed excitedly at the road on the ridge and shouted, Dad, look over there. Other children joined in, pointing in the same direction. The villagers followed their gaze and saw Lin Jun's 2 carts slowly passing by. When they realized the carts were piled high with bear corpses, they were struck speechless with shock. The demon, is it dead? The village elder, who had just finished weeding, fell to his knees, bowing in the direction of Lin Jun. As if guided by some invisible force, other villagers who saw the cart also knelt down in reverence. Chen Feng, feeling elated, remarked, Sir, they are expressing their gratitude to you. Lin Jun simply nodded indifferently. Chen Feng thought to himself that Lin Jun had indeed changed. If their benefactor knew, he would surely be greatly comforted. It was truly a case of the prodigal son returning home. Just then, Chen Feng noticed a child following them and quickly warned, Sir, there's a child following us. Lin Jun immediately halted the cart. The child, with a small braid, was panting as he caught up, carrying a wooden bucket. Master Lin, my mother said it's getting late, and you must be hungry. The child lifted the bucket, revealing a bowl of millet porridge, some of which had spilled, along with a small dish of cured meat and pickled vegetables. Lin Jun patted the child's head and downed the millet porridge in one gulp. I'm full. You can help me finish the rest. We need to get going. With that, he drove the cart forward, and Chen Feng quickly followed. As the convoy moved on, a notification resounded in Lin Jun's mind. Killed a mundane male bear demon. Gained 500 experience. Killed a mundane female bear demon. Gained 600 experience. Killed a mundane bear cub demon. Gained 50 experience each. A total of 1,500 experience points were gained, filling Lin Jun with a sense of satisfaction. The 8 bear cubs alone provided a substantial 400 experience points, nearly matching that of a large bear demon. This made him realize that even small gains accumulated could not be overlooked. He resolved to maintain a no survivors policy in the future. Lin Jun rubbed his hands together, ready for a new round of simulation. His mastery of the demon subjugation sword technique had reached perfection, and he hoped this simulation might bring unexpected results. Indeed, the outcome of the simulation was thrilling. Between life and death, you suddenly grasped that elusive sensation, and in a moment of clarity, you recorded your innovative technique, the Blood Demon Subjugation Sword. Current martial arts. Mundane martial art, 7-star step beginner. Mundane martial art, flowing swallow sword technique mastery. Transcendent martial art, Blood Demon Subjugation Sword advanced. Lin Jun's breathing became rapid. It was his first encounter with a transcendent martial art, a breakthrough beyond the mundane. Although his cultivation was still at the mundane level, he could now wield a martial art of advanced mastery, providing him with a powerful trump card. Unfortunately, his current cultivation wasn't enough to fully unleash the potential of the transcendent martial art. Just then, Qian Feng suddenly drew his sword, scanning the surroundings with tension. "What's wrong?" Lin Jun asked, puzzled. Qian Feng slowly calmed down and explained, "I just felt an indescribable malevolence, like a sea of blood and corpses, which made me instinctively draw my sword. Maybe I'm just too tense, sorry sir." When Qian Feng turned to apologize, he was momentarily stunned. Did Lin Jun seem stronger somehow? Was it just his imagination? Lin Jun, unaware of Qian Feng's reaction, continued, "By the way, Qian Feng, do you have any cultivation techniques?" Qian Feng shook his head. "Of course I do, but I can't teach you." "Why not?" "Sir, have you forgotten? It's a rule of the Demon Subjugation Bureau. Any techniques registered with the Bureau can only be accessed through merit and cannot be passed on to anyone else, not even your own child. Violators will be executed. If the Bureau decides to kill you, even the Emperor can't save you. That's the power they hold, independent of the court. And they always mean what they say." Lin Jun frowned. "Then why is the Demon Subjugation Sword technique allowed to be shared?" Qian Feng explained, "It's just a mundane martial art. The Bureau deliberately released some techniques to scout for talent. If you learn it, it shows you have some potential, possibly enough to join the Bureau. Even if you don't join, you can still subdue demons, which is beneficial." Seeing Lin Jun's troubled expression, Qian Feng reassured him, "Don't worry, sir. The Bureau rewards merit. You've already slain snake and bear demons. Your achievements are enough to exchange for a technique when we return to headquarters in 2 months." "Let's hope so," Lin Jun said resignedly. "We'll have to wait." 2 months felt neither short nor long, but Lin Jun disliked waiting, especially in such a dangerous world. He decided to change his approach. He didn't necessarily have to rely on the Bureau's techniques. Under the sparse moonlight, Lin Jun and Qian Feng arrived at the gates of Qinglin City. "Who goes there?" the city guard shouted. But upon recognizing Lin Jun, they hurriedly opened the gates in fear. "Master Lin is out hunting again," one guard flattered. Lin Jun simply replied with a curt ignoring the guards as he drove the cart into the city. The overwhelming stench from the cart nearly made the guards lose control of their bladders. Once Lin Jun was out of sight, the guards dared to whisper among themselves, "My God, Master Lin didn't go looking for women this time but went hunting? Nonsense, that's a demon. Are you blind? A demon? Are you saying Master Lin killed a demon?" Lin Jun may be the demon hunter of Qinglin County, but no one believed he'd actually slay demons. It's good enough if he doesn't harm people, let alone hunt demons. "I don't know, but I do know that Bear Demon ate quite a few people." Recalling Lin Jun's recent reopening of the Demon Subjugation Office, the guards began to wonder if Lin Jun really intended to hunt demons. Could he have actually caught one? Lin Jun arranged the bear corpses of various sizes outside the Demon Control Bureau, creating a scene that resembled a shocking wildlife slaughterhouse from afar. Qian Feng understood the implications and silently helped Lin Jun organize the demon carcasses neatly. "Sir, should we inform the county magistrate about this?" Qian Feng asked cautiously. Lin Jun shook his head. "No need. That county magistrate is even more formidable than we thought." He recalled the time he tried to extract information from the bear demon, which was too terrified to reveal much but did hint at a 3-year agreement between the county magistrate of Qinglin County and the demons, centered around Lin Jun. The next morning, Qinglin County was abuzz with excitement. The sight of 10 demon corpses in various sizes stunned everyone, and the entrance of the Demon Control Bureau was packed with onlookers. No one expected Lin Jun not only to kill the demons, but also to bring their bodies back. Lin Jun stood before the demon corpses, holding a sharp butcher's knife, and shouted, 20 coins per pound of meat. If you're not buying, don't block the way." Indeed, Lin Jun was selling the meat. He wanted to show the townspeople, who had been terrified of demons, that if demons could eat humans, humans could eat demons too. Lin, are you really selling this? It's demon meat, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Jun replied indifferently, so what if it's demon meat? Will it kill you? If you're not buying, don't block those who want to. Throughout the morning, no one dared to buy. But Lin Jun wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. Finally, just before nightfall, the first brave buyer stepped forward. Then, like a floodgate opening, all the bear meat was quickly snapped up, and the 8 smaller bears were sold whole to a local restaurant. Lin, come by for a drink sometime. I'll save you a seat. The restaurant owner warmly invited him, this time genuinely. Lin Jun nodded in agreement. From the buyers' reactions, it was clear that demons had been downgraded from fearsome enemies to mere food. Now, if they encountered demons again, they wouldn't hesitate to report it to the authorities. In stark contrast to the bustling outside, Zhang He, the second-in-command of Qinglin County, sat in the back room of the county office with a grim expression. Sir, that's how it is. The meat is all sold out now, and I bought a piece myself for you to see. A subordinate handed a bare paw to Zhang He, whose face darkened further. Very well, the county magistrate is in seclusion, and Lin Jun pulls off something this big, Zhang He sneered. I underestimated him. I didn't think he had the guts. Ha! He fooled us all. After a brief silence, Zhang He suddenly called out, someone come. Yes. He quickly pinned a letter. Deliver this letter to Elder Ling Jue. Understood. The subordinate took the letter and hurried out of the city. Zhang He glared at the Demon Control Bureau across from him, gritting his teeth. 2 more months, and you choose now to stir things up? We've cooperated with you for 3 years, and you cause trouble now. Don't blame me for being harsh. Do you think the Demon Control Bureau cares about you? You're just a temporary demon handler. No one would even collect your body if you died. Unaware or indifferent to being resented, Lin Jun was engrossed in studying the demon core in his possession. Of course, he wasn't arrogant enough to absorb its energy recklessly. Do you wish to simulate the use of an ordinary bear demon core? The system prompt sounded. Lin Jun was surprised to discover he could simulate not just martial arts, but also demon cores. With 1,000 experience points at his disposal, he wasn't about to miss this opportunity. Begin simulation. The system presented 3 options. 1. Ignore warnings and absorb the demon core directly 50. 2. Heed the warning and study using the core for alchemy 100. 3. The core seems to contain some special power. You might be able to absorb it 50. Lin Jun initially considered absorbing it directly, but was intrigued by the third option. Alchemy required many materials and took too long, which didn't suit his urgent desire to grow stronger. After spending 200 experience points, the simulation ended. The demon core in his hand disappeared, leaving only a trace of powder. Reading the system's description, Lin Jun swallowed hard, relieved he hadn't attempted it in reality, as it would have been painful. Instead, he bypassed the pain and gained pure strength, the true power of a bear. Lin Jun went outside the Demon Control Bureau, approached a centuries-old willow tree, and embraced it. Ha! He shouted, and the ground around the tree bulged. If he wanted, he could easily uproot the ancient tree. Sir, have you eaten yet? Shopkeeper Song from Yulai Restaurant sent over some steamed bear paw for you. Chun Feng entered, only to find Lin Jun had pulled the old willow halfway out of the ground, roots exposed, yet he appeared unfazed. Would you like some? Chun Feng stammered. Lin Jun released the tree, took the food box and said, thanks Shopkeeper Song for me. With that, he carried the food into his room. Chun Feng rubbed his eyes and approached the willow. It was a century-old tree, and despite its small size above ground, its roots were dense and intricate below. How could a mere mortal like Lin Jun, not even a demon, possess such incredible strength? A bold thought crossed Chun Feng's mind. Could Lin Jun be a demon in disguise? The idea startled even himself. By the time Lin Jun finished his bear paw meal, the moon was already high in the night sky, and midnight had quietly arrived. At this moment, Lin Jun was staring at the wooden plaque he had obtained from the bear demon, lost in thought. Unlike its daytime silence, the plaque now emitted a faint glow, as if it had come to life. Lin Jun released his grip, and the plaque floated gently into the air. After spinning once, a small, butterfly-winged light emerged from it. The light circled around Lin Jun once before heading towards the city outskirts. It moved slowly, pausing occasionally, as if waiting for Lin Jun to follow. Despite originating from a demonic source, the light exuded a peaceful aura, piquing one's curiosity. Qinglin County was under a curfew, and the streets were deserted, allowing Lin Jun to easily follow the light to the city gate. Halt! It's not allowed at night, a newly appointed city guard began, only to be silenced by his companion. Hey, Lin Yi, this newbie doesn't know the rules, don't mind him, the other guard whispered to his colleague. That's the guy who wiped out the entire bear demon clan. How dare you try to stop him? Lin Jun thus smoothly exited the city, where a tall white deer awaited him, more imposing than a typical horse. The deer approached Lin Jun upon seeing the light, signaling for him to mount. The white deer radiated a peaceful aura, truly a noble beast. Riding the white deer, Lin Jun felt its speed surpass that of an ordinary horse, yet it was remarkably smooth. An hour later, they arrived at Fenglin Mountain, north of Qinglin County. At the base of the mountain, Lin Jun was astonished to find a large gathering of various deer. Even more surprising were the diverse creatures they carried. Old turtles, rabbits, sheep, and even birds. Lin Jun felt as if he had stumbled into a nest of demons. Not only were there demons, but Lin Jun also saw a large number of humans, elders, children, young men, and women. A rough estimate suggested at least 100 people. These humans and demons coexisted harmoniously, showing no signs of fear. Dismounting from the deer, Lin Jun observed closely and noticed that these demons lacked any malevolent aura, instead exuding a peaceful energy. The demons dismounted, some carrying precious herbs, others with tools, all heading towards Fenglin Mountain. The humans followed closely, some carrying baskets, others with shoulder poles, trailing behind the demons up the mountain. First time at a mountain fair, young fellow? A voice made Lin Jun turn around, finding a water buffalo speaking to him. Mountain fair? Lin Jun asked, puzzled. Haha, it seems it's indeed your first time. Let's talk as we walk, the water buffalo explained. A mountain fair is a gathering organized by demons. Everyone brings items they don't need and trades them for useful ones, bartering and exchanging. The water buffalo continued, just as there are good and bad people, there are demons who don't prey on humans, though they're few. These kind demons are inherently weak and understand the importance of sticking together. The mountain fair is also a place for them to meet. Since these demons don't harm humans, there's no fear, and some form of cooperation has even been reached. Demons bring rare herbs from the mountains, and humans provide various tools from the human world, benefiting both parties. Lin Jun recalled hearing about cases of human-demon cooperation, though such instances were extremely rare, as the relationship between demons and humans was typically antagonistic. I'm planning to sell these horns, the water buffalo said, shaking its large horns. They'd make fine weapons. What are you selling, young fellow? Do you have any cultivation techniques for sale here? Lin Jun inquired. The water buffalo looked at Lin Jun with curiosity and sighed. You're an ambitious one, unlike me, who just wants to bask in the sun every day. A rabbit suddenly hopped onto the water buffalo's back. Looking at Lin Jun, if you're looking for cultivation techniques, Lord Lu might have some. You should try your luck. Lord Lu is the organizer and manager of the mountain fair. Soon, the crowd of demons reached the summit of Fenglin Mountain. There, a noble young man with closed eyes stood, sporting a pair of horns and clad in green, surrounded by a group of deer. This was Lord Lu. The demons instinctively entered the venue, filling the mountaintop. Lin Jun sat beside the water buffalo, watching the myriad of demons with itchy fingers. The potential experience points were tempting. However, Lin Jun wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and these demons hadn't harmed humans. He wasn't that heartless. In front of the noble young man stood a large bronze furnace guarded by 2 white deer, with flames roaring beneath it. Now, the mountain fair officially begins. Please step forward in order, the noble young man announced, and all the demons and humans lined up obediently. Lin Jun was pulled into the line by the water buffalo. What's happening? Lin Jun asked, confused. Each demon and human took out a herb, some precious, others ordinary. They each placed their herbs into the bronze furnace. As more herbs were added, an indescribable fragrance began to waft through Fenglin Mountain. The deer demon was refining medicine. Even within the Bureau of Demon Control, those who truly understood medicine refinement were rare. The line moved quickly, and it was soon Lin Jun's turn. Embarrassingly, Lin Jun realized he hadn't brought anything. Just then, he noticed something in his hand. Looking down, he saw that the rabbit demon had handed him a ginseng root. Remember to return it next time. I'm quite poor, the rabbit demon said, standing on Lin Jun's shoulder. Thank you, I will. Lin Jun thought, surprised at the friendliness of these demons. When it was Lin Jun's turn, he tossed the ginseng root into the furnace. By then, the herbal aroma was so strong that Lin Jun couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, the noble young man suddenly opened his eyes, his golden pupils locking onto Lin Jun, a demon hunter. As soon as the words were spoken, all the demons on the mountain turned to look. Many timid demons were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Even the rabbit demon that had just handed Lin Jun the ginseng fell off his shoulder in fear. These weak demons survived by being well-informed and adept at avoiding danger. Wasn't the demon hunter of Qinglin County the one who exterminated the entire snake and bear demon families? Many weak demons had even visited those lairs, witnessing the horrific, blood-soaked scenes. Not a single member was spared. Even the worms were minced, and the spiders were unraveled. Such a terrifying person was among us. The noble young man stood up slowly, and Lin Jun instinctively drew his sword. I am Lu Ling. Before you act, sir, please allow me to show you something, Lu Ling said, slowly taking out a booklet with the Bureau of Demon Control's seal. Sir, our mountain fair is registered with the Bureau of Demon Control. On the surface, Lu Ling appeared calm, but Lin Jun keenly sensed his tension. As Lin Jun opened the booklet, he indeed discovered something. It was a certificate issued by the former dynasty's Department of Demon Control. He chuckled inwardly, thinking of the audacity it took to wield the authority of a past regime against the current officials. Lin Jun gave Lu Ling a meaningful glance, but nonchalantly returned the booklet to him. Lu Ling visibly relaxed, his tense shoulders easing slightly. Do you have any cultivation techniques? Lin Jun suddenly asked. Lu Ling was taken aback, then managed a wry smile. To him, it seemed Lin Jun was hinting at a bribe. Sir, could we discuss this after the potion is complete? If the timing is off, it will be ruined. He gestured toward the steaming copper cauldron. Lin Jun nodded in agreement and walked away slowly. The atmosphere around Fenglin Mountain suddenly became oppressive, as all the demons avoided Lin Jun like he was the plague. Helpless, Lin Jun found a corner to sit quietly and wait. Time passed slowly as all the precious herbs were added to the cauldron. Lin Jun watched as Lu Ling placed the lid on the cauldron and then knelt respectfully toward the bright moon. The flames inside the cauldron turned from orange to white, and the fragrance of the potion grew stronger. Suddenly, Lu Ling broke off his own horn and tossed it into the cauldron. The aroma instantly became overwhelming. Is this antler velvet? Open the cauldron. As Lu Ling spoke, a white deer charged at the cauldron. The intense fragrance dissipated instantly, and the flames extinguished. Lu Ling lifted the lid, and several monkey demons hurriedly brought spoons and bowls to distribute the potion. Each demon that contributed to the potion received a bowl, and Lin Jun's portion was particularly generous. The demons seemed to temporarily forget the fear Lin Jun instilled, eagerly lapping up the potion. Lin Jun, not thinking much of it, drank his bowl of the concoction. Instantly, a violent surge of heat coursed through his body, drenching him in sweat. The potion's power surged through his veins and organs as if it were about to burst him apart. Lin Jun quickly sat cross-legged. The potency was too intense for him at this moment. The lack of a cultivation technique became glaringly apparent, as the valuable power could not be properly harnessed. Fortunately, he could convert the energy into blood chi using the demonic sword technique, storing it within his body and narrowly avoiding being overwhelmed by the potion. As time passed, the blood chi within Lin Jun grew dense, and the surrounding demons sensed the oppressive aura, retreating from him. Half an hour later, Lin Jun finally fully integrated the potion's power. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense strength within him, a newfound sense of power washing over him. Thanks to the potion, his physical strength had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, just a step away from the extraordinary. His meridians, bones, and muscles were at their peak within the mortal limits. At the same time, he understood why Chen Feng, despite his talent, hadn't crossed into the extraordinary realm in 10 years. Lin Jun sensed the invisible barrier, that tantalizingly close yet unreachable feeling that had stopped so many, even the most gifted. Crossing into the extraordinary relied more on luck and insight, with talent being a secondary factor. However, Lin Jun was not in a hurry, as he didn't even possess a formal cultivation technique yet. Sir, did you drink it all in one go? Lu Ling appeared before Lin Jun, looking at the empty basin with amazement. Impressive, sir. The potion was highly nourishing but incredibly potent, and even Lu Ling could only sip it slowly. He hadn't expected Lin Jun to down it in one gulp, truly fitting for a demon controller. Lin Jun's face reddened slightly at the remark, as he hadn't realized this. By this time, the demons had finished their potion, and the most crucial trading session of the mountain gathering began. Creatures and humans displayed their prepared goods on the ground, trading them in a bartering system. What should have been a bustling scene was rendered silent by Lin Jun's presence. Even the humans dared not speak loudly, for Lin Jun was not only a demon controller, but also the fearsome Lin Yi. The technique? Lin Jun felt uneasy, eager to acquire it and leave. Please wait a moment, sir. Lu Ling patted the white deer beside him, which then dashed down the mountain. The technique isn't with me. Please be patient for a moment. No sooner had Lu Ling spoken than the white deer that had run down the mountain suddenly flew back up and crashed heavily at Lin Jun's feet, struggling briefly before lying still. There was a ghastly wound on its neck, nearly decapitating it. The unexpected incident stunned everyone. Lu Ling quickly shouted, "Who? Master Lu, why weren't we invited to the mountain gathering? Surely you don't look down on us?" 3 pig-headed figures appeared in Lin Jun's view. Even the shortest of these pig-headed beings stood about 3 meters tall, resembling small giants. Who are they? Lin Jun asked Lu Ling. They're pig demons from the Black Wind Cave of East Mountain, Lu Ling replied, puzzled as to why these pig demons were opposing him. They had always kept to themselves, So why the sudden hostility? Master Lu, we three brothers also want to trade at your gathering. Surely you won't refuse us? Although Lu Ling was full of questions, he dared not offend these powerful demons. Of course, you're welcome. Unfortunately, the potion is all gone. My apologies. Lu Ling replied with difficulty. Oh, no problem, no problem. The three pig demons seemed genuinely interested in trading, and if they hadn't killed the white deer, Lu Ling might have believed them. Brothers, let's get started. The three pig demons shouted in unison, spreading a colorful cloth on the ground and displaying their goods, human corpses. The rotting, moldy corpses still bore expressions of twisted terror. Ugh. The hundreds of civilians present were scared out of their wits by the pig demon's gruesome display, fleeing down the mountain in panic. Why are you running? Stop. You run as soon as we arrive. Do you look down on us? One of the pig demons hurled a butcher's knife, which landed firmly in front of the fleeing crowd. The fleeing people were instantly paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Not only the civilians, but even the small demons attempting to escape were stopped. The three pig demons each took a corner, surrounding everyone. Only then did Lu Ling realize that these pig demons hadn't come to trade. They were after the humans. Of course, the small demons were also on their menu, just with a lower priority than humans. Master Lu, how many demons are in this pig demon's family? Lin Jun suddenly asked. The seemingly irrelevant question left Lu Ling dumbfounded. Why ask such a thing at a time like this? If Chen Feng were here, he would know that whenever Lin Jun asked such questions, it meant the pig demons were doomed to annihilation. Just the three of them. Why do you ask, sir? Lu Ling looked at Lin Jun with a puzzled expression. Lin Jun didn't answer and instead pressed further. Really? Have you confirmed there aren't any missing or hidden? Lu Ling confidently replied. Of course, it's true. We little demons may be weak in power, but we excel at gathering information. This kind of simple information won't be wrong. Lin Jun nodded, indicating he understood, and then turned to walk towards the nearest pig demon. Wait, sir. Lu Ling grabbed Lin Jun's sleeve urgently and explained. You may not know, but these three pig demon brothers are different from the bear and snake demons. They've been around longer than Qinglin County itself. Although you're famous among us minor demons, against true demons, especially these notorious brothers, you're outmatched. Any one of them is already beyond your ability to handle, let alone all three working together. Lu Ling advised, you may have killed Black Bear's family, but against these brothers, you could easily lose your life. I think you should seize the opportunity to escape while they're hunting humans and bring back reinforcements. Seeing Lin Jun unmoved, Lu Ling revealed shocking news. Sir, the previous demon controller died at the hands of these three brothers. Lin Jun narrowed his eyes and retorted. If I remember correctly, the official report was that he died of a cold. With that, he broke free of Lu Ling's grip and resolutely walked towards the nearest pig demon. Lu Ling sighed in resignation. Alas, it's hard to persuade a ghost who's courting death. He closed his eyes, unable to bear watching. The pig demon noticed a human approaching and showed an interested expression. A human daring to approach me? That's rare, it thought. Human, what do you want? The pig demon grunted. Buying meat, Lin Jun replied curtly. The pig demon was even more surprised. A human buying meat from a demon? It slashed at a dried corpse in front of it, the blade piercing through and into the ground. Which piece do you want? I'll give it to you, it threatened. Lin Jun shook his head. Your meat isn't fresh. Heh, you want fresh, do you? Here's fresh. The pig demon pulled out a mangled corpse, still warm. Caught this one on the way here. Fresh enough for you? The body seemed to be a young man, headless, as if something had gnawed on it. A flicker of anger crossed Lin Jun's eyes, but he suppressed it and calmly said, Then give me 10 pounds of lean meat, finely chopped, no fat at all, and 10 pounds of fat, also finely chopped, no lean at all. Lastly, 10 pounds of soft bone, chopped the same way. I'll chop you into pieces, the pig demon roared, drawing a butcher knife and swinging it at Lin Jun. Lin Jun swiftly drew his sword, creating a perfect circle in the air, and cleanly severed the pig demon's arm. The pig demon's pain turned to fury. You're dead. You're dead. The other two pig demons noticed the commotion and, abandoning the fleeing humans and demons, rushed over with their knives. A dense aura of blood appeared on Lin Jun's sword as he leaped up, delivering a powerful slash at the raging pig demon. The demon, undeterred, swung its knife to counter. Boom! The clash of blades reverberated through the forest. The pig demon sneered, thinking, a human dares to challenge me in strength? Foolish. However, Lin Jun's strike shattered the pig demon's knife and, to its disbelief, cleaved its body in half, spilling its innards like a slaughtered hog. Big brother. Damn you. The remaining two pig demons roared and charged. Instead of dodging, Lin Jun put down his sword and used an iron shoulder technique against the oncoming pig demon. Get out of the way. Lu Ling shouted in alarm. No human can match a demon in strength, especially a pig demon known for it. Yet, the unexpected happened. Lin Jun's iron shoulder knocked the charging pig demon into the air, flipping it 3 meters off the ground before it crashed down. Lu Ling was stunned. Is he even human? I'd believe it if you said he was a bear spirit. Lin Jun wasn't unscathed. His shoulder shattered from the impact. But the unique properties of his demon-slaying sword began to work. The pig demon's blood on the blade transformed into energy, which flowed into Lin Jun, healing his injuries. As the pig demon lay on the ground, Lin Jun seized the chance, aiming his sword at its throat. Just as the blade neared, the pig demon let out an ear-piercing squeal, disrupting Lin Jun's focus and causing the strike to miss. The pig demon rolled to its feet, but before it could regain its senses, Lin Jun was already upon it. Lin Jun swiftly severed the pig demon's leg, reducing its towering 3-meter frame to 2 meters. Without hesitation, he drove the blade into the demon's heart, ending its life instantly. Turning around, Lin Jun's gaze fixed on the last remaining pig demon. This one had been the farthest away but now stood frozen, having witnessed the gruesome fate of its companions. Lin Jun approached, dragging his bloodied sword, each step exuding an aura of menace as if he were a demon himself returning from hell, making the pig demon tremble with fear. Your turn, Lin Jun said coldly. The pig demon was paralyzed by Lin Jun's piercing stare, trembling all over. The murderous aura emanating from Lin Jun was almost tangible, suffocating the pig demon. Even Lu Ling, who was watching from a distance, felt her breath quicken under the oppressive atmosphere. Where did this god of slaughter come from? Lu Ling wondered to herself. How could such a formidable figure appear in a small place like Qinglin County? The pig demon's survival instinct finally took over. Spare me. I'll do anything, just spare me, it pleaded, falling to its knees before Lin Jun, its voice shaking. Lin Jun stabbed his blood-stained sword into the ground before the demon and said coldly, I'll ask you answer. Yes. The pig demon nodded repeatedly. Where's your home, and how many demons are there? Answer truthfully, Lin Jun demanded bluntly. The pig demon cast a cautious glance at Lin Jun and tentatively asked, If I answer, will you let me go? Yes, I never lie. I swear, Lin Jun replied calmly. Hearing this, the pig demon breathed a sigh of relief and truthfully answered all of Lin Jun's questions. Within minutes, Lin Jun had a clear understanding of the demon's family situation. Why did you target humans here? Lin Jun continued to question. The pig demon shifted its eyes and murmured, We were just hungry. We haven't eaten humans for 3 years. If it weren't for Zhang Ju restricting us from catching humans, we wouldn't have provoked you. Zhang Ju again. Lin Jun frowned. Although the pig demon didn't know much, the information revealed a significant fact. Zhang Ju had forbidden the demons in Qinglin County from eating humans for 3 years. The pig demon brothers' family had nearly run out of dried human meat, and seeing a group of people venturing into the mountains, they couldn't resist the temptation. What exactly is Zhang Ju? Lin Jun pressed further. Definitely not human, the pig demon answered vaguely. Can I leave now? Lin Jun nodded. The pig demon turned excitedly, but its face quickly darkened. Damn humans, killing my brothers. Once I get reinforcements. Before it could finish, a sharp pain coursed through its body. It looked down slowly to see a blood-soaked sword protruding from its heart. Why are you even human? The pig demon gasped as it fell, eyes filled with regret. Lin Jun casually tossed the sword to a monkey demon in a nearby tree, saying, Clean it for me. Yes, sir. The monkey demon stammered, taking the sword with trembling hands. Lu Ling rubbed her eyes, looking at the pig demon's lifeless body, feeling as if she were dreaming. The entire ordeal had taken less than 15 minutes. The crowd and demons that had scattered watched in shock as the pig demon, which had been hunting them moments ago, lay dead. Is this the demon hunter of Qinglin County? This is terrifying, someone whispered in awe among the crowd. Lu Ling cautiously approached Lin Jun and asked softly, Sir, are you all right? Instead of answering directly, Lin Jun asked, Lu Gongzi, may I borrow your deer? Huh. Lu Ling was momentarily confused but quickly nodded. Of course, it's no trouble at all. At that moment, the monkey demon gingerly handed back the clean sword. Sir, your sword. Lin Jun took the sword, mounted the white deer, and rode down the mountain, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. By the time Lin Jun returned to the mountain, dawn was breaking. At the foot of the mountain, people were still waiting, busy dealing with the remains of the pig demons. Casually tossing the body of a small pig demon to the ground, Lin Jun remarked with a smile, Mr. Liu, your information was inaccurate. Everyone present shuddered, finally realizing that Lin Jun's trip had been to eliminate witnesses. The little demons secretly vowed never to provoke this killing god. Lu Ling wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved he hadn't offended Lin Jun. He cautiously handed over a book, saying, Sir, the technique you requested. Rest assured, I found it in the mountain ruins, so it doesn't violate the Demon Control Bureau's rules. Lin Jun accepted it, noting the cover read, "The True Scripture of Melting Body and Forging Furnace." "Thank you," he said, a gratitude that left Lu Ling pleasantly surprised. Then Lin Jun pointed to a white deer beside him and asked, "Can you sell me this deer?" The white deer was as large as a horse and incredibly fast. "An excellent mount." "You're joking, sir. It's the deer's fortune to follow you." "Consider it a gift," Lu Ling quickly replied. Afterwards, Lin Jun directed the group to craft a cart from nearby materials, loading the pig demon bodies and hitching it to the white deer to head towards Qinglin City. Along the way, Lin Jun occasionally stroked the deer's smooth fur, saying, "From now on, you'll live the good life with me." Once Lin Jun was gone, Lu Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the connection with the Demon Control Bureau. He instructed his subordinates, "Forget about eating humans, understood?" Meanwhile, Lin Jun lay on the deer's back, leafing through the true scripture of melting body and forging furnace. It was a genuine elemental cultivation technique, perfect for addressing his weaknesses. He opened his panel to check the newly acquired experience points, feeling secretly pleased. As he passed through Lu family village, villagers gathered to watch. A child ran up to offer water, which Lin Jun gratefully accepted, patting the child's head. Upon reaching the city gates, the guards were startled by the cart full of pig demon bodies and didn't dare to stop him. City residents were equally shocked, following Lin Jun and whispering among themselves. At the Demon Control Bureau, Chen Feng was taken aback when he opened the door to see Lin Jun and the cart of bodies. Lin Jun borrowed a butcher's knife, intending to sell the demon meat as before, only to find no takers. Chen Feng suggested he look at the pig demon's appearance, and Lin Jun realized these humanoid creatures were unappetizing, ultimately deciding to bury the bodies. Meanwhile, across the street, Zhang He was seething. He instructed his men to contact Elder Ling Jue to deal with Lin Jun. Staring at Lin Jun in the distance, Zhang He muttered to himself, "Lin Jun, why did you truly take up the Demon Control Bureau's work? You've killed these demons. How am I supposed to explain this to the other demons, or to Master Zhang?" Lin Jun was quite disappointed to find that the bodies of the 3 pig demons lacked a single demon core. He sighed, recalling his previous stroke of luck, which seemed to have deserted him this time. After dealing with the pig demon's remains, Lin Jun found a quiet room to practice his newly acquired cultivation technique. He closed his eyes, contemplating the differences between mundane and extraordinary cultivation methods. Mundane techniques focus on refining the body, extracting energy from flesh and blood, while extraordinary methods emphasize absorbing the limitless energy of the external world to strengthen oneself. The Melting Body Forging Furnace Sutra is precisely such a transcendent cultivation technique, likening the body to a furnace that uses the energy of heaven and earth as material to refine and harness this energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jun opened the panel to begin his simulation. Surprisingly, the panel displayed only one option: diligent practice, perseverance, and the belief that there are no shortcuts to success. He rubbed his eyes in confusion. With no other choice, Lin Jun decided to invest some experience points. The panel flickered wildly, as if it were out of control. After consuming a total of 2,100 experience points, a change finally occurred. Lin Jun's eyes flew open as 63 years of cultivation flashed through his mind. He touched the objects around him with trembling hands, like a newborn discovering the world with wonder. After spending 3,000 experience points, Lin Jun finally stepped into the extraordinary realm, reaching the transformation stage. The world appeared renewed to him, and he could even see the free-flowing energy around. His body, like a parched sponge, absorbed the surrounding energy voraciously, causing his body temperature to soar. Drawing his sword, Lin Jun executed the flowing swallow sword technique in the room. Even a mundane martial art displayed astonishing power at this moment. He felt as if a mere punch could have easily defeated the 3 pig demons from before. A wave of exhilaration surged through him, but he quickly calmed himself, realizing this was only the beginning of his cultivation journey. As night fell, Lin Jun stepped out of his room and approached a dilapidated house on the east side of the Demon Control Division. He took a deep breath and gently pushed against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the entire house collapsed. Just then, Chen Feng arrived, carrying a food box, and stared in astonishment at the ruined house and Lin Jun's retracting arm. Stammering, he said, "Sir, shopkeeper Song sent some braised pig's head. It's quite tasty. Would you like to try some?" Lin Jun took the food box with a light-hearted reply. "Thanks shopkeeper Song for me." With that, he hummed a cheerful tune as he headed back to his room. Chen Feng scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. In the days that followed, Qinglin County was enveloped in an eerie calm. The streets were bustling with people, shops were thriving, and everything seemed peaceful and prosperous. Even the petty thefts that were common had disappeared, not to mention the fearsome rumors of demons. For a whole week, Lin Jun had not received any news of demon disturbances, which was torturous for him. Without demons to slay, there was no experience to gain, and without experience, he couldn't grow stronger. He had tried self-training, but it was to little avail. His foundation, a remnant of his inept predecessor, combined with a talent even dogs would disdain, made his path to cultivation extremely difficult. The descriptions in the simulation system, which often indicated progress only after decades, were based on Lin Jun's own talent. In other words, following the standard training would yield no results without decades of hard work. By then, it would be too late, and Lin Jun was unwilling to waste his life like that. "Boss, a bowl of wontons, please," Lin Jun said as he casually sat down at a roadside stall. "Got it, Master Lin." Chen Feng followed closely behind, ordering some food as well. Despite having reached an extraordinary level, he still needed to eat. At this moment, Chen Feng appeared distracted, sensing that Lin Jun was secretly growing stronger without him noticing, which filled him with unease. As Chen Feng was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a few monks dining not far away. Two of them were particularly obese, their faces full of folds, and their massive bodies seemed ready to crush the small stools beneath them. It seemed these monks hadn't been skimping on carbohydrates. "Do you know them?" Lin Jun asked, noticing Chen Feng's gaze. Chen Feng shook his head. "They're monks from Faju Temple, probably the largest martial sect in Qinglin County." "A martial sect?" Lin Jun's curiosity was piqued. He had yet to encounter any martial sects. Seeing Lin Jun's interest, Chen Feng quickly poured cold water on it. "Forget it. Martial sects have strict requirements for accepting disciples. You can't be older than 6. We'd better stick to working for the court." "Is there a story?" Lin Jun sensed something unusual in Chen Feng's tone. Chen Feng was silent for a moment, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. "Tell me," Lin Jun urged. Chen Feng shook his head, clearly indicating that the experience was not a pleasant one. He slowly began. "Martial sects aren't as wonderful as you think. Working for the court is quite good. At least they reward you based on merit. Martial sects often start training disciples from a young age to ensure loyalty. They don't teach martial arts based on talent, but rather on the disciples' loyalty to the sect and their relationship with elders. In other words, in a martial sect, talent and hard work aren't the most important things. Loyalty is, preferably blind loyalty." Chen Feng continued. "In the past, many talented disciples from martial sects were poached by the court, who ended up training them for free. The Demon Slayer Bureau is different. Regardless of your background or age, if you want to and can slay demons, you're welcome to try. They're generous with martial arts techniques. As long as your contributions are significant enough, there's no technique they won't teach you. Loyalty isn't even a concern. As long as you don't side with demons, the Demon Slayer Bureau won't hold it against you." After hearing Chen Feng's account, Lin Jun suddenly felt that the Demon Slayer Bureau wasn't so bad. At least it was a place where hard work paid off, and everything was transparent. Even his uncle had a hard time trying to get him in through connections, which led to his demotion. Before long, Lin Jun's wontons were served. The two monks nearby also lifted their bowls of noodles, as if they were holding cups of wine, and almost swallowed the noodle soup in one gulp. "Brother, the noodles out here can't compare to those at our temple. These slices of lamb are nothing like the pork at our temple," one of the monks said, smacking his lips. "Of course, the pigs we raise at the temple are plump and juicy. The meat here is dry, like wood," the other monk agreed. "That's all thanks to the abbot. Yeah, it's been almost 3 years since we've had our temple's pork. Otherwise, we wouldn't be out here eating this stuff. Why did the abbot suddenly ban us from eating pork? And for exactly 3 years? Who knows, the abbot must have his reasons. Just hang in there. There's only a little over a month left." Lin Jun found the monks' conversation quite amusing. Monks eating meat and even raising their own pigs? It seemed like a pretty self-sufficient method. While Lin Jun continued to eavesdrop, a constable hurried over. "Master Lin, there's a demon disturbance at Huagu Pu, and the county captain requests your assistance in eliminating it." Lin Jun put down the wonton he was about to eat and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was equally surprised. This was the first time in 3 years that Lin Jun had received a directive from the government. Although the Demon Slayer Bureau and the Yamen were completely independent, the government was obligated to provide information about demons. "This is quite unusual," Lin Jun remarked. Chen Feng, however, looked serious. "Master, this is odd. The Qinglin County government has always taken a laissez-faire approach with Lin Jun, not even intervening if he committed crimes. Why suddenly issue an order now?" Observing Lin Jun's recent changes, Chen Feng didn't want him to encounter any danger. Lin Jun took the document handed to him by the messenger with a calm expression and waved him off. "I understand. You can go now." The messenger, relieved to see Lin Jun accept the document, quickly turned and left. On the second floor of the tavern, Zhang He observed the scene and let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Lin Jun might refuse, given that the authorities had no right to command the demon hunters. Sipping his tea, Zhang He pondered. This young man refuses to live a life of leisure and insists on hunting demons. The Demon Hunter Bureau pays only 5 taels of silver a month. Why risk his life? Fatty Qian. The bill, please, Zhang He called out. Lin Jun quickly scanned the document, surprised by its simplicity. 5 consecutive days of child deaths in Huagupu, with no other evidence or leads. Mr. Lin, this meal is on me, Fatty Qian hurriedly insisted. You paid for the bear meat last time? He had previously been too afraid to accept payment from Lin Jun, but today his offer was genuine. All right, pack some pancakes for me to eat on the road, Lin Jun instructed. Mr. Lin, are you going demon hunting again? Fatty Qian asked cautiously. Lin Jun didn't answer, instead taking the packed pancakes and mounting his white deer, with Chun Feng following closely on horseback. Sir, where did you get this deer? Half-demons are hard to tame. Chun Feng couldn't help but ask along the way. Half-demon? Lin Jun replied with a question, making Chun Feng realize he had spoken out of turn. Chun Feng explained, half-demons are animals with partial demon blood, possessing extraordinary strength but lacking demonic intelligence. Wild half-demons are difficult to tame. Usually, only the Ministry of Demon Hunters can mass-produce half-demon mounts. He wondered how Lin Jun, not yet officially part of the Demon Hunter Bureau, had such a mount. Do you want one? Lin Jun asked. Chun Feng nodded, eyes filled with envy. This white deer was far superior to the demon horses of the Demon Hunter Bureau, typically reserved for wolf-marked demon hunters. Yet Lin Jun wasn't even a fox-marked hunter, merely an unofficial member. Chun Feng mentally reviewed the ranks of the demon hunters. From unofficial members to fox-marked, wolf-marked, and tiger-marked, each level progressively higher. Fox-marked hunters had 3 heads and 12 marks, with every 3 marks exchangeable for 1 head. 3 heads allowed for promotion. Above tiger-marked lay an entirely different realm. The Demon Hunter Bureau rewarded achievements with marks and accolades. In a seemingly safe place like Qinglin County, it took 3 years to earn a single mark, officially recorded. Lin Jun's uncle had likely not anticipated the abundance of demons in such a small area, nor Lin Jun's efficiency in slaying them. Chun Feng reached out to touch the white deer, marveling at its silk-like smoothness. He couldn't help but imagine how comfortable it would be to ride. Suddenly, Chun Feng remembered a letter he had sent to his benefactor a month ago. By now, he should have received a reply, but there was none. He suspected it was because his benefactor had secretly helped Lin Jun last time, resulting in punishment and surveillance, preventing any contact with the outside world. Chun Feng resolved to inquire about the situation next time, hoping the person would be approachable. Lin Jun gently stroked the white deer's head, and it responded with a melodious call. Half a day later, the outline of Huagupu appeared in Lin Jun's sight. It would take just another half an hour to reach the destination, but an unexpected incident occurred. A group of villagers armed with tools suddenly blocked Lin Jun and his entourage. These were not bandits but local farmers who had rushed over from their fields, some holding hoes, others gripping sickles, with dirt still clinging to their clothes. Lin Jun spoke in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, we are from the Qinglin County Office of Demon Affairs, tasked with investigating the demon activities in Huagupu. Please let us pass." Chun Feng immediately dismounted, taking out the official documents to present to the villagers. A robust man stepped forward from the group and looked directly at Lin Jun, saying, "Master Lin, I know you. You defeated the bear demon, the pig demon, and even killed the snake demon, didn't you?" Lin Jun dismounted and walked up to the villagers, nodding in acknowledgement. "That's correct. Is there a problem?" Unexpectedly, the robust man suddenly knelt down and bowed his head to Lin Jun. "Master Lin, I know you're a good person. We've heard about what you did in Lujiago. You're not like those officials who don't care about us common folk. On behalf of everyone, I thank you." This praise left Lin Jun feeling puzzled. Although he had indeed dealt with a few demons recently, he didn't expect his reputation to spread so quickly. The man continued, "But Master Lin, a good person like you shouldn't die here. We can't let you pass, and we apologize for that." Lin Jun furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and quickly understood the villagers' intentions. They were worried he might die in Huagupu. If he were to perish there, the government would certainly launch an investigation. The authorities typically didn't concern themselves with demon matters, and they would likely blame some villagers as scapegoats. Of course, there might be deeper reasons behind this, but it was unlikely that these people genuinely cared for his safety. "Don't speak in riddles. I hate riddles. Speak plainly," Lin Jun said directly. The robust man raised his head and pointed towards the distant Huagupu, his tone heavy. "Master Lin, do you know how many people from martial sects have died in Huagupu? 13 in total. They went in and never came out." He began to explain in detail. It turned out they were local farmers from Huagupu. Despite their poverty, they managed to scrape by. 10 years ago, a group of monks arrived from who knows where and established Faju Temple in the hills behind Huagupu. Initially, the temple helped distribute food and build houses for the villagers, seemingly doing good deeds. But over time, the villagers became increasingly obese and lazy, treating every word from the temple as gospel. That must be a demon that bewitched them, the man exclaimed passionately. We, who managed to escape, spent a fortune hiring various martial sects, but none returned. For years, we've been secretly observing Wagapu. In 10 years, many villagers taken to Faju Temple never came back. He pleaded earnestly, Master Lin, you're not their match yet. Don't throw your life away. The skulls of those 13 people still hang on that crooked tree at the village entrance. Chun Feng, after hearing this, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The strength of those martial sects was surely not weaker than local authorities, and for all 13 to be wiped out, the demon was certainly no ordinary foe. Chin Feng surmised that the demon in Wagapu might have reached an extraordinary level. Otherwise, it couldn't have achieved such remarkable feats. Sir, Chun Feng cautiously suggested, this demon is fierce. Perhaps we should retreat and reconsider our options. Though he spoke tactfully, he was actually suggesting calling it quits. Facing an obviously unbeatable opponent Hedon was not bravery but foolishness. Retreat. Lin Jun decisively rejected the idea. That's not an option. Once we accept a mission, we must see it through to the end. The Office of Demon Affairs has the authority to refuse government orders, but once accepted, we must complete them. He continued, I've just started to build a reputation among the people of Qinglin County. If we retreat now, what will they think of us? If they lose trust in the Office of Demon Affairs, they won't report any demon activity to us. With my limited talents, I won't achieve much in my lifetime. Should I spend my days wandering outside the city, slowly searching for traces of demons? Lin Jun turned to the robust man, a sharp glint in his eyes. Besides, what makes you so sure I'll lose? As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Feng suddenly felt the scene before him change dramatically. The sky seemed to be stained with blood, turning a deep crimson. Lin Jun's figure appeared to be cloaked in a blood-red aura, exuding a fierce and chilling presence. The intensity of this aura was so overwhelming that it left Chan Feng breathless. Fortunately, this strange phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before dissipating. Chun Feng clutched his chest, gasping for air. The aura was so overwhelming that he couldn't muster any resistance. Wait, Lin Jun was clearly at a similar level to him, so how could he suppress him with just his aura? Unless, sir, Chun Feng asked with a trembling voice, have you entered an extraordinary realm? Lin Jun replied calmly, I just broke through yesterday. I guess I was lucky. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng felt dizzy. The realm he had pursued for 10 years was treated so casually by Lin Jun. How long did it take him? A month? 2 months? Is he even human? Chen Feng was filled with a sense of desolation. Oh benefactor, you asked me to protect Lin Jun, but I'm afraid I can't do it. I thought you were mistaken, but it wasn't just a mistake, it was a complete oversight. With such terrifying talent, Lin Jun is a coveted asset for any faction within the Office of Demon Affairs. Forget about gilding. He's a diamond in the rough. While Chen Feng was internally overwhelmed, the blocking villagers remained unaware of his inner turmoil. Seeing Lin Jun determined to move forward, they became anxious. Master Lin, you mustn't, they shouted. Lin Jun ignored them, quickening his pace toward Wagapu. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. Big brother, what should we do? Ignoring everyone's advice, Lin Jun insisted on heading to Wagapu. The crowd, helpless, turned their eyes to the sturdy man. The worry on his face vanished, replaced by a fierce look in his eyes. That damned Lin Boppy, he said through gritted teeth. The demons above don't care who you are. If he dies in there, what happens if the Buddha's affairs are exposed? He pondered for a moment, then suddenly suggested, let's sneak into Faju Temple tonight and see if we can persuade the Buddha to spare Lin Ju. Someone nearby muttered softly, the Buddha may eat people, but at least he gives us a life free from hunger and cold. If Lin Jun dies in there, the authorities will definitely investigate. I've heard Lin Jun has connections in the Siyao Jian, and those guys kill demons on sight. If the Buddha dies, wouldn't we have to return to days of freezing and starving? But will the Buddha listen to us? Another person asked worriedly. The sturdy man sighed. Who knows, but we have to try. The Buddha is reasonable after all. Despite his words, he felt uncertain. The Buddha was, after all, a demon, and demons are not known for being persuaded easily. But there was no other choice. They couldn't just let Lin Jun die. Ignoring the thoughts of the villagers, Lin Jun and his companion finally entered Wagapu. Unlike Lujiago, the houses here were mostly blue brick and tile, not the usual mud and thatch huts. The streets were clean, and the people passing by were as plump as pigs, living in absurd wealth. Even Chen Feng couldn't help but feel curious. This place doesn't seem like it has demons, Chen Feng whispered. It's even better than the slums on West Street in the city. Look over there. A neighbor pointed to a crooked tree at the village entrance. Sure enough, 13 skulls were neatly arranged on it. Those people weren't lying. Just as they arrived at the entrance, a chubby old man hurried over. Haha, I'm the village head here. What brings you gentlemen to our humble place? Humble place. Chun Feng's mouth twitched. He thought, this place might be remote, but the people here are anything but poor. We're from the Siyao Jian, Lin Jun said coldly. We've been notified by the authorities to deal with demons. The village head's face changed instantly. Demons? There's no demons here. Someone must be falsely accusing us. We've never had demons here. Please go back. Chen Feng was furious. Did they think they came here to harm themselves? Lin Jun dismounted from his deer, patted the white deer. Understanding the gesture, the deer approached the village head and knocked him to the ground. Let's go. Lin Jun stepped into Wagapu, with Chen Feng following closely behind. From now on, if you can use force, don't waste words, Lin Jun whispered. Your talking makes me anxious. Chen Feng hung his head in shame. As they entered Wagapu, a repulsive stench hit them like a wall. The sour, rotten, and indescribable fermented smells mingled together, nearly causing Chen Feng to vomit on the spot. The villagers lay lazily in the sun during the day, doing nothing productive. The black grime on their bodies formed a crust like armor, indicating they hadn't bathed in at least 3 years. The stench emanated from them. Lin Jun saw a 500-pound man scratching his crotch, releasing an even more intense foul odor. Ugh! Chun Feng couldn't hold it any longer and collapsed, retching on the ground. Lin Jun's face turned a mix of blue and purple. This was no village. It was more like a massive pigsty. Regardless of age or gender, everyone lay listlessly on the ground. Yet the streets and houses remained clean and tidy. I can't take it anymore, Chen Feng said weakly. Even Lin Jun wanted nothing more than to escape this dreadful place. Lin Jun covered his nose as he hurried towards the back mountain of Wagapu, fearing that the stench would overwhelm him if he slowed down. The villagers along the way barely glanced at him before collapsing back on the ground. It wasn't until he reached halfway up the mountain that the nauseating smell began to subside slightly. Looking back, Lin Jun could see the entirety of Wagapu. The village was suddenly in turmoil, with people making strange noises that didn't sound human. Just then, a group of monks descended from the mountain, each carrying 2 large buckets. Curious, Lin Jun peered into the buckets and saw they were filled with a mixture of vegetable leaves and chaff. His gaze shifted between the villagers, who resembled swine, and the slop in the monk's hands, sending a shiver down his spine. As expected, the monks poured the slop into a long stone trough in the village. The villagers, as if following some command, crawled to the trough and buried their heads in it. Lin Jun even saw a few monks dragging 2 villagers into a house, from which low sounds soon emerged. Sir? Chen Feng suddenly noticed something was off with Lin Jun's expression. Lin Jun took a deep breath, his anger growing rather than diminishing. Chen Feng, yes, what you're about to see might be quite brutal. I understand. Ever since Lin Jun had slain the snake demon, Chen Feng had always seen him as the embodiment of calm. However, at this moment, despite his calm tone, Chen Feng could feel the intense fury burning within Lin Jun, fiercer than ever before. Before long, the monks with buckets returned to the mountain top. A few monks carried a thick wooden pole, to which a man weighing at least 500 pounds was tied, his eyes vacant and only able to emit meaningless grunts. Master, Ling Jue invites you. A monk at the rear gestured for Lin Jun to follow. Then, please lead the way. Lin Jun replied calmly, as if he hadn't seen the man tied up. Not at all, please. Shortly after, Lin Jun entered the Faju temple at the mountain top. The temple was not large, and he could immediately see an emaciated old monk sitting cross-legged on a cushion, in front of a Buddha statue Lin Jun had never seen before. I am Ling Jue, greetings to you. Please have a seat. Lin Jun sat opposite Ling Jue, while Chen Feng casually found a cushion. Outside, monks were boiling water and preparing cutting boards and wooden basins. Master, the common people live a life of poverty, suffering from hunger and cold, dying without knowing where their bones lie. Such a life is truly miserable. Lin Jun nodded in agreement but interrupted. Please hold your words. I have a few questions for you, Master. Ling Jue was not offended and replied kindly. What questions do you have, Master? I am happy to help. How many monks are there in this temple? Ling Jue didn't understand the intent but answered honestly. Including myself, there are 15. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng became alert. He knew that once Lin Jun began to check the household register, no monster on it would survive. Oh, do monks not have any family? You jest, Master. Monks sever ties with the mortal world. How could they have family? Lin Jun nodded. At this moment, the water outside had boiled, and a monk was sharpening a butcher's knife. Master, if I can give the people a time where they don't worry about food and clothing, and let them die without pain, isn't that a kind of relief? Ling Jue pointed to the bound villager outside. Lin Jun slowly drew his sword. Do you think I have no reason in my words, Master? Lin Jun shook his head and said, the people here not only live in poverty but are also plagued by demons. with corrupt officials above and man-eating monsters below. In such an environment, being able to live carefree and die without pain is indeed a relief. If you think I have reason, why do you turn to violence? What does that have to do with me? What? I said, what does that have to do with me? You are a demon, and I am a demon slayer. I don't care what great reasoning you have. I just want to kill you, that's all. The entire temple fell silent. Even the monks sharpening the knife stopped, and all eyes focused on Lin Jun. Ling Jue suddenly burst into laughter. Reasonable, reasonable. Demon slayers and demons are like water and fire. One must die for the other to live. So reasonable. You know, you are the 14th person like this, you? Before he could finish, Lin Jun stabbed Ling Jue in the chest. He came here to kill demons, not to engage in idle talk. Screech. Ling Jue let out a piercing scream that made Lin Jun's head spin. Ling Jue stared at Lin Jun, and gray fur began to grow on his body. You are the first to injure me, ugh. Lin Jun took advantage of Ling Jue's distraction to strike again, but felt that the blow didn't hit its mark. Boom. A powerful force knocked Lin Jun back, and with a wave of Ling Jue's hand, his robe flew off, revealing a giant gray-furred rat larger than a human. The monks outside also shed their robes, transforming into 14 giant rats. Chun Feng quickly drew his sword and charged out to engage them, giving Lin Jun space for an unknown fight. Without giving Ling Jue time to react, Lin Jun unleashed a swift sword strike. Ling Jue dodged with an unnatural movement, and Lin Jun's sword smashed into the ground, shattering the stone. Taking advantage of the dust, Lin Jun swung his sword again, catching Ling Jue off guard and slicing open his fur. Oh! Suddenly, Ling Jue abandoned his human form, dropping to the ground on all fours, eyes locked on Lin Jun like a predator on its prey. Lin Jun, not daring to underestimate his opponent, quickly channeled his inner energy, infusing it into his blade. He raised his long sword high and swung it down with formidable force. However, Ling Jue evaded the deadly strike with a mere twist of his body. Lin Jun, sensing trouble, immediately launched another attack, but the outcome was the same. No matter how Lin Jun varied his technique, Ling Jue skillfully dodged each strike at the last possible moment, narrowly escaping the blade by a hair's breadth. The more Lin Jun fought, the more alarmed he became. He realized that Ling Jue had identified his weaknesses and was exploiting them with ease. He could even discern a mocking expression on Ling Jue's rodent-like face. No matter how powerful Lin Jun was or how refined his swordsmanship, it was futile if he couldn't land a hit. Ling Jue, being a rat demon, was extraordinarily agile. Once he became serious about evading, Lin Jun found himself at a loss. Frustrated, Lin Jun checked his skills panel. Current martial arts. Common martial arts, 7-star step beginner. Common martial arts, swallow blade technique mastery. Advanced martial arts, blood demon subduing blade accomplished. Advanced technique, body forged sutra perfected. Current experience, 400. Lin Jun's heart sank as he realized his only lightfoot skill, 7-star step, had never been properly practiced and was still at a beginner level. Even if mastered, it was merely a common technique and likely ineffective against an extraordinary demon like Ling Jue. At that moment, Ling Jue spoke ominously, "How about it, my friend? Tomorrow, there will be 2 more heads hanging from that crooked tree." Meanwhile, outside, Chun Feng could no longer hold his ground and retreated to Lin Jun's side. He was merely a mortal martial artist, and holding off 14 demons had been his limit. "Sir, should we retreat?" Chun Feng asked, his face showing remorse. "We were too reckless, charging into their lair without knowing what kind of demon we were facing." Lin Jun didn't answer immediately but suddenly laughed. "As long as my attack range is wide enough, what good is your maxed out agility?" He steadied his mind, channeling the blood energy converted from the last batch of medicinal herbs, and whispered to Chun Feng, get away. Without hesitation, Chun Feng leaped to safety. Meanwhile, Lin Jun's blade became enveloped in a dense aura of blood energy, resembling a crimson long sword. Ling Jue sensed danger, his instinct screaming at him to flee. "Huh!" Lin Jun shouted, swinging his blade in a wide arc with himself at the center. The overwhelming blood energy turned into a malevolent force, rippling outward like waves. Statues, buildings, and trees were all cleaved in two by Lin Jun's terrifying strike. The 14 rat demons outside had no room to escape and were struck down by the all-encompassing attack. Despite Ling Jue's desperate efforts, he couldn't evade Lin Jun's targeted assault. This saturation attack left no room for dodging. Only Chun Feng, who had retreated in time, remained unharmed. After the strike, the entire temple was leveled, the ground scarred and devastated. The sheer power of the attack left Chun Feng, who had reached a safe distance, utterly stunned. He couldn't imagine surviving such a blow. There wouldn't even be remains to find. Lin Jun leaned on his sword, panting heavily. The strike had exhausted all the blood energy stored in his body, including a significant amount converted from medicinal power. At that moment, he was completely drained, unable to muster any strength. Fortunately, the results were impressive. System notifications rang out in succession. Defeated a common rat demon, gained 500 experience. 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 With 14 notifications, Lin Jun's experience soared to 7,400, a wealth he'd never experienced before. However, he quickly noticed something amiss. Lin Jun's name was absent from the notifications. Cough, cough. That was quite a move, Lin Jun said, emerging from the dust. He hadn't completely avoided the strike. The overwhelming malevolent energy had been unavoidable, but being an extraordinary demon, he was far superior to common demons. Now, all his fur had been sheared off by the blood energy, leaving him looking quite ridiculous. Yet, preserving his life was far more important than his appearance. Lin Jun soon noticed the scattered bodies of the rat demons. You killed them? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Jun sneered. Demons, or extraordinary demons, have lower chances of successful reproduction as their level increases. Otherwise, this world would be ruled by demons, not humans. Aren't you a monk? Haven't you renounced worldly attachments? Those rat demons wouldn't happen to be your offspring, would they? Taking advantage of Lin Jun's momentary distraction, Lin Jun reopened his skills panel. Simulate blood demon subduing blade. 1. Train diligently, improve steadily, cost 500 experience. 2. Restore depleted blood energy, cost 100 experience. 3. Contemplate deeply, unlock greater power within the blade technique, cost 800 experience. Without hesitation, Lin Jun chose the second option. Almost instantly, his previously depleted blood energy was replenished, filling every corner of his body. Along with it, his understanding of the blood demon subduing blade deepened. Lin Jun coughed a few times, struggling to speak. Cough, cough. I'll just make more. Now, you must be spent, right? A cultivator's body is a fine tonic. Though Lin Jun was in poor condition, he was convinced Lin Jun was worse off. That all-out strike must have drained Lin Jun's energy, a desperate gamble. Now, it's my turn. Lin Jun sneered, preparing to counterattack. However, to Lin Jun's shock, Lin Jun slowly raised his sword again. The dense blood energy enveloped the blade, even more intense than before. Lin Jun himself was surprised by the potency of the blood energy on his sword this time. What the hell? Lin Jun exclaimed, eyes wide. Why are you surprised? Shouldn't I be the one shocked? Pretending to be weak just to toy with me? No matter how Lin Jun cursed, he was ultimately engulfed by the overwhelming blood energy. Hoo. Lin Jun sat heavily on the ground, feeling the weakness coursing through his body. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky and suddenly burst out laughing. The moonlight cast a glow on his sweat-drenched face, revealing a hint of exhaustion mixed with excitement. So, this is what a demon at the Huayuan level is like? Lin Jun murmured to himself, recalling the intense battle he had just fought. He hadn't expected it to be such a tough fight. Had he not gone all out, the outcome might have been uncertain. Lin Jun carefully analyzed the battle. The rat demon was clearly more agile than most but lacked strength. Without wide-area attacks, the fight would likely have ended in a stalemate. My agility skills are still lacking, he reflected. It's a pity that in Qinglin County, it's hard to find any decent martial arts manuals. However, thinking about how he would be reporting back to the Demon Control Bureau in a month or so, hope reignited in his heart. With my Huayuan level, they won't turn me away, he thought confidently. Lin Jun stood up, holding his sword, and slowly walked towards the rat demon not far away. In the moonlight, only half of the rat demon's body remained intact, posing no threat. You're not dead yet? Lin Jun asked coldly. The rat demon struggled to speak. Zhang He wants you dead. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything. Lin Jun's eyes flickered with a cold light. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. Defeated a Huayuan-level demon, gained 3,000 experience points. The system notification echoed in Lin Jun's mind. He frowned slightly. I thought I'd get 10,000. Seems this demon wasn't that strong, just happened to restrain me a bit. He calculated silently. Oh well, 3,000 is better than nothing. At this moment, Lin Jun's experience points reached a neat 10,000. He searched the rat demon's body and, as expected, found a demon core. Once a creature reaches the supernatural level, they'll definitely have a demon core, Lin Jun noted to himself. Just then, Chun Feng came running over, covered in dirt. He looked as if he'd just crawled out of a coal mine, clearly having had a hard time dodging Lin Jun's indiscriminate attacks. Sir, you killed it? Chun Feng asked in surprise. Shouldn't we have asked about Zhang He before killing it? Lin Jun calmly replied, yes, I know, but I just wanted it dead sooner. Chun Feng was at a loss for words, realizing that the demons treating humans like livestock had truly angered Lin Jun. Otherwise, someone as composed as Lin Jun wouldn't have acted so rashly. Let's clean up and leave, Lin Jun said succinctly. Yes, sir, Chun Feng responded. They began to clear the battlefield. Aside from the Huayuan level rat demon, the other 14 rat demon corpses hadn't reached the supernatural level and naturally didn't have demon cores. Each of these rat demons was as large as a human, and with the half-body of the spirit rat, the pile was quite a sight. Under the moonlight, Lin Jun and Chen Feng silently organized the corpses. Suddenly, Chun Feng pointed into the distance and said, Sir, look, a villager, who had been tied up earlier, had somehow ended up behind the temple, now crawling on the ground eating grass. Chun Feng shook his head and sighed. They've been completely tamed into livestock. Poor souls. Lin Jun was silent for a moment, feeling a mix of emotions. In this demon-infested world, being weak meant you could be eaten or even tamed at any moment. I must become stronger, continually stronger, he vowed silently. What should we do, sir? Chun Feng asked. Leave him be, he'll recover on his own, Lin Jun replied coldly. In truth, he wanted to put the villager out of his misery. To live like livestock was worse than death, in his opinion. But he understood he couldn't impose his beliefs on others. By the way, wait here for a moment. Lin Jun suddenly remembered something. Drawing his sword, he walked towards the ruined temple, leaving Chun Feng puzzled. Lin Jun plunged into the rubble, and after a brief flurry of activity, a large number of dead rats, at least 100, flew out of the ruins. Dusting himself off, Lin Jun calmly emerged from the debris. All right, it's settled now, he said calmly. Chun Feng swallowed hard. Lin Jun didn't spare even the ordinary animals with no signs of transformation. Remembering the scene in the snake cave where earthworms were chopped into mush, Chun Feng was thankful Lin Jun held no grudges against him. Just then, several robust men appeared on the mountain. Upon closer inspection, they were the ones who had advised them against entering the village earlier in the day. Lin Yi? Yu. Seeing the ground covered in corpses, they were utterly dumbfounded. The Buddha? Dead? They had come to persuade the Buddha to show mercy, only to find him split in two. You've come at the right time. The demon is gone, so I'll leave the villagers below to you, Lin Jun said calmly. Oh, okay. The men were stunned, as the turn of events was far beyond their expectations. Lin Jun looked directly at them and continued. I don't care what dealings you had with that rat. The point is, it's dead now. You're human, and I hope that when I return, I won't see you colluding with any demons again. Do you understand? Demon Control Bureau agents don't kill humans, but it doesn't mean we can't. The group nodded stiffly. Seeing this, Lin Jun began to skillfully chop down trees, quickly constructing a cart. Then he loaded the rat demon corpses onto it and silently departed, leaving the bewildered men behind. On the way, Lin Jun kept pondering Zhang He's matter. From the demon's words, he could roughly piece together the situation. But the details required further investigation. Lin Jun knew this was just the beginning. A bigger mystery awaited him to unravel. Zhang He and Zhang Ju are either demons or have deep connections with them. They allowed demons to prey on humans but managed to cover it up flawlessly, even getting demons to cooperate with the authorities. This deception is so effective that the Siyao Jian, the department responsible for demon affairs, is completely in the dark, mistakenly believing this place to be safe and nearly devoid of demons. Lin Jun's uncle recognized this situation and sent him to guard the town. As long as he stuck it out for 3 years, he could be registered by the Siyao Jian and receive a government salary. Lin Jun's arrival made Zhang Ju extremely uneasy, prompting him to order the surrounding demons not to harm humans during Lin Jun's 3-year tenure. Lin Jun was a useless drunkard, no threat to the demons, and thus wouldn't disrupt the relationship between the authorities and the demons. He managed to pass the 3 years peacefully. However, the nature of demons is hard to change. Though they agreed on the surface, they couldn't resist secretly preying on humans until Lin Jun was caught. Later, Lin Jun, having traveled through time, began aggressively hunting demons to grow stronger, becoming increasingly excessive. This crossed Zhang He's line, and he decided to eliminate Lin Jun completely while deflecting any responsibility. Given Lin Jun's weakness, even a wild beast could easily kill him, and with Qian Feng's animosity toward him. This way, even if the Siyao Jian became suspicious, they would find it hard to blame the demons. Besides, Lin Jun was just an unofficial member, not worth a major investigation by the Siyao Jian. This is getting interesting, Lin Jun murmured, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If possible, he hoped Zhang He would continue targeting him. This way, Zhang He would keep providing information on demons, allowing Lin Jun to gain experience continuously. What did you say, sir? Chen Feng asked, looking puzzled. I said Master Zhang is truly a master strategist, Lin Jun replied casually, a slight smile on his lips. The white deer pulled the cart loaded with demon corpses at an astonishing speed. With only half an hour before reaching the city, Lin Jun suddenly ordered a stop. Sir, what's the matter? Chen Feng asked, confused. We'll enter the city during the day, Lin Jun explained. Since Master Zhang wants us to exterminate demons, we should show him our work in broad daylight. While Lin Jun wasn't a saint, Zhang He's targeting made him feel the need to respond. If Zhang He weren't a government official and if Lin Jun had concrete evidence, he would have liked to cut him down right then. Ever since Lin Jun started practicing martial arts, he found himself constantly thinking about how to fight both humans and demons, unsure if it was a blessing or a curse. Lin Jun and Qin Feng waited outside the city all night, only entering at dawn the next day. Master Lin, that's quite a haul again, remarked a city guard, astonished despite being accustomed to Lin Jun bringing demon corpses into the city. 15 rats the size of adults. One guard gulped, eyes wide with shock. What did you say? That Lin kid brought back a cart full of rat demons? Zhang He asked incredulously, his brow furrowed. Yes, I saw it clearly, a total of 15, the subordinate reported, his voice tinged with fear. One of them was even cut in half. Zhang He sank into a chair, feeling as though the situation had spiraled completely out of his control. The Lingju was no ordinary demon. Although he was unclear about its exact rank among demons, the reverence other demons showed it suggested it was formidable. A demon capable of keeping humans as livestock was not to be taken lightly. And now, after just a day, they were all corpses? That Lin Jun kid is actually this powerful? Was his previous image of a useless drunkard just an act? Countless questions flashed through Zhang He's mind. It was impossible for someone to gain so much strength in just half a month. Why did he pretend before, and why isn't he pretending now? Zhang He felt his head throbbing. However, one thing was certain. Lin Jun must not return to the Sign Bureau. Lin Jun surely knows about the situation in Qinglin County now. If he reports it to the Sign Bureau, Zhang He would be executed. Colluding with demons to harm civilians would lead to the extermination of his entire family. Has Master Zhangju shown any signs of coming out of seclusion? Zhang He asked urgently. No, the county magistrate's residence is tightly shut. I've been keeping watch outside. I'll report immediately if the magistrate emerges, the subordinate replied. Zhang He held his head in frustration. Especially at a time like this? What should we do next, sir? The subordinate asked, seeking guidance. Zhang He was at a loss for a solution against Lin Jun, who operated beyond the reach of ordinary governance. Just then, the room suddenly grew much colder. Zhang He shivered involuntarily. The door slowly opened, and a small white snake slithered in. Its scales were like fine jade, and its eyes resembled blood-red gems. Ice formed on the floor tiles wherever it passed. Zhang He immediately tensed up but forced himself to remain calm, keeping his eyes on the white snake. My son is dead. The white snake slowly transformed into a human shape, revealing an enchanting woman, completely unclothed, displaying her perfect body. It was a figure that could drive any man mad with desire, though Zhang He felt nothing. Above her neck was a large snake's head, still flicking its tongue. I have 8 children, and only he grew up. The serpent demon's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. When I returned, my son was in pieces, and my 13 unhatched grandchildren were shattered on the ground. The tea in Zhang He's cup had completely frozen. The subordinate was trembling uncontrollably, feeling as if he would freeze to death. Zhang He knew what the serpent demon wanted. It was the work of the Scion, Zhang He said through gritted teeth. I know, but I want to ask, when we helped that fox back then, what did he promise us? Do you remember? Of course, Zhang He remembered. They had hidden the presence of demons from the Sign Bureau, allowing demons to go unchecked and prey on humans. Only in the last 3 years had they prohibited demons from eating humans, and now those 3 years were almost up. So you remember. Then why are all my children and grandchildren dead? Zhang He wanted to curse. Couldn't they see his efforts to eliminate Lin Jun were to reduce their casualties? You can seek revenge, but not in the city. The city's civilians are crucial to Master Zhang's plans, and there's no room for compromise. The serpent demon flicked its tongue before striking Zhang He down with a slap. Who do you think you are, a dog? Without that old fox, would you even be standing here talking to me? Zhang He remained silent. Just a forsaken bastard. Do you really think you're some great demon? When did Qinglin County become a place where an outsider demon calls the shots? The white snake transformed back into its snake form and left through the window. Zhang He slowly got up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Idiots. If not for Master Zhang, you demons would have been wiped out by the Scion long ago. Still, it's good. Their brains might not work, but their strength is decent. If they can really take Lin Jun away, that would be a blessing. Sir, what about the city civilians? The subordinate asked urgently as the serpent demon left. Years ago, they had made a pact with the demons, one term being that demons couldn't cause chaos in the city. This was crucial to Master Zhang's plans. As long as it doesn't go too far, let them cause some trouble. The serpent demon still fears Master Zhang and won't dare make too big of a scene. Meanwhile, Lin Jun was arranging the rat demon corpses outside the sign bureau, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Master Lin, are you selling rat meat? Someone asked curiously. Each of these rats must weigh over 100 pounds, plenty of meat. However, Lin Jun was merely displaying them to encourage people to report demon activity more actively. Rat meat, unlike bear meat, could cause all sorts of problems if consumed. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed throughout Qinglin City. Lin Jun looked up to see a bird with golden feathers and a red beak circling in the sky. This unusual sight immediately caught Chen Feng's attention, and he furrowed his brow, his expression serious. Sir, that's a golden feather eagle, Chen Feng said in a low voice, with a hint of tension in his tone. The golden feather eagle, a half-demon creature meticulously bred by the Demon Control Bureau, serves as a unique means of communication among its members. Known for its astonishing speed, this extraordinary bird can travel between 2 cities in half a day to deliver urgent messages. However, this speed comes at a cost. It requires a full 3 days of rest after each flight to recover. For this reason, the Demon Control Bureau typically reserves its use for emergencies. Lin Jun quickly retrieved a wooden badge from his waist, intricately carved with the words Demon Controller. However, the badge bore no markings, indicating that Lin Jun was an unregistered, unofficial member. He held up the badge, and the golden feather eagle, as if receiving a signal, immediately ceased its circling and dove straight toward Lin Jun, landing steadily on his shoulder. Lin Jun carefully took a jade token from the eagle's beak. A demon extermination order. Lin Jun gasped quietly. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt a wave of anxiety. The appearance of a demon extermination order meant that an official demon controller had either discovered a powerful demon or encountered an emergency, unable to contact superiors and thus seeking assistance from any nearby demon controllers. Observing the order closely, Lin Jun noticed it was engraved with 2 fox heads, indicating that the request for help came from a 2-fox-marked demon controller, a fully registered member, and seemingly of considerable rank. Sir, Chen Feng advised with concern, this matter is fraught with danger. You would be wise not to get involved. He went on to explain that demon hunting was never an easy task, with death a frequent occurrence. In such perilous missions, those like Lin Jun, who are not officially registered, tend to have the highest mortality rates. To be blunt, the Demon Control Bureau recruits unofficial members like Lin Jun with the expectation that they will be cannon fodder. They are sent to the front lines, and thus are most likely to perish. Chen Feng looked at Lin Jun, inwardly anxious. Given Lin Jun's current level of ability, joining this mission would be tantamount to a death sentence. He couldn't help but say, with such high potential, it would be a great waste for Lin Jun to perish prematurely. Let's go take a look, Chen Feng said, as he revealed a knowing expression. Lin Jun's enthusiasm for demon-related incidents made him shake his head in disbelief. The change was indeed drastic. Lin Jun seemed like a completely different person compared to before. Chen Feng couldn't help but recall the time he left Lin Jun in the snake cave. It seemed that experience truly transformed him. Aren't you afraid of death, sir? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. The mortality rate at the Demon Supervisory Bureau is notoriously high. What you're doing is incredibly dangerous. Lin Jun turned his head and looked at Chen Feng as if he were a fool. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Then why are you always so excited when facing demons? Chen Feng pressed on. What if you encounter an unbeatable demon? Lin Jun patted Chen Feng's shoulder, his eyes showing a mix of concern and humor. You think I wouldn't run? Run? Chen Feng was taken aback. In his understanding, demon supervisors would rather die than retreat, especially given Lin Jun's recent displays of bravery. If I can't win, of course I'll run. I'm not stupid, Lin Jun replied nonchalantly, releasing the golden-feathered hawk before turning back to the Demon Supervisory Bureau. It was getting late, and Lin Jun decided to set off the next day. According to the information on the token, he had 3 days to reach the destination. With the speed of his white deer, he could get there in a day at full gallop. The encounter with the rat demon had provided Lin Jun with a wealth of experience, which he now needed to convert into strength. While he could run, fleeing meant missing out on valuable experience. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Jun wouldn't choose to run away. Lin Jun checked his current status. Current experience, 10,000. Current martial arts. Common martial arts, 7-star step beginner. Common martial arts, flowing swallow blade technique mastery. Elemental martial arts, blood demon subduing blade perfected. Elemental cultivation method, molten body forging sutra perfected. The neat figure of 10,000 experience points was quite satisfying for Lin Jun. He took out the rat demon's core from his pocket, recalling the power boost from the last bear demon core. He speculated that this core might improve his agility, just what he needed to complement his lightfoot skills. Lin Jun began to simulate the process of absorbing the demon core. With the experience from last time, he directly chose the third option. You have gained survival instinct. Your intuition is now greatly enhanced. Lin Jun slowly opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. He had expected to gain agility-related abilities, but instead, he got enhanced intuition. On second thought, this was a pleasant surprise, as strong intuition could be more useful than nimble movements. However, this upgrade consumed a full 3,000 experience points. Lin Jun sighed inwardly, realizing that in the elemental realm, the experience cost was exponentially increasing. This expenditure nearly offset the experience gained from defeating the rat demon. With the remaining 7,000 experience, Lin Jun decided to enhance the blood demon subduing blade technique. Since he could now replenish his blood energy at any time, this technique had become especially valuable. Given his current ample experience, he opted for the most expensive third option. Yet, several simulations yielded nothing. Lin Jun was anxious but persisted. Finally, in the 60th year, a breakthrough occurred. 60 years later, Lin Jun set aside martial arts to ponder why he had spent so much time studying it. He realized that as long as he could strike the demon's head with his blade, any martial art would do. Through years of research, he finally grasped the essence of the technique Heavenly Star Fiend Image. It took a staggering 6,400 experience points to reach mastery in an elemental martial art. Though choosing the first option, diligent training, could have achieved mastery with less experience, it wouldn't have led to the discovery of a new ultimate move. Despite the high cost, Lin Jun was satisfied with this enhancement. The Heavenly Star Fiend Image was a large-scale attack derived from the Blood Demon subduing blade technique, capable of depleting all of Lin Jun's blood energy in one go. If he faced that horde of rat demons again, Lin Jun was confident he could annihilate them with this move alone. Lin Jun checked his updated status. Current experience, 1,400. Current martial arts. Common martial arts, 7-star step beginner. Common martial arts, flowing swallow blade technique mastery. Elemental martial arts, blood demon subduing blade mastery. Elemental cultivation method, molten body forging sutra perfected. He had already opened 3 of the 8 extraordinary meridians and 4 of the 12 standard meridians. Lin Jun estimated that once all the meridians were opened, he would be able to break through to the next level. Lin Jun drew his blade, eager to test his new power. If not for the wide range of the Heavenly Star Fiend Image, he would have tried it out right then. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood at the entrance of the Demon Supervisory Bureau, holding a food box, feeling a strong sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but comment on the familiarity of the scene. He was hesitant to push open the door, fearing he might witness Lin Jun performing some extraordinary feat, like uprooting trees or demolishing buildings. Even if he is a prodigy, there's no way he can have a breakthrough every day, right? Chen Feng reassured himself, taking a deep breath before slowly opening the door. When the door opened, someone he never expected appeared. Song Dianshi? Chen Feng stared in surprise at the person standing before him, his mind full of questions. Song Qing was usually inseparable from Zhang He, almost acting as his spokesperson. They had never crossed paths, living in their own separate worlds. But Chen Feng quickly realized why Song Qing was here. Right, must be about Lin Jun. It seemed that Lin Jun's abilities were starting to put pressure on Zhang He. Mr. Chen, long time no see. As soon as Song Qing spoke, Lin Jun stepped out of the room. Mr. Lin. Song Qing immediately bowed, showing utmost respect. Even though the government and the demon hunters were 2 different systems, Song Qing's deferential gesture was a clear indication that Zhang He's attitude towards Lin Jun was softening. So, what brings Song Dianshi to the demon hunter office? Is there another demon causing trouble? Lin Jun asked directly. Song Qing quickly shook his head. You're joking, Mr. Lin. The demons around here are too scared to cause trouble since you've been around. They wouldn't dare make a move. This was true. Ever since Lin Jun had displayed his formidable skills, especially after eradicating Ling Ju, the weaker demons had been too terrified to act. Then what is the purpose of your visit, Mr. Song? Lin Jun pressed further. Song Qing bowed even lower, took a deep breath and said, Mr. Lin, let's be straightforward. You have only a month before you can officially join the Demon Hunter Bureau. Why stir up trouble at this critical moment? Mr. Zhang hopes you can stay low-key, as you did before. It would be beneficial for both sides. He paused before continuing. There are some demons that even you can't handle, Mr. Lin. The waters in Qinglin County run deep. With only 5 taels of silver a month, there's no need to risk your life. In recent days, Lin Jun had come to understand the saying, in a small temple, there are many demons. In shallow waters, there are many turtles. The sheer number of demons around Qinglin County required a whole team from the Demon Hunter Bureau to clear them out. The county's ability to cover up the truth was astonishing. To Zhang He, Lin Jun had neither the official position nor a high salary, so his actions were perplexing. If you're interested, Mr. Zhang is willing to offer you a comfortable position in Qinglin County. Song Qing attempted to entice him. Go back, Lin Jun replied calmly. Song Qing realized his visit was in vain. Before leaving, he turned back and said earnestly, Mr. Lin, please be careful these days and try not to wander around. A snake demon has returned to Qinglin County. It's very powerful. Recalling his last encounter with the white snake made him shiver. That demon's aura alone was enough to paralyze him. One of the most terrifying demons he'd ever seen except for Mr. Zhang Ju. Is this also Zhang He's message? Lin Jun asked. No, sir. This is just a warning from an ordinary citizen of Qinglin County. Stay alive, Mr. Lin. Song Qing knew he was already in dangerous territory by saying this much. He couldn't reveal more. If his entire family wasn't under Zhang He's control, who would willingly be a lackey for demons? Lin Jun didn't respond, but nodded seriously at Song Qing. Is Zhang Ju a demon? Lin Jun suddenly asked. A fox spirit, Song Qing replied before leaping over the wall, leaving Lin Jun and Qin Feng standing there. Silence hung between them. Qin Feng couldn't help but speak up. They say fox spirits are different from ordinary demons. They often enjoy human life, and even transform to blend in with humans. 30 years ago, when General Zhang Zhan of Luyang County's Demon Hunter Bureau's wife gave birth, she had 8 little foxes. Those foxes devoured everyone around them and then scattered. This caused quite a stir, especially since a member of the Demon Hunter Bureau turned out to be a demon, bringing great shame to the Bureau. General Zhang Zhan was never seen again, and the foxes disappeared, with only 4 ever captured. Lin Jun gave Qin Feng a sidelong glance. Get to the point quickly. Are you writing an essay here? Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Sir, isn't it a coincidence that the general's name was Zhang Zhen? His surname is Zhang. Are you suggesting there's a connection between Zhang Ju and Zhang Zhen? There were still 4 foxes unaccounted for back then. Zhang's wife was confirmed to be human, so Zhang Zhan was definitely a fox spirit. Mr. Lin, this matter is very serious. I believe we should report it immediately. Lin Jun nodded. Good point. So, why don't you go deliver the message? Qin Feng's face went pale. It wasn't that he was scared, but he realized a crucial asueno one would believe him. Yes, Lin Jun had a notorious reputation, and the rumors of his mentor's corruption had spread throughout the Demon Hunter Bureau. Lin Jun and his mentor were practically outcasts there. Given Lin Jun's past, who would take his information seriously? They would just think he was embarrassing his uncle again. This matter can wait a month. There's no rush, Lin Jun said. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, with Lin Jun's current strength and achievements, being officially registered with the Demon Hunter Bureau in a month is certain. Even if people don't believe him then, they would send someone to investigate. Your reasoning is sound, sir. He had indeed been too hasty, and perhaps it wasn't as dire as he imagined. After all, there were countless fox spirits, and having the surname Zhang wasn't uncommon. It could just be a coincidence. Qin Feng kept reassuring himself. Let's go. Accompany me to the blacksmith shop, Lin Jun said, leading Qin Feng to the blacksmith shop they visited last time. Seeing Lin Jun arrive, the blacksmith who had been waiting stood up quickly. Mr. Lin, your sword. Lin Jun took the sword, noting that the cracks had been repaired. The bloodthirsty energy was not only harmful to enemies, but also took a toll on the weapon itself. The previous encounter with the rat demon had left the sword damaged. Mr. Lin, I'm just an ordinary blacksmith, usually making farming tools. I'm sorry I couldn't do better with such fine materials, the blacksmith said apologetically. The bones of demons were excellent materials for forging weapons. A skilled blacksmith could incorporate them into weapons, enhancing their power significantly. Lin Jun had asked the blacksmith to forge the rat demon's bones into the sword. Unfortunately, the blacksmith's skills were limited, and the bones of a mid-level demon could only enhance the sword's effectiveness slightly. However, Lin Jun was satisfied. At least the sword's durability had improved, and it wouldn't break after a few uses of his bloodthirsty energy. Not bad. I'm pleased, Lin Jun said, tossing a pouch of money. Mr. Lin, there's no need to pay. I made this sword, so I can say I've helped slay a demon too. I can't accept this, the blacksmith said, waving his hands. Lin Jun ignored the blacksmith's refusal, mounted his deer, and headed out of the city. Qin Feng didn't follow. He knew his own limitations. The last encounter with the rat demon had nearly caused trouble for Lin Jun, and he realized his presence would only be a burden. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, determined to keep up with Lin Jun's pace. Following the guidance of the golden-feathered eagle from the heavens, Lin Jun raced southward. Riding a white deer, he effortlessly traversed the rugged mountains and forests, finally reaching the location of the signal just before sunset. This place was near the border of Qinglin County, barely touched by human presence, with not even a decent road in sight. The destination was a dilapidated mountain stronghold, seemingly abandoned by bandits long ago. Despite its state of disrepair, signs of recent restoration were visible, and some new dirt paths had been carved out around it. At this moment, smoke curled up from cooking fires, and the joyful cries of children echoed from within, adding a touch of vitality to this desolate place. As Lin Jun arrived at the entrance of the stronghold, he saw a middle-aged man pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Lin Jun, the man hurried over, his expression tense as he asked, "Sir, are you from the Demon Suppression Bureau or a martial arts sect?" Lin Jun replied curtly, "Demon Suppression Bureau." The man was initially pleased at the response, but his excitement visibly turned to sorrow upon seeing Lin Jun's face. It was clear that he recognized Lin Jun. Stammering, he said, "Sir, our village is very poor." Lin Jun chuckled softly. "I'm not here for money." Unexpectedly, the man's expression grew even more grave as he stammered further, "We don't have any beauties here either. Just some old and weak." "Lead the way." "I don't want to hear this." Lin Jun interrupted harshly. "Yes," the man replied instinctively, immediately regretting it. He cursed himself for attracting Lin Jun, a known troublemaker. As a refugee from around Qinglin County, he knew all too well what kind of person Lin Jun was. This wasn't about suppressing demons. It was about chasing pleasures. Now that this notorious figure had found his way to this remote area, he could only hope Lin Jun would leave quickly, given the place's poverty. Lin Jun led his white deer and followed the man into the stronghold. Inside, a dozen or so families lived scattered about, with curious children sneaking glances at Lin Jun. But soon, they were pulled back into their homes by frightened parents, fearing that even a glance at Lin Jun could bring disaster. Lin Jun sighed inwardly. His predecessor's actions were truly reprehensible, leaving a notorious reputation even in such remote areas. The small stronghold seemed ordinary, but Lin Jun's keen instincts continuously warned him. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his blood surging, ready to face any potential danger. The entire village was shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere, as if something was watching from the shadows. That greedy and unabashed gaze made Lin Jun's skin crawl. If not for his heightened intuition, this faint feeling might have gone unnoticed. "Tell me about the situation here. What happened to the demon suppressor?" Lin Jun asked sternly. The middle-aged man replied nervously, "Dead. The demon suppressor who came here is dead, and the remains have been brought back." "What?" Lin Jun frowned. "Explain clearly. What exactly happened?" From the time the demon suppression order was issued until now, it had been no more than a day, including the time it took the golden-feathered eagle to deliver the message. For a demon suppressor to perish within 3 days was highly unusual. "Sir, I'm just a commoner. I don't know much more. Please, see for yourself. It's in the house up ahead." The man trembled as he pointed forward. Outside that small house stood a petite woman in a demon suppression officer's uniform, looking grave. She was barely 5 feet tall, and Lin Jun had to look down to see her face. She held a purple bamboo staff, gleaming like jade. Lin Jun didn't approach immediately, as the woman seemed deep in thought. Within a few minutes, she pulled out various snacks from her pockets multiple times: peanuts, sunflower seeds, jerky, dried fruit, and even a small flask of wine. This peculiar behavior left Lin Jun astonished, making him wonder if the demon suppression uniform had some sort of storage capability. Noticing Lin Jun's arrival, the woman hastily swallowed her food, only to choke and turn red, coughing incessantly. After finally catching her breath, she cleared her throat. "Ahem, I'm Duan Yin. Here's my identification badge. Please verify." Duan Yin handed Lin Jun a copper badge, engraved with 3 fox heads and a pattern, indicating she was a 3-headed, 1-patterned fox pattern demon suppressor. "I am Lin Jun. Here's my identification badge." Lin Jun also handed over his wooden badge, which bore no patterns. Duan Yin instantly understood what this meant and incredulously asked, "You're an external demon suppressor? How dare you take on a demon suppression order? Isn't that a death wish?" Although the Demon Suppression Bureau had no strict requirements for taking orders, everyone knew the unspoken rules. A demon suppression order issued by a 2-headed fox pattern demon suppressor was not something an external demon suppressor could handle. But soon, Duan Yin noticed a detail. "What's your name again?" "I am Lin Ju. What is Yang Wan to you?" Duan Yin pressed. Lin Jun searched his memory. "My cousin, and Yang Yin is your uncle?"
Yes.
Duan Yin slapped her forehead, as if a realization had dawned on her. Duan Yin was utterly surprised to find that the one who received the demon-slaying order was none other than Lin Jun. His name was somewhat notorious among the many demon controllers in Jinzhou. Known for his lack of discipline and for swindling his uncle, his reputation was hard to ignore. However, Duan Yin remembered Lin Jun for another reason: his cousin Yang Wan, a prodigious talent in the office of demon control, who at just 20, had a promising future ahead. As Duan Yin observed the charming young man before her, she wondered how someone so outwardly impressive yet inwardly lacking could be related to Yang Wan. Despite her displeasure, she knew that Lin Jun was protected by Yang Yin, and as a minor demon controller, she was powerless against him. After a moment's hesitation, Duan Yin racked her brain to find a tactful way to dissuade Lin Jun. Clearing her throat, she hesitated. You see, well?" But the words failed her. She realized with frustration that her lack of reading left her unable to express herself properly. Ultimately, Duan Yin abandoned subtlety and bluntly stated, "In short, you should leave here quickly. It's dangerous." She ominously pulled out a human hand bone, hoping to scare off the timid Lin Jun. To her surprise, Lin Jun watched her performance with a detached expression, as if observing a fool. Without hesitation, he walked towards the grass hut. Duan Yin hurriedly grabbed his arm, only to be nearly thrown to the ground by his immense strength. She rubbed her numb wrist, incredulous that Lin Jun had effortlessly broken free from her grip, despite her being a martial artist. Lin Jun pushed open the door, and the heavy scent of blood filled the air. He frowned, surveying the scene. A male skeleton lay on the bed, bones intact but stripped of flesh. Crouching down to inspect, he noticed the bones were slightly damp and bore clear bite marks. Duan Yin watched Lin Jun's adept actions in astonishment and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Without looking up, Lin Jun replied, "Afraid of what? It's just a skeleton. I've seen plenty." He stood up, pondering, and said, "Can you tell me more about what happened here?" Duan Yin nodded and briefly recounted what she knew. As they spoke, the door to the hut opened again. A young man, clad in the official attire of the Office of Demon Control and covered in wounds, stumbled in. Breathless, the young man asked, "Are you the demon controller sent for support?" He hurriedly showed his identification, which bore 2 fox heads. Duan Yin immediately responded, "I am. What's the situation here now?" The young man briefly explained the presence of a tiger demon on the mountain and how his brother sacrificed himself to severely injure it. He pleaded, "The tiger demon is recuperating in the cave. We must kill it quickly. Please, avenge my brother." Duan Yin quickly helped the kneeling young man to his feet, comforting him, "I will. Stay calm, and tell us more while standing." "Hey, what are you staring at? Hurry up and offer some comfort." Duan Yin couldn't help but complain when she saw Lin Jun staring at the young man, lost in thought. Lin Jun didn't respond. Instead, he slowly gripped the hilt of his sword, forcing himself to suppress the urge to draw it. His eyes never left the boy, as his instincts had been on high alert since they entered the mountain stronghold. When the boy appeared, Lin Jun even felt a shiver run down his spine. He remained on full alert, watching the boy's every move. Despite his instincts screaming that something was wrong, Lin Jun couldn't detect any threat from the boy. This contradiction only made the situation more eerie. "Follow me, I'll take you," the boy hurriedly said, pulling Duan Yin along, with Lin Jun following closely behind. By now, it was late, and a thick fog was rising. The clouds obscured the moon, casting everything in a gray gloom. Duan Yin realized that the weather was not ideal for climbing the mountain, but knowing that someone had risked their life to seriously injure the tiger demon, she felt they couldn't miss this chance to eliminate it, lest the sorcerer's sacrifice be in vain. She carefully observed the boy, confirming that the aura around him unmistakably showed signs of having practiced the Fuyo treasure record, a technique only sorcerers could cultivate. Although something seemed off, this fact was enough to dispel her doubts. With determination, Duan Yin decided to take the risk. "You stay here, I'll handle the demon," she instructed Lin Jun before leaving, still holding the impression that his abilities were limited and couldn't have improved much in the 3 years he had been away. However, Lin Jun ignored her words and continued to follow them closely. "Why are you always so reckless?" Duan Yin was infuriated by Lin Jun's ignorance of danger and delivered a chop to his neck. "My hand? It's numb," Duan Yin suddenly exclaimed. "What are you doing?" Lin Jun turned to look at her. Duan Yin clutched her hand tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, her lips turning pale from being bitten. It felt as if she had struck a piece of steel, and her hand was nearly useless. "How can this guy be as hard as a rock?" she thought, astonished. Never mind, stay behind me. You'll get some credit for this," Duan Yin said reluctantly. She was well aware that Lin Jun's reckless behavior was likely motivated by a desire to earn some merit and eventually join the sorcerer's division. She couldn't be fooled by such a simple ambition. Duan Yin figured Lin Jun had heard about the tiger demon's injuries and thought he could take advantage of the situation to gain some glory, which was why he was so eager to stay by her side. The brief feeling of admiration she had for him vanished, replaced by frustration. Although the tiger demon was severely injured, a cornered beast often fights the fiercest. Not only did Duan Yin have to slay the demon, but she also had to protect Lin Jun, which made her even more exasperated. No wonder Lady Yangwan never speaks of her brother. Duan Yin grumbled to herself. People like him are just revolting. The fog grew denser, obscuring everything beyond 3 meters, and making it impossible to see even one's own hand. Black Tiger Mountain was shrouded in an unsettling silence. No sounds of insects or birds, only the hurried footsteps of 3 people broke the eerie calm. The young man led the way, with Lin Jun and Duan Yin following closely behind, jogging all the way. They climbed up from the mountain village, and after half an hour, they finally reached a deep cave. The young man stopped and pointed at the entrance, saying, "It's inside. The tiger demon was wounded in the abdomen by my brother. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have let it escape." His eyes were filled with frustration and regret. Duan Yin gently patted the young man's head, comforting him softly. It's okay. It's okay. Your brother will be happy to know you're avenging him. The young man nodded heavily, his expression easing slightly. This tiger's lair is very complex. I'll lead you inside. I've already explored it once, the young man said, guiding them forward. Lin Jun and Duan Yin followed cautiously. Duan Yin whispered to Lin Jun, "Don't move recklessly later. Stay close to me. If there's danger, run quickly. Don't worry, I'll share the credit with you." Lin Jun merely nodded silently, not saying much. However, Duan Yin noticed that Lin Jun's hand, holding the knife, was trembling slightly. She sighed, "If you're scared, don't come along. Is risking your life for glory worth it?" What Duan Yin didn't know was that Lin Jun had been gathering a malevolent energy into the blade throughout the journey. The apparent trembling was actually Lin Jun suppressing the blade's vibration. This strike would be Lin Jun's most powerful blow to date. The three continued to navigate the labyrinthine cave. Occasionally, they heard the weak, intermittent cries of the tiger demon, as if it could stop breathing at any moment. The entrance was stained with blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, clearly not human. This sight slightly eased Duan Yan's tense nerves. She thought to herself, "It seems the tiger demon is severely injured. Dealing with it shouldn't be too difficult." Besides, a tiger demon that even a twin-headed fox-patterned demon hunter could severely wound likely isn't very powerful. But having Lin Jun around makes it hard to act freely. She resolved to complain to Lord Yang afterward, hoping to gain some advantage. After navigating the maze-like cave, they emerged into a large, natural cavern. The walls were embedded with numerous luminous crystals, lighting up the dim space. "Where is this? Where's the tiger demon?" Duan Yin asked in confusion as the young man stopped. "Where? This is your grave." The young man's demeanor changed abruptly, standing straight with a newfound vigor. Duan Yin reacted quickly, swinging her staff at the young man, but it passed right through his body. Immediately, a deafening tiger's roar echoed through the cavern, forcing Duan Yin to stagger backward. In her astonished gaze, the young man's figure vanished, leaving only his clothes and identification token on the ground. "A demon servant? Damn it, we've been duped." Duan Yin growled in frustration, but it was too late. A flash of blood-red light streaked by, and Duan Yin was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. She coughed up blood, feeling as if her internal organs were shattered, unable to muster any strength. Duan Yin regretted deeply, realizing that the demon servant had been manipulating her thoughts with the sacrifice of its companion, preventing her from suspecting a trap. Such skilled deception was clearly not its first attempt. However, a more pressing problem emerged. "Run!" Duan Yin shouted with difficulty, as Lin Jun had also come along. If the tiger demon was indeed gravely injured, it would be manageable, but it was evidently unharmed. A demon capable of incapacitating her with a single blow was beyond Lin Jun's ability to handle. This was Lord Yang's cousin. She couldn't let him die before her eyes. Duan Yin struggled to get up, but her shattered body made even breathing an exertion, let alone reaching for the medicine on her. Unexpectedly, the tiger demon didn't attack immediately. Instead, it stood before Lin Jun. Were they facing off? Duan Yin was startled by her own absurd thought. A formidable demon confronting a mere mortal? Was this some kind of hallucination before death? The tiger demon crouched low, protecting its abdomen. "Leave the woman, you can go," it said, sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Lin Jun. Though it was strong, it preferred not to engage directly with someone exuding such murderous aura, fearing mutual destruction. "Too late," Lin Jun replied coldly. "What?" The tiger demon was taken aback, just as Lin Jun drew the blade that had been gathering malevolent energy since leaving the village. Heavenly Star Blade. In an instant, the entire cavern was bathed in blood-red light. The violent energy filled every corner, condensing into countless blades that surged toward the tiger demon like dragons into the sea. The entire cave was enveloped in a dense swarm of energy blades, leaving no room to escape. The tiger demon managed to dodge only a couple of strikes before its body was cleaved by the relentless onslaught of deadly blades. It howled in agony, "Oh Wu, spare me. I'll serve you as a slave." However, the only response it received was the merciless glint of the sword and Lin Jun's cold, unfeeling gaze. Amidst its screams, the tiger demon was reduced to a gruesome heap of flesh, leaving behind only a perfectly round demon core that glimmered with an eerie light. Suddenly, with a crisp bang, the sword in Lin Jun's hand was covered in cracks, as if it might shatter like glass at any moment. He gazed at the weapon, now on the verge of breaking, and felt a myriad of emotions. The power of the celestial star slash was immense, but the cost was equally great. Lin Jun felt the energy within him depleted once again, and quickly spent 400 experience points to replenish it. Unfortunately, the sword, teetering on the brink of collapse, could not be repaired with experience points. Putting away the sword, Lin Jun quickly moved to Duan Yan's side, crouched down and asked, "Where do you keep your medicine?" "I didn't bring any, so I need to find some." Duan Yan stared at Lin Jun in a daze, unable to even feel the pain in her body. She stammered, You really killed that tiger demon with that move? It was a formidable foe, even catching me off guard." Still in shock, Duan Yin continued, "Fighting demons alone is a foolish endeavor. Their physical strength far surpasses that of humans. The Demon Control Bureau usually employs swarm tactics. Who dares to face a demon heathen? But you not only won, you did so with overwhelming force. Could it be that the rumored Lin Jun, known for being unskilled and lazy, possesses such power? Am I dead, and this is just a dying illusion?" Seeing Duan Yin muttering to herself, Lin Jun worried she had been hit hard by the tiger demon and urgently pressed, "Medicine? Do you have any medicine with you?" Duan Yin snapped back to reality and pointed to the bag on her left. Oh, it's in the bag on the left." Just then, Duan Yin suddenly shouted in terror, "Watch out behind you! Why is there another tiger demon?" Another tiger demon was charging at Lin Jun's back with incredible speed. Duan Yan's heart nearly stopped as she thought in despair, "Damn it! Move!" At this distance, Lin Jun wouldn't have time to react. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying scene played out once more, as the entire cave was instantly filled with a blood-red hue. Countless blades of bloodthirsty energy attacked like a torrential downpour, slicing the tiger demon in midair into several pieces. In the blink of an eye, the once intact beast was reduced to a bloody mess on the ground. Unlike the previous tiger demon that had been minced into mush, this one still had recognizable limbs. Bang! The sword Lin Jun had just drawn suddenly shattered, resembling glass smashed on the ground, leaving only the handle in his hand. The repeated use of the celestial star blade had drained all the power from the sword, and it had fulfilled its purpose. A barely noticeable sadness flickered in Lin Jun's eyes. Although he had used this sword for only a month, in the simulations, he had fought alongside it for over 100 years. The emotional feedback from the simulations made him feel a tinge of sorrow. "Old friend, it's time for you to rest," he thought silently. Duan Yin stood there, dumbfounded, her mind buzzing. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed, thinking to herself, "So that terrifying technique can be used repeatedly?" She had assumed it was some sort of ultimate move, one that would come with a heavy burden after use. The shock of today surpassed anything she had experienced in her 20 years. As a humble demon hunter, she found it nearly impossible to process such an astonishing scene. "White bottle or green bottle?" Lin Jun asked nonchalantly, as if the earth-shattering events were merely routine. "The white one," Duan Yin replied absent-mindedly, entrusting everything to him. "Open your mouth," Lin Jun instructed, pouring a pill from the white jade bottle into her mouth. Soon, a hint of color returned to her pale face. "Stay here and don't move. I'm going to find something," Lin Jun advised, feeling intuitively that the cave no longer posed a threat. After all, she was his sister's subordinate, and as her brother, he felt responsible for taking care of her. "What are you looking for?" Duan Yin asked, but Lin Jun didn't answer. He simply followed his instincts and left. Half an hour later, Lin Jun returned with the bodies of 2 tiger cubs. Duan Yan's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so skilled at this? Finding demons, slaying them, covering it it's all so seamless." "Let's not talk about that. Look at these," Lin Jun said, placing a pile of badges on the ground. There were 10 in total, some wooden, some copper. 7 were wooden badges for freelance demon hunters, and 3 were copper badges for official demon hunters. Duan Yan's expression turned grave. These tiger demons were specifically hunting demon hunters. No wonder. They used their minions to lure demon hunters here, lowering their guard before launching a surprise attack. The flesh of martial artists is a great supplement for demons, and many demons specifically hunt demon hunters. I never thought I'd run into such a situation. If it weren't for Lin Jun, I'd probably be nothing but a clean skeleton by now. "Thank you, Lin Jun," Duan Yin said sincerely. "Can you walk now?" Lin Jun asked. Duan Yin tried to move, but found that aside from her head and left hand, the rest of her body was numb. She managed a bitter smile. My internal organs are shattered. Fortunately, as a demon hunter, we have life-saving medicines. With some rest, I should be fine in a month. Without help, I'd definitely be dead." Lin Jun remained silent, thinking, she doesn't seem to be in mortal danger, considering she's still joking. He picked her up, the petite woman feeling like a child in his arms. Grabbing a tiger's head, Lin Jun headed out of the cave. Outside, the mist had dissipated, and the rising sun brought warmth to Lin Jun. Following the path back, Lin Jun returned to the village. The middle-aged man who had greeted him before stood in the center of the village, his face filled with helplessness. Just last night, everyone in the village had vanished into thin air, including the wife he had met here, disappearing right before his eyes. Lin Jun approached the man, tossing the tiger head at his feet. Find a new life. It's all fake. The entire village was eaten by the tiger demon long ago. Those living here were nothing but minions of the tiger demon, luring unsuspecting victims to their deaths. The middle-aged man slowly lifted his head, his eyes devoid of life. Like a puppet, he mechanically walked into his house and started the fire to cook, as if nothing had changed. Watching the man immersed in his illusion, Lin Jun felt a surge of frustration. He glanced at the tiger head, kicked it away, and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Sensing Lin Jun's emotional shift, Duan Yin silently took out a piece of candied fruit and offered it to him. "If you're feeling upset, have something sweet." It's funny, the most important department in the Demon Hunter Bureau isn't the demon department, but the medical department. They not only treat physical wounds, but also heal emotional ones. Demon hunters are human too. They empathize. After witnessing too many tragedies caused by demons, it's hard not to have issues. It's an unavoidable trial for demon hunters, the heart demon. If you overcome it, your path becomes clear, and cultivation progresses naturally. If trapped by it, you might never advance or even regress. Duan Yin was worried about Lin Jun's state. He was clearly developing a heart demon. In the medical department of the Demon Hunter Bureau, few truly overcame their heart demons. Here, no one could help Lin Jun. He had to rely on himself. Lin Jun originally thought his heart had become as cold as his blade, but no matter how cold, he was still human. However, he quickly realized that thinking too much only added to his troubles. He wasn't a savior. Doing what was in front of him was enough. With this realization, Lin Jun's mood lifted, and he felt a surge of clarity and vitality. Crackling, Duan Yin suddenly noticed Lin Jun's entire body emitting a series of explosive sounds, his muscles twitching wildly. Did heat break through? With his mind clear and heart unobstructed, the 12 meridians, hand-yang channels, were open. Lin Jun slowly opened his eyes, free of any burdens. He looked at the middle-aged man still lost in his world, then resolutely walked toward the village gate. "Is this your mount?" Duan Yin exclaimed, her eyes lingering on the deer beneath Lin Jun. "It's so much better than those sorry excuses for mounts given out by the Si Yao Jian." Lin Jun shook his head, thinking how carefree this woman was, having just escaped death and now critiquing mounts. "Talk less, don't strain your wound," he reminded her softly. Duan Yin stuck out her tongue and slowly reached into her pocket with her left hand, struggling to pull out a piece of jerky. "Want some?" she offered, but seeing Lin Jun shake his head, she popped it into her own mouth, chewing despite the pain coursing through her body. Watching her, Lin Jun couldn't help but remark, "You eat like you're starving." As she chewed, Duan Yan's thoughts wandered. She thought of her superior, Yang Wan, who always fell silent with a look of disgust whenever Lin Jun was mentioned. Duan Yin understood. If she had such an unpleasant cousin, she'd probably feel the same. Especially since Yang Wan's own father always seemed to favor this cousin, which only made things worse. However, Yang Wan probably didn't know that her so-called despicable cousin was actually quite extraordinary. Not only was he incredibly skilled, but his mind was equally impressive. To overcome inner demons in just half an hour was a feat few in the Si Yao Jian could achieve. Duan Yin felt a thrill at being the first to discover this secret. She could already picture Yang Wan's shocked expression. "I must tell her," Duan Yin resolved, though she reminded herself that her immediate priority was to recover from her injuries. "By the way," Lin Jun suddenly said, "when you enter Qinglin City, don't reveal that you're from the Si Yao Jian, understand?" "Why not?" Duan Yin asked, puzzled. "Aren't Si Yao Jian members supposed to be welcomed everywhere?" Lin Jun's expression was serious. "I'm worried you might not survive in Qinglin City. In your current state, even someone like Qin Feng could easily kill you. Qinglin County is complicated. You'll understand once you're there. Don't be fooled by the chaos outside. Even Zhang Ju, that old fox, hasn't made a move yet." Duan Yin dismissed his concerns. "Isn't Qinglin County famous for being safe? I'm a three-tailed fox pattern Si Yao Jian member. I've seen it all." 2 days later, they finally arrived at Qinglin City. The city guards greeted Lin Jun with smiles. "Master Lin, what kind of demon have you brought this time?" Lin Jun pointed at Duan Yin. The guard was taken aback. A fox spirit? Ugh, you're the fox spirit. Your whole family's fox spirits." Duan Yin retorted angrily. "Who are you calling a monster?" The guard quickly apologized, silently wondering if Lin Jun had returned to his old ways. Lin Jun chuckled and explained, "It's a tiger demon. Let me show you." He opened a bag to reveal a tiger's head. Duan Yin had insisted on keeping it, often chiding Lin Jun for not understanding the value of demon corpses. "What a huge tiger head," the guard marveled. "Master Lin, what about the tigers? You know, that's supposed to be quite potent." Lin Jun sighed. "Sometimes being too familiar with people could be a drawback." "Anything interesting happen while I was away?" Lin Jun asked. The guard rambled on about trivial matters until Lin Jun impatiently interrupted him. Only then did the guard remember the important news. Oh, right. A sect from another region has come to recruit disciples, supposedly from Jinzhou City. As Lin Jun rode his deer into the city, people greeted him warmly along the way. Duan Yen remarked, "You're quite popular here." Popular? 2 months ago. These people would have loved to tear me apart, Lin Jun scoffed. But recently, I've used demon corpses to convince them I've turned over a new leaf. Of course, not everyone was convinced. The wealthy merchants in the south of the city still harbored resentment toward Lin Jun, unable to let go of past grievances. Lin Jun could feel the hostile gazes from the tea houses, but he didn't care. He wasn't trying to be liked by everyone. Back at the Siyao Jian headquarters, neighbors began to gossip. Why didn't Master Lin bring back a demon, but instead a girl? Maybe he brought back a bride from outside? Shua, don't spread rumors. Maybe the girl is a demon, a fox spirit. Oh, that would make sense. Unaware of the chatter, Duan Yin eagerly took in her surroundings. Although not as grand as Jinzhou City, Qinglin City had its own charm. The townspeople seemed happy and at peace. Deep waters? Duan Yin mused to herself. I don't see it. As Lin Jun stepped into the Department of Demons, the first thing he saw was Chun Feng skillfully wielding his sword. Noticing Lin Jun's arrival, Chun Feng halted his movements, wiped the sweat from his forehead, sheathed his sword, and turned to greet him. Sir, you? Chun Feng's gaze fell on the woman resting on Lin Jun's shoulder, and he frowned. Is it that old problem again? Lin Jun replied irritably. What are you thinking? This lady is a legitimate member of the Department of Demons, unlike temporary staff like me. Chun Feng was taken aback and only then noticed the badge at Duan Yan's waist, blurting out, she really is from the Department of Demons. Ignoring Chen Feng's surprise, Lin Jun went straight to find a room to settle Duan Yan. You can rest here. I have some matters to attend to. Duan Yin nodded wearily and requested, bring me some food. I want meat. More food? Lin Jun said helplessly. Over the past 2 days, he had watched Duan Yin continuously pull various snacks from that magical pouch of hers, as if it contained a small warehouse. I'll pay for it, Duan Yin quickly added, showing her sense of principle. Lin Jun asked, do you want me to find a doctor for you? No need. The doctors here can't treat me. I have my own medicine. I'll be fine in a month. Duan Yin shook her head, declining the offer. Lin Jun nodded in agreement, closed the door, and walked out. Outside, Qin Feng looked at him curiously. Sir, how did you end up with someone from the Department of Demons? What do you mean by end up with? Lin Jun retorted irritably. He had no intention of explaining the tiger demon incident to Qin Feng. Instead, he called him along to find some food and bring back a meal for Duan Yin. However, as they stepped out of the Department of Demons, they saw a grand procession heading towards the northern part of the city. The people in the procession wore uniform clothing and carried standard swords, exuding an air of dignity. Despite this, Lin Jun immediately recognized that these people lacked real martial arts skills, likely just there for show. What is this? Lin Jun asked after the procession passed. Qin Feng explained, it's a martial arts sect recruiting disciples, holding a recruitment event on the open ground in front of the northern market. Showing off a bit, he spat on the ground, clearly disdainful of such ostentatious behavior. Are you interested in them, sir? Lin Jun shook his head. As a 20-year-old adult, he knew those martial arts sects wouldn't accept him. Besides, being part of the Department of Demons wasn't so bad. By the way, has Zhang He made any moves recently? Lin Jun suddenly asked. Chun Feng's expression turned odd, and he lowered his voice. Zhang He is dead? What? Lin Jun was incredulous. Zhang He had sent people to persuade him just days ago, and now he was dead? Chun Feng continued. Zhang He was found as a dried corpse, without any wounds, right in the government office. I want to see it. No marks on his body. It was as if he was dried up out of nowhere. It was a very strange death. Such a bizarre death was almost certainly the work of demons. But this raised new questions. From what was known, demons and the Qinglin County government appear to be in cahoots, with officials even turning a blind eye to demon activities. So why would Zhang He die at the hands of demons? Was there a disagreement, or some conflict? Unable to figure it out, Lin Jun decided to set these questions aside for now. Sir, aren't you going to check out the scene? Qin Feng asked. What's there to see? Let's eat first, Lin Jun replied. He had no sympathy for Zhang He, given their strained relationship, and the news of his death didn't evoke much emotion in him. The two wandered the streets in search of a place to eat. Soon, Lin Jun's reputation in Qinglin County earned them a warm welcome at a local tavern. They were seated on the second floor by the window, which offered a view of the open ground where preparations for the martial arts sect's event were underway. Waiter, come here, Lin Jun called out. Right away, sir. The waiter hurried over. What's the deal with that sect? Tell me about it. Lin Jun gestured for the waiter to explain. The waiter glanced around, lowered his voice and said, Sir, this isn't just any sect. They're from Jinzhou, a big city sect coming to our little place to recruit disciples. called the Hongyan sect. It's said their disciples can all subdue demons and monsters, and they can smash a huge rock to powder with one slap. That senior disciple leading them has been subduing demons all the way here, pulling a cartload of demon corpses. Anyone with money in Qinglin County has invited that senior disciple to their home for a meal. Ah, people from big cities are really something. They're welcomed wherever they go. The waiter made an exaggerated gesture, then quickly returned to a calm expression and added, "Of course, they're nothing compared to you, sir." Although that cartload of demon corpses was indeed impressive, Lin Jun regularly brought back carts of demon corpses and even sold them publicly. Compared to Lin Jun, the so-called senior disciple's accomplishment seemed trivial. Lin Jun's reputation was well known throughout Qinglin County. The townsfolk had grown accustomed to his ruthless methods of dealing with demons. So, when the senior disciple arrived with a cart full of demon corpses, passers-by merely expressed mild surprise and remarked, "Not as good as Master Lin," before continuing on their way. Lin Jun and Chen Feng were seated in a private area of a restaurant, having just ordered their meal. Suddenly, Lin Jun asked, "Brother Chen, have you ever heard of the Hongyan sect in Jinzhou?" Chen Feng furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head. Jinzhou is filled with sects. The Hongyan sect might be just a drop in the ocean. But since they're based in Jinzhou City, they must have some strength. Before he could finish speaking, the waiter arrived with several steaming dishes. The aroma of the steamed bloodfish was tantalizing. The glazed bamboo shoots and braised lamb gleamed invitingly, and a few side dishes complemented the spread. The most eye-catching was the half-golden, crispy bear paw, part of the batch Lin Jun had sold to the restaurant last time. Lin Jun's gaze swept over the table and immediately noticed something unusual. "Waiter, take this bottle of 100 Flowers wine away," he said, pointing to an unopened bottle. The waiter quickly explained, "Sir, this is a gift for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun slowly stood up and surveyed the room. Not far from him, a swordsman rose to his feet. This man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with long arms and a lean face, exuding an air of efficiency. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a prominent scar on his forehead. Even more surprising was that his sword was strapped to his left side, indicating he was a rare left-hand swordsman. The swordsman clasped his hands in greeting, with a somewhat stiff smile on his face. "My name is He Jing, the senior disciple of the Hongyan sect, responsible for recruiting new members this time. Lin, your reputation has been quite resounding lately. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Jun, not wanting to appear rude, returned the gesture with a clasp of his hands. "You're too kind, elder. I'm merely doing my duty. What brings you here from afar?" He Jing gestured to the seat next to Lin Jun, smiling. "Why not sit down and discuss it in detail?" With that, he brought his own food over to Lin Jun's table and sat down. Surprisingly, without a word, he picked up the bottle of 100 Flowers wine and drank it in one go. After setting the bottle down, He Jing got straight to the point. "The reason I'm here is to discuss our Hongyan sect's recruitment in Qinglin County. I'd like to challenge Lin Xiaoyu to a duel on that stage," He Jing said, pointing to the platform being set up in front of the market, his eyes alight with anticipation. Lin Jun didn't respond immediately and continued eating his meal in silence. Seeing no reaction, He Jing pressed on. "Though Hongyan sect is a renowned and upright faction, it is relatively unknown here in the remote Qinglin County. How will the people recognize our strength and submit to our sect without a demonstration? I hope you can assist me in this matter, Lin Xiaoyu. I promise there will be a generous reward." Chen Feng listened, nearly crushing his bowl in his grip. Despite He Jing's courteous words, his tone carried an unmistakable arrogance, as if his presence was a privilege for the place. Chen Feng understood that this attitude was not deliberate on He Jing's part, but ingrained through years of training in esteemed sections. Nonetheless, it did nothing to quell Chen Feng's irritation. What infuriated him more was He Jing's presumption that Lin Jun would agree, his self-assured demeanor grating on Chen Feng's nerves. Lin Jun set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth gently, and finally looked at He Jing. "Have you finished speaking, elder?" He Jing was taken aback, but nodded instinctively. "If that's all, then please leave, elder." Lin Jun's tone was calm but firm. He Jing was stunned, his face a mix of disbelief. "Lin Xiaoyu, perhaps you should reconsider. It's a small favor for you, and in return, you'll have my gratitude. Please, think it over, elder. Unless you prove yourself a demon, I have no interest in drawing my sword against you. As a demon hunter, I don't engage in martial disputes, that's the rule." Lin Jun's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly across the tavern. The surrounding diners paused, casting discreet glances toward their table. Under such scrutiny, He Jing felt a wave of embarrassment, quickly turning to anger. He struggled to contain his fury, yet his aura began to seep out unconsciously. "Lin Xiaoyu, you may be overthinking. I know you're merely an auxiliary demon hunter, those rules don't truly apply to you." He Jing emphasized the word auxiliary with particular disdain. Lin Jun had no desire to engage further with this self-important individual. He stood up abruptly. Get lost. He smacked the table, glaring. Old fool. You don't know when to quit, do you? The blatant insult left He Jing's face flushed with anger. Lin Xiaoyu, do you really intend to oppose Hong Yin sect? Lin Jun glanced at He Jing coldly. Who do you think you are? What can you represent? Is a sect will dictated by a single disciple? If so, it's a miracle it still exists. He Jing gripped his black iron sword tightly, but couldn't bring himself to draw it. His aura surged, causing discomfort among the onlookers. This was the overwhelming presence of a superhuman warrior over ordinary people. Yet Lin Jun appeared unaffected. Elder, would you like to test the sharpness of my blade? Lin Jun's hand rested on the hilt at his waist. Ultimately, He Jing dared not act. Lin Xiaoyu, you're just an auxiliary demon hunter. What do you have to lose by doing this? Farewell. With that, he leaped out of the window, disappearing within moments. The surrounding patrons quickly returned their attention to their meals, pretending nothing had happened. Qin Feng looked uneasy, concerned. Master, you shouldn't antagonize people from the martial world. Let me clarify something. He provoked me first, Lin Jun calmly replied. He wants to use me as a stepping stone. As the most respected person in Qinglin County, if he defeats me in front of everyone, he can leverage my reputation for his benefit. Although I might not be weaker than him, and the outcome is uncertain, why should I fight him? He's not a demon, and there's no experience to gain from the fight. It's not worth it. Qin Feng sighed, that's true, but the world doesn't always follow reason. You used to be fearless when arguing with me, so why are you so timid now? Lin Jun recalled memories of his former self, when Qin Feng was always the first to intervene whenever Lin Jun acted recklessly, though it never amounted to much. It's different. Qin Feng paused. Right. When did I become so cautious? Perhaps it started when Lin Jun no longer needed his protection. Qin Feng fell into contemplation. Waiter, pack a roast chicken for me, and add some honey. Lin Jun called to the counter. Right away, Master Lin. The waiter responded promptly. Seeing Qin Feng deep in thought, Lin Jun didn't disturb him and took the roasted chicken back to the demon hunter's office. He'd had his fill, but there was someone waiting for their meal back at the office. As Lin Jun returned to the demon hunter's office, He Jing had already retreated to his guest room. Reflecting on the recent encounter, his anger only grew. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, being cursed at directly? If it had been an official demon hunter, he might have swallowed his pride, knowing the Demon Hunter Bureau's notorious protection of their own. But why did Lin Jun, an auxiliary demon hunter, dare to act this way? How could he? He had intended to leverage Lin Jun's reputation in Qinglin County to recruit disciples, but instead, he found himself insulted. In truth, with the pile of demon corpses they brought into town, they could have significantly boosted their image among the locals. However, due to Lin Jun's previous demon hunts, the townsfolk had become accustomed to seeing demon corpses, thwarting their plans to make a grand impression. Qinglin County was too unique, and Lin Jun's presence was their biggest obstacle. Here, when children thought of martial arts, they thought of Lin Jun. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to fulfill his sect's mission. Damn the Demon Hunter Bureau. If not for those government lackey suppression, he wouldn't have to recruit disciples in such a small place. The priority now was to recruit disciples. Lin Jun's matter could wait. As for revenge against Lin Jun, Hong Yin's sect was a prestigious faction and wouldn't resort to lethal measures over a little insult. However, a minor lesson was still in order. Duan Yin lay in bed for 3 days and 2 nights. If it weren't for Lin Jun feeling her faint breath, he might have thought she had passed away. When Duan Yin finally woke up, she unceremoniously grabbed a cold roasted chicken and started tearing into it with her teeth. In just a few bites, nothing was left but bones and the tail. Not bad, though not half as good as my own cooking. Still, for a small place like this, it's decent enough, Duan Yin said, wiping her mouth with a satisfied look on her face. After a few days of rest, she could get out of bed and move around, though her internal injuries hadn't fully healed, preventing her from making any vigorous movements. Lin Jun sat silently by her side, watching her devour the food. Once she finished, he began to clean up the dishes. He had been staying at the CEO mansion, initially worried about He Jing's retaliation. Yet, 3 days had passed without incident. Zhang He's room was sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter. Qinglin County seemed to have become peaceful overnight, which oddly displeased Duan Yin. What's so deep about this water? There's not even a ripple, Duan Yin muttered. Lin Jun, however, felt an inexplicable heaviness, like the calm before a storm. He wasn't concerned about He Jing, who was just a person from the martial world, but Zhang He's death puzzled him. Dying at such a critical moment seemed too coincidental. Duan Yan's light cough brought Lin Jun back to reality. He remembered the purpose of his visit, his pursuit of martial arts. Opportunities to learn martial arts in this small town were scarce, and encountering someone like Duan Yin, a registered member of the CEO Bureau, was a chance he couldn't pass up. I'm afraid I can't help you with martial arts. The CEO Bureau's techniques are not to be shared, as you should know, Duan Yin stated bluntly. Lin Jun nodded in understanding. Not having officially joined the CO Bureau, he couldn't expect access to core techniques. Currently, he only had a self-created sword technique and a cultivation method he'd come across by chance, which were insufficient for dealing with complex situations. However, I do have family martial arts. If you agree to join the Duan family, you can choose from our family's martial arts, Duan Yin offered enticingly. A family established in Jinzhou City must have a profound martial arts foundation. No, thank you, Miss Duan. Please take care and rest well, Lin Jun declined without hesitation, catching Duan Yin off guard. Hey, why are you so quick to refuse? The Duan family may not be a top-tier clan, but we're not second-rate either. She genuinely wanted to recruit Lin Jun, not just because of Yang Wan, but also because she valued Lin Jun's talent. Lin Jun politely refused. No, I'd rather work steadily for the CO Bureau. I appreciate your offer, Miss Duan. He was focused on combating demons and didn't want to get involved in family disputes. In a few weeks, he would formally join the CO Bureau, where he would have access to martial arts training. Well, you and your sister are quite the stubborn pair. I give up, Duan Yin said, exasperated, as Lin Jun's wariness of family power reminded her of her own stubborn superior. All right, if you won't join, you won't join. You saved me, and you're Yang Wan's cousin, so I can't just ignore that. Duan Yin went to the desk, began grinding ink, and picked up a pen. I can't give you family techniques or those from the CO Bureau, but this is an incomplete technique from the previous dynasty, which the CO Bureau wouldn't care about. I'll write it down for you. She quickly added, I'm not shortchanging you. Even incomplete, this technique is among the best in elemental cultivation techniques. Lin Jun watched quietly as Duan Yin wrote, from morning until afternoon, until she finished transcribing the technique. I'm exhausted. A cup of honey water would be perfect right now. Duan Yin suddenly paused and looked at Lin Jun expectantly. Are you a child? Lin Jun shook his head in exasperation, but went to fetch her a jar of honey anyway. Thanks, Duan Yin said with a cheeky grin, her face beaming with satisfaction. That face looks like it would cry for ages if punched, Lin Jun thought to himself, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Duan Yin's delicate features. It wasn't until nightfall that Duan Yin finally finished copying the cultivation technique. She struggled to her feet and stretched with a long yawn, but her exhaustion caused her to suddenly fall backward. Lin Jun, quick on his feet, caught her just in time. Thank you, Duan Yin said weakly, her voice laced with fatigue. Lin Jun carefully helped her over to the bed. You're welcome. Duan Yin managed a faint smile. No need for thanks. Just remember to give me a hand if you ever make it big. I will, Lin Jun replied earnestly. Duan Yin was a bit surprised. You really mean it? However, she didn't dwell on it, assuming it was just a passing comment. Soon, utterly exhausted, she drifted into a deep sleep. After settling Duan Yin in, Lin Jun returned to the desk. A thick stack of papers lay there, filled with densely packed writing. The title of the technique was boldly written on the first page, Wind and Thunder True Armor. Initially, Lin Jun thought this was just an ordinary body strengthening technique. However, as he read through it carefully, he quickly realized its extraordinary nature. This was far more than a simple body strengthening method. It was a sophisticated technique that harnessed the power of thunder through the body. The core of the technique involved forming a layer of thunder armor on the body's surface, providing comprehensive protection and delivering a thunderous counterattack when enemies struck at close range. This blend of defense and counterattack was truly ingenious. Remarkably, the constant operation of the thunder armor also served to continually forge the body, making it increasingly robust. Lin Jun couldn't help but marvel at Duan Yan's words. This technique was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, due to changes in dynasties, some of the content had been lost. The current version was more like a thunder veil rather than the thunder true armor. If it were complete, practitioners would be able to manifest a visible thunder armor instead of just a thin layer of thunder force on the skin. Nevertheless, Lin Jun wasn't discouraged. He thought to himself that with his abilities, he might be able to reconstruct the complete technique. With this in mind, he eagerly called up his system interface. Lin Jun defeated a male Huayuan tiger demon and earned 5,000 experience points, a female Huayuan tiger demon for 4,000 points, and an additional 100 points from slaying 2 young tiger demons. With a total of 10,100 experience points, he felt quite enriched. Contemplating his next move, Lin Jun embarked on a new simulation. This time, he obtained a fragmentary version of the Wind and Thunder True Armor technique. Faced with this incomplete technique, Lin Jun had 3 options. First, to practice diligently, consuming 3,000 experience points. Second, to spend time repairing the technique, using up 5,000 points. Or third, to balance both practicing and repairing, costing 800 points. Seeing his ample experience points, Lin Jun chose the third option without hesitation. However, 10 years passed, and although he reached mastery in the technique, it remained incomplete. Lin Jun regretted not choosing one of the other options initially. At that moment, A flood of knowledge surged into Lin Jun's mind. The fragmented wind and thunder true armor became complete, and centuries of insights allowed him to grasp the true power of the technique. Despite spending 5,200 experience points, acquiring the complete wind and thunder true armor was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Lin Jun already possessed formidable offensive capabilities, especially with his heavenly star fiend image, but his defense and evasion were nearly non-existent, akin to a glass cannon. Now, with the wind and thunder true armor, he could both attack and defend in battle, though his agility still needed improvement. Nevertheless, Lin Jun was quite satisfied with his current abilities. Activate, Lin Jun whispered. Instantly, lightning erupted from his body, wrapping around him like threads. In a few breaths, a suit of lightning armor formed on him. This non-physical armor did not hinder Lin Jun's movements in the slightest. Just as Lin Jun was about to speak, Duan Yin, startled by the lightning, rubbed her eyes and sat up. Seeing Lin Jun clad in lightning armor, she thought she was still dreaming and quickly buried her head under the covers. Seeing this, Lin Jun retracted the armor and quietly left the room with the technique scroll. He arrived at the courtyard where Chen Feng usually practiced martial arts and took out 2 tiger demon cores. These cores were more lustrous and contained more violent energy than those of rat demons. For ordinary martial artists, directly absorbing them would be overwhelming, but for Lin Jun, with his panel assistants, they were merely materials for cultivation. After considering his options, Lin Jun chose the third one. Immediately, a surge of bloodthirsty energy coursed through him, inciting a desire to go on a rampage. Unfortunately, his sword was broken, preventing him from executing any techniques, so he had to suppress this urge. He reassured himself that by tomorrow, this energy would subside. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly jumped over the wall, excitedly exclaiming, "Sir, I did it. I've reached the extraordinary realm." Chen Feng's face was flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. His chest heaved, and his breaths were rapid, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Made a breakthrough? Congratulations, Lin Jun said calmly from the side. Chen Feng had never lacked talent, but he had been missing that crucial opportunity to step into the extraordinary realm. He had waited for 10 years. 10 years of pent-up frustration suddenly released, and his joy was almost palpable. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord." Chen Feng knelt on one knee, gripping his sword tightly, bowing his head deeply. Lin Jun raised an eyebrow. "I didn't help you with anything. What are you thanking me for?" Chen Feng quickly explained. "Even if you didn't help me directly, you helped me overcome my mental barrier. It was this barrier that hindered my progress. Without you, I would still be stuck." He continued. "You made me realize why I practice martial arts. Demons I practice to vanquish them. This is pure and should not be clouded by doubts, just like you." Chen Feng's gaze became resolute. "Forget all the distractions. As long as I can strike my sword at the demon's neck, that's enough." In the struggles within the martial sects and the Demon Monitoring Bureau, I nearly forgot my original purpose for learning martial arts and was held back by Yang Yan's kindness. I was practicing for the sake of practice. Now that my mental barrier is gone, my cultivation naturally progresses. He slowly stood up, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes fixed on Lin Jun. "My lord, I have a request. 10 years of honing my skills. It's time to test them." Chen Feng knew he was no match for Lin Jun, but he was eager to understand the gap between them. The sun rose slowly, bringing vitality back to Qinglin County. Sunlight illuminated Chen Feng's determined face, reflecting the resolve in his eyes. Lin Jun recognized Chen Feng's intent and stood up with a slight smile. "I was just looking for a way to unleash this pent-up energy, and here you are. Be careful." Chen Feng suddenly felt something was amiss, sensing he might have made a wrong decision. But having already made the request, there was no turning back. He clenched his teeth and charged forward with his sword. "So what if I'm wrong? Does that mean I should back down? Even if Lord Lin is powerful, I'm not that far behind. If Lin Jun can do it, so can I." Chen Feng encouraged himself mentally. The morning sun streamed through the window, falling on Duan Yan's face, causing her to frown and slowly open her eyes. On the bedside table was a bowl of cold porridge and a plate of pickles. Not caring much, she quickly finished her breakfast in a few bites and pulled out some snacks from her pocket. She intended to return to bed for a nap after finishing her snacks, but the clanging noise outside disturbed her peace. It sounded like someone was forging iron. Annoyed, she got dressed and stormed towards the source of the noise. "Keep it down. It's early morning, and you're not sleeping, Duan Yan's words trailed off, stunned by the scene before her. It wasn't anyone else but Lin Jun and Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng was vigorously using various sword techniques from the Demon Monitoring Bureau to attack Lin Jun. His exquisite swordsmanship was executed flawlessly, showing the effort he had put into mastering these skills. On the other hand, Lin Jun stood there like a steadfast pine tree, unmoved by any of Chen Feng's attacks. The lightning surrounding Lin Jun formed an armor, and Chun Feng's sword clanged against it, bouncing off. Each time his sword was repelled, Chen Feng's body convulsed before he could mount another attack. Lin Jun hadn't even drawn his sword. Oh, right. His sword was broken. Duan Yin patted her face, puzzled as she looked up at the sun. Was she still dreaming? If she wasn't mistaken, Lin Jun was wearing the thunder armor. Something was off. This was very off. The martial art that Yang Wan practiced could only form a thin veil of lightning even at its peak. But Lin Jun's was a full suit of armor, covering his entire body. Could it be that Lin Jun figured out the missing parts of the martial art overnight and mastered it in a single night? This was beyond genius. Duan Yin didn't even know how to describe her feelings. She could only think of one thing. How did she end up joining the Demon Monitoring Bureau? Even someone like Lin Jun was just an auxiliary member. So how did she, Duan Yin, get officially registered? And as a three-headed fox pattern demon monitor, no less. Are the requirements for the Demon Monitoring Bureau this outrageous now? Duan Yin muttered to herself. Bang! Chun Feng struck Lin Jun's chest with his sword, and the lightning surged through the blade into Chen Feng's body, forcing him to let go. No more, no more, I concede, Chen Feng panted. He knew he was no match for Lin Jun, but he had thought the gap between them wasn't too vast. However, reality had hit him hard, making him fully aware of the immense difference between them. Chen Feng's decade of hard work seemed utterly insignificant when faced with Lin Jun. He had thought he could at least fight Lin Jun for 100 rounds, but he found he couldn't even break through Lin Jun's defense. What was more surprising was that Lin Jun had never even attacked. This chasm-like gap left Chen Feng momentarily disheartened, but he quickly reminded himself that Lin Jun was an exception and couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Picking up his sword from the ground, Chen Feng sat down, panting heavily. Master Lin, aren't you going to say something to comfort me? He said half-jokingly, knowing that if he didn't understand Lin Jun's uniqueness, this defeat might have made him give up martial arts entirely. Lin Jun pondered for a moment before sternly pointing out, your right hand lacks precision, and your left hand is weak. Do you really think you can compete with me? Chen Feng was momentarily speechless, thinking, is there a need to rub salt in the wound? But he didn't dwell on it, and turned his attention to Duan Yin nearby. Lin Jun noticed Duan Yin as well, and dispelled his thunder armor as he approached her. Are you feeling better? Can you go out now? He asked with concern. Duan Yin reached out to touch Lin Jun's arm and immediately felt a tingling sensation, her hair standing on end. She was astonished to realize that Lin Jun had mastered the complete version of the thunder armor. Did you decipher the missing parts of that martial art last night? She asked urgently. How did you do it? Teach me. Really? I'll do anything. Just teach me. Thinking of how she had spent 5 whole years to barely achieve a partial version of the technique, Duan Yin felt even more desperate. Lin Jun gave Duan Yin a slightly disdainful look and said, I prefer someone more mature, with a broad chest, preferably with a touch of charm. Irritated, Duan Yin slapped Lin Jun on the chest. If you don't want to teach, don't make excuses. She hadn't really expected Lin Jun to teach her anyway, knowing that talent couldn't be learned. But thinking about her unchangeable constitution no matter how hard she tried, Duan Yin grew more frustrated and stomped back to her room. Watching Duan Yin's retreating figure, Lin Jun silently apologized. If it were about teaching her the full version of the thunder armor, he would have gladly done so. But teaching her how to deduce a complete martial art was something even he couldn't accomplish without his unique advantage. By this time, Chen Feng had rested enough and stood up. By the way, sir, he said, I heard a rumor on my way here that the daughter of the pawnshop owner in Southtown was found dead in a gruesome state. The Tianyuan pawnshop? Lin Jun furrowed his brow, recalling, wasn't his daughter just born a month ago? I remember the full moon celebration was quite lively. Chen Feng spoke with certainty, sir. It was the work of a demon. According to the rumors from the mansion, her daughter's head was missing, and her body was torn to pieces all over the place. Manager Qin fainted from fright on the spot, just yesterday. Lin Jun recounted slowly, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. These were stories he heard on his way here, and though their truth was uncertain, they were alarming enough. I need to take a look, Lin Jun said with a frown, then remembered something else. By the way, what did the blacksmith say about my sword? The blacksmith is figuring out how to incorporate the tiger tooth into the blade. It might take some time, sir. Perhaps you should just buy a new one? Lin Jun shook his head with a sigh. Buy a new one? The swords in Qinglin County can't even withstand the celestial star demon, let alone the blood tiger demon. With no other options, Lin Jun had to purchase a somewhat decent-looking sword from the blacksmith shop and headed towards the south of the city. Unexpectedly, Lin Jun was stopped halfway by guards hired by a wealthy merchant from the south of the city. Even though these guards were wary of Lin Jun's deadly reputation, they gathered their courage to block his path. Sir, it's best if you don't go in. The people inside aren't welcoming you, as you know, one guard said cautiously. Lin Jun sneered. He knew that his previous actions had offended almost all the wealthy merchants in Qinglin County, so it was no surprise they weren't welcoming. Although he had killed many demons recently, only the common people benefited, as these wealthy merchants had guards to protect them from ordinary demons. Are you obstructing the work of a demon hunter? Lin Jun's imposing aura made the guards regret their decision. Sir, we're just trying to earn a living. The people inside won't allow you in, and there's nothing we can do. Please, just turn a blind eye. The guards pleaded with troubled faces. Lin Jun reached out to stop Chen Feng from drawing his sword and said calmly, "All right, let's go." Sir? Chen Feng looked at Lin Jun in confusion. Lin Jun shook his head and said nothing more, turning to leave. Chen Feng, though puzzled, followed suit. On the way, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, "Sir, why did you give up? Normally, if you knew there was a demon, wouldn't you want to destroy it completely?" Lin Jun replied coldly, "If they choose to court death, I have no obligation to save them." Chen Feng didn't understand Lin Jun's reasoning but dared not question further. In the following days, tragedies continued to occur in the south of the city. On the second day, another wealthy merchant's family, who sold cosmetics, lost a child, again under the same gruesome circumstances. The third and fourth days saw similar horrors, with one child dying each day, their deaths increasingly horrifying. It wasn't until the fourth day that there was a slight change. "Sir, those merchants have invited the senior brother from Hongyan sect," Chen Feng reported to Lin Jun. Lin Jun sneered, "Even now, not a single one of them remembers there's a demon hunter in Qinglin County. It seems the saying merchants value profit above all is true. Because my predecessor harmed their interests, they hold a grudge against me, even when their own children are dying." During these days, Lin Jun spent his time at the blacksmith shop, overseeing the progress. However, the tragedies in the south continued. Each day, a child under 1 year old died, without a sound, leaving only a pile of remains. The entire Qinglin County was on edge, every household keeping their children indoors. "Didn't that senior brother manage to subdue the demon?" Lin Jun asked. "That's unclear. It seems the merchants have sealed off information from inside, and the servants dare not speak," Chen Feng replied. On the sixth day, yet another child was killed, and this time the situation was so horrific that it couldn't be concealed. It was the family of manager Zhou, who dealt in silk. Despite being over 60, he had a child late in life. His eighth concubine gave birth to nothing but a pile of limbs, which, when assembled, formed a headless infant. Manager Zhou died from fright on the spot. That evening, Lin Jun stepped out of the blacksmith shop and bumped into a haggard old man. "Master Lin, I am Song Yuan. I live in the south of the city. Do you remember me?" the old man said with a trembling voice. Lin Jun shook his head, not recalling the man. The old man felt a bit awkward, unable to mention that Lin Jun had once robbed their home upon his arrival. "Speak plainly. I don't have time to waste. I have a mouth to feed at home," Lin Jun said directly. Hearing this, the old man knelt before Lin Jun. "Master Lin, my grandson turns 1 month old tomorrow. Please help me, and I am willing to give you half of my estate." "All right," Lin Jun replied succinctly. The old man was stunned, having prepared a lengthy plea and even bracing himself to give up his entire estate. "Lead the way," Lin Jun commanded. Oh, okay." The old man quickly got up, still in disbelief at how easy it was. Soon, Lin Jun was led to the gate of Song Yuan's residence. Standing at the entrance was He Jing, looking quite miserable with his right leg missing. Upon seeing Lin Jun, He Jing silently gestured for him to talk privately. After exchanging a few words with the old man, Lin Jun approached He Jing. "Leave now." He Jing's eyes were serious. Despite past conflicts with Lin Jun, he knew the importance of dealing with demons. Personal grudges mean nothing in the face of demons. "This is a demon you can't handle. Go find someone from the Demon Hunter Bureau." He pointed to his empty leg, which said it all. "What kind of demon is it? Did you see clearly?" Lin Jun's question made He Jing laugh bitterly. "Didn't you hear me? Leave. I see you have potential. You could have a future in the Demon Hunter Bureau. Is it worth dying here?" "Think carefully," He Jing urged. Lin Jun shook his head. "By the time I bring people from the Demon Hunter Bureau, all the children in Qinglin County will be dead. Please just answer my question." "You." He Jing was speechless with anger. "Can't you see the danger? You're seeking your own death." With that, He Jing used his sword as a crutch and limped back the way he came. At the southern border of the city, He Jing stopped and turned back, saying 2 words, "Snake demon." "Thank you, senior." Lin Jun sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Humph." He Jing snorted and turned away. Lin Jun smiled and shook his head before entering the residence. As he walked in, he heard a heated argument. "Father, how could you bring Lin here? It's like inviting a wolf into the house. Even if he can handle the demon, can our money withstand his greed?" A young man complained. "You fool. Is your son's life more important, or his money?" "I'd rather give him my life savings," the old man shouted back. The argument ceased instantly when they saw Lin Jun enter. Song Yuan forced a smile and approached Lin Ju. "Have you finished your chat? Would you like some tea?" Lin Jun clapped his hands as if applauding. There's no need to put on a show for me. I'm a demon hunter. It's my duty to exorcise demons. Hearing this, the old man and the young man were both embarrassed. Sir, this is my son's room. Please take a look. Song Yuan's son led Lin Jun to the northwest corner of the estate. Inside, maids and servants crouched in the corners, their eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and fear as they observed Lin Jun. On the door, large, blood-red characters stood out starkly. Tonight, it's your turn. The blood emitted a chilling aura, yet strangely, it hadn't coagulated. Lin Jun touched it lightly, feeling an unnerving coldness. It's written in the blood of infants less than a year old, Song Yuan explained in panic. Children from the south of the city have all met this fate. First, the blood appears, then they vanish without a trace. Sir, please protect my child. Lin Jun took a deep breath, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. He squinted and said calmly, let's go. Song Yuan's family was bewildered, not understanding Lin Jun's intent. Without a word, Lin Jun turned and walked out of the estate. Yes, sir. Are you going to? Song Yuan's son began, but his father quickly pulled him back. Don't provoke him, Song Yuan said knowingly. Expecting someone who's done wrong for 3 years to become a hero overnight? Even stories wouldn't dare write that. We've lost the gamble. Let's consider it the price we pay. Lin Jun jogged back to the estate's entrance. To his surprise, a crowd had gathered outside. Who are you? Lin Jun asked. Just passing by. Just passing by, they hurriedly explained. The master sent us to buy groceries, and we happened to be passing. Please, continue with your business, sir. They quickly hid, but did not go far. Lin Jun scanned the area and soon spotted He Jing. Having second thoughts? He Jing asked. I told you before, that's not a demon you can handle. How could such a terrifying presence exist in Qinglin County? Young man, don't lose your life over pride. Leave while you can. Thank you for your concern, elder, Lin Jun replied. I've come to borrow your treasured sword, if you would be so kind. He Jing's eyes widened, nearly bursting into a tirade. He had risked waiting here, only to hear this. You fool. Utterly senseless. Get lost. He Jing scolded as he hobbled away. Lin Jun watched him quietly. Sure enough, after walking about 10 meters, He Jing suddenly tossed the sword to Lin Jun. Remember to return it. I will. Lin Jun caught the sword and slowly drew it. In the moonlight, the blade was black as ink, reflecting no light. Lin Jun returned to the estate with the sword, only to find Song Yuan's son, Song Hui, brandishing a ceremonial sword. Hey, demon, face my blade. Song Hui shouted wildly. As long as I am here, you won't harm a hair on my son's head. If the world were without me, Song Hui, the way of the sword would fall into eternal darkness. Today, I'll use demon blood to consecrate my sword. Sword, come. Lin Jun was astonished. Had he gone mad? Song Yuan, lying on the ground, quickly got up to explain when he saw Lin Jun return. Please forgive him, sir. My son is trying to scare away the demon. You all should leave. I'll stay here tonight, Lin Jun said. Bring me a chair. Song Yuan hurriedly ordered a servant to bring a grand chair, but Lin Jun found a small stool for himself, sat down, and planted the sword into the ground, closing his eyes like a formidable guardian deity. The others left, though not far, curiously watching the scene unfold inside. Time passed slowly, and outside, the watchman's voice echoed. Be mindful of the dry weather, beware of fire. The wind, it's colder now. Lin Jun opened his eyes and found a white snake had appeared before him. The snake exuded an icy chill, frost spreading to Lin Jun's feet. Its eyes burned with hatred. Do you humans feel the pain of losing your children? The white snake sneered. Ha ha ha, my unborn grandchildren. What did they do wrong? You killed them. You vile creature. How dare you? Lin Jun pondered for a moment and replied calmly. Which one are you referring to? Sorry, I've killed so many demons, I can't keep track. Could you give me a hint? This infuriated the snake demon completely. A howling wind swept through, turning the once vibrant courtyard into an icy abyss. I'll flay you and crush your bones, the snake demon roared. Before Lin Jun's eyes, the white snake transformed into a human form amidst a blinding white light, yet retained its serpentine features above the neck. This unique half-human, half-snake form instantly triggered memories of Lin Jun's first demon-slaying encounter. Coupled with the snake demon's prior words, details of that experience rushed back to him. Did you kill these children to get back at me? Lin Jun demanded, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. For the first time since arriving in this world, someone had died because of him, and the feeling was indescribable. The snake demon sneered. You? Do you think you're worth it? Her voice dripped with contempt. I've coveted the wealthy merchants of the southern city for a long time. If it weren't for the old fox Zhang Ju watching over them, I would have struck already. The taste of these rich merchants is incomparable to those scrawny poor folks. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with greed. You killed my grandson, and it conveniently gave me an excuse. These human children were just appetizers. The snake demon continued. Zhangju didn't stop me this time, which emboldened me even more. Of course, I am not completely devoid of anger, as that was my child after all, she mused. Next time, I'll have another brood. Pythons are too weak. Maybe I should try with a venomous snake. Do you think the people of the southern city will survive the night? The snake demon taunted. Hearing this, Lin Jun felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He realized his worries might have been excessive, though his innate care for others was not misplaced. Lin Jun bent down to pick up his sword from the ground, only to find his legs suddenly paralyzed, frozen by a chilling aura. Die! The snake demon's eyes sparkled with greed as she lunged at Lin Jun with her jaws wide open. Demons knew that the flesh of martial artists was a rare delicacy that could greatly enhance their power, and consuming it raw was even more beneficial. Lin Jun's blood was especially rich, making him a priceless treasure in her eyes. At the critical moment, Lin Jun's body erupted with a brilliant lightning aura, instantly covering him in a suit of thunder armor. The snake demon was struck by the lightning, forcing her to retreat a few steps. Her entire body emitted a strange charred fragrance, and her gaping mouth, unable to close due to the shock, looked comically absurd. The cold air in the courtyard grew more intense, and Lin Jun felt his body gradually becoming rigid. The snake demon sneered. Let's see how long you can hold out. Realizing that close combat was no longer viable, she acknowledged that this human was indeed formidable. As the snake demon struggled to close her mouth, her body began to tremble violently. The air was filled with an aura that made her heart pound with fear, as if the sky had suddenly darkened, and the surrounding air grew heavier. In that moment, the snake demon was abruptly reminded of a memory from her early days as a minor demon. She had just caught a field mouse and was secretly delighted when a massive paw suddenly stomped her to the ground. Glancing up, she caught sight of a white-spotted tiger, a glance that left her petrified, oblivious to the mouse's escape. It was her first experience of the bloodline suppression among demons. Now, this long-buried memory resurfaced, and the bone-deep terror enveloped her once again. What shocked her even more was that this terrifying aura emanated from the human before her. How is this possible? He's just a human. The snake demon roared internally. How can a human possess such pure tiger demon pressure? The pressure was so strong that she couldn't move, as if she were facing not a human but a true king of beasts. Huh! Lin Jun shouted fiercely, raising his long sword. The originally dark blade was instantly enveloped in a red glow, and two bloodthirsty tigers materialized at his sides. Blood tiger manifestation. Meanwhile, outside the residence, a crowd was engaged in animated discussion. Hey, do you think that Lin fellow can handle it? One person asked anxiously. I think he can. Another replied confidently. Haven't you seen the demon corpses at the Demon Control Bureau recently? I even bought some meat once. Nonsense, a skeptic scoffed. Do you know what kind of background Lin Jun has? I bet he's just trying to make a name for himself by buying demon corpses from somewhere to fake achievements. The Demon Control Bureau values these things. I heard different stories from the folks outside the city. Someone interjected. What do those peasants know? The skeptic dismissed them. If Lin was really that capable, why didn't our master invite him sooner? I think Master Song is just desperate, trying anything in a hopeless situation. That makes sense. The crowd nodded in agreement. Song Yuan gazed worriedly at the residents. He had fled as soon as the snake demon appeared. Turning to He Jing, he noticed the old man still leaning against a tree, his face lined with concern. Master He, why haven't you left? Song Yuan inquired. He Jing replied calmly, my sword is still with that kid, and it's quite valuable. Song Yuan rolled his eyes, but pretended to believe He Jing's excuse. Do you think Lord Lin can defeat the demon? Hard to say, He Jing answered tersely. Just then, a thunderous tiger roar erupted from within the residence, and those outside felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Following the roar, a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky, and then all was silent again. He Jing, unable to wait any longer, hobbled into the residence with the aid of a stick. Song Yuan followed closely, and upon reaching the courtyard, the scene before him nearly made him lose his balance. Lin Jun stood holding his long sword, pinning a white snake to the ground. Surrounding them was a massive crater, with the snake's blood splattered everywhere, turning the entire pit crimson. It was unimaginable that a snake less than a man's length could bleed so profusely. Even the well-traveled He Jing found the gruesome scene hard to believe. Surprisingly, the surrounding houses remained intact. Not even the window paper was torn, except for a large pit that appeared in the middle of the courtyard. This astonishing scene left He Jing in silent amazement. Lin Jun's control over his power was disturbingly precise. Lin Jun drew his sword, its blade still stained with demon blood. The white snake was barely clinging to life and weakly spoke. "Spare me, Zhangju Fox." It seemed it wanted to say more but fell silent abruptly. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in the distance, and the snake's head exploded, its life extinguished completely. Lin Jun warily glanced in the direction of the flash, finding nothing there. At that moment, Qin Feng approached Lin Jun and wrinkled his nose. "I smell a whiff of fox," he murmured in confusion, unsure of the scent's origin. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Qin Feng asked with concern. Lin Jun didn't reply, simply flicking his sword to shake off the blood before handing it back to He Jing. "A fine sword. Thank you, elder." He Jing took the sword, his heart aching at the sight of the minor nicks on the blade. The sword was indeed valuable, but now was not the time to worry about that. He crouched down, closely examining the white snake's corpse. The snake's body was covered in vicious bite marks, with no intact skin left. A gruesome end indeed. Seeing the creature that had cost him a leg in such a state stirred mixed feelings in He Jing. "If you like, please take it as a token of my gratitude for lending me your sword," Lin Jun suddenly offered. He Jing was taken aback. This was the body of a formidable demon, a rare treasure for crafting weapons, refining elixirs, or even direct consumption. He hadn't expected Lin Jun to be so generous. "Ha, I'm not that lowly." He Jing shook his head. "You used my sword to slay the demon. It's an honor for my sword. I should be the one thanking you for avenging me. I'm heading back to Jinzhou City tomorrow. Accompany me on my journey as a token of thanks. How about that?" He Jing proposed. Lin Jun didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. "Then I'll take my leave. I must hurry back," He Jing said, patting his empty leg with a smile. "Next time you see me, this leg might be as good as new." In this world of extraordinary martial prowess and miraculous elixirs, restoring lost limbs wasn't just a legend. "Farewell. Farewell." With a single leap, He Jing easily cleared the courtyard wall and disappeared into the moonlit night. Lin Jun crouched down again, carefully searching the shattered remains of the snake demon's head, eventually finding a single white hair. He muttered thoughtfully to himself, "No wonder there's a whiff of fox." At this moment, Song Yuan and his son Song Hui hurriedly approached Lin Jun, holding their child, and knelt before him. Their foreheads touched the ground as they trembled with gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Lin Jun, uncomfortable with such futile gestures, quickly helped them up, saying, "It's just my duty." Suddenly, Song Yuan asked, "Sir, if I may be so bold, is there a lady you fancy?" This unexpected question left Lin Jun bewildered. Song Yuan coughed a couple of times and continued, "I took a concubine yesterday, a woman of exceptional beauty, but I am too old to enjoy such pleasures." "I heard, sir, that you have a fondness for married women." Lin Jun's face darkened immediately. "Get out, get out, get out." He almost forgot about his predecessor's unsavory habits. After Lin Jun's repeated refusals, Song Yuan finally abandoned the idea of offering the concubine and instead gave Lin Jun a stack of silver notes. This gesture slightly comforted Lin Jun, as his predecessor had been quite extravagant, and without Chun Feng's secret savings, they would have struggled to pay even the blacksmith. This money came as a timely relief. After the matter was settled, Lin Jun dragged the white snake out of the Song family estate, leaving a stark red trail of blood on the ground. The servants outside, upon witnessing this, scattered in fear as if they had seen a ghost. It wasn't long before the entire wealthy district of the southern part of the city was abuzz with the news. The child-eating serpent demon had been slain, its death gruesome, with even its head missing. More astonishing was that the one who killed the serpent demon was none other than Lin Jun, whom they had previously stopped at the gate. The wealthy merchants who had lost their children almost fainted upon hearing this. They realized that if they had allowed Lin Jun in earlier, their children might have been saved. This realization hit them like a hammer, leaving them heartbroken. That evening, chaos engulfed the southern part of the city. Sounds of arguments, curses, and cries filled the air, revealing the myriad facets of human nature. Only the Song family slept peacefully amidst the clamor. When Lin Jun returned to the Demon Control Bureau, Chun Feng came out to greet him. Seeing the bloodied snake body, he silently sheathed his sword. Lin Jun instructed, "We're having snake soup tonight. Wake Duan Yin for dinner." Chun Feng looked around cautiously and asked, "Sir, does this serpent demon have any relatives? A son, parents, or anything? It's strange, isn't it? This time, Lord Lin didn't wipe out the whole serpent family?" Lin Jun chuckled. This was the mother of the last serpent demon. Now the family is complete. Chun Feng shivered at the idea, surprised that Lin Jun still remembered the entire serpent family. Soon, the white snake was transformed into a pot of fragrant snake soup, thanks to Duan Yan's culinary skills, as Lin Jun's cooking was nothing to boast about. To Lin Jun's surprise, Duan Yan's small bag was not only filled with snacks, but also various seasonings. A yuan transforming demon? I never thought Qinglin County would harbor one, and it even dared to eat people in the city. Duan Yin said with a serious expression, finally understanding Lin Jun's remark about deep waters in Qinglin County. Even in places where demons were rampant, it was rare for them to be so bold as to eat people in the city. Such a place had only Lin Jun, an unofficial demon controller, assigned to it. They hid too well, even deceiving the Demon Control Bureau. Duan Yin took a sip of the snake soup, and the delicious taste brought a look of satisfaction to her face, though she quickly suppressed it, realizing the seriousness of the topic. She asked, "Why didn't you notify the Demon Control Bureau earlier?" Lin Jun smiled wryly. "If I had, who would have believed me?" "You?" Duan Yin coughed, thinking of Lin Jun's illustrious deeds at the Demon Control Bureau, realizing no one would have believed him. She turned her gaze to Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head. "I've already left the Demon Control Bureau, and you know my relationship with his uncle?" Duan Yin felt a sense of hopelessness, as no one would heed Lin Jun and Chen Feng's words. "Fine, I'll do it." With her internal injuries not yet healed, she could only use her golden-feathered eagle to send the message. Although Qinglin County was far from the Demon Control Bureau, and the eagle wasn't suited for long-distance flights, there was no other choice. Soon, Duan Yin wrote down the situation on paper and summoned her golden-feathered eagle. "Let's wait," she sighed. "But in a month, you'll be able to leave here, and then you can report the situation to the Demon Control Bureau yourself." Lin Jun's situation was indeed unique. These 3 years, rather than being a golden opportunity, seemed more like exile in the eyes of the Demon Control Bureau. Now, with his term nearing its end, he could finally be reaccepted by the Bureau. Even though Qinglin County is a small place, it is extraordinarily complex. The county town, though small, is like an ancient well with hidden depths, full of undercurrents. Lin Jun stood by the window of the inn, gazing at the distant mountains, pondering silently. This place truly embodies the saying, "Small temple, big demon wind. Shallow waters, many turtles." It's astonishing that such a powerful demon could emerge from a mere Qinglin County, and even the Tiger Mark Division might not be able to keep things under control here. Standing next to Lin Jun, Duan Yin couldn't help but marvel again. "Lin Jun, the fact that you managed to carve a bloody path through so many demons is truly remarkable." Her eyes were filled with admiration, yet she subconsciously ignored Chen Feng standing nearby. Soon, a bowl of aromatic snake soup was shared among the 3 of them until it was finished. Wiping her mouth, Duan Yin quickly stood up to return to her room. "I need to focus on recovering my strength," she said as she walked. "I have a feeling that something strange is going on in Qinglin City lately, so don't let your guard down." The intuition of a demon hunter is usually spot on. Chen Feng nodded seriously, sensing that something seemed off in Qinglin County these days. "It feels like the atmosphere changed after Zhang He died," he murmured, his brow furrowed. "Sir, I'm going to train now. Be careful," Chen Feng said before turning to leave. "All right," replied Lin Jun, watching as the two disappeared at the staircase. Once alone in the room, Lin Jun carefully took out a white hair from his back. His heightened intuition had long detected something amiss in Qinglin County, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. It was an uncomfortable feeling, like being trapped in a confined space. Oppressive and unsettling. Fox spirit? Zhangju? Lin Jun muttered to himself. In truth, he had never met Zhangju. When he first arrived in Qinglin County, Zhangju hadn't come to greet him. A county magistrate who hasn't been seen in 3 years is indeed odd. But for now, Lin Jun could only wait passively, which made him uneasy. "First, I need to strengthen myself," Lin Jun resolved, retreating to his room. He clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. "No matter if it's a fox spirit or a leopard spirit, as long as my strength is formidable, I can overcome them." For now, with Zhangju in the shadows and Lin Jun in the open, he could only wait passively. Lin Jun sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, as the golden-feathered eagle just flew out of Qinglin County, it suddenly transformed into a blood mist in midair. A letter slowly drifted down, caught securely by a man in white. Standing under the moon, the man slowly unfolded the letter. "Lin Jun," he read aloud, with a hint of disdain in his voice. "I never thought that in my absence, this good-for-nothing would gain some influence." The man in white looked up at the bright moon, a flash of coldness in his eyes. After defeating the Yuanhua White Snake Demon, Lin Jun's experience points soared to 9,400, significantly enhancing his martial art skills. His worldly martial art, the 7-star step, remained at the introductory level, while the flowing swallow blade technique and the blood demon suppression blade had both reached a state of mastery. The melting body furnace sutra had been perfected, and the wind and thunder armor was at the advanced stage. Lin Jun realized that apart from the wind and thunder armor, his other martial arts had little room for improvement. He temporarily set aside the practice of the melting body furnace sutra to focus on the newly acquired snake demon's demon core. The demon core was smooth and cool to the touch, transparent like a glass bead. Lin Jun pondered how such a small snake demon could give birth to a giant python. Did demons also favor larger offspring? He quickly dismissed these thoughts and concentrated on absorbing the demon core. A system prompt appeared, offering Lin Jun 3 choices. 1. Absorb the demon core to convert its energy into cultivation, costing 500 experience points. 2. Refine it into an elixir, costing 600 experience points. 3. Attempt to use the demon core's energy to enhance martial arts, costing 800 experience points. Without hesitation, Lin Jun chose the third option. As the simulation concluded, a wealth of new knowledge flooded his mind. The wind and thunder armor underwent a remarkable transformation under the influence of this energy, evolving into a completely new martial art, with Lin Jun as its creator. He activated his technique, and instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, an ice-cold armor formed around him. Unlike the previous wind and thunder armor, the lightning did not scatter but clung to the icy surface. Although this new armor seemed less ostentatious, its defensive capabilities had significantly increased. Lin Jun decisively invested the remaining 5,000 experience points into this newly acquired cold true armor, elevating it from the advanced stage to perfection, just a step away from reaching the ultimate realm. After these actions, Lin Jun's experience points dropped to 1,200, but his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Both his offensive and defensive capabilities had reached a high level, with agility being the only area still lacking. As daylight broke, Lin Jun opened the door to the sounds of street vendors and the clamor of carriages. He stepped out of the Demon Bureau's gates and approached a nearby stall. The vendor greeted him warmly. "Master Lin, did you slay another demon last night?" Lin Jun was surprised. "How did you know?" "It happened last night in the wealthy district of the southern city. News shouldn't have spread so quickly." The vendor explained with a smile. "Sir, you may not know this, but this morning, the wives of those merchants packed their bags and returned to their parents' homes, claiming their husbands were responsible for their children's deaths. Those merchants chased after them, but not one succeeded in catching up. Quite tragic, really." Lin Jun thought to himself that the women who married those wealthy merchants were surely no ordinary people. But these matters were none of his concern. He quietly finished his breakfast and then proceeded to the city gate as planned. As expected, He Jing had been waiting there for some time. Beside him were a dozen children and their parents, all tearful. These children were evidently He Jing's new disciples, and for children born in this remote area, becoming sect disciples in Jinzhou City was akin to a dream come true. He Jing, leaning on a wooden cane, approached. "Lin Xiaoyang, here you are. We've become friends through adversity. If you ever come to Jinzhou City, let's have a drink together." Despite missing a leg, He Jing's spirit seemed high. Lin Jun nodded in agreement, of course. Though they didn't exchange many words, a mutual understanding had formed between them. Suddenly, He Jing remembered something. "I checked earlier, and it turns out you're Lin Jun from Yang Yan's family. Funny, I didn't recognize you before." Indeed, Lin Jun's current demeanor was worlds apart from his former arrogant and unlearned self. He Jing's expression turned serious. "Your uncle has been imprisoned." Lin Jun's expression tightened. He Jing continued. "Your uncle was in logistics, right? I heard he was demoted to a transport officer because of your affairs. During the transport of a batch of elixirs, they disappeared en route, not even a single vial left, leading to charges of negligence." "Negligence? It's not a minor charge, but not severe either. It depends on the damage caused. A 30-year sentence without execution means the elixirs weren't too valuable. But even so, it's enough to make him suffer. The Demon Bureau's elixirs are partly distributed as welfare to the demon officers, and partly as rewards. After this batch went missing, some people couldn't receive theirs, naturally harboring resentment towards Yang Yan." He Jing paused, his tone growing heavier. "The worst part is that the Demon Bureau's prison is extremely harsh, meant for holding demons. For humans, 30 years is a death sentence. 10 years could take half his life. That's all I can say. Farewell." He Jing cast a final glance at Qinglin County before hopping onto the carriage with one leg. He Jing thought to himself, Qinglin County is truly strange, a place supposed to be safe witnessing demons entering the city to feast on people. This matter is best reported to the Demon Bureau in Jinzhou City. Although martial sects and the Demon Bureau usually don't see eye to eye, personal grudges mean little in the face of demon-related issues. But returning with a lost leg and new disciples, the elders will surely reprimand me. Lin Jun watched He Jing depart, then turned back into the city. He hadn't expected his uncle to be imprisoned, but being in Qinglin County, there was little he could do. Everything would have to wait until he reached Jinzhou City. After seeing He Jing off, Lin Jun returned to the Demon Bureau with his breakfast. Over the next 3 days, Qinglin County remained peaceful, with no incidents of demons attacking people. According to Chen Feng, Zhang Ju had returned but locked himself in his house, refusing to see anyone. The atmosphere in Qinglin County seemed even more stifling. On the third night after He Jing's departure, a laborer hurriedly found Lin Jun. "Sir, come quickly. Your precious white deer is ramming the wall, and it's about to collapse. Lin Jun hired someone specifically to care for the white deer. Upon hearing this news, he hurriedly went to check on it. When he arrived, panting, he was stunned by the sight. The wall had a large hole, and the white deer was racing towards the city gate, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Without a second thought, Lin Jun chased after it, his footsteps echoing on the deserted street. Finally, in the open area outside the city, he caught up with the white deer. But what he saw made his eyes widen in surprise. Beside the white deer stood another deer, holding a pitch-black long sword in its mouth, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Before Lin Jun could process what he was seeing, the sword-holding deer was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling white light. When the light faded, a young man dressed in azure, exuding an ethereal aura, stood in its place. His long hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and his eyes shone with wisdom. Lord Lin, long time no see, the young man said with a clear voice, as refreshing as a mountain stream. Lin Jun blinked and finally recognized him. Lu Ling, what brings you here? Lu Ling didn't say much, just handed the black sword to Lin Jun, his expression turning serious. The situation is urgent, my lord. Have you heard of the demon market? Demon market? Lin Jun repeated with a frown, quickly recalling the information in his mind. Humans have human markets, and demons have demon markets. A demon market is a bazaar organized by demons. Under the strict suppression of the Demon Control Bureau, such markets hadn't appeared in the Yin dynasty for a long time. Their existence signified a surge in demon numbers, bold enough to disregard the authority of the Bureau. Thinking of this, Lin Jun's expression turned grave, his brows knitted tightly. Lu Ling continued, my lord, this market is organized by a fox spirit. I've never seen it before. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. A fox spirit? Lin Jun instinctively thought of Zhang Ju, but quickly dismissed the idea. His gaze fell on the sword in Lu Ling's hand. A sword he knew all too well, with a notch he had personally made. Is this He Jing's sword? How did you get it? Lu Ling explained, to be honest, I saw the fox spirit capturing a cart of people, and the sword fell during that time. I thought it was a good sword, so I brought it to you. Lin Jun's heart sank. In just 3 days, He Jing had encountered trouble. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Sensing Lin Jun's concern, Lu Ling quickly added, don't worry, my lord. The fox demon captures people to host the market. They won't harm them immediately. The highlight of the market is usually human flesh, especially that of warriors. Demons prefer fresh meat, so they generally ensure the human survival before the actual trade. Just then, a few harsh voices suddenly interrupted from beside Lu Ling. So you are here, traitor. We've been looking for you. Before they finished speaking, the ground split open, and a massive net rose, instantly trapping Lin Jun and Lu Ling. No matter how Lu Ling struggled, the net, made of some unknown material, wouldn't budge. A red-haired fox swaggered over to Lin Jun, licking its lips with a long tongue, its eyes glinting with greed. Oh, there's another one. Just in time for tomorrow's market. This tender flesh will fetch a good price, it said, sniffing Lin Jun hungrily. Another demon chimed in with anticipation. For 3 years, we've had to sneak around for human flesh. This time, we can feast to our heart's content. Hee hee, Lord Zhang has been preparing for so long, and success is near. We should celebrate. Let's go. Trapped in the net, Lu Ling noticed Lin Jun's unusual calmness and suddenly realized something. He whispered, my lord, surely you don't mean to? Lin Jun softly hushed him, and Lu Ling nodded, indicating his understanding. They were taken to Fenglin Mountain, which had been completely transformed. The forest was teeming with demons, decorated festively as if celebrating a festival. Many humans were forced to help the demons build the market. White bones littered the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The once peaceful place was now a hellish scene filled with the cries of the tortured. The demons devoured human flesh with abandon, as if nothing could restrain them anymore. My lord. Lu Ling noticed Lin Jun trembling beside him. His fists clenched so tightly they turned red. A faint red light began to emanate from Lin Jun, painful to the touch like a sharp blade. Lu Ling was secretly amazed at how much Lin Jun's power had grown since they last parted. They were brought to an artificially carved cave, its entrance sealed with a massive stone slab. The demons roughly shoved them inside, barking, in you go, traitor. The young lord has plenty of ways to torment you. Consider yourself lucky to still be a demon. Go and beg the lord for mercy yourself. As for this human, well, he can come along. As the heavy stone door closed, the demon's laughter echoed outside. How long do you think they'll last in there? Haha, I give them half an hour. The young lord loves torturing humans, and this is the first time with this traitor. Oh, I think that human's pretty sturdy. Maybe he'll last an hour. Lin Jun slashed through the net, binding them with his sword, his expression dark as a storm. The demons hadn't considered Lin Jun a threat, not even bothering to take his sword. My lord, have you become extraordinary? Lu Ling asked cautiously. Lin Jun didn't reply, merely gripping his sword tightly as he headed deeper into the cave. Lu Ling had no choice but to follow. The cave was long and dark, lined with bones and mangled human corpses, their wounds silently screaming of their suffering. Iron cages filled with numb-faced humans lined the walls. Lin Jun? What are you doing here? A familiar voice suddenly called out. Lin Jun turned to see He Jing among the cages, looking haggard with a deep, bone-revealing scar on his chest. Your friend? Asked a bald, burly man beside He Jing, his massive frame barely fitting in the cage. He's the demon control officer from Qinglin County I told you about, He Jing explained. The burly man grinned. Kid, what are you doing with that sword? You can't be thinking of slaying demons now, can you? You demon control officers are so stubborn, thinking about slaying demons instead of escaping. Not that you can escape now anyway. He turned back to He Jing, continuing. This is the officer you said was impressive? How did he end up caught by a bunch of little demons and tossed in here? He Jing had no time for the man's banter, desperately signaling Lin Jun to leave. Stop with the signals. There's no way out, the burly man said, seemingly mocking himself with a sigh. How many have they killed? Lin Jun suddenly asked, his tone eerily calm. He Jing was taken aback, not understanding why Lin Jun would ask such a question in this situation. The burly man shrugged. There's a village not far from here. Now it's gone. How many do you think? A massacre? Lin Jun's face showed no emotion. He turned to Lu Ling, saying, You stay here. Then he walked deeper into the cave. Turns out I underestimated him. He's got guts. In my Hongyan sect, he'd be a direct disciple just for that courage, the burly man commented before closing his eyes again. He Jing watched Lin Jun's retreating figure, muttering, I can't believe I thought of bringing you back. This place is crawling with demons, and now I'm stuck here too. He Jing snorted, serves you right. As they ventured deeper, the scent of blood grew stronger, mingling with intermittent wails. At the end of the cave, a spacious area suddenly opened up before them. The ceiling was embedded with luminescent pearls of varying sizes, illuminating the entire space. In the center stood a yellow-furred fox, about the height of a person, its coat stained with dark red blood. In front of it lay an old farmer, barely clinging to life. His upper body was intact, but his lower half was stripped down to bare bones. The fox's sharp claws were deftly slicing wafer-thin pieces of flesh from the farmer, piling them onto a nearby plate. Even more horrifying was the fox demon using its claws to carve intricate patterns on the farmer's leg bone, depicting the farmer's current appearance. The sound of claw against bone sent shivers down the spine, while the farmer's groans continued unabated. Ah, you've arrived. I heard you were with the Xiao Jian people. The yellow-furred fox paused its actions and turned to see Lin Jun standing behind, gripping a long sword. A human? It remarked with mild surprise. Interesting. Are you here to kill me? The fox eyed Lin Jun's sword with disdain. However, upon noticing the blood-red aura emanating from the blade, its expression changed dramatically. Wait, you're one of the Xiao people? The fox circled Lin Jun 3 times, showing no fear. Oh, I've heard you've been causing quite the stir lately. My old man told me to steer clear if I ever met you. But I never listened to that old geezer. It licked its lips. I'm intrigued by you. How about becoming my pet? I might spare your life. The fox squinted and continued. However, even as my pet, causing such a ruckus on my turf deserves punishment. Your leg might make a fine bone carving. Lin Jun had been silently experimenting and finally found a balance that allowed him to unleash the sword's bloodthirsty aura without damaging it. He asked coldly, Are you done talking? The fox was taken aback, but before it could react, Lin Jun swung his sword. The bloodthirsty aura from the sword startled the fox, causing it to hastily roll away to barely dodge the strike. However, the aura continued, shattering a bone carving on the distant cave wall. You dare! The fox roared in anger. Lin Jun followed up with another strike. This time, the fox couldn't evade and took the hit heeding. Ah! The fox's agonizing scream echoed through the cave. Lin Jun felt significant resistance when his blade met the fox's body, preventing him from slicing it in two. The fox writhed in pain, crashing into several human skin paintings. My paintings, how dare you? You cursed creature! The fox's claws suddenly extended, sharp as steel needles. It lunged at Lin Jun, claws clashing with the sword, sparking with each impact. Lin Jun, wielding only a sword, faced the fox's four-pronged assault, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The sword was not as familiar to him as a blade, and under the fox's relentless attack, his defense finally faltered. The fox grinned triumphantly, a claw aimed straight for Lin Jun's heart. However, with a thud, the claw shattered. The fox stared dumbfounded at its bleeding paw, then at the silver armor that suddenly appeared on Lin Jun. realizing he hadn't been defending with full effort. Fighting demons and still holding back? You bastard! The fox was enraged, more so than when its artworks were destroyed. It pulled out a small yellow flag from behind, which instantly expanded into a flag as tall as two people, depicting a lifelike tiger seemingly in motion. Lin Jun was taken aback by this unfamiliar item, something even his predecessor's memories didn't recognize. What is this? A weapon? Who uses a flag as a weapon? I'm going to tear you to pieces, the fox roared, waving the flag as a ghostly white tiger leapt from it towards Lin Jun. He met it with his sword, engaging in a stalemate. Glancing at the fear on the fox's face, Lin Jun smirked coldly. Only Lin Jun knew that the white tiger was intimidated by the tiger aura emanating from him. With a flash of his sword, the white tiger shattered like glass in midair. Now it's your turn. Lin Jun smiled menacingly, advancing on the fox demon. Stay away. The fox demon retreated rapidly, soon cornered against the wall. From deep within the cave, a series of wretched screams could be heard. A burly man in a cage, hearing these screams, quietly covered his ears. Sigh. No sense of self-preservation at all. Now look at the mess, he muttered. Just hope you find a way to end it yourself. He Jing's eyes grew even brighter as she firmly declared, this doesn't belong to Lin Jun. The burly man was taken aback at first, but then sneered dismissively. If it's not that demon handlers, could it be the fox demons? Even the second disciple of Hong Yin's sect got captured. What could a mere kid do? You're dreaming if... His words were abruptly cut off, as he stood frozen, staring blankly into the depths of the cave. Lin Jun emerged slowly, holding a blood-soaked fox in one hand and its pelt in the other. Blood dripped from the sword on his back, and he exuded an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The fox demon was indeed the culprit who had captured them. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, dead? How long has it been since Lin Jun went in? Not even half an hour. His mind, already not the sharpest, was now completely muddled. Even though He Jing knew of Lin Jun's exceptional skills, she hadn't anticipated him being this formidable. It was as if he had simply gone in to deal with a mouse, without a single scratch on him. He Jing glanced at the burly man, who suddenly slapped himself, regretting his earlier words. He wondered, was I too harsh with him? Is it too late to apologize? Sir? The burly man asked nervously, did you skin it alive? The fox, now without its fur, was barely clinging to life, still dripping blood. Lu Ling felt a chill run down her spine, thinking to herself, how did this happen so quickly? Lin Jun spoke gravely, an eye for an eye. It deserved this. Lu Ling sensed the heaviness in Lin Jun's voice and stood silently by his side, showing her support. Lin Jun's mind was in turmoil. In the past, demons would eat humans simply for sustenance. But this fox demon was different. It seemed to take pleasure in torturing humans. The scenes inside the cave were revolting. Though the fox demon had been skinned, it was not yet dead. It struggled to speak. Zhangju is my father. He will kill you? So it is Zhangju, Lin Jun replied coldly, reaching into the fox demon's body to forcibly extract its demon core. The fox demon convulsed a few times before finally perishing. Lin Jun carefully stored the fox's pelt and the small yellow flag, then began to free the people imprisoned in the cave. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a group of little demons pressed their ears against the stone door, whispering excitedly. Listen, it's screaming. Wow, such pitiful cries. The little master's torture methods are getting more refined. Those screams even make me shiver. It's been half an hour, and it's still screaming. Looks like it'll go on for a while. All right, pay up if you bet wrong. Unbeknownst to anyone, the little demons had set up a betting pool outside, wagering on how long the tortured would last before dying. The stone door opened with a thunderous sound as Lin Jun, expressionless, tossed the fox's corpse outside. The mangled body hit the ground heavily, sending a spray of blood into the air. The little demons outside stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Suddenly, as if receiving an invisible signal, the surrounding demons erupted in terrified screams and scattered in all directions. Sir, should we pursue them? Lu Ling asked, knowing well Lin Jun's interest in eliminating threats completely. Lin Jun shook his head. No, there are too many, he calmly analyzed. Apart from the fox demon, the rest are insignificant. Without the fox demon rallying them, they wouldn't dare openly attack humans. The key reason was that Lin Jun alone couldn't chase down such a large number of demons, otherwise, he wouldn't have let go of so much potential experience. With the fox demon's death, the demon market that was about to reopen naturally dissipated. Lin Jun gazed in the direction of Qinglin City, reflecting, rather than a human city, Qinglin County is more of a haven for demons. He mused that such a large number of demons had managed to remain hidden for so long, and if they were determined to act, they could easily turn Qinglin County into a ghost town in a single day. This situation was beyond what Lin Jun could handle alone. Only a large deployment of personnel from the Demon Control Bureau could resolve it. After Lin Jun and his group released all the imprisoned townsfolk, He Jing approached with a burly man. Lin Xiaoyu, this is my second disciple from Hongyin sect, Song Hun. He came to fetch me but was captured by the demons. If not for your help, we might have ended up as bones, He Jing introduced. Song Hun, with a flattering expression, humbly lowered his posture. Young master, forgive me. I'm just a simple man from the mountains, unaware of your capabilities. Thank you. He rubbed his bald head while bowing repeatedly. What are your plans now? Lin Jun asked. Without hesitation, Song Hun replied, naturally, we'll head home to gather reinforcements. Though Hongyin sect isn't a top-tier sect, we're considered second-rate. Both the first and second disciples suffered here in Qinglin County, so we must reclaim our honor. No matter how formidable these demons are, they're just cowering in a small county. Even without our master, the Grand Elder alone could wipe them out. Song Hun spoke with pride, and rightly so. Sect members, having grown up together, shared a deep bond akin to family and were fiercely protective of one another. Especially the first disciple, who was the face of the sect. He Jing, however, shook his head, considering more deeply. I'm afraid we won't make it out of Qinglin County. Someone doesn't want us to leave. He pointed to the fox's corpse on the ground. At least that person won't let anyone leave with this information now, that's certain. He Jing continued, with so many demons here. If we were to bring this news to Jianzhou City, the Demon Control Bureau would be outraged beyond measure. This is clearly a slap in their face. The fact that Qinglin County hasn't revealed any demonic information for so many years indicates someone's been suppressing it, with significant motives. They won't let years of planning be ruined by a few unexpected incidents. He Jing concluded that the source of the demons in Qinglin County was none other than Zhangju. A demon becoming the county magistrate had significant implications. Now, Qinglin County had effectively become an invisible prison, with no information getting out. Naturally, Lin Jun's original plan to leave for the Demon Control Bureau in a few days was no longer feasible. Let's not dwell on that. Take a look at this, Lin Jun said, pulling out a small flag. He Jing rubbed his eyes, while Song Hun eagerly reached out to touch it. Wow, isn't this a demon weapon? This fox demon has quite the background. Song Hun explained while admiring the flag. Demon weapons, as the name suggests, are weapons of demons. Not just any weapon can be called a demon weapon. They are crafted by great demons, requiring at least the Chongjin level to forge. The success rate is reportedly very low. But demon weapons differ from human weapons, often possessing magical effects related to the crafting demon. Young master, how did the fox demon use this weapon? Lin Jun briefly described the scene where the fox demon used the flag. After pondering for a moment, Song Hun nodded. It seems to be a soul-capturing demon weapon. Those souls were likely stored inside, released in times of crisis, which aligns with the fox demon's soul-capturing nature. He then shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, removing the demonic imprint on a demon weapon requires at least a Chongjin expert to do it perfectly, so young master won't be able to use it for now. Song Hun was visibly disappointed, as demon weapons were extremely rare and only demons could create them, beyond human capability. Lin Jun, however, didn't find it regrettable. From the fox demon's previous display, the flag didn't seem particularly powerful and was rather useless to him. What are your plans now? Will you come to Qinglin City? Lin Jun asked. He Jing and Song Hun exchanged a glance, and both shook their heads. We'll find a place to rest outside. Young master, be careful when you return to the city. Lu Ling approached Lin Jun with concern, saying, Zhangju, that fox demon, appeared in Qinglin County 10 years ago and has been the magistrate ever since. For the past 3 years, he prohibited demons from eating humans, but recently lifted the restriction. He must have achieved some goal. Be careful. Seeing their genuinely worried expressions, as if he were about to face certain death, Lin Jun couldn't help but laugh. To them, he seemed like the kind of Demon Control Bureau member who would rush headlong into danger upon encountering demons. By the way, He Qianbei, your sword is broken, Lin Jun suddenly reminded. He Jing sighed. Well, it's better to lose the sword than my life. Song Hun suddenly seemed to realize something and hurriedly interjected. Wait, young master, you call He Jing Qianbei? What qualifies him for such a title from you? Isn't that all mixed up? If he calls Lin Jun young master, and Lin Jun calls him Qianbei, then what does he call He Jing? The hierarchy is all messed up. He Jing smacked Song Hun on the bald head. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Song Hun glared but ultimately conceded. By the way, Lin Xiaoyu, He Jing turned to Lin Jun. My junior brother is skilled in some refining techniques. Since you can't use the demon weapon, perhaps he could work on it. Although he's only a Hua Yuan martial artist and hasn't reached Chongjin, he might be able to remove the demonic imprint, albeit with some loss to the weapon's original abilities. What do you think? Without hesitation, Lin Jun handed the small flag to Song Hun. Then I'll leave it to you. Song Hun didn't expect Lin Jun to hand over the demon weapon so readily. This was a demon weapon, after all, something that could earn significant merit with the Demon Control Bureau. Wasn't he afraid Song Hun might damage it? I'll do my best. Song Hun, feeling the trust placed in him, solemnly accepted the small flag. Failed. Song Hun looked at the flag in his hand with a face full of disappointment. Although he had successfully dispelled the demon's mark, the flag's power had significantly weakened. Its original ability to store demon souls and release them in battle had vanished, leaving only a storage space about the size of a small hut, capable of holding only inanimate objects. Lin Jun, however, was quite satisfied with this outcome. He never intended to collect demon souls, as it meant the demons weren't truly dead, and he couldn't gain experience points. Thank you, this is quite useful to me, Song Hun said with a guilty expression. Thank me for what? I've just ruined a treasure, sigh. Song Hun sighed. Lin Jun didn't say much to comfort Song Hun. He gave Lu Ling a few simple instructions and then headed straight for Qinglin City. Meanwhile, inside the Demon Control Bureau, Duan Yin and Chen Feng were sitting at a stone table across from a stranger. You received my message? You got here so quickly? Duan Yin asked. Message? What message? The man looked puzzled. I was sent by Lady Yang Wan, the man explained. She was worried that Lin Jun might run into trouble on the way. You know how that kid is. Sigh. With Lady Yang being so capable, how did she end up with such an unreasonable father? The man continued to complain. If he just gave that brat some money to live a wealthy life, wouldn't that be better? Instead, he brought him to the Demon Control Bureau for a minor position. And now look, he got himself involved as well. Thinking of Yang Yin made the man grit his teeth with anger. If it weren't for that brat Lin Jun, Lady Yang would have been promoted long ago, with a limitless future. Now she's stuck cleaning up after Yang Yin and Lin Jun. It's so unfair. After his complaints, the man noticed the strange expression on Chen Feng's face and asked in confusion, this must be Brother Chen Feng? Long time no see, and now you're a Yuan transformation warrior. Congratulations. Chen Feng snapped back to reality and asked, may I ask your name, sir? Names, just call me Li Gue. We don't go for all that martial world stuff, Li Gue said indifferently. By the way, where's that brat? Don't tell me he's out indulging himself again? Li Gue asked, clearly familiar with Lin Jun's habits. Chen Feng glanced at Duan Yin, who seemed to be stifling a laugh, and then at Li Gue, who looked like he wanted to swallow Lin Jun whole. He honestly replied, as for Lord Lin, he's probably off somewhere dealing with demons. Hearing this, Li Gue was stunned for a moment before he angrily slapped the stone table. Oh, so he's gotten smarter, has he? Knows how to win people over now. If he learned anything in these 3 years, it's at least that. Qinglin County is known for its peace. No demons for years, people living in harmony. Dealing with demons? He's probably off dealing with some woman's demon, I bet. I'll just wait here. I want to see exactly what kind of demon Lin Jun's dealing with. Li Gue noticed Duan Yin watching him with a smile and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I just remembered something happy, Duan Yin said, turning away slowly. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh, which only made Li Gue more perplexed. Li Gue decided to ignore their odd behavior, sitting directly facing the entrance. He struck a commanding figure, like an immovable deity. At noon, the doors of the Demon Control Bureau slowly opened, and Lin Jun walked in, holding a fox pelt in one hand and a roast duck in the other. For lunch, we've got roast duck, courtesy of shopkeeper Song. He says it's roasted with wind wood. The flavor is... Lin Jun stopped mid-sentence when he noticed the unfamiliar man before him. And who might you be? Li Gue stood up and said coldly, long time no see, Master Lin. He emphasized the word master. Lin Jun, unfazed, lifted the roast duck and asked, long time no see, care for some? This caught Li Gue off guard, and the serious atmosphere was effortlessly dispelled. You sigh. Li Gue let out a weary sigh, casting a complex look at Lin Jun standing before him. By the order of Master Yang, I'm here to escort you back to Jinzhou City. Just a few more days, and the 3 years will be up. You'll be officially registered then. Try not to cause any trouble now, alright? Li Gue scrutinized Lin Jun, sensing something was off but unable to pinpoint what it was. Lin Jun offered a faint smile. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Chen Feng, go to Manager Song and fetch a jar of wine. And bring my special dish as well. I wish to share a drink with our guest here. Chen Feng swiftly obeyed, agilely scaling the courtyard wall. Lin Jun gestured for Li Gue to sit, his politeness making Li Gue feel slightly uncomfortable. The two sat facing each other, and an awkward silence enveloped them. They were not well acquainted, unsure of how to start a conversation. Fortunately, Chen Feng returned in time, placing a jar of luoyue brew and a pot of stewed meat on the table. Eat, Lin Jun said succinctly. Li Gue attempted to speak several times, but Lin Jun's silent eating demeanor kept him from doing so. Resigned, he picked up his chopsticks, poured himself a cup of wine, and began to savor the stew before him. With the first bite, Li Gui's eyes widened in surprise at the rich flavor. What kind of meat is this? It's incredibly delicious, he couldn't help but praise. A smile appeared on Lin Jun's face. If you like it, have more. Don't be shy. As he spoke, he refilled Li Gui's cup with wine. Li Gui couldn't help but reassess his opinion of Lin Jun. It seemed that during his years in Qinglin County, Lin Jun had indeed matured. He was no longer the frivolous young man he once was, and he displayed good manners. Even if his skills were lacking, perhaps he could take up a logistical role in the Demon Control Bureau, much like his uncle. With this thought, Li Gui felt he should offer Lin Jun some guidance. Given that he was Master Yang's cousin, and showing signs of improvement, he deserved some encouragement. Brother Lin, have you kept up with your martial arts during your time in Qinglin County? Li Gui asked, helping himself to another piece of meat. The stew was indeed tasty, though it had a faint gamey hint that slightly marred its perfection. Considering the local conditions weren't as favorable as Jinzhou City, it was quite impressive. Not too bad, Lin Jun replied nonchalantly, clearly trying to save face. Li Gui understood but chose not to expose him. I've recently learned a new martial art, but I can't find anyone willing to spar with me, making it hard to identify my weaknesses. Brother Lin, would you be willing to help me out? Li Gui asked as tactfully as he could, not wanting to hurt Lin Jun's pride. Chun Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing Li Gui's glare, he quickly explained, sorry, I just remembered something amusing. Li Gui paid no mind to Qin Feng's odd behavior, and focused on Lin Jun. Lin Jun set down his wine cup and gestured invitingly. Of course, please. Initially, Li Gui planned to hold back, not intending to use his full strength. However, when he suddenly found himself on the ground, all his plans vanished. He lay on unfamiliar land, staring up at an unfamiliar sky, his mind blank, unable to accept that he had actually been defeated. In his memory, he had just been standing, throwing a punch at Lin Jun, and then inexplicably, he was on the ground. Lin Jun crouched beside him, holding some healing ointment, and asked with concern, are you okay, senior? Li Gui coughed a few times, struggling to come up with an excuse. I just ate too much and couldn't move properly. Although he could accept defeat, losing to Lin Jun was a bitter pill to swallow. If this news got out, he feared he would be laughed at for a lifetime. Shall we continue? Lin Jun asked. Let's continue. Li Gui stood up, warning, be careful this time. I won't hold back. The experience of a crushing defeat made him forget his original intention of guiding Lin Jun. At this moment, he already regarded him as a seasoned warrior. Bring it on. This time, Li Gui was more cautious, planning to observe Lin Jun's moves. Yet, once again, he found himself defenseless on the ground. No way. How is this possible? Li Gui roared internally. After 20 years of rigorous training and countless battles, with his hands stained with the blood of demons, how could he lose to a playboy? He couldn't fathom this outcome. Lin Jun helped him up again, brushing the dust off his clothes, and asked, want to go again, senior? Li Gui silently looked at Lin Jun and said bitterly, don't call me senior. I should call you senior. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Lin Jun had indeed developed the strength to defeat him in just 3 years. Matching his 20 years of cultivation in such a short time led Li Gui to wonder how Lin Jun had spent those years. He imagined Lin Jun must have trained relentlessly, day and night, irrespective of the harsh winters and scorching summers. Even with exceptional talent, it seemed impossible to achieve such a feat without intense dedication. Li Gui marveled at how much one's environment could change a person. In his memory, Lin Jun had been an idle youth in Jinzhou City, but within 3 short years in Qinglin County, he had gained such astonishing abilities. He had to admit that Yang Yan's decision was right. You've really endured a lot these years, Li Gui muttered to himself. Just then, Li Gui felt a sudden heat in his abdomen, as if something was about to ignite. Realizing there was something wrong with the food, he quickly warned everyone. However, Duan Yin was unconcerned, and Chen Feng seemed used to it. What kind of meat is this? How can it have such terrifying energy? Li Gui quickly sat down cross-legged, feeling the intense energy coursing through his body. Fortunately, it didn't last long, and he soon absorbed it. To his surprise, he found himself making a small breakthrough thanks to that energy. Eager to find out what kind of meat it was, Li Gui opened the now empty pot. His eyes falling on the fox pelt Lin Jun had discarded on the ground. A Huayuan demon? The lingering demonic aura on the fox pelt quickly made him realize what he had eaten. No wonder it had such a strange smell. It was a fox spirit. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly looked at Lin Jun. Did you kill it? Lin Jun nodded. Li Gui was completely stunned. No, how could there be a Huayuan demon in Qinglin County? It's rare to see even ordinary demons there. Where did Lin Jun find a Huayuan demon? Is it really that rare? Duan Yin said bluntly, you might find one just by taking a stroll around. Qinglin County is practically a nest for demons. After Duan Yan's explanation, Li Gui finally realized the severity of the situation. The fact that such rampant demon activity could occur under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Bureau was a significant blow to its reputation if it became public knowledge. No, I must notify the Demon Suppression Bureau immediately, Li Gui said urgently. This can't be delayed. The longer it drags on, the greater the danger. At this point, Li Gui seemed to understand why Lin Jun had gained such strength in just 3 years. Surviving in a world full of demons for 3 years without some degree of power was unthinkable. It's no use, Lin Jun pointed to the sky. From the moment you learn this information, you can't get out. There's always a pair of eyes watching us from above. Eyes everywhere, Li Gui marveled. Has the demon presence in Qinglin County become this formidable? No wonder he felt uneasy the moment he entered Qinglin County. Ever since Zhangju returned, Qinglin County has fundamentally changed, Lin Jun explained. It's just unclear why Zhangju chose this moment to stop pretending. By the way, senior, Lin Jun turned to ask, could you tell me about my uncle's situation? I heard he was captured. What happened? Upon hearing this, Li Gui snapped out of his thoughts, recalling Yang Yan's situation, his expression turning complex. Yang Wan is also investigating this matter, but he's currently entangled with a powerful demon and can't break free, so your uncle has to endure for now. Don't worry about it. The Demon Suppression Bureau has decided to fill the vacancy from elsewhere. The 30-year sentence was a favor to Yang Wan. Otherwise, it would have been execution. I'm just a low-ranking member of the Bureau, so that's all I know. Li Gui didn't want to elaborate further. Although Lin Jun was strong, his cultivation time was too short, and the kind of demon capable of hijacking the Bureau's supplies wasn't a small fry. Lin Jun simply nodded, not pressing for more information. In the days that followed, things returned to calm. Li Gui tried multiple times to send messages to the outside world, but received no response. He finally confirmed that all information from Qinglin County was completely blocked. He also attempted to leave Qinglin County several times, but each time he felt a gaze fixed on him. This gaze was blatant, yet Li Gui could never locate its source. He had a feeling that if he dared cross Qinglin County's borders, he would die. This realization left him terrified. After all, he was a Huayuan martial artist, yet he couldn't even find a trace of his opponent. The only explanation was that the demon likely had already reached the Chongjin level. A small county like Qinglin giving rise to a Chongjin demon without the Demon Suppression Bureau noticing was truly alarming. The fact that the opponent hadn't yet attacked them but had trapped them within Qinglin County seemed eerily familiar. Li Gui pondered for a long time before a bold idea emerged in his mind. This idea was so shocking that he had to confirm it with Duan Yin. Are you saying there's a demon in Qinglin County planning to refine the entire city? The word Liangsheng, nearly forgotten by Duan Yin, resurfaced in her mind. She recalled the old legend of the fox demon general and her 8 fox demon offspring. To this day, 4 had not been found, and among the 4 that had been killed, 1 had shocked all the demon hunters with its actions. This fox demon had used its talents to impersonate the county magistrate of Lujiang County, ruling for 20 years. Under his governance, the people lived in peace and prosperity, the elderly were cared for, and the sick received medical treatment. No one noticed anything amiss. Everyone believed the new magistrate to be a good official. However, disaster struck suddenly. Overnight, all the residents within Lujiang City turned into madmen, while those outside the city were spared. It was as if a force had gnawed away a piece of their souls. The entire city was affected. After the calamity, the magistrate vanished without a trace. When he was found again, he had ascended from an ordinary demon to the Chongjin realm. Achieving such a level in just 20 years was unheard of, even among humans. It was known that demons and humans cultivated differently. Demons found it extremely difficult to break through but lived for thousands of years. Humans, on the other hand, advanced quickly but often had short lifespans. This difference created a balance between demons and humans. However, the emergence of that fox demon shattered this equilibrium. Refining an entire city to elevate a single demon. Now the situation in Qinglin County bore an uncanny resemblance to Lujiang County back then. Not only that, the methods remained unchanged. Even more concerning was that this time, the demon seemed close to succeeding. Although Qinglin County was smaller than Lujiang, it still comprised more than half its size. If another tragedy were to occur, Duan Yin shuddered at the thought and realized she was powerless to stop it. The Demon Hunting Bureau received no abnormal reports. Annual reports showed peace and prosperity. Inspections over the years had found nothing unusual, naturally leading to a decrease in vigilance. The situation was dire, and there was a risk that the demon hunters themselves might fall victim here. Judging by the actions of that demon, even their souls might not be spared. Meanwhile, Lin Jun was in his room, taking stock of his recent gains. After slaying the Huayuan fox demon, he had acquired a wealth of experience and martial arts skills. His status panel showed, current experience, 7200. Mundane martial arts, 7-star steps beginner, flowing swallow blade technique mastery. Huayuan martial arts, Fiendish Blood Demon Slayer Blade Mastery. Huayuan Cultivation Method. Melting Body Furnace Sutra perfected. Huayuan Martial Arts. Cold Thunder True Armor perfected. He also had a Fox Demon's Demon Core and a small flag that could store items. Unlike ordinary martial artists, Lin Jun was proficient in 3 martial arts, each with exceptional mastery. With such an impressive panel, ordinary Huayuan martial artists were no match for him. Yet, this did not bring Lin Jun a sense of security. Instead, it made him uneasy. Am I still too weak? Lin Jun's enhanced intuition had been sounding alarms recently. He chose not to use the 7,200 experience points to enhance his martial arts, but to hold on to them. His greatest reliance was the Fiendish Blood Demon Slayer Blade's Blood Tiger Fiend image, his most powerful move, with a potency that ordinary weapons couldn't withstand. The Heavenly Star Fiend image required 400 experience points to recharge its fiend energy, while the Blood Tiger Fiend image, being more powerful, consumed more, needing 800 experience points to recharge. This meant Lin Jun's current experience allowed him to unleash the Blood Tiger Fiend image 9 times. Additionally, the Fox Demon Core could replenish some blood energy, which, although somewhat wasteful, provided Lin Jun with some assurance. 9 uses of the Blood Tiger Fiend image might even allow him to contend with Chongjin-level martial artists. Thinking of this, Lin Jun couldn't help but sigh. If he could reach the Chongjin realm, many of his troubles would be resolved. All his concerns stemmed from insufficient strength. Training is still too slow. If only I could speed it up, Lin Jun muttered to himself. Outside the door, Qin Feng, who was about to knock, heard this and silently lowered his hand, turning away. I'm not angry, he repeated to himself, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. 2 months, and you've gone from an ordinary person to extraordinary. What are you dissatisfied with? It took me a whole 10 years, 10 years. Do you know what those 10 years were like for me? Lin Jun watched the shadow recede from the door, puzzled by Chun Feng's antics. It wasn't long before Qin Feng returned to the door. Sir, the blacksmith is here. Your sword is ready. He's waiting for you in the courtyard. Lin Jun closed the status panel and went to the courtyard. Sure enough, the blacksmith was there, sweating profusely, with a broadsword laid before him. The sword's design remained the same, but it was stripped of its patterns and decorations, appearing simple and unadorned. Master Lin, I didn't fail you. The sword is done. My skills are limited, so this is the best I could do, the blacksmith said nervously. Being a blacksmith who usually crafted farming tools, creating a sword and incorporating demon bones was a huge challenge for him. Just seeing the tiger head had made his legs tremble. If Lin Jun hadn't supervised him daily, he wouldn't have dared to proceed. Duan Yin picked up the sword, examined it closely, and shook her head. It's a bit lacking, but it's usable. Although she wielded a staff, she was well-versed and had some knowledge of swords. Lin Jun weighed the sword and nodded. Not bad, much better than before. With the tiger demon's bones and flesh added, the strength has improved, and it has some affinity with the tiger fiend. It might even allow a few more uses of the blood tiger fiend image. Thank you for your hard work. Here's your payment. Lin Jun handed the blacksmith a heavy pouch of money. The blacksmith accepted the pouch, his face lighting up with excitement, fatigue vanishing instantly. Thank you, Master Lin. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, he hurried off with the pouch. Li Gui approached, running a hand over the sword and giving it a light flick. TSK. Even the standard swords of the Demon Hunting Bureau are better than this. Your sword doesn't cut it. Let me show you mine. It's made from meteoric iron. Although it doesn't have much demon bone infused, it's still a fine weapon. Li Gui rarely found a chance to feel superior to Lin Jun and proudly displayed his official sword. Lin Jun glanced at it and had to admit Li Gui's sword did look superior. Lend it to me, he said. Huh. Li Gui was taken aback and shook his head repeatedly. No way. A sword is a swordsman's life. Would you lend your life to someone else? Hearing this, Lin Jun understood Li Gui's resolve. Want to spar? He said slowly, drawing the plain broadsword. Li Gui's expression changed instantly. Just kidding. No need to draw swords. Let's not ruin the mood. Under the disdainful gazes of Duan Yin and Qin Feng, he hurriedly tossed his sword to Lin Jun. This scene lightened the heavy atmosphere brought by the fox demon refining the city, and the courtyard felt much more relaxed. In the dead of night, the door of the Demon Control Bureau was struck with an urgent knock. Lin Jun opened it to find a group of visibly anxious officials. They hurriedly conveyed a request from Master Zhang to exorcise a demon. Lin Jun's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this Master Zhang of Qinglin County the fox spirit Zhangju? A fox spirit asking him to catch a demon, it was clearly a case of a thief crying thief, suggesting that something was about to happen. Seeing Lin Jun hesitate, the officials quickly explained. Sir, Master Zhang He's body has not been buried for days. Waiting for you to investigate. Lin Jun paused for a moment before deciding to look into it. The others in the Demon Control Bureau sensed something was amiss, quickly got dressed and followed him. The group hurried to the magistrate's office. Chen Feng was anxious, worried that if the fox spirit had indeed reached a higher level of cultivation, they might struggle to handle it. Li Gui analyzed, fox spirits, more so than other demons, are closer to humans and often possess human vices. This fox spirit probably wants us to watch a show to satisfy its need for attention. Before long, they arrived at the magistrate's office. Seated high above was an unfamiliar face. A man with a goatee, a gaunt face, long narrow cheeks, and sallow skin, resembling an old farmer. Duan Yin and Li Gui's expressions turned grim. Realizing this was the worst-case scenario, they couldn't discern Zhang Ju's level of cultivation, indicating they were dealing with a highly advanced demon. Zhang Ju, pretending to be an ordinary citizen, exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Jun before inviting him alone to inspect Zhang He's body in the inner chamber. The body was shriveled like wood, yet not decomposed. Lin Jun found a white fox hair on it, clearly left on purpose. Just then, Zhang Ju approached slowly, wearing an unnaturally sinister smile. His mouth stretched almost to his ears, revealing sharp teeth. His eyes turned deep blue, and hair grew on his palms. Lin Jun looked directly at Zhang Ju and calmly said, "Fox spirit." Zhang Ju instantly resumed his human form and laughed. "Ha ha ha, I believe Sir Lin has a chance." The air was thick with tension, ready to ignite at any moment. "So, Lord Lin, I heard you'll be returning to the Division of Demon Management in a few days?" Zhang Ju stroked his chin, a gleam of intrigue in his eyes. Lin Jun nodded slightly, subtly observing Zhang's expression. Zhang Ju continued, "Lord Lin, I've heard you're not particularly welcomed over there. Why not stay here? We happen to need a county constable in Qinglin County. What do you say?" Lin Jun's gaze shifted between the corpse of Zhang He and Zhang Ju, instantly realizing Zhang's intentions from the unabashed demonic aura he emanated. It was a clear attempt to intimidate him. "No need," Lin Jun calmly declined. "Officials should be appointed by the court, and you're overstepping your bounds, Lord Zhang." Zhang Ju slowly closed his eyes, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "In that case, feel free to leave, Lord Lin. The position will always be open for you, and I trust you'll reconsider." He paused, his tone still polite yet laced with menace. "Just don't regret it. Next time we meet, I won't be as courteous." Song Qing, standing nearby, was drenched in sweat, nervously witnessing the exchange. Unfazed, Lin Jun responded coolly, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Zhang. But if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Oh, no rush, no rush." Zhang Ju suddenly shifted his tone, adopting a fatherly demeanor. "By the way, I heard you recently visited Fenglin Mountain. Did you happen to see my godson?" He sat nonchalantly on Zhang He's skeletal remains, which crumbled to dust beneath him. "Ah, my godson enjoys writing, drawing, and a bit of sculpting. He recently held an exhibition at Fenglin Mountain. Did you attend?" "I did, and I even bought a few things," Lin Jun replied calmly. Zhang Ju's interest piqued. "Oh? What did you purchase? Was it one of his creations?" Lin Jun pulled a fox pelt from a small flag, casually tossing it onto the table. The fur still bore traces of dried blood, filling the room with the pungent musk unique to foxes. "I bought a fox fur coat. Unfortunately, it's not quite finished. I'm looking for a tailor to fix it up. Any recommendations, Lord Zhang?" Song Qing's face turned ashen. Just days ago, the owner of that pelt had assaulted him, and now it was reduced to mere skin. The room's atmosphere became oppressively heavy, a suffocating tension enveloping the space. Zhang Ju's expression changed dramatically. His human mask shattered, revealing a fierce fox face. Magistrate Lin remained calm, as if he had anticipated everything. The county magistrate suppressed his anger, speaking in a low tone, "Master Lin, your success in vanquishing the demon is greatly appreciated by this county." He slowly caressed the fur on his face, his fox visage betraying no emotion. "But Master Lin," Zhang Ju's voice grew colder, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. "Even though he was just my godson, I raised him as my own. You've killed him, and as his father, wouldn't it be wrong not to seek revenge?" Lin Jun met Zhang Ju's gaze without flinching. He was a man-eater. He deserved to die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ju rose slowly, chuckling darkly. "A man? Huh." He strode towards the inner chamber, pushing the door open and heading straight out of the courthouse. Lin Jun followed closely, and the two soon found themselves outside. As dawn broke, Qinglin City was waking up. People hurried along the streets, ready to start their day. Chen Feng and the others stood not far away, their faces filled with surprise and uncertainty as they saw Zhang Ju and Lin Jun emerge unscathed. Zhang Ju suddenly stopped and turned to Lin Jun, his tone taunting, "Master Lin, if I were to devour every person in this city to reach a higher realm, would you still try to kill me?" Qinglin County had a population of nearly 10,000. Zhang Ju had been in power for years, meticulously planning for this day. Though he couldn't surpass his deceased brother, he was content. These people were precious resources for his breakthrough, and Lin Jun, in particular, was a delicacy he intended to savor. As for his useless godson, his death was inconsequential. Suddenly, every person in Qinglin County seemed to freeze, turning mechanically towards the courthouse. In the next moment, they all collapsed like puppets with cut strings. This eerie scene sent chills down everyone's spine, including He Jing and Lu Ling, who had been secretly observing from a distance. The fox spirit has started. What do we do, old He? What can we do? We couldn't even handle his son, let alone him. Is there still no way to get the message out? No, there isn't. Zhang Ju could no longer contain his laughter. 10 years. I've waited 10 years for this moment. To achieve this under the watchful eyes of the Demon Suppression Bureau, I've exhausted every trick. Now, the harvest time has finally come. I may not be my brother, but I'm not far behind. Lin Jun slowly drew his saber, his eyes sharp. You're planning to use the souls of everyone in this city to reach a new level? Zhang Ju turned, looking at Lin Jun with disdain. Ha! Are you still thinking of killing me? I'll give you one last chance. Submit, and I'll spare your life. Lin Jun chuckled coldly. No, that's not what I meant. Before he could finish his sentence, he plunged his saber into Zhang Ju's stomach. Zhang Ju's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion. Lin Jun roared, you haven't even broken through yet, and you're already boasting like that? If Zhang Ju had truly reached a higher realm, Lin Jun was prepared for a desperate fight. But to find that Zhang Ju was merely posturing was an opportunity too good to miss. Zhang Ju was furious, his fox face ablaze with rage, ignorant, crude, reckless. With a sweep of his hand, he sent Lin Jun stumbling back several steps, then clutched his stomach, coughing. Cough, cough. I wanted to show you my 10 years of work, but you just don't appreciate it. Zhang Ju was thoroughly provoked. Lin Jun's repeated provocations had pushed him to the edge. He had gathered these demon hunters here with absolute confidence in his victory. He had hoped they would admire his decade-long efforts before their demise. But if they refused, he would simply enjoy these precious resources first. Watch out. That fox is at least half a step into the next realm, someone shouted. Zhang Ju let out a piercing scream, the sound stabbing into everyone's minds like needles. A cloud of dust rose, revealing a nearly 5-meter white fox standing before Lin Jun. Brother Lin, the souls of Qinglin County's people are being absorbed. Li Gui's sword had been taken by Lin Jun, leaving him and Duan Yin to evacuate the townspeople from danger. Only Chen Feng stood with Lin Jun, ready to fight. Lin Jun gripped his saber with both hands, leaping into the air, striking down on the fox demon's head. Sparks flew, and a large part of the fox's scalp was peeled back. Chen Feng attacked its legs, but his blade only sparked and shattered. Chen Feng was kicked away by the fox, crashing into the courthouse wall. Watching Lin Jun fiercely battling the fox demon, Chen Feng closed his eyes amidst the rubble. I guess I shouldn't be a burden to Master Lin. Your flesh, I will take it. Lin Jun realized the fox demon's power had surged again, absorbing more souls. There was no time to waste. With this thought, Lin Jun raised his sabers, his entire body turning red, ready to deliver the final blow. A howl pierced the air as 2 blood-red tigers leaped from Lin Jun's twin blades. The fox demon couldn't dodge in time and was bitten, losing a chunk of flesh. However, this hard-won advantage was fleeting. Just a few exchanges later, the fox demon's powerful strike shattered the tigers into pieces. Lin Jun's face turned as pale as paper, and he staggered as if all his strength had been drained. The fox demon wasn't unscathed either. The tiger's bloodthirsty aura continuously assaulted him. Yet, the souls of tens of thousands of people around him provided a constant source of power. In contrast, Lin Jun's previous attack was a desperate gamble, leaving him exhausted and vulnerable. As the fox demon prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Jun, he was startled to see his opponent rise again, covered in a familiar blood-red aura. Once more, 2 even larger blood tigers lunged at the fox demon, tearing away a larger chunk of flesh. You were supposed to be too weak to stand. Can you really use such a life-saving move repeatedly? The fox demon fumed internally. But before he could react, another pair of blood tigers charged at him. In the distance, He Jing and his fellow disciples halted in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at the center of Qinglin City. They watched as a dozen blood-red tigers continuously tore into the massive fox, which, despite its agile maneuvers, couldn't escape their relentless pursuit. Zhang Ju had lost count of how many blood tigers he had destroyed. He only knew that each time he vanquished one, Lin Jun would immediately summon another. Now, his fox form was reduced to a skeletal frame with bits of flesh hanging off, his organs exposed to the air. Finally, the seemingly endless blood tigers disappeared. Zhang Ju looked at Lin Jun, whose blades were shattered and strength depleted, and finally smiled in triumph. Ha ha ha! You, die for me. Zhang Ju opened his bloody maw, lunging at the gasping Lin Jun, desperate to consume a warrior's flesh and heal himself. However, with a bang, the fox's sharp teeth shattered against Lin Jun's body. A chilling ice armor had suddenly enveloped Lin Jun, rendering the weakened fox demon incapable of breaking through. Another trick up your sleeve? Would it have killed you to show everything at once? This was Zhang Ju's final thought. In the next moment, Lin Jun's fist pierced through Zhang Ju's skull, ending his life. Duan Yin was busy evacuating the townspeople when she suddenly stopped and turned her gaze toward the government office. Li Gue, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Hurry up. The tremors from that fox demon are getting stronger. If we don't get the people out of here soon, they'll be in danger." Duan Yin gently put down the child she was holding and softly said, "It's no longer necessary." "What do you mean, no longer necessary?" Li Gue turned around to look. The dust had settled, revealing Lin Jun's fist deeply embedded in the fox demon's skull. The demon, whose body had been ravaged by the blood tiger's attacks until only flesh and bones remained, lay lifeless on the ground. "Is it dead?" Li Gue was astounded. "How long did that take? An hour?" That was a fox demon on the verge of breaking through to the next level, having absorbed the souls of many townspeople. And it died just like that? In such a gruesome way? Li Gue suddenly recalled his previous duel with Lin Jun and thought to himself, maybe I should thank him for sparing my life. Lin Jun glanced at the panel's notification. Killed a near breakthrough fox demon, gained 12,000 experience. With that, he confirmed Zhang Ju was dead. He slowly withdrew his hand from the demon's head, clutching Zhang Ju's demon core. The 9 blood tiger manifestations had pushed his body to its limits, and in the final moments, he barely managed to counterattack, thanks to the demon core from his adopted son. Lin Jun staggered to his feet, and Chen Feng quickly supported him. Duan Yin and Li Gue hurried over, staring in awe at the fox demon's shattered remains. The entire Qinglin County government office had been reduced to rubble, and the ground was severely damaged. "What about the townspeople?" Lin Jun inquired. Li Gue replied, "The townspeople had part of their souls taken, but thanks to your timely intervention in killing the fox demon, they survived. Their lives might be affected, but it's far better than death." Lin Jun nodded. "This outcome is acceptable." At that moment, Lu Ling arrived with his fellow disciple He Jing. Upon seeing the fox demon's corpse, they gasped in shock. He Jing remarked, "This was a descendant of Zhang Jun, the pillar of Luyang County in his day." Lu Ling urgently asked, "Seniorly, the fox demon is dead. Please inform the Demon Control Bureau to eliminate other demons in the area." Li Gue remembered this important task and explained, "No need to worry. The demon energy released by the fox demon upon its death will be detected by the Bureau's listening beasts. They'll surround the area within 3 days." Zhang Ju had been hiding the information, but now that he's dead, his aura will be easily detected. Lu Ling looked even more anxious and turned to Lin Jun, understanding his concern. Lin Jun asked, "Seniorly, what about the demons here who haven't harmed anyone?" Li Gue smiled and patted Lu Ling's shoulder. "No need to worry. The Bureau has ways to differentiate. This deer demon might even be appointed as a mountain god, with official recognition, an annual salary, and offerings. Not a bad deal." Hearing about offerings, Lu Ling was visibly excited. If he could consistently receive offerings from a county, he might one day ascend to a higher realm, and with luck, even attempt a breakthrough. "Thank you very much," Lu Ling expressed his gratitude. Lin Jun was curious about the concept of a mountain god sustained by offerings. Duan Yin explained, "Demons can quickly advance by consuming humans, but if they protect humans and gain faith offerings over time, they can also reach higher realms. It's a slow process, but demons have long lifespans, so they can afford it. However, if people stop believing, the demons will lose their powers." Li Gue added, "The fox demon's method of absorbing the souls of the entire town to advance is similar to gaining power from offerings. One is through plundering, the other through contributions. These fox demons could have managed a county well and become a god of offerings, but they chose to eat people, leaving no room for negotiation." Half a day later, the townspeople began to awaken, feeling intense headaches. As the pain subsided, they looked around in confusion, wondering why they had fallen asleep in the streets. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and they all turned to see the once prominent government office reduced to ruins, with a massive canine skeleton lying amidst the debris, its forehead bearing a shattered hole. Realizing what had happened, they all looked toward the Demon Control Bureau, the only place they believed could handle such a threat. Meanwhile, the only person who could handle demons was lying on a bed in an undignified position, his body covered with acupuncture needles. "Didn't you say you trained in the medical department? Why are you sticking needles all over the place?" Lin Jun complained. "Don't move. Oh no, it's crooked again." Duan Yin fumbled as she adjusted the needles. Lin Jun grabbed a needle. "Just let me rest on my own." Embarrassed, Duan Yin rubbed her nose and took out some candies from her bag, placing them beside Lin Jun. "Sorry, we're out of elixirs. and Li Gui's a cheapskate with no medicine. If nothing else, have some candy. With that, she opened the door and left. Lin Jun was left alone in the room. After releasing the blood tiger manifestation 9 times, his body was at its limit, and even standing was difficult. He needed to rest and recover. Lin Jun took out Zhang Ju's demon core, hoping it would be worth his efforts. Upon acquiring a fox demon's half-step core, which seemed to possess extraordinary power, you were faced with 3 choices. 1. Directly absorb it, converting the core's energy into cultivation, costing 500 experience points. 2. Gather medicinal herbs to refine a pill, costing 700 experience points. 3. Absorb the core's unique power, which might be of great use, costing 1000 experience points. Lin Jun's eyes lit up. He always felt a thrill when faced with such decisions. Without hesitation, he chose the third option. The simulation continued, and with a flash, new text appeared on his panel. You have acquired a portion of the celestial fox bloodline. Startled, Lin Jun awoke from the simulation and stared at the words, Celestial Fox Bloodline, on the panel, puzzled. The description was simple. Celestial Fox Bloodline, granting a human body the strength of a demon. Humans are naturally weaker than demons, a fact ordained by fate. However, Lin Jun didn't feel any changes in his body. Everything seemed normal. He frowned, wondering if something had gone wrong. But on second thought, it probably wasn't the case. According to the description, his physical strength should have improved, but he just needed an opportunity to verify it. Putting aside this doubt for the moment, Lin Jun decided to focus on enhancing his cultivation. He had already opened 4 of the 8 extraordinary meridians and 9 of the 12 regular meridians, but there was still some way to go before reaching the breakthrough stage. To truly achieve this, he needed a corresponding cultivation manual, but that was a matter for the future. For now, the priority was to continue his training. Lin Jun began simulating the fusion body and furnace sutra, converting experience into cultivation. After a while, he stopped the simulation. He had 3000 experience points left, which he intended to save for emergencies, in case he encountered another fierce fox demon like Zhang Ju. He was only 2 meridians away from unblocking all his meridians, after which he could attempt to break through to the next realm. Lin Jun wasn't in a hurry. He was quite satisfied with his achievements over the past 3 months. He looked forward to obtaining better martial arts, and especially a suitable sword at the Demon Suppression Bureau. After all, he couldn't keep borrowing swords every time he fought an enemy. For the next 3 days, Lin Jun continued recuperating in bed. With his meridians expanding and consuming the old fox meat prepared by Manager Song daily, his body had initially recovered enough for him to move around. On this particular day, as Lin Jun was dining in the courtyard, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly pierced the sky. At the same time, not far from Qinglin County, a massive cloud of dust was rapidly approaching the city. Standing on the city wall, Duan Yin and Li Gui watched the rolling dust in the distance, swallowing nervously. Li Gui whispered, "Things are getting interesting. The Demon Suppression Bureau has deployed an army." Duan Yin nodded in agreement. Typically, dealing with powerful demons only requires a few demon suppressors forming a team, or several teams forming a temporary squad. Deploying an army usually signifies something extraordinary. Either the demon is too ferocious, requiring the entire army's strength to subdue, or it's to demonstrate the government's stance, showing the Demon Suppression Bureau's seriousness about the matter. In this case, it's evidently the latter, Li Gui analyzed. A place that's been peaceful for years suddenly erupts with such strong demonic energy. Doesn't that suggest we've been slacking off at the Demon Suppression Bureau? Duan Yin carefully observed the army, all riding half-demon light cavalry, numbering over 500. An army of over 500 demon suppressors, he marveled. The lowest rank among them is at least Yuan transformation. With this force, within half a day, all demons in Qinglin County will be eradicated. Indeed, the army had no intention of entering the city but instead split into several squads, heading in all directions. Leaning against the city wall, Li Gui watched the demon suppression army disperse and said casually, "Let's just wait here. Unless something unexpected happens, none of the demons here will survive the night." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "What do you think Lin Jun will be awarded for his demon-slaying achievements when they register him?" Li Gui weighed his identity token, which bore a silver wolf head. At least a wolf pattern token, maybe even higher, considering Lin Jun was the one who discovered and resolved the situation in Qinglin County. Duan Yin looked at his own fox pattern token, shaking his head repeatedly. "I've been at this for years and still have a fox head. Meanwhile, someone else catches up in 3 years. It's enough to drive anyone mad." As the demon suppression army dispersed, a squad silently infiltrated Qinglin County. The actions of the demon control army were swift, almost excessively so. In just one day, the area around Qinglin County echoed with the cries and wails of demons, and the entire county was shrouded in an inescapable stench of blood. The demon control army not only eradicated the demons but also removed all officials associated with them. executing or imprisoning those deemed necessary. Their skilled methods clearly indicated this was not their first operation of this kind. The Zhang and He families were completely executed, and the remaining officials were shackled in iron chains, awaiting transport to the Demon Control Bureau for trial. Overnight, not a single official was spared in Qinglin County, which clearly indicated the corruption among local officials. According to nearby residents, the court had already dispatched new officials, expected to arrive within a month. The massive fox demon skeleton was collected by someone who appeared to be a high-ranking officer, using a storage treasure. Lu Ling and the small demon beside it, having never harmed humans and even protecting many locals, were officially appointed as the mountain gods of Qinglin County, to be venerated by the court and worshipped by the people. Duan Yin and Li Gui hurried to the Demon Control Army's camp, seemingly to report to their superiors. Qin Feng followed them, occupied with his own tasks. Meanwhile, He Jing and his fellow disciples had already left Qinglin County, eager to return and report. Everything seemed orderly, except for Lin Jun, a key figure who appeared to have been forgotten. It wasn't until the next day that the gates of the Demon Control Bureau were pushed open by two men. "Brother, long time no see. 3 years have passed, and you look even more handsome," said one of the men at the door. He was dressed in light armor, with striking features and a strong build. The other man looked much frilier, almost as if a gust of wind could topple him. However, Lin Jun recognized this seemingly weak man as his cousin. "Cousin, it's been a while indeed," Lin Jun replied. This was his uncle's son, Yang Shi, Yang Wan's elder brother. From his predecessor's memories, Lin Jun knew that he and Yang Shi got along well, mainly because both were ridiculed and became laughingstocks in Jinzhou City, truly sharing the same fate. "What brings you here?" "It's dangerous along the way," Lin Jun asked in confusion. Yang Shi was an ordinary person with no cultivation, so how did he dare venture from Jinzhou City all the way here? As they say, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. 3 years have passed, and I am no longer the weak scholar I once was. Thanks to Mr. Qing, I managed to come, Yang Shi said, noticing the increasingly fierce look from the man beside him, and wisely stopped speaking. The silent man finally spoke. "I am Qing Yang. You might not know me. I am Yang Wan's senior brother. Nice to meet you." Qing Yang clasped his hands, his gaze carrying a hint of barely concealed disdain. What brings you here, sir?" Lin Jun asked, but then quickly interrupted himself. "Wait, it's almost noon. Let's discuss it over a meal." Qing Yang held back his words, watching Lin Jun head inside to heat up the meal, unsure of what to say. "Mr. Qing, it's been days since we've had a proper meal. Let's eat. It won't hurt. As they say, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood," Yang Shi said cautiously, unsure if the saying was appropriate. Qing Yang shot a glare at Yang Shi and silently took a seat at the stone table. How could Yang Wan have a brother like you? He thought to himself. Before long, Lin Jun came out with leftover fox meat and a bottle of wine. "You're Yang Wan's senior brother. Let's have a drink," Lin Jun said, raising his cup, but Qing Yang declined. "My sect forbids alcohol, so I must refuse," Qing Yang replied coldly. Lin Jun then looked at Yang Shi, who also declined. "Drinking leads to recklessness. I cannot drink." Seeing this, Lin Jun put down his cup, as he wasn't fond of alcohol either. During the meal, Qing Yang and Yang Shi remained silent, adhering to the custom of not speaking while eating. Even though they found the meat had a gamey taste, they didn't mention it. After the meal, Qing Yang slowly took out a book from his robe. "The one-word Chongyang hand? What do you mean by this, sir?" Lin Jun asked, puzzled as Qing Yang handed him the manual. "I will stay here for a month, and then I will leave. During this month, you must learn this technique, at least to an introductory level. This is a technique from my sect, one of my master's signature skills. Your cousin, Yang Wan, also knows it. Now, I will teach you," Qing Yang said with a serious expression, offering no explanation for his actions. Sensing the tension, Yang Shi cleared his throat and slowly spoke up. "Dear brother, you might not be aware, but as the saying goes, even emperors take turn." Before he could finish, Qing Yang abruptly covered Li Shi's mouth and slammed his head onto the table. The wooden surface thudded as Li Shi whimpered in pain. Qing Yang stared intently at Lin Jun, his eyes cold and piercing, as he revealed the truth. "The reason is simple. The rules of the Siyao Jian have changed." Qing Yang's voice was low and commanding. "Now, if you want to join, whether it's the vanguard or the logistics division, you must pass an assessment. And there's only one test: killing a demon." Releasing his grip on Li Shi, Qing Yang continued, "Previously, there was no such rule. As long as you achieve the required merits, you could join directly. But 3 years ago, everything changed." Qing Yang looked at Lin Jun with a meaningful gaze. "It was because of you." Lin Jun frowned, seemingly unaware of this. Qing Yang let out a cold laugh and continued, "In fact, using underhanded methods to rack up merits to join the Siyao Jian has been around forever. But your incident was too big. It reached the ears of headquarters. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, so they changed the rules. Now, regardless of your merits or cultivation level, you must first go through an assessment process to be registered with the Xiaojian. Those who faked their merits are naturally exposed. Qingyang's voice suddenly turned low and dangerous. Killing demons is always the best way to prove oneself as a member of the Xiaojian. He paused, a shadow crossing his eyes. But demons are demons. Humans can kill demons, and demons can kill humans. Though the assessment has only been held twice, the mortality rate is quite high. Qingyang's gaze pierced Lin Jun, his tone dripping with irony. You really are something. A rule that hadn't changed in hundreds of years was altered because of you. He suddenly shifted the topic to Yang Wan. Yang Wan is such a wonderful person, talented, humble, and diligent. How did she end up with a father like that? Qingyang's voice was filled with regret. Yet Yang Yin protects Lin Jun so fiercely. As Yang Wan senior, Qingyang clearly understood her feelings. Though Yang Wan isn't fond of Lin Jun, she doesn't wish for him to die either. Qingyang's expression turned serious. You must master this martial art. It's an explosive technique that focuses on a one-hit kill. As long as you succeed in killing a demon, you'll meet the minimum requirement to join the logistics division. He explained in detail, the essence of this martial art is to gather all your strength into a concentrated burst, inflicting massive damage in a short time. Qingyang's reasoning was straightforward. Even an ordinary person, if they mastered this technique, could kill a demon with a momentary burst of power. Once Lin Jun successfully killed a demon, he could exit the assessment and join the logistics division, avoiding death in the process. Of course, he didn't forget to caution Lin Jun about the consequences of this technique. If someone with a slightly weaker constitution uses this move, they might end up bedridden for a year or more. Qingyang added coldly, but that's better than being dead, right? Dear brother, as the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. You should give it a try. Yang Shi gently moved Qingyang's hand aside, finally able to speak. With an encouraging smile, he continued, let's train together, side by side. With our combined efforts, joining the logistics department should be a piece of cake. Yang Shi's dreams of passing the imperial exams had shattered. Following in his father's footsteps, he joined the logistics department of the Demon Control Bureau. Over the years, he diligently built up his achievements in Jinzhou City, and he could have easily joined the logistics department. However, the appearance of Lin Jun changed the Bureau's rules. Yang Shi was forced to practice martial arts, even facing life-threatening situations. Despite this, he harbored no resentment towards Lin Jun. In the Yang family, only Yang Shi truly regarded Lin Jun as a brother. Qingyang sighed as he watched Yang Shi's optimism. He slowly stood up, walked to the door, and turned back to remind him, keep studying. I'll go check on that fox demon. If you have any questions, I'll help you when I return tonight. Study hard. If you slack off, I'll break your legs. Qingyang sighed again internally, thinking to himself, why do I feel like an old father? If it weren't for Yang Wan, he wouldn't care if Lin Jun perished at the hands of demons. Speaking of demons, Qingyang couldn't help but feel a chill. The appearance of a nearly breakthrough-level demon in Qinglin County, especially with the dense concentration of demons in the surrounding areas, was terrifying. He had to marvel at Lin Jun's luck, surviving in such an environment for 3 years, and even the fox demon on the verge of breakthrough was taken down by an unknown expert. As Qingyang left, Lin Jun curiously asked, brother, did you come with the demon control army? Yang Shi shook his head and explained, not at all. Young Master Qing was just passing by. I came here to bring you home. Young Master Qing was quite startled by the demon control army. Home. Lin Jun felt an inexplicable emotion stir within him at the mention of the word. Yang Shi continued, but you're really lucky, brother. That fox demon's corpse made my heart race from afar. Thankfully, some expert eliminated it, which is truly satisfying. He then urged, but enough about that. You should focus on studying this martial art. If you don't understand something, I can help you. Don't pretend to understand when you don't. As the saying goes, well, never mind, just study. Seeing Yang Shi's demeanor, Lin Jun instantly understood why he hadn't passed the exams. He chimed in, it's called, to know what you know and know what you don't know, that is wisdom. Yang Shi's eyes lit up, yes, exactly. I didn't expect you to enjoy reading the classics, brother. That's excellent. Lin Jun thought to himself that this world had many parallels to ancient Chinese dynasties, including certain books, which helped him integrate quickly. Perhaps this place was a parallel world of an ancient Chinese dynasty. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Jun opened the martial arts manual. The words, Huayuan martial arts, one character Chongyang hand, jumped out at him. He initially thought it was an ordinary martial art, but it turned out to be Huayuan martial arts. Lin Jun was instantly thrilled. His current martial arts repertoire was quite limited, especially in offensive techniques, with only one Huayuan martial art that heavily relied on blades. Without a blade, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. This hand-to-hand technique required no weapons, and as long as the practitioner's physique was strong, its explosive power could rival that of swords. It was a martial art closely tied to one's physical condition, following the philosophy of overcoming all with strength. The better one's physique, the higher the martial art's potential. Thinking of this, Lin Jun couldn't help but feel eager to test the new martial art. Unfortunately, all the demons around had been vanquished, leaving him without a target. Brother? Brother, why are you still daydreaming? It's already evening, and you can't study like this. Yang Shi shook his head as he watched Lin Jun stare at the martial arts manual from noon till dusk. It seemed unrealistic to expect his good brother to study diligently, so Yang Shi decided he'd have to step in and give Lin Jun a good lesson tonight. Just then, the doors of the Demon Control Bureau creaked open, and Qingyang walked in. He had just circled the ruins of the Yamen and met with a few colleagues in the Demon Control Army. They had already identified who killed the fox demon and were discussing how to reward them. However, Qingyang didn't delve too deeply into it, as he still had to teach Lin Jun martial arts. Qingyang approached Lin Jun and asked, "How's the studying going? If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Don't worry, I won't hold anything back." Of course, Qingyang didn't expect Lin Jun to figure anything out in just one afternoon. He asked merely to dispel Lin Jun's wishful thinking and show that he was closely monitoring the situation. However, to Qingyang's surprise, Lin Jun actually picked up the martial arts manual and began to study it thoroughly. Lin Jun had mastered this martial art, but still had many doubts about the details due to his insufficient level of understanding. He seized the opportunity to ask Qingyang a series of technical questions involving profound topics like the flow of qi through the body's meridians. Qingyang was dumbfounded. He recognized every word, but together they left him baffled. He suspected Lin Jun was speaking nonsense, but upon reflection, he realized that even his master had mentioned some of these issues. Qingyang was deeply puzzled. How could Lin Jun comprehend all this in just one afternoon? Faced with Lin Jun's inquiries, Qingyang awkwardly coughed and stammered, "Well, I'll explain it to you tomorrow." With that, he sheepishly retreated to the Department of Demon Control. Qingyang took out the manual for the Easy Chong Yang Shou technique, densely annotated by his master. To answer Lin Jun's questions, he began studying it through the night. By the next morning, Qingyang had finally grasped the key to Lin Jun's questions and exhaled in relief. Feeling confident, he stepped out of his room into the courtyard, where a few strangers were conversing with Lin Jun. Qingyang called out loudly to Lin Jun, "Come here, I'll explain yesterday's questions to you." Lin Jun apologetically excused himself from Duan Yin and Li Gue and approached Qingyang. Qingyang carefully explained, slowing his speech to ensure Lin Jun understood, while observing his reactions. Seeing Lin Jun's focused attention, Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. After finishing his explanation, Qingyang closed the martial arts manual and asked, "I've finished. Did you remember everything?" "Yes, thank you, senior," Lin Jun replied respectfully. In high spirits, Qingyang decided to provide further guidance. "Remember, what you learn from books is always limited. True understanding comes from practice. Martial arts are better remembered by the body than the mind. Try using what I just explained to attack me." Lin Jun hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Don't worry, I'll control my strength and won't hurt you. There's no need to be afraid," Qingyang reassured confidently. Suddenly, a soft laugh broke the air. Qingyang looked toward the source of the laugh to find Li Gue stifling a giggle. "What's so funny?" Qingyang asked. "Nothing. I just remembered something amusing." "Please continue," Li Gue said, struggling to keep a straight face. "Sir, please go easy on him. Brother Lin might not withstand your guidance." Qingyang acknowledged with a nod, only to hear Duan Yin also suppressing laughter. He glared at Duan Yin. "What? Did you think of something funny too?" Duan Yin nodded honestly. Deciding to ignore them, Qingyang turned back to Lin Jun. "Come at me, and I'll show you how to unleash the power of this martial art." Lin Jun slowly raised his fist. "In that case, senior, watch out." Qingyang began observing Lin Jun's stance, ready to point out any mistakes. But he soon realized something was amiss. Lin Jun's movements were astonishingly fluid, like a master who had practiced this martial art for decades. Before Qingyang could think further, a strong sense of danger overwhelmed him. Instinctively, he rolled aside. Boom! Lin Jun's fist sliced through the air, creating a sonic boom. The courtyard was swept by fierce winds, scattering dust and leaves in the sudden gust. Qingyang broke into a cold sweat, thinking that if that punch had landed on his head, he shivered at the thought. Just then, a knock came at the door of the Department of Demon Control. Duan Yin ran to open it, making a face at Qingyang as he sat on the ground. Outside stood a soldier in black armor with gold trim, around 40 years old, holding a helmet in one hand and a blood-stained sword in the other. His expression was stoic, but his right eye was particularly striking. "Where is the demon controller, Lin Jun?" the soldier asked. Duan Yin pointed at the approaching Lin Jun. The soldier forced a smile, which appeared rather unsettling. I am Wang Zhong, 3rd Seat Captain of the Vanguard Division. Pleased to meet you. I am Lin Jun, Demon Controller. Pleased to meet you. Wang Zhong got straight to the point. Demon Controller Lin Jun, you have slain a half-step condensed fox demon, a transformed snake demon, and 2 transformed tiger demons. He took out a paper and read aloud the demons Lin Jun had slain since arriving in Qinglin County. After finishing, Wang Zhong looked at Lin Jun with newfound admiration. Truly impressive. The younger generation is full of potential. The Department of Demon Control always rewards merit. Your achievements are worthy of being recorded in the annals. He handed over a token. With this token, you can prove your accomplishments and exchange it for a 3-headed wolf emblem at the Department of Demon Control. 3-headed wolf emblem. Duan Yin exclaimed in disbelief, watching the scene unfold. To leap from an auxiliary demon controller to a 3-headed wolf emblem in one move was an extraordinary advancement. Lin Jun reached out to take the token, but saw Wang Zhong hesitate for a moment before handing it over. With a serious expression, Wang Zhong explained, every registered member of the Siyao Bureau must choose a department to join. Which one do you want to be a part of? I need to know where to credit your achievements. Seeing Lin Jun's confusion, Wang Zhong patiently explained in detail. He listed the various departments of the Siyao Bureau, the Vanguard Department, Logistics Department, Medical Department, Royal Court Inspection Department, Intelligence Department, Covert Department, Military Department, and the Mysterious Headquarters. Wang Zhong added that there were rumored to be some undisclosed departments beyond his reach. Lin Jun felt overwhelmed by the options and struggled to decide. He hesitated and asked, I haven't passed the assessment yet, have I? Wang Zhong chuckled. The only assessment for the Siyao Bureau is to kill a demon. As long as you can prove you defeated the demon with your own strength, it counts, no matter when. You can do it during the organized assessment or on a mission. He tapped the paper in his hand, his tone full of admiration. You managed to kill a half-step Chongjin fox demon Hedon. How could the Siyao Bureau not want you? All 500 of us can vouch that it was you who killed that fox demon. Feel better now? Just say the word, and you can join any department you want with your achievements. Wang Zhong's words were only partially true. The assessment wasn't typically so lenient, but Lin Jun's feat of defeating a half-step Chongjin demon was exceptional, warranting special treatment. After all, rules are meant to limit ordinary people, and the Siyao Bureau wasn't looking for ordinary people. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jun asked, which department is the most dangerous? The unexpected question caught Wang Zhong off guard. He was prepared to explain each department's duties in detail, but Lin Jun's question took him by surprise. Wang Zhong replied candidly, that would be the Vanguard Department. Wherever there are demons, the Vanguard Department is the first to go, whether it's hunting demons or balancing sections. Let me put it this way. Every year, the Vanguard Department is the most understaffed, and every year it has the highest intake. People die too quickly, and it's hard to replenish the numbers. What he didn't mention was that the Vanguard Department was the only one with a military structure within the Siyao Bureau. Without hesitation, Lin Jun responded, I want to join the Vanguard Department. As soon as he heard there were demons, he made up his mind. He joined the Vanguard Department for one reason, to kill demons. This was deeply tied to his unique ability. His words left Wang Zhong and Duan Yin momentarily speechless. Duan Yin covered her mouth in surprise, unable to deny that Lin Jun's earlier actions had left her impressed. Wang Zhong praised, good, you've got guts. He was already astonished by Lin Jun's formidable skills, and his boldness was even more surprising. Despite the heavy losses and constant need for new recruits in the Vanguard Department, Lin Jun's willingness to volunteer impressed Wang Zhong. Ha ha ha, once you're in the Vanguard Department, I'll treat you to a drink, said Wang Zhong, who held a senior position in the department. He hastily added, I have to return and report, so I won't keep you long. I'll take the fox demon's body with me. I heard your blade broke, so I'll ask an old friend in the military department to forge you a good one from the fox demon's remains. Farewell. With that, Wang Zhong quickly departed. Shortly after, the sound of hooves could be heard outside the courtyard as the Siyao army, having dealt with the demon, left without delay. Lin Jun put away the token, noticing that everyone in the courtyard was staring at him, especially Qingyang, whose expression was particularly vivid. Senior? Qingyang tentatively called out. Lin Jun quickly waved his hand. Don't call me senior. I don't deserve it. Qingyang's face turned red with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. Although the saying goes, judge a person after 3 days, it was hard to fathom how the once frivolous youth from 3 years ago had managed to kill a half-step Chongjin fox demon Hedon. Fortunately, Qingyang was adaptable, and after a short while, he reluctantly came to terms with Lin Jun's dramatic transformation over the past 3 years. Meanwhile, Yang Shi sat alone in a corner, counting ants. He thought to himself, everyone agreed to be a nobody, yet someone secretly excelled. This is betrayal. Nonetheless, Yang Shi was genuinely happy for Lin Jun, considering him a brother. He thought, even Yang Wan can't look down on Lin Jun now. With this thought, Yang Shi's spirits lifted. Qingyang stared at Lin Jun for a while, puzzled. Did you really kill that fox demon? It wasn't that he didn't believe it. He just wanted to confirm once more. Seeing Lin Jun nod, and recalling Lin Jun's astounding punch earlier, Qingyang seemed to make a decision. There was something I wasn't planning to tell you, but since you now have the strength, you might as well hear it. Lin Jun perked up, ready to listen intently. Qingyang slowly began. I have a lead on your uncle's situation. The place where the pills disappeared is in Lingyun town. I was asked by my junior sister to investigate the disappearance of Yang Yan's pills, and coming to Qinglin town was just on the way. I originally planned to scold you, but seeing you like this, not scolding you is actually better. Qingyang let out a self-deprecating smile, but quickly regained his composure. Turning to Lin Jun, he frowned slightly and asked, isn't the Division of Demon Affairs handling this? After all, it's their elixirs that have gone missing. They should be in a frenzy by now. Lin Jun sighed and explained, of course they're involved. They've already sent people to investigate. The problem is, none of them have returned. He paused before adding, the quantity of missing elixirs isn't vast, but it's certainly enough to be concerning. The Division of Demon Affairs has sent 5 people to investigate, and not a single one has come back. Seeing that this tricky issue couldn't be resolved anytime soon, Yang Wan had no choice but to ask Qingyang to look into it. She worriedly said, the Division of Demon Affairs dungeon is no place for a person. Yang Yan's frail health won't hold up for long in there. Lin Jun agreed to Qingyang's request without hesitation. After all, Yang Yan had treated him like his own son, and he wouldn't betray that bond. However, before setting off, Lin Jun suggested, how about we spar a bit? It'll give us a sense of each other's abilities. Qingyang nodded in agreement. He thought to himself that Lin Jun's previous attacks were nothing more than minor skirmishes, and they hadn't truly clashed. Although Lin Jun had slain the fox demon, Qingyang hadn't witnessed it firsthand and still had doubts about Lin Jun's strength. He mused that his own 20 years of uninterrupted training should not be inferior to Lin Jun's, who, at most, had been training for 3 years. How much could one improve in 3 years? However, reality struck Qingyang hard. After their bout, he found himself lying on his back, staring up at the sky, wondering just how many clouds there were because all he could see was the blue sky and white clouds. Li Gui saw Qingyang sprawled on the ground and looked at him with sympathy. He was all too familiar with that awkward position, as if he were looking at his former self. But Qingyang's frustration was likely much greater than his own because Lin Jun had defeated him not with some profound technique, but with a move he had learned just yesterday, the single strike to the sun. Lying on the ground, Qingyang's mind echoed with his master's words. There's always someone better, and beyond the heavens, there are gods. He couldn't help but wonder if there truly was such a thing as a martial arts prodigy. Lin Jun's talent seemed to defy all logic. Jinzhou, Qingsha County, Lingyun Town. This small town is nestled against the mountains, surrounded by lush trees and abundant vegetation, reminiscent of a mountain city from Lin Jun's past life. The town is backed by the towering Dezay Mountain, its forests dense and verdant, appearing ink-stained from a distance. The trees on the mountain are as black as charcoal, with only their leaves tinged with dark green, making them particularly striking. As Lin Jun and his group entered the town, the streets were bustling with activity. Men carried mountain goods for sale, women wiped sweat from their husbands' brows, and children played by the roadside, their faces beaming with happiness. This scene was a stark contrast to the outside world, where demons roamed and people lived in fear, resembling a picture of a utopian paradise. Impressive, isn't it? The first time I came, I thought I was at the foot of the imperial city. A sword-wielding young man spoke to Lin Jun, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He introduced himself. I'm Xiao Yun, an auxiliary demon hunter here, been stationed for half a year. I've received 5 investigators from the Demon Hunter Bureau before, but they all vanished. I don't know the details, but I can offer some local intelligence. Lin Jun nodded and said, it is indeed impressive. This place is like a peach blossom spring, yet it feels somewhat unreal. Brother Xiao, could you show us around? Although Xiao Yun found the form of address awkward, he led Lin Jun and the others into Lingyun town. Qingyang couldn't help but whisper, Brother Lin, why do you treat this auxiliary demon hunter with such respect? Is he some kind of hidden expert? Lin Jun answered briefly, because his surname is Xiao. When you meet someone surnamed Xiao, Su, or Yi, it's wise to show some courtesy. You might receive help from them in the future. Qingyang was puzzled, but Li Gui patted his shoulder, signaling him not to overthink and to follow the group. As the group ventured deeper into the town, Lin Jun noticed something peculiar. Many residents were taking their children up the mountain, holding red strings and paper money, their faces filled with a sense of reverence. Xiao Yun explained, this is a local custom. The people here have their children acknowledge a godmother. They arrived at a path leading to Dezay Mountain, where red strings were tied to the trees, each inscribed with a name. Xiao Yun pointed to a mother and child. See, they're acknowledging a godmother for the child. The mother forced her child to kneel, bowing to the trees until blood was drawn. The child cried incessantly, but the mother ignored him, tying a red string to the tree, writing the child's name, then burning paper money while murmuring blessings. Li Gue was amazed by the peculiar customs of the great Yin. While Qingyang questioned, "Is there a mountain god here? Why are there no temples or statues?" Xiao Yun explained, 300 years ago, Dezhe Mountain was plagued by miasma and poisonous insects, making it hard for children to survive. Somehow, it was discovered that acknowledging these black trees as godmothers allowed children to grow up safely. As for the mountain god, I've checked the Demon Hunter Bureau's records. There's no such listing here. Just then, several strong men approached with a kindly old man. The old man introduced himself. "I am Tang Zheng, the town magistrate here. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner, esteemed demon hunters." Qingyang replied coldly, "I'll ask, you answer. What do you know about the stolen elixirs and the disappearance of the demon hunters?" Tang Zheng shook his head repeatedly. "I know nothing at all." As Qingyang motioned for him to leave, Tang Zheng quickly added, "However, a demon hunter came to investigate yesterday. Perhaps you could ask him." The group followed Tang Zheng to a luxurious inn. Tang Zheng directed them. "He's on the second floor. I'll leave you to it." As they ascended to the second floor, they saw a chubby man sitting alone, his table laden with delicacies. The man grinned. "Oh, the vanguard team is here. Come, sit down. I was just looking for you." Lin Jun frowned slightly, not impressed by his first impression of the man. Qingyang's expression was terrifyingly dark. He never expected this person to show up. Under Lin Jun's puzzled gaze, Qingyang explained in a low voice, "The people from the Royal Court Investigation Department are really annoying." In reality, the duties of each department within the Demon Control Bureau are somewhat self-explanatory from their names, except for the Royal Court Investigation Department, which sounds vague and is quite perplexing. Reluctantly, Qingyang sat down in front of the fat man, with Lin Jun following suit. "What do you think you're doing? Who allowed an unregistered demon handler like you to sit?" the fat man shrieked. Qingyang furrowed his brows even tighter, responding coldly, "I did. Is that satisfactory enough for you?" The fat man sneered inwardly, clearing his throat to put on an official tone. "Let's get to the point. I am Zhao Si from the Zhao family in Jinzhou, a registered demon handler with the Royal Court Investigation Department. I'm here to investigate the disappearance of those 5 demon handlers, and you two are to assist me." Qingyang leisurely picked up a cup of wine, asking coldly, "Is that an order from your superiors?" Zhao Si's face turned beet red, and he retorted angrily, "What, can't I investigate on my own?" Qingyang let out a cold laugh, stood up, and said, "Then I must refuse. Goodbye." "Stop. How dare you?" Zhao Si's threat sounded like the buzzing of flies to Qingyang, who descended the stairs without looking back. Frustrated and embarrassed, Zhao Si turned his attention to Lin Jun. "Perfect. If he dares defy my orders, I'll make sure to report him. You, come with me to investigate the missing people, and I'll put in a good word for you, so you can get a permanent position." Lin Jun drained his cup of tea expressionlessly and said blandly, "Farewell." Bang! Zhao Si slammed his palm on the table in a fit of rage, sending food scattering everywhere. "Bastards!" he roared. Qingyang walked ahead in silence, with Lin Jun close behind. Before Lin Jun could ask, Qingyang began explaining, "The Royal Court Investigation Department is the most unique department in the Demon Control Bureau. Other departments rely on strength or expertise, but for the Royal Court Investigation Department, as long as you have money, you're in. To put it bluntly, it's about buying and selling positions." "Why is that?" Lin Jun asked, puzzled. "What else?" "They're short on funds," Qingyang replied with a bitter smile. "The Demon Control Bureau has so many people to support medicines, weapons, salaries, martial arts. Everything costs money. Even with annual funding from the court, it's nearly impossible to make ends meet. This department exists to raise money for the Bureau. As long as you contribute a huge sum of money each year, you can become part of the Demon Control Bureau. They even give you a fancy title, Royal Court Investigation Department. They use the term Royal Court to give face." Qingyang continued, "Officially, this department can command all other departments except the headquarters, but that's just for show. No one takes it seriously. Wealthy merchants and gentry buy a position in the Royal Court Investigation Department for prestige and reputation. The Demon Control Bureau accommodates them, occasionally letting them gain some fame and exposure. After all, money talks. However, most people are sensible enough not to actually issue orders to demon handlers. But today, we just happened to encounter an exception." Qingyang shook his head and sighed. "The Demon Control Bureau has repeatedly advised those families against close relative marriages, which only produce fools. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. The higher-ups won't say anything about this. Let's split up to investigate, and meet back here tonight." After quickly assigning tasks, Qingyang and the others each went their separate ways, hoping to uncover some clues. Lin Jun headed towards the south of the town. By nightfall, Lin Jun had found nothing, except for one surprising fact: there wasn't a single elderly person in the entire town, except for Tang Zheng. While it's true that lifespans were shorter in this era, it was still odd not to see any elderly people at all. Puzzled, Lin Jun made his way to Mount Days. The mountain gave him an eerie feeling, as if it were alive. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He wandered around the mountain, feeling irritated by the sight of red strings everywhere, and decided to head back down. Just then, he heard a rhythmic sound. Looking in that direction, Lin Jun saw a man laboriously swinging a worn-out axe, chopping down a tree. This scene immediately caught Lin Jun's attention. The townspeople revered the trees on Mount Days as sacred, choosing to freeze rather than cut trees for firewood, even making winding paths around them. Yet here was someone daring to chop down a tree? Before Lin Jun could approach to inquire, a group of people armed with sticks charged up the mountain, beating the woodcutter mercilessly. Song Lao, you heartless dog. You even killed your own mother, the leader shouted angrily. This time we'll break your legs for sure. You unfilial dog. Beat him to death. That's not my mother. Song Lao shouted hoarsely. My mother died long ago. I have no mother. These words only further enraged the group, especially when they saw the tree he was cutting. You bastard. That's my mother you're chopping. One person roared, rushing forward. Sensing the situation was dire, Lin Jun leapt in front of the crowd in one swift motion. Seeing Lin Jun effortlessly jump 10 meters, the crowd hesitated, fear creeping into their hearts. Sir, this is our family matter. Please don't interfere, someone said cautiously. Lin Jun remained silent, simply staring at them. Realizing there was no way to continue, the group shot Song Lao a few angry glances before reluctantly retreating to the town with their sticks. Thank you, Song Lao said, groping on the ground until he found the broken axe. Just then, a woman's hysterical scream echoed from afar. Song Lao, you damned fool. Your daughter was taken to recognize a godmother. Upon hearing this, Song Lao seemed electrified, scrambling to his feet. Where? Where? He shouted. Lin Jun watched as the two of them ran down the mountain as if possessed, as if recognizing a godmother was some kind of nightmare to them. He hurriedly followed. Not long after, Lin Jun saw a familiar figure. Tang Zheng was pressing a young girl's head, forcing her to kowtow to a sapling. The sapling was tied with red strings, and there was a pile of paper money beside it. No, no, no. Don't kowtow. Don't kowtow. Song Lao charged forward, brandishing the broken axe, his eyes bloodshot and wild. His appearance startled those around Tang Zheng, who thought a wild animal had appeared. Song Lao, don't ruin your child's future. Tang Zheng shouted angrily. Your child is already 10 years old, for years overdue. If she doesn't recognize a godmother, aren't you afraid she'll die from the miasma? But Song Lao showed no signs of backing down, roaring, no kowtowing. Whoever makes her kowtow, I'll kill them. The broken axe gleamed coldly in Song Lao's hand, and his deranged eyes made it clear to everyone present the meant business. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Although Tang Zheng was surrounded by numerous guards, he hesitated to confront Lin Jun, the enigmatic demon handler. Lin Jun stood quietly behind Song Lao, his gaze piercing, leaving Tang Zheng unsure of his intentions. Fine, since you want a delay for your child, I won't wait around. Tang Zheng waved his hand, turned with his men, and left, calculating in his mind. There's no need to stir up trouble now. After all, this demon handler won't last much longer. As those people walked away, Song Lao hurried to the kneeling girl's side and embraced her tightly, weeping like a child. His tears soaked the girl's clothes. Meanwhile, the woman nearby frantically pulled down the red strings from the tree and kicked away the pile of paper money, her eyes filled with disdain as if those items were something monstrous. The family hastily gathered their things and, holding the child, headed up the mountain. Lin Jun followed them silently. Before long, they reached a dilapidated hut, isolated on the mountainside, far from Lingyun town. Beside the hut was a pile of blackened wood, tied with red strings, indicating that Song Lao had performed this ritual more than once. Curse it all, chopping trees, chopping trees. If you lose your life, how will the two of us survive? The woman cursed as she opened the door. Come in, and thank you for earlier. Song Lao said in a daze, the madness in his eyes gradually fading, as if regaining some clarity. Inside the small hut, the most striking item was a piece of wood on the bed, covered with a quilt. Song Lao gazed at the wood, his eyes softening. That's my son. If he were alive, I would have grandchildren by now, maybe even great-grandchildren. Lin Jun approached the bed and gently touched the wood. It's dried, air-dried. Song Lao put down his axe, carefully picking up the wood and cleaning off the fallen bark. His expression shifted from tenderness to panic, then slowly to madness. His mental state is truly concerning, Lin Jun thought to himself. Don't mind him, sir. This fool does nothing but chop trees and go crazy. the woman said disdainfully. She was a widow, not Song Lao-er's original wife, but had moved in out of pity for him and her own loneliness. The girl was also taken in, making the family seem cobbled together. Honestly, he picked up a piece of wood from the mountain and claims it's his son. If I could have married elsewhere, I wouldn't be living with him. The woman continued to complain. Lin Jun seemed oblivious to her words, focusing instead on the wood. The dense grain of the wood revealed something peculiar to him. It was clearly man-made. Do you want revenge? Lin Jun suddenly asked. Song Lauer was startled, jumping up. What revenge? Who dares to seek revenge on me? I'll chop them down. Seeing this, Lin Jun said nothing more, simply standing up slowly. You can find me any time? With that, he turned and left. Song Lao-er stood there, dazed, watching Lin Jun's departing figure, then looked down at the wood in his hands. He slowly carried the wood out of the hut. Where are you going, you fool? Aren't you eating? The woman shouted after him. Song Lao-er turned back and shook his head slowly, his eyes devoid of madness. Sorry, he said softly, but the woman read his lips. For the first time, she found this man she had lived with for over a decade to be so unfamiliar. Lin Jun returned to the inn in the town, where the moon hung high in the sky, and everyone had gathered. Clearly, they hadn't found any clues. However, Qingyang looked troubled, having just received some unsettling news. Zhao Si has gone up the mountain, Qingyang said gravely. A villager claiming to have seen the body of the demon handler led Zhao Si to search for clues. Qingyang knew Zhao Si's intentions well. He was eager to resolve this matter quickly to boost his standing within his family. Why doesn't he think things through before acting? Qingyang grumbled inwardly. Should we rescue him? Lin Jun asked. Given Zhao Si's skills, he might not survive on the mountain. The miasma and poisonous insects up there are no joke, and the mountain is strange. No matter how you walk, you can't reach the top. Even locals find it like a ghostly maze. Rescue him? Let him die. Those good for nothings, Li Gui said bluntly. Xiao Yun listened silently. As an outsider, his participation in such meetings was already exceptional. I'm afraid we can't. Qingyang shook his head. The villager brought back the demon handler's identity tag. I checked it. It's genuine, from one of the missing ones. The situation wasn't complicated. There was a demon on the mountain, and the disappearance of the demon handlers and the elixirs were connected to it. Whether for the missing elixirs or the demon handlers, they had to go up the mountain. Then let's move quickly, before more complications arise, Qingyang said, leading the group towards Days Mountain. Standing at the foot of Days Mountain, Li Gui suddenly spoke. Doesn't this feel like a trap? A villager conveniently found an identity tag that even demon handlers couldn't locate and brought it back. Even if this is a trap, do we really have another choice? Qingyang let out a bitter smile, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of the oddity of the situation, but he also understood they had no other options. Yang Wan's father, Yang Yin, was still suffering in the dark and damp prison, and who knew how much longer he could endure. Initially, Qingyang wasn't this anxious, as Yang Yin had some cultivation skills to rely on. However, recent news had left him extremely worried. Yang Wan's mother, a mere mortal with no cultivation, had also been imprisoned. Time felt like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, drawing closer with every passing moment. Lin Jun watched Qingyang, a peculiar expression growing in his eyes. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Why are you, an outsider, so concerned about the Yang family? Could it be, you like my sister?" Qingyang was caught off guard and started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Don't talk nonsense. A suspicious blush crept onto his face. As the group ventured into the mountains, a dense fog suddenly enveloped them, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Lin Jun glanced back to find that his previously chatting companions had vanished without a trace, leaving only the thick white mist. At that moment, a rhythmic sound reached his ears. Following the noise, Lin Jun saw Song Lauer chopping down a tree. Song Lauer seemed oblivious to Lin Jun's presence, wearing a silly grin as he cut the tree into sections and carried some wood away. Lin Jun's gaze fell on the wood left behind by Song Lauer, one piece particularly standing out. Wasn't that his son? Lin Jun carefully picked up the piece of wood and noticed the grain was even clearer than the last time he saw it. It was a map leading to the mountain's summit. Bowing deeply in the direction Song Lauer had left, Lin Jun murmured, "I will do my utmost." His voice was low and determined. In the distance, Song Lauer continued to smile foolishly, but a few tears silently slipped from the corners of his eyes. 20 years of feigned madness, nearly beaten to death, all for this day. He knew deep down he had little hope that Lin Jun would succeed. He had met the dry nurse and knew she was no ordinary demon handler. But this was the last thing he could do for his son, and even if it couldn't avenge his son, he would die with no regrets. As for Lin Jun's fate, Song Lauer could only silently apologize in his heart. After all, Lin Jun was a demon handler. It was his duty. Song Lauer, carrying the wood, walked heavily into the fog, leaving Lin Jun alone to face the unknown dangers. None of Qingyang's group could have anticipated that after entering Daze Mountain, they would not face an attack from demons, but rather an ambush from humans. Tang Zheng, what do you think you're doing? Qingyang's face was tense as he scanned the crowd of 500 villagers before him. These once peaceful villagers now had eyes filled with greed, as if they wanted to devour them alive. Tang Zheng grinned, revealing sharp teeth. What do I mean? Naturally, I want to take you all to celebrate my foster mother's birthday. For her grand celebration, we must show our filial piety. I will accept your flesh and blood on her behalf. Before his words had even settled, Tang Zheng's body began to swell rapidly, transforming into a three-meter giant in a few breaths. The surrounding villagers also began to reveal their monstrous traits. Some grew sharp fangs and claws, while others had skin turning scaly. Qingyang instantly realized that it wasn't just these 500 people. The entire Lingyun town had probably fallen. Damn it. How did they manage to hide so well? At that moment, Qingyang felt the surrounding trees come alive, with countless thread-like red lines extending towards them like tentacles. The whole mountain seemed to exude hostility. This scene was particularly shocking to Xiao Yun. He had lived here for half a year, unaware that the people around him had already been tainted by demonic energy. This nearly perfect concealment left him chilled to the bone. Master Tang, they're missing one person, a villager suddenly pointed out. Tang Zheng looked around and indeed noticed Lin Jun's absence. However, he remained unruffled, simply smirking. Just an auxiliary demon handler. He won't get far. We'll deal with these people first and then find him. My foster mother will be thrilled to see so much warrior flesh and blood. What if he escapes? Someone asked worriedly. What's there to fear? My foster mother will handle it. By the time we're done here, she might have already devoured that demon handler whole. Tang Zheng sneered, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Meanwhile, Lin Jun was pushing forward with all his might. He smashed through obstructing tree trunks, moving quickly in the direction indicated by the map. Every so often, he spotted a tree that had been chopped down, clearly a marker left by Song Lauer. This path was found at the cost of Song Lauer's life. Lin Jun thought with appreciation, quickening his pace. Finally, Lin Jun arrived at a clearing. Surrounded by lush grass, a towering tree stood at the center, about 60 meters high. Its trunk was as black as charcoal, and its branches and leaves blocked out the sun entirely. What was even more horrifying was the dense growth of saplings around the giant tree, each one bearing human head-shaped lumps on their branches. Some were still wooden, while others were real human heads. Rough estimates suggested there were at least 1,000 heads. As Lin Jun stood in shock, one of the human heads on the nearest sapling suddenly opened its eyes. A demon handler, huh? The head stared at Lin Jun's waist badge, its tone becoming urgent. Run. Get out of here. It's too late if you don't. This isn't a demon you can handle. It's a forbidden-level demon. Run. Just as Lin Jun was about to speak, another voice interrupted. Hey, you over there, get me out of here. I don't want to stay here. Get me out. I'll reward you. I'll pay you. Just take me away. Lin Jun turned to see Zhao Xi's head on a sturdier sapling, reduced to just a head in a single day. Don't speak ill of mother, a gentle female voice suddenly whispered in Lin Jun's ear. Unnoticed, a woman had appeared beside him. Seeing this woman, the demon handler who had warned Lin Jun was filled with despair. It's too late. Everything's over. The woman smiled at Lin Jun. Care to stay for a visit? Lin Jun didn't respond, but kept his eyes fixed on her. The woman seemed somewhat helpless, sighing lightly. We haven't harmed any of you demon handlers. These are just gifts from my children for my birthday. Your demon handler bureau can't just kill demons without reason, right? Without reason? Lin Jun pointed at the tree of human heads, his voice icy. You call this without reason? These are children who voluntarily came to recognize me. The woman chuckled softly. What's the matter? There's no rule against recognizing a demon as a mother, is there? Her tone wasn't one of explanation but rather of mockery, as if she were playing with Lin Jun like a cat with a mouse. I have a question, Lin Jun suddenly said. Oh. The woman seemed surprised. Go ahead. Why haven't I seen a single elderly person among the 3,800 residents of Lingyun town? Lin Jun's aura suddenly surged, like a bomb ready to explode. The woman sighed again. Really, can't you just play dumb? I could have had another godson. The heads on these trees, except for a few demon handlers, are all quite old. I've let them live happily for 30 years, and they seemed quite willing to do so, even helping me intercept a bunch of elixirs. I'd say it's mutually beneficial. Why do you care so much? You won't find another demon like me even if you search with a lantern. Lin Jun's expression remained unchanged. He replied calmly, Are you done talking? The woman was taken aback. I don't care what you think. Lin Jun's fist now glowed like a freshly forged iron ingot, murderous intent gathering like dripping blood. All I know is you've eaten people, you're a demon, and I am a demon handler. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire Daze Mountain, startling the people below into a halt. Damn it! That's the aura of a forbidden-level demon. Qingyang's face turned pale. Quick, break through and help Lin Jun. A forbidden-level demon was beyond their capabilities, and Lin Jun alone was in grave danger. Ha ha ha, foster mother has taken action. She's supporting us. Attack. Tang Zheng laughed maniacally, leading the demon-possessed villagers in a more ferocious assault. Empowered by demonic energy, these ordinary people now had the strength to rival warriors, at the cost of burning their own lifespans. Qingyang and the others were in dire straits, while Xiao Yun and Li Gui were so overwhelmed they couldn't even find a direction to break through. Who would have thought that the villagers and demons would stand together? The very people they were supposed to protect were now aiding the demons against them. The woman slowly crawled out of the large pit in the ground, her left side entirely gone, revealing not internal organs, but heaps of rotting twigs and leaves. Her face was expressionless, but a flicker of interest shone in her eyes. A human at the Huayuan level had managed to destroy her body with a single punch? Even though this was not her true form, Lin Jun's sudden attack had taken her by surprise. Being struck by a Huayuan human was indeed disconcerting. As the woman stood up, the entire Daze Mountain began to tremble. Jet-black tree roots burst from the ground, surging towards her. The birds and beasts in the forest, sensing impending doom, frantically fled from Daze Mountain. The human head trees withered at a visible rate, and the once calm expressions on the faces twisted into extreme agony. Save me! Save me! Zhao Si screamed in torment as Lin Jun turned his head. His face rapidly lost its color, turning into wood, his voice fading until he was nothing more than a piece of timber. Hundreds of human head saplings began to petrify to varying extents, their once vibrant faces losing sound. Even the worldly Lin Jun felt a wave of nausea at the sight. Lin Jun took a deep breath, his gaze growing calm. Whatever this demon had done before, all he needed to know was that he could turn her into experience points. Killing her would end it all. The woman's broken body quickly regained its fullness, her skin turning dark and exuding the scent of decayed wood. All that glitters is not gold, indeed. Her demonic aura intensified, as if she wanted to speak, but seeing Lin Jun's indifferent demeanor, she swallowed her words. A tedious human, she thought, but suitable to become my flesh and blood. She had been in this place for 300 years, and everything here had become her roots. It was time to leave. Taking advantage of the last opportunity, she would devour a few extraordinary warriors, seize human elixirs, and then swiftly retreat before the Siyao Jian could respond, to continue her work elsewhere. Lin Jun and his companions, along with the earlier Siyao agents, were perfect prey. The woman was untroubled by the Siyao army, always choosing remote areas for her activities. She summoned a long black wooden ruler, while Lin Jun had nothing but the clothes on his back. With a bow of her head, the woman vanished from Lin Jun's sight, reappearing from the ground, the wooden ruler thrusting upwards with intent to pierce Lin Jun entirely. However, to her surprise, a cloak of lightning and ice armor manifested around Lin Jun, and the wooden ruler struck it like hitting steel, unable to penetrate. Though the ice armor was strong, she was confident she could break it with force. Yet, Lin Jun gave her no chance to continue her assault, raising his fiery fist and slamming it into the ground. Boom! A massive pit appeared instantly, and the woman emerged clutching her chest, her eyes devoid of any previous contempt. She couldn't comprehend how this human Lin Jun possessed power comparable to a demon. Had she not dodged quickly, her newly formed body would have been shattered. Impossible! She gasped, clutching her chest. When had it happened? She sensed a ferocious and hostile energy within her, relentlessly damaging her body. The crimson energy clung to her like a leech, forcing her to expend energy to repair the damage. She finally realized Lin Jun's uniqueness. Tomorrow is my grand feast, and you shall be the main course. As her words fell, Lin Jun felt the world darken. Looking up, he saw that the nearly 50-meter-tall black wooden tree had come to life. The massive trunk toppled towards Lin Jun. As he prepared to dodge, the saplings rose and encircled him. Boom! The giant tree collapsed, and Lin Jun was nowhere to be seen. The woman sighed in relief, her true form as heavy and indestructible as steel. Lin Jun could not have survived being crushed. Yet, unease lingered in her heart. Something was wrong. Boom! Another earth-shattering crash split the giant tree in two, scattering the saplings. Lin Jun emerged, his body blood-red, like a red-hot Iron Man. This energy lasted only a moment before fading, his skin returning to normal, leaving him with an air of emptiness. The one character to the sun technique, concentrating all energy for a single explosive attack, was a desperate move. If it failed to kill the enemy, the user would be left defenseless. As Lin Jun was about to draw his weapon from the small flag, he suddenly felt a surge of power rapidly filling the emptiness within him. In the distance, the woman clutched her chest and spat out a puddle of black water. She looked at Lin Jun in disbelief, astonished that a human in the Huayuan stage could split her true form in two. What kind of power is this? She thought, horrified. Humans usually rely on hunting in groups to subdue demons. How can this human possess such formidable strength alone? Despite her shock, she noticed the emptiness within Lin Jun. That strike must have been a desperate move, she thought, relieved. It seems I've won this time. The tree demon vowed that after consuming Lin Jun, she would never again appear in the human world. Her near defeat by a single Huayuan human made her acutely aware of the unpredictability of humans. Eager to devour Lin Jun to restore her strength, she realized that the pill she had acquired would remain unused. However, just as she was about to make her move, Lin Jun suddenly emanated a powerful demonic aura. The ancient presence was so overwhelming that she felt an involuntary urge to kneel. Impossible, she screamed internally. You're just an ordinary human. How can you possess the aura of an ancient demon? If you had this kind of power, why didn't you use it earlier? What was the point of fighting so hard? Her furious roar marked her last conscious thought before she was plunged into eternal darkness. Lin Jun extracted a black demon core from the woman's foul-smelling corpse, wrinkling his nose at the stench. With the tree demon's death, the surrounding saplings withered into rotten wood, and the black trees of the entire day's mountain began to collapse. Qingyang, who was engaged in battle with the frenzied villagers, immediately noticed the change. The villagers suddenly lost their strength and collapsed one after another. The older ones even turned into lifeless pieces of dead wood. Looking towards the mountain peak, Qingyang saw Lin Jun descending slowly, clad in tattered clothes and holding the tree demon's wooden scepter. You killed that Chengjin demon? Qingyang asked incredulously. Yes, Lin Jun replied calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. Yes? What do you mean, yes? Qingyang pressed, astonished. You speak as if you killed a mere dog. That was a Chengjin demon, and you, a Huayuan, managed to slay it. Taking a few deep breaths, Qingyang struggled to accept the reality. Beside him, Li Gue patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder and whispered, he was just an auxiliary demon hunter half a month ago. Damn, Xiao Yun realized. So Yang Yin knew about Lin Jun's talent all along and fought to protect him? Are we the fools here? Xiao Yun now looked at Lin Jun with a sense of aspiration. If Lin Jun can do it, so can I. Seeing Xiao Yun's reaction, Li Gue recalled something Lin Jun had said a few days ago and thought to himself, should I invest in this Xiao guy sooner? Brother Lin, Senior Lin, Qingyang began awkwardly, feeling a sudden and regrettable distance between them. What do you plan to do next? Just call me Lin Jun. Lin Jun corrected. Next, we're going to burn the mountain. Burn the mountain? Qingyang asked, puzzled. Lin Jun explained. Tree demons are different. They produce many seeds, and if any are left unchecked, they could grow into a future threat. It's better to burn it all and be thorough. Do you hear yourself? Qingyang asked in surprise. Eliminate the root to prevent future troubles. Isn't that the obvious thing to do? Lin Jun replied. What's so strange about it? Qingyang forced a smile. You're right. No, you can't burn it. You can't. A piercing cry shattered the night sky. Half a day later, Lin Jun arrived at the foot of the mountain, torch in hand, only to be stopped by a human barricade. These villagers, though weakened by the demonic aura, stood resolutely in their path. They weren't directly confronting Lin Jun and his group, but the influence of the demon's presence was evident. It's our elder's birthday today. What do you outsiders want? A voice called out from the crowd. Qingyang found himself in a dilemma. They could easily deal with the demon, but they hesitated to move against the villagers. After all, the division of demon control relied on the taxes paid by these very people. No matter how Qingyang explained, the villagers refused to believe that their so-called elder was dead. Even knowing she was a demon, they wouldn't cooperate. Lin Jun paused for a moment, then silently extinguished his torch. Let's go, he said tersely. Qingyang looked at Lin Jun, puzzled. A moment ago, he was convinced Lin Jun would set the mountain ablaze. Despite his confusion, he followed Lin Jun's orders. Unconsciously, he had grown accustomed to doing so. As Lin Jun and his group retreated, the surviving villagers erupted in cheers. Soon after, a grand birthday celebration began in Lingyun town, filled with laughter and joy that echoed from afar. Let's set up camp here, Lin Jun suggested, choosing a high vantage point overlooking Lingyun town. We'll wait here for a few days if that's all right. Qingyang readily agreed to Lin Jun's inquiry. I've reported the situation here. Once the division of demon control learns of it, they'll release your uncle and aunt. He paused. But what are we doing here? Shouldn't we hurry back with the pills and the identity tokens of the deceased demon controllers? The pills are still in the deep cave of the demon in Days Mountain. I've already reported the location, and someone will come to retrieve them. No rush. I will definitely burn this mountain, Lin Jun explained. He could have burned it down earlier, but he cared about Xiao Yun's reputation as an unofficial demon controller. If his actions caused Xiao Yun to be denied official status, Lin Jun would feel guilty. Reputation was crucial for unofficial demon controllers. 3 days passed. With the tree demon dead, the villagers of Lingyun town were no longer under its protection, and miasma began to invade their bodies. Worse, the combination of demonic aura and miasma was even more lethal. 5 days later, deaths began in Lingyun town, with 30 villagers succumbing to the miasma in a single day. On the 6th day, 40 more died. On the 7th day, Song Lauer and his family came to kneel before Lin Jun, reporting another 50 deaths. The mutated combination of the dead demon's aura and the miasma was overwhelming the villagers. Yet, the miasma carried a familiar scent of their elder, and they couldn't accept that she was harming them. On the 8th day, another 50 perished. By the 9th day, a middle-aged man knelt before Lin Jun, his voice trembling, "Please, sir, burn the mountain. If we don't, everyone in Lingyun town will die." In the past, they relied on Day's mountain for survival. Even with the miasma, burning the mountain was unthinkable. But now, with the black trees dead and the vicious miasma and aura, the mountain offered no resources and only threatened their lives. There's no elder anymore. She's truly dead, and even in death, she's harming them, the man said with pain in his voice. "Let's go, burn the mountain," Lin Jun decisively ordered. Half a day later, Day's mountain was engulfed in flames. The remaining villagers of Lingyun town watched the inferno, stunned and unsure of what to do. Lin Jun and his group left after ensuring the fire had done its job. The aftermath was for the authorities to handle. The Division of Demon Control's duty was solely to deal with demons. The people's welfare was the government's concern. Qingyang wrote the report based on Lin Jun's account, to be submitted upon their return to the Division of Demon Control. 300 years ago, a tree demon appeared in Lingyun town. She convinced the locals to recognize her as their elder, protecting them from miasma in exchange for becoming her nutrient source. Unlike other demons, she practiced sustainable development, absorbing the locals' life force until they turned 30, at which point she completely consumed them, turning them into saplings on the mountain, becoming part of her roots. The villagers were aware, but the tree demon's 3-century influence made them accept this as normal. Clearly, this wasn't her first time. Otherwise, she couldn't have hidden it for so long. As for the rest, it was simple. Lin Jun destroyed the tree demon with a single punch. Qingyang couldn't help but glance at Lin Jun as he finished the report. Do you think they'll believe this? A Huayuan-level fighter taking down a Changjian-level demon with one punch. But no matter how much he questioned, Lin Jun insisted he had indeed killed the demon with a single punch. What else could Qingyang do but record it? Li Gui approached Xiao Yun again. "You did well this time. Once we're back and you pass the assessment, you'll likely be officially recognized." "I'll guide you then." Xiao Yun looked puzzled, unsure why this person was so inexplicably friendly. "Thank you, senior." "No need to thank me. It's my duty," Li Gui replied with a smile. Qingyang rolled his eyes at Li Gui, not believing a word of Lin Jun's outrageous claims. Lin Jun, meanwhile, focused inwardly on the power within him. The bloodline of the heavenly fox. Human physiques were no match for demons. At the same level, humans couldn't contend with demons' heathen. But the heavenly fox bloodline endowed him with a demonic physique, as evidenced by his rapid recovery of strength earlier. And this was just an incomplete bloodline. Zhang Zhan had 8 offspring, 5 were dead, and 3 remained. If he could obtain the remaining 3, wouldn't his physique grow even stronger? And if he could get Zhang Zhan's? Lin Jun's thoughts wandered far. The demon suppression prison is a place that even demons fear. In the dark and damp cells, the clanking of chains and the wails of demons echo continuously. The demons imprisoned here are valuable to the Demon Suppression Bureau. They may not be killed, but they cannot escape torment. The adversarial relationship between humans and demons is vividly displayed here, with the roles of prey and predator constantly shifting. In this earthly purgatory, a human sigh stands out. It belongs to Yang Yin, a logistics staff member who was inadvertently locked up here. He never imagined he would be among demons. Though separated by iron bars, their presence still made him uncomfortable. The elixirs had been missing for 3 months. Despite the authorities sending people to search everywhere, there was no trace of them. Yang Yin gradually lost hope, knowing that even if they were found, the credit wouldn't be his. He could only hope to redeem himself through merit, but his family situation put him in a dilemma. His wife, Yang Wan, was frequently away and couldn't return. His eldest son was a good-for-nothing. Fortunately, with Yang Wan's connections, he didn't have to worry about losing his life for now, but how long he could survive in this hellhole remained uncertain. As Yang Yin wallowed in self-pity, a familiar voice interrupted him. "Stop sighing, you useless thing. Even I, a woman, have been locked up here. What good are you?" It was Zhou Hui, Yang Yan's wife and Lin Jun's aunt, who was also imprisoned here, her face full of exhaustion and helplessness. Yang Yin looked at his wife with concern. "You've suffered, my dear. He hadn't expected that merely exchanging a few letters with Zhou Hui while transporting the elixirs would implicate her as well. Although the investigation had cleared Zhou Hui's name, and she would be released in 10 days, even 10 days in this demon-infested place was torturous for an ordinary person. The conversation inevitably turned to Lin Jun. I wonder how Lin Jun is doing. It's been 3 years, and I can't go to fetch him, Yang Yin murmured. Hearing this, Zhou Hui became furious. Lin Jun, is that brat all you can think about? She had long held a grudge against her nephew, believing him to be useless and a reason for Yang Yan's demotion, making her unable to hold her head high in Jinzhou City. Yang Yin forced an awkward smile and cautiously explained, after all, he's my sister's child. Get lost. Don't mention that brat to me. Zhou Hui interrupted angrily. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by a loud bang on the cell door. A guard opened the door and tossed in a set of decent clothes, tersely saying, change into these and get ready to leave. Zhou Hui slumped to the ground in fright, and Yang Yan's legs went weak. He trembled as he asked, brother, aren't we even entitled to a last meal? I've worked for the Demon Suppression Bureau for 30 years. Surely I've earned some credit, or at least endured hardship. The guard looked puzzled. Who said anything about execution? You're being released without charges. Change your clothes and leave. We have new demons to imprison. Yang Yin was stunned, taking a moment to process the words. Released without charges? Did they find the elixirs? The guard, growing impatient, replied, I'm just a guard. How would I know? Word is that someone found the elixirs and even killed a powerful demon, trading that merit for your release. Hurry up and change. After the guard left, Yang Yin and Zhou Hui exchanged bewildered looks. Who would give up such significant credit to save them? Zhou Hui speculated it might be Yang Wan, but Yang Yin shook his head. He knew his daughter's predicament, trapped in a place he couldn't mention. If it weren't for the occasional messages, he would have thought she had met with misfortune. Suddenly, Yang Yin had a flash of insight. Could it be Qingyang? That young man always liked our daughter, so it would make sense if it were him. Though still doubtful, Qingyang had mentioned last time that he was a step away from breaking through the barrier. Months had passed, and it wasn't impossible. The more Yang Yin thought about it, the more convinced he became that it was likely Qingyang's doing. In any case, we must thank him properly once we're out, Yang Yin planned privately. As for marriage matters, I'll leave it to Yang Wan to decide. His thoughts drifted back to Lin Jun. Lin Jun should be back soon. Should I have him leave the Demon Suppression Bureau and lead a normal life? That new assessment is too dangerous. It could cost him his life. Just then, they were led out of the prison to Jinzhou City, the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau. This city, born because of the Bureau, was the most prosperous place in the Jinzhou region. The Demon Suppression offices of the 13 counties answered to its command, and the highways extending from the city ensured that orders and aid could reach all areas swiftly. Lin Jun arrived in Jinzhou City late at night, but the city was still brightly lit and bustling. The human pathways above and the trade routes below, with bridges crisscrossing and skyscrapers towering, made Lin Jun look up in wonder. For a moment, he almost felt as if he had returned to the world he knew before. Qingyang watched Lin Jun expectantly, hoping to see him awestruck. However, Lin Jun was only momentarily surprised before regaining his composure. Amazing, right? Isn't it incredible how much this place has changed in just 3 years? Qingyang couldn't help but ask. Lin Jun replied calmly, it's all right. Though the city was vibrant, it still fell short compared to the metropolises of his previous life. Hearing this assessment, Qingyang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. You're just pretending, he thought to himself. Half an hour later, at the directorate office. The night was deep, yet the building responsible for handling matters related to the demon hunters was still brightly lit. Lin Jun and his group walked through the bustling corridors and arrived at the task reporting hall. Even at this late hour, the place was teeming with people. Numerous demon hunters were coming and going, exchanging information, submitting reports, and some even engaging in private deals in the corners. Lin Jun and his companions headed straight to the counter to submit their report on Yang Yan's elixir. As soon as the name Yang Yin was mentioned by Qingyang, the entire hall seemed to freeze for a moment. All eyes turned towards them. After all, as the first human in a century to be imprisoned in the demon prison, Yang Yan's name always caused a stir. Not to mention, his daughter Yang Wan was a prodigious demon hunter, already a Langjiang at just 20 and a strong contender for the future Pioneer Division's pillar. The official in charge of receiving reports immediately straightened up, carefully storing the documents. He then took the wooden ruler handed over by Qingyang, a weapon from the tree demon. A mid-level demon, indeed, the official confirmed after a thorough inspection. We've already informed the Demon Hunter Division to send someone to collect it. After verifying the details, the official began calculating their merits. For eliminating the mid-level demon and retrieving the elixir, you are entitled to a 3-rank promotion. Additionally, you can choose a mid-level martial art, or exchange it for other cultivation materials. Who is the primary contributor? The official asked, looking up. Qingyang glanced at Lin Jun, his tone filled with admiration. He single-handedly killed the tree demon. We merely assisted. He deserves the primary credit. As clearly stated in the report, this statement caused everyone present to gasp. The young man, seemingly only in his early 20s, had taken down a mid-level demon single-handedly. Even the seasoned official, with 30 years of experience, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Suddenly, the official's gaze fixed on Lin Jun's face. Wait, are you Lin Jun? For a moment, the entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. 3 years ago, Lin Jun's notorious reputation had echoed throughout Jinzhou City. Even after his departure, people still remembered the arrogant, reckless playboy who had roamed the city. Yes, Lin Jun replied calmly. That single word set off a wave of shock. The demon hunters exchanged incredulous glances. Could the Lin Jun who had nearly died in debauchery really have developed the strength to slay a mid-level demon in just 3 years? It seemed more fantastical than a fairy tale. But the demon's weapon was right before them, making it impossible to falsify. Besides, who would dare to joke about a mid-level demon? As the crowd was still processing their astonishment, Lin Jun retrieved another item from his pocket. Oh, this is the token of Wangzhong, the third seat of the Pioneer Division. I'd like to register it, please. The official almost failed to respond, struggling to reconcile the courteous young man before him with the frivolous Lin Jun of his memories. No trouble at all, the official stammered, accepting the token and meticulously checking the recorded achievements. Let's see. Slaying the Essence Transformation Tiger Demon. Slaying the Essence Transformation Snake Demon. Slaying. With each mention, the crowd's expressions grew increasingly astonished. How had Lin Jun tracked down so many demons in just 3 years? Had he invaded the demon kingdom itself? Slaying Zhangzhen's son, Zhangju, a half-step mid-level demon, awarded the 3 wolf emblem. This name once again plunged the room into silence. The incident of Zhang Zhen's betrayal had been significant, etched in the memory of every demon hunter. And now, his fugitive son had been slain by Lin Jun? Amidst the incredulous stares, the official paused before finally speaking. Based on your contributions, you are entitled to a mid-level martial art. Slaying a mid-level demon also earns you another martial art. You can exchange these for other rewards, such as elixirs or weapons. Lin Jun pondered for a moment before answering. I'll take the martial arts. Additionally, I don't want the credit for slaying the mid-level demon. I would like my uncle's family to be released. Is that possible? The official couldn't help but remind him. But that's a mid-level martial art. Now that the elixir has been retrieved, he would only serve another 10 years as punishment before release. Are you sure it's worth it? Only the Demon Hunter Division and a few prestigious sects have access to mid-level martial arts. They are exceedingly rare. I understand. Could you please inquire for me? Lin Jun replied calmly. The official was left speechless, eventually nodding and departing. The directorate office fell silent once more, with everyone casting various complex looks at Lin Jun: admiration, doubt, disdain, and indifference. Yet Lin Jun remained unfazed, simply closing his eyes and waiting. Half an hour later, the official returned, panting. They agreed. Thank you. Lin Jun expressed his gratitude politely, a demeanor that still felt somewhat jarring to the official. Here is your identity token. The official handed over an intricately crafted token. The Ministry of War will deliver your mount and attire to your residence tomorrow. As a 3-wolf emblem demon hunter, you receive a monthly salary of 100 taels, 10 chi condensing pills, and 10 body refining pills. Additionally, the medical and war ministries will prioritize your requests. Unless someone has committed an unforgivable crime, such as colluding with demons or betraying the country, only the headquarters has the authority to remove you from your position. This statement struck Lin Jun like a heavy blow to the heart. He looked around and saw the envious glances in the eyes of those present. Although the salary wasn't much, the value of the elixirs was immeasurable. Lin Jun took a deep breath, sighing inwardly. Indeed, the ultimate goal of the universe is to pass the civil service exam. This job with a secure position truly offers extraordinary benefits. He savored the words he had just heard. No one can remove you from your position, and the thought of receiving a fixed salary left him amazed. The dream he couldn't achieve in his previous life was now fulfilled in this world. At that moment, an official handed Lin Jun a thin booklet, explaining, "This is the directory and introduction to the Chongjin cultivation techniques. If you fancy any of them, let me know, and I'll fetch it for you." Lin Jun took the booklet and opened it, seeing pages filled with names of techniques, making him dizzy. Seeing this, the official added, "There's no rush. You can take half a month to decide and let me know." As Lin Jun browsed, his attention was drawn to the last entry, a technique that had been crossed out. "What is this?" he asked, pointing to it. The official leaned in for a closer look and explained, "The Heaven and Earth Furnace? It's a technique from the previous dynasty, but it's incomplete. Some self-proclaimed geniuses have tried to study it without success, so it was crossed off. It was supposed to be an advanced technique to the Melting Furnace Sutra, but that foundational text is also missing. It would be better if you chose something else. However, Lin Jun decisively pointed to the technique and said, I want this one. Huh, this one. The official looked at Lin Jun in surprise. Wouldn't you like to reconsider? Even Master Ji Yuan, one of the leading figures, couldn't complete this technique. Lin Jun shook his head and reiterated, this one? The official sighed helplessly, all right, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. He shook his head internally, thinking, another one who doesn't believe in the impossible. All those achievements from defeating demons, wasted just like that. Ignoring the complex gazes from everyone around, Lin Jun walked straight out of the administrative office. Qingyang and others hurriedly followed him out, just about to persuade him when Lin Jun preemptively said, no need to convince me. I have my own plans. Seeing this, Qingyang could only sigh in resignation. Everyone dispersed, each with their own matters to attend to. Lin Jun, meanwhile, followed the route in his memory towards his uncle's residence. After slaying a powerful demon, Lin Jun earned 20,000 experience points. Lying in bed, his gaze flickered between the messages on his panel and his own attributes. The Ministry of War had delivered the sword mentioned by Wang Zhong. This weapon, crafted from the bones of a fox demon, bore a striking resemblance to the one he used in Qinglin County. Lin Jun had specifically instructed them to use the wood demon's materials for the scabbard and hilt, and to send the sword back for remaking. By morning, the promised elixirs arrived. Though they weren't particularly beneficial to Lin Jun, they could serve as valuable bargaining chips for future exchanges. Shortly after, an official delivered a manual titled, The Furnace of Heaven and Earth. Lin Jun eagerly began to read. The Furnace of Heaven and Earth is an advanced version of the Forging the Body into a Furnace scripture. Lin Jun was fortunate to have completed the collection. Unlike its predecessor, this manual uses the universe as a furnace and the human body as material, forging the human form with celestial energy. Mastering it would transform the body into a treasure pill, brimming with energy and capable of challenging demons. It's a rare dual cultivation method for body and energy, reducing the difficulty of overcoming the Dan formation stage. Remarkably, it remains useful even beyond that stage, negating the need for new techniques. No wonder so many sought to restore this martial art. It was like getting two books in one. Lin Jun began a simulation. You have obtained a fragment of the forbidden technique of human elixir. You choose. 1. Diligent practice, even with fragments, can develop skills. Consume 700 experience. 2. Learn alchemy through the human elixir method. Consume 800 experience. 3. Attempt to complete the fragmented technique. Consume 1000 experience. Human elixir? Lin Jun mused. So this technique was originally called human elixir. It seems even the name was lost to time, added later by others. But the name is fitting, using the universe as a furnace and the body as material to forge a human elixir. No wonder it can be used beyond the Dan formation stage. The entire body becomes a treasure pill, requiring no new formation. Without hesitation, he chose the third option. You have obtained the complete human elixir technique. His current panel showed, experience, 15,000. Forbidden technique, human elixir, minor achievement. Transformation martial arts, cold thunder armor, perfected. Single stroke sun hand, mastered. Transformation martial arts, blood demon subduing blade, perfected. Lin Jun breathed a sigh of relief. He had prepared to exhaust all his experience, but it only cost him 5,000, likely because he had mastered the forging the body into a furnace technique. He then invested another 5,000 experience to bring the human elixir technique to perfection. Suddenly, Lin Jun felt his meridians fully open, celestial energy flowing unobstructed within, as his blood vessels expanded and his entire body turned crimson. In a trance, he heard the sound of a membrane breaking. When he opened his eyes again, the world had changed. Mountains were no longer just mountains, and water was no longer just water. Lin Jun had a new understanding of the world. Was this the world beyond the forbidden stage? Compared to the transformation stage, it was indeed a new realm. With his current strength, could he really use his physical prowess to defeat that tree demon? The forbidden stage consists of 3 phases: breaking the body, breaking the energy, and breaking the soul. The tree demon had only just surpassed the body phase, while Lin Jun's physique, enhanced by celestial fox bloodline and human elixir technique, far surpassed hers. Thinking of this, Lin Jun took out the demon core from the tree demon. The system prompted, you can spend 10,000 experience to refine the demon core into non-attribute demon blood. Demon blood grants you the talents and traits of a demon, circulating independently within you, forming 2 separate systems. Demon blood was an option that appeared when Lin Jun's experience surpassed 20,000, and it came at a high price. Yet, he decided to give it a try. His newly gained experience depleted instantly, and the demon core transformed into a droplet of golden blood. The blood emitted a tempting fragrance, and Lin Jun couldn't resist swallowing it. The demon blood has resonated with the remnants of the celestial fox bloodline within you, making it more complete. A faint white light enveloped Lin Jun, gradually forming a translucent fox behind him, with two tails, one ethereal, one solid. A surge of ancient demonic energy briefly emanated before he quickly retracted it. Lin Jun looked around, relieved that the demonic energy hadn't spread throughout Jinzhou City. He hadn't anticipated that the non-attribute demon blood would be absorbed by the celestial fox bloodline. Perhaps he no longer needed to seek out Zhang Zhan's family? However, he reminded himself to stay true to his principles. Feeling the ancient power within him and a body comparable to a demon, Lin Jun pondered. Was he now a demon or a human? After some thought, he concluded that he remained human. The celestial fox bloodline hadn't fully integrated into his body, merely establishing a separate cycle. The two systems operated independently but could support each other when necessary. After advancing his cultivation, Lin Jun picked up a broom to tidy the courtyard, disturbed by his earlier surge of energy. At that moment, the official from the Ministry of War who had delivered the sword was led in by Master Yang, holding the newly forged saber Lin Jun had requested. "Sir, here's the sword you asked for. We've completed it." The official looked up at Lin Jun, his expression changing. "Sir?" He recalled that just half a day ago, Lin Jun was merely a transformation martial artist. How could he suddenly be a forbidden martial artist? Surely he couldn't have broken through in such a short time. Lin Jun's aura was unmistakably that of someone who had just advanced, and the official recognized his level at a glance. "Thank you, my friend. Would you like to stay for a meal?" Lin Jun accepted the sword, extending a warm invitation. No, thank you. I'm already quite surprised. I'll pass on the meal." The official patted his cheeks and hurried away. The news was too astonishing. He needed to report back to the Ministry of War to see if they could recruit Lin Jun. The vanguard likely hadn't realized Lin Jun's exceptional nature. "Yang Yin, you fooled all of Jinzhou City. You've hidden Lin Jun well," the official thought to himself. Upon seeing the officers leave in a hurry, Yang Shi was puzzled but continued to practice his martial arts with his long sword. Time was of the essence, as the unified examination by the Demon Control Bureau was only a month away. This was his only chance. With his father imprisoned, he had no other option but to join the Bureau quickly to atone for his father's crime. Unfortunately, his talent was lacking, and he feared he might struggle even against an ordinary demon. Lin Jun watched Yang Shi's exaggerated sword movements and couldn't help but tease, "Brother, what kind of swordplay is that? It looks like you're performing in an opera." Yang Shi, unfazed, proudly replied, "This is the Demon Control and Exorcism Sword Technique, a compulsory study in the Demon Control Bureau. I've added a bit of my own interpretation. If you're interested, I'd be happy to share everything I know with you." As a sign of sincerity, Lin Jun's expression turned serious. He thought to himself, such a technique might just lead to death. He drew his military-issued horse-cutting sword and earnestly said, "Brother, watch as I demonstrate. Follow my lead. Do exactly as I do, understood?" Though Yang Shi had a scholarly demeanor, he wasn't stubborn and readily agreed, saying, "That's the way to learn from those better than oneself. Please, guide me, dear brother." Lin Jun patiently explained the essentials of the improved demon control and exorcism sword technique, known as the blood demon subduing technique. With this method, even with his limited foundation, Yang Shi stood a chance of defeating a common demon within a month. The night passed, with Lin Jun tirelessly teaching Yang Shi until dawn, only stopping when Yang Shi was utterly exhausted. Lin Jun was secretly impressed by Yang Shi's determination. Just as Lin Jun was about to go for a walk, he saw the mansion gates open, and two men and a woman walked in. "Uncle!" Lin Jun exclaimed in surprise. Yang Yin paused at the sound, turning to look at Lin Jun. "Lin Jun, you're back?" "It's been a few days," Lin Jun replied with a smile. Yang Yin expressed his relief. "That's great. I should have welcomed you properly, but I just got out of prison." He explained that after he and his wife were released, they found Qing Yang and insisted on inviting him to their home. Lin Jun compassionately said, "It's all right, uncle. Your well-being is what matters." Yang Yin was taken aback, eyes wide, rubbing his ears, thinking, did Lin Jun just express concern for me? He then smiled with satisfaction. "You've grown up at last." Nearby, Zhou Hui, noticing their animated conversation, became displeased. "Lord Yang, don't forget our plan." Yang Yin gave an awkward smile and leaned close to Lin Jun, whispering, "Tonight, let's go to the Falling Moon Pavilion." Lin Jun remained silent, knowing that the Falling Moon Pavilion was a place of ill repute. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qing Yang spoke up. "Lord Yang, if there's something to say, please be direct. I have a busy schedule." Yang Yin, even more embarrassed, had no choice but to reveal the truth. "Young friend Qing Yang, thank you for your help with the stolen elixir incident. I never imagined you would give up the chance for a major demon-slaying achievement to save us." We don't know how to repay you. We know you like. Wait. Qing Yang interrupted, finally understanding the intentions of Yang Yin and his wife. He looked at Lin Jun, who remained silent, and explained, the elixir was retrieved by your nephew, and that major demon was slain by him too. I merely assisted. It was his decision to forego the credit to secure your release. You've misunderstood. Silence fell over the room, especially for Zhou Hui, whose face displayed a range of emotions. Qing Yang added, if you don't believe me, you can check the reports. The officials from the Administration Bureau can also testify. Zhou Hui mechanically turned to stare at Lin Jun, incredulous. Is that so? She thought, how could Lin Jun, who usually seemed so aimless, accomplish such astonishing feats? Lin Jun calmly replied, there's no need to force it. We're family after all. This comment made Zhou Hui wish she could disappear. She had never considered Lin Jun as family, only a troublemaker. Yang Yin, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Lin Jun with tears in his eyes. Good, good. You've done well. Sister, do you see this? Your child has made you proud, managing to slay a major demon in just 3 short years. Zhou Hui, unsure how to face Lin Jun, felt a deep sense of guilt. Yang Yin, excited, said, ha ha ha, tonight we won't go to the Falling Moon Pavilion, but to the Sky Pavilion. Lin Jun quickly shook his head. No, uncle, I need to help my cousin with his martial arts. He has an examination in a month. Yang Yin immediately agreed. Yes, yes, the Sky Pavilion can wait. Seeing this, Qing Yang prepared to leave quietly. Suddenly, he sensed a change in Lin Jun's aura and asked in surprise, you've reached the demon transcendence stage? Lin Jun nodded in confirmation. Qing Yang was internally tumultuous, cursing himself for speaking out, and quickly turned to leave. As he walked, he tried to console himself. Don't overthink it. Lin Jun is special. I shouldn't compare myself to him. Yet, he couldn't calm his mind. Why him? Qing Yang's inner voice roared. I have the help of a master and have taken the Bureau's precious elixirs for over a decade, yet I haven't broken through. Why does Lin Jun achieve it so effortlessly? As he pondered, tears welled up in his eyes. Even Yang Wan's presence hadn't struck him so deeply. He recalled Yang Wan asking him to look after Lin Jun and couldn't help but smile wryly. Who's looking after whom, really? Over the past month, Lin Jun subjected Yang Shi to intensive training. To Lin Jun's astonishment, Yang Shi not only persevered but also developed the initial signs of the blood fiend qi within just a month. This made Lin Jun realize that Yang Shi was not devoid of talent. He had simply been overlooked, with no one to help him tap into his potential. Overshadowed by his sister, Yang Wan, Yang Shi had always been a forgotten figure. Despite only a month of training, Yang Shi had already learned to imbue his blade with blood fiend qi, making a full-force attack lethal to ordinary demons. Under Lin Jun's profound understanding of the blood fiend demon subduing sword technique, Yang Shi quickly grasped its essence. Today marked the entrance examination for the Department of Demon Control, the first hurdle for any aspiring demon controller. The exam required candidates to confront demons hidden and emerge victorious, a test of high personal capability that often resulted in casualties. At this moment, Lin Jun wasn't watching Yang Shi's examination. Instead, he was accompanying a Ministry of War official to the ministry. According to the official, General Jiang Ju, a pillar of the ministry, wished to see him. As the head of a department, Lin Jun naturally had to show due respect. In the hierarchy of the Department of Demon Control, a demon controller was the lowest rank, divided into fox, wolf, and tiger levels. Above them were the captains, and a select few elites could be called seats, divided into third seat, second seat, chief, and vice chief. Above them was the head of a department, known as a pillar. Lin Jun knew Wang Zhong, who was a third seat, and the legendary Zhang Zhun, who had been a pioneer pillar. Faced with Lin Jun's questions, the official merely smiled mysteriously and said, "It's a good thing, sir. No need to ask further." "It's a great opportunity." Lin Jun stopped questioning and instead brought up Yang Shi's examination. "There's nothing to worry about. It's quite easy," Lin Jun remarked casually. The official wiped the sweat from his forehead, knowing well that the difficulty of the examination would intensify, and the later stages were far from easy. As they continued walking, the city seemed unusually quiet due to the examination. The streets were sparsely populated, and the usual hustle and bustle had faded into a rare calm. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from a carriage path, blocking Lin Jun's way. The person scrutinized Lin Jun with a face full of anger. The official quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Brother, is there a grievance? But fighting is forbidden in Jinzhou City. Please don't let your temper get the better of you." Lin Jun, however, was bewildered, not recalling this person at all. The man took a deep breath and asked, "Are you Lin Jun?" "I am," Lin Jun replied. The man nodded and waved his hand. "Arrest him." Instantly, several figures dressed in black emerged from the shadows, surrounding Lin Jun. 3 of them quickly restrained his arms, yet Lin Jun did not resist. Though he could easily break free, he was curious to know who he had offended. Can you tell me why? Lin Jun asked, suspecting this might be the grudge of a former adversary. I am Zhao Wu, the brother of Zhao Si. You tell me why, the man said coldly. Lin Jun remained puzzled. I don't understand. What necessary connection is there? Zhao Si brought about his own demise. What does that have to do with me? Zhao Wu's face darkened at this. The official hastily shouted, fighting is forbidden in Jinzhou City. Do you plan to break the law? Zhao Wu glanced at the official and replied coldly. Lin Jun disobeyed orders, causing Zhao Si's death. He's guilty of dereliction and insubordination. By law, he should be handed over to the Dark Department. The Dark Department, though it sounded mysterious, was essentially the internal affairs office of the Department of Demon Control, responsible for handling the offenses of demon controllers, with the authority to judge, detain, or even execute those guilty of serious crimes. Because these matters were not suitable for public handling, it was known as the Dark Department. The Ministry of War official was alarmed, wondering why these troublesome individuals had appeared. Among demon controllers, these black-clad figures were indeed unwelcome. At this point, one of the black-clad individuals hurriedly interrupted Zhao Wu. Young Master Zhao, we are following protocol. Don't make it seem like we're tools for your personal vendetta. Zhao Wu clicked his tongue, glaring resentfully at Lin Jun. The man in black stared intently at Lin Jun, speaking in a serious tone. Mr. Lin, Zhao Si has accused you of defying orders and handling the demon issue, which resulted in the deaths of other demon hunters. We will thoroughly investigate this matter, and we ask for your cooperation. He paused before continuing. The Dark Division is not as inept as outsiders believe. If you are truly innocent, we will not make things difficult for you. However, if you are at fault, you must face the consequences. Do you understand? Lin Jun noticed that the three men in black were restraining him without using excessive force, clearly holding back. He nodded slightly, deciding not to clash with these officials for now, especially since he had just arrived in Jinzhou City. Seeing Lin Jun's compliance, the leading man in black breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He had just experienced Lin Jun's body, which felt as hard as steel, and thought to himself, if it came to a fight, the three of us wouldn't stand a chance. How did this kid become so formidable in just 3 years? The two subordinates beside him looked pale. Had he not been present, they might have let go long ago. The man in black felt regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this assignment. Lin Jun's been away for just 3 years. He couldn't have gained such power unless he possesses some treasure that enhances his aura. Yang Yan is always willing to invest heavily in Lin Jun. He mused to himself. After this job, I'll head back home and get married, and never come to Jinzhou City again. Let's go, Mr. Lin. Come with us to the Dark Division, the man in black said. Lin Jun gave an apologetic look to the military officials and followed the Dark Division personnel. On the way, he suddenly asked, Mr. Zhao, I have a question. Zhao Wu was taken aback and scoffed. What question? Have you been keeping a fox lately? Lin Jun scrutinized Zhao Wu, trying to discern something from him. Since his celestial fox bloodline reached the second tail, he had become exceptionally sensitive to the presence of demons, especially fox demons. He distinctly sensed a faint fox aura that Zhao Wu was trying hard to conceal. Zhao Wu seemed baffled by the question, scoffed again, and turned his head away. As Lin Jun was led away, the military officials broke into a cold sweat. If the higher-ups found out that Lin Jun, whom they had invited, was taken to the Dark Division midway, the consequences would be dire. Rumor had it that the Dark Division was not a benevolent place, and Lin Jun might face trouble there. With this in mind, he hurriedly rushed to the military department, fearing it would be too late if he delayed. The initial assessment method used by the Siyao Jian was extremely brutal. Candidates were thrown directly into a mountain teeming with demons and monsters for a 2-week survival battle. Those who emerged alive passed the test. However, this method had numerous drawbacks. A high mortality rate and unpredictable variables in the mountains, sometimes allowing the lucky ones to survive until the end without much effort. To address these issues, the assessment evolved into a gladiator-style onion combat. 1 person versus 1 demon, a fair fight where the victor passed. This change not only reduced the mortality rate but also brought unexpected benefits. Siyao Jian began selling tickets, allowing the general public to watch the matches. This move showcased Siyao Jian's strength, alleviated public fear of demons, and generated considerable revenue to fill the annual budget gap. The assessment venue was divided into several small arenas, each hosting a duel between an external Siyao officer and a captured demon. To ensure the candidate's safety, these demons were mostly of lesser strength. Pioneer Division Chief Ji Yuan sat at the highest point of the assessment venue, overlooking the entire scene. Since the establishment of this system, he had always been present to prevent any unforeseen incidents. His gaze swept over the candidates, making silent judgments. This batch was barely acceptable. While there were few extraordinary talents, there were still some impressive performances. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red light caught Ji Yuan's attention. He quickly turned to see that it was Yang Shi's arena. The blade in Yang Shi's hand emitted a red glow, and each time a demon touched this light, it left a wound. Ji Yuan keenly observed that Yang Shi was not yet familiar with this sword technique, yet the demon was being forced into retreat, standing out starkly against the other candidates. As Ji Yuan marveled, the blood-red light around Yang Shi intensified dramatically, and with a single strike, he cleaved the demon in half. After this earth-shattering blow, Yang Shi seemed drained of all his strength and collapsed heavily to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. For chimes pierced the silence, announcing the first person to pass the assessment. From start to finish, it took only a short quarter of an hour. Even the audience, who had come specifically to watch, couldn't help but express their amazement. The first to pass the trial, Yang Shi. With this announcement, the crowd began to murmur. Yang Shi? Isn't he the failed scholar from the Yang family? He switched from literature to martial arts? Turns out that guy has such high martial prowess. Why bother with scholarly pursuits? The Yang family isn't known for martial arts, yet they keep producing martial geniuses. Yang Yin was in disbelief at his eldest son's prowess. The only explanation he could think of was Lin Jun. Initially, he had no expectations for Yang Shi, hoping only for his safe return. Now, it seemed Lin Jun's martial teachings had transformed him. Beside him, Zhou Hui watched her son with a complex expression, happy for his success yet full of mixed emotions about Lin Jun. After lying on the ground for a moment, Yang Shi, having regained some strength, looked at the demon's corpse in the distance and finally smiled. Now that's a killer strike, he murmured to himself. At this moment, he noticed an elderly man standing nearby, his beard reaching his chest, eyes squinting. Who might you be, sir? Yang Shi asked cautiously. Don't be alarmed. I am Ji Yuan from the Pioneer Division, the old man replied kindly. Upon hearing this, Yang Shi quickly stood up. I've looked into you and know about your attempts to earn scholarly honors, Ji Yuan continued. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yang Shi replied, that's not really something to be proud of. Ji Yuan went on. I didn't expect you to have such unique insights into martial arts, even improving upon them. It's quite rare. He could see that Yang Shi's sword technique bore a strong resemblance to the Si Yao demon subduing sword, clearly an improvement on the original. This feat was so rare that even Ji Yuan himself would struggle to elevate a mundane martial art to the extraordinary without decades of effort. Improvement? Yang Shi was taken aback. No, sir, you've misunderstood. I didn't improve this martial art. I'm not capable of that. He shook his head quickly. Seeing Ji Yuan's skeptical look, Yang Shi hurriedly added, this was the work of my brother. He taught me this sword technique. Under Ji Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Shi became anxious. Truly, General, I wouldn't deceive you. Although my brother was a bit of a scoundrel before, he's changed over the past 3 years. You know the saying, after 3 days apart, a gentleman must be looked at anew. Ji Yuan had heard of Lin Jun's reputation, which was somewhat extraordinary. Such a person capable of modifying martial arts? It seemed unlikely. Wait, wasn't there a report from Wang Zhong about someone named Lin Jun who had slain a fox demon? While Ji Yuan pondered this, Wang Zhong rushed into the assessment area, hurrying over to Ji Yuan. General, Lin Jun has been taken by the Dark Division, Wang Zhong reported breathlessly. Ji Yuan looked at Wang Zhong, then at Yang Shi. The Lin Jun who defeated the fox demon is his brother? Not just a namesake. Wang Zhong glanced at Yang Shi and quickly confirmed, yes, and he's also the one who slew the tree demon but declined the credit. You approved it, General. Realization dawned on Ji Yuan. Truly a case of, after 3 days apart. Could he have become another Yang Wan? Let's head to the Dark Division and see who dares touch him. This might be another exceptional case. Wang Zhong swiftly followed, leaving those present in a state of confusion. It seemed the Pioneer Division Chief Ji Yuan was going to the Dark Division specifically for a Si Yao officer who had such influence. Meanwhile, a military officer hurriedly returned to the Ministry of War, directly approaching the division chief, Jiang Ju. Have they arrived? Jiang Ju, with his crimson hair flowing and eyes shut, exuded an invisible pressure that made the officer dare not meet his gaze. No, sir, the officer replied nervously. Jiang Ju opened his eyes, revealing an abyss of darkness. The officer quickly explained. He was intercepted by the Dark Division, claiming they needed to investigate his insubordination and the death of his comrades. Without a word, Jiang Ju donned his demon hide cloak and headed toward the Dark Division. The sun was already high in the sky, yet the doors of the Dark Department's main hall remained tightly shut. This mysterious building exuded an intimidating aura, silently warning passers-by. Only the demon wardens may approach. Behind the heavy doors, secrets were handled in darkness, never to see the light of day. As its name suggests, the Dark Department was a place where light never reached. While the court managed human affairs, this place was solely responsible for matters concerning demons. The punishments meted out by the demon wardens, like everything else here, were forever shrouded in mystery, unknown to ordinary people. This was a place that struck fear into the hearts of all demon wardens. Who would want to be locked up in those cells that held demons? And who could guarantee they wouldn't meet their end here? However, today this usually quiet place was unusually lively. The rarely seen chief judge of the dark department was personally seated outside the courtroom, squinting as if awaiting the arrival of someone important. The surrounding officers were nervously watching the main door. Suddenly, the door opened. As Qingyang entered, he was startled by the scene but quickly composed himself and stepped forward. Chief Judge. Qingyang hesitated. You're looking for Lin Jun, right? The chief judge shook his head, a hint of confusion in his voice. I don't know. Qingyang was anxious. How can you not know? You were the ones who took him away. The chief judge gave a wry smile. Don't ask me. I'm just as puzzled. People have been coming all morning, even martial arts sects, all asking for Lin Jun. How would I know? Qingyang glanced around and noticed not only members of the dark department, but also several faces from the vanguard division. Li Gui and Duan Yin were present, as well as He Jing and his brother from the martial arts sects, and even Yang Yin had arrived. They all sat silently on small stools, the atmosphere heavy. Just then, Wang Zhong entered. Seeing the scene, he wordlessly brought over 2 more stools. The chief judge was about to inquire when an elderly man with a long beard entered slowly. The chief judge's heart skipped a beat. Jiyuan from the vanguard division was here too. What had Lin Jun done to warrant the presence of such a significant figure? Jiyuan sat expressionlessly on a small stool, like an ordinary old man by the roadside. Yet everyone present instinctively lowered their heads, the air seemingly frozen. Before long, a red-haired man walked in, also carrying a small stool, and sat down next to Jiyuan. The chief judge inwardly lamented, Today is a day of bloodshed for me. Jiyuan glanced at Zhang Ju. What are you doing here? Just taking a walk after lunch, Zhang Ju replied nonchalantly. A walk with a sword? The atmosphere turned silent again. The chief judge felt he couldn't let this continue, and was about to speak when 3 men in black suddenly walked in from outside. Seeing the scene before them, their legs turned to jelly. Where have you been? The chief judge asked through gritted teeth. The 3 felt a chill down their spines and knelt down. Sir, Lin Jun defied orders, acted against superiors, and killed Zhao Si. We apprehended him upon receiving a report, following all protocols. I'm asking where Lin Jun is, the chief judge shouted. In the Zhao family dungeon? Jiyuan snorted. Looks like the dark department has a heart, not locking him in the demon prison. Cold sweat formed on the chief judge's forehead. The dark department had captured someone but locked them in a private dungeon? Something was seriously amiss. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family's dark and damp dungeon, Lin Jun was suspended in midair by iron chains. Zhao Wu stood before him, brandishing an iron rod, madness gleaming in his eyes. You want to harm me? The demon wardens will let you go? Lin Jun was puzzled. He had been officially registered, and if he died, an investigation would surely follow. If it was the work of demons, that would be one thing. But if it was human-caused, the situation would be entirely different. The Zhao family would be wiped out of Jinzhou City for sure. The demon wardens were notoriously protective. My brother died by your hand. Why should I care about the demon wardens? They're just a bunch of dogs kept by the court. I want you dead. Zhao Wu roared. Lin Jun's instinct screamed danger. This reasoning didn't hold water. Zhao Wu couldn't be foolish enough to destroy his entire family over a minor demon warden. Sure enough, seeing Lin Jun remain calm, Zhao Wu withdrew his crazed expression and slowly stepped back. A scrawny man approached Lin Jun. Lin Jun immediately smelled the overwhelming scent of fox in the air. The celestial fox bloodline within him suddenly began to circulate on its own, releasing a dense aura of a fox demon. This scent was identical to that of Zhang Ju from years ago, causing everyone present to feel momentarily dazed. Zhao Wu fawningly approached and said, as if presenting a treasure, Master Zhang Jia, the item you requested is now in hand. Hearing this, Zhang Jia flashed a sharp-toothed grin, his pupils narrowing into slits. He stared greedily at his prey, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Your flesh, it's the ultimate delicacy. This aura is so intense. How can a human like you possess such pure celestial fox blood? It's as if you were made just for me. A few days prior, Zhang Jia had sensed an unfamiliar yet pure fox demon aura in Jinzhou City, and to his surprise, he found its source in this human named Lin Jun. He extended his sharp claws, lightly touching Lin Jun's body, his eyes openly displaying his greed. Fascinating, Zhang Jia murmured to himself, his voice full of excitement. I can actually sense the aura of my useless brother in you. You've done exceptionally well. Lin Jun, unfazed by Zhang Jia's words and actions, calmly asked, Are you Zhang Ju's elder brother? Is there just one fox demon here? Zhang Jia licked his lips and replied mockingly, Don't try to stall for time. The secret division takes at least 3 to 5 days to act. By then, you'll already be inside my stomach. Despite the risk of exposing his 20-year scheme with this operation, Zhang Jie believed it was all worth it for Lin Jun's pure celestial fox bloodline. He even fantasized that after consuming Lin Jun, he might be able to challenge his father, and if luck was on his side, perhaps even use his father's flesh as nourishment. Seeing this, Zhao Wu quickly reminded Master, "Don't forget about our Zhao family." The decline of the Zhao family was inevitable, and even someone as simple-minded as Zhao Si knew they had to risk their lives to achieve merit and prevent further deterioration. The method they came up with was risky but effective: colluding with demons. And they did so right under the Bureau of Demon Control's nose. Since Zhang Zhan could deceive the Bureau, his son naturally had the same capability. The Zhao family's gamble proved correct, as the Bureau remained unaware for over a decade. Zhang Jie responded dismissively, "Don't worry, I won't forget you." Unbothered by their conversation, Lin Jun continued to ask, "No other fox demons then?" Zhang Jie, growing impatient, retorted, "What, afraid of being shared? You needn't worry. I'm not generous enough to share such a precious remedy with my so-called brothers." Lin Jun merely nodded slightly. "I see. That's truly unfortunate." Zhang Jie, puzzled by Lin Jun's reaction, asked, "Unfortunate? Unfortunate for what?" Under the scorching sun, the entrance of the Zhao residence was bustling with people coming and going, many stopping to watch. The recently returned demon hunters were especially attentive, afraid of missing any details. The simultaneous appearance of two high-ranking officials in front of a single household was a rare sight, sparking speculation that the Zhao family might be on the brink of a meteoric rise. Instead of politely knocking, the chief inspector kicked open the Zhao residence's main door. Immediately, a nauseating stench filled the air, causing the onlookers to retreat, some even tearing up from the smell. Only the two officials remained unfazed, with just a slight frown. As the smell began to dissipate, Lin Jun emerged from within the residence. He held a sword in one hand and a red-furred fox in the other, dragging a vivid trail of blood across the ground. Behind him, Zhao Wu lay barely conscious, with numerous members of the Zhao family strewn about, unconscious. Qingyang's eyelids twitched as he wondered how Lin Jun managed to capture another demon so swiftly. The chief inspector was at a loss for words, uncertain how to handle the unexpected situation. He had intended to act before any vigilante justice was carried out at the Zhao residence, but Lin Jun had preempted him. The chief inspector glanced surreptitiously at the two officials, puzzled as to why a fox demon would appear in Jinzhou City. Jiyuan's eyes were fixed on the fox in Lin Jun's hand, his gaze growing increasingly complex. He turned to look at Jiang Ju, noticing that even without eyes, Jiang Ju was intently observing the fox. Jiyuan gave a wry smile. They had long been aware of the anomalies in Jinzhou City and had been closely monitoring everyone entering the city. Yet, after so many years, they had only identified a few suspicious individuals and had never suspected the Zhao family. The fox demon Zhang Zhan had an exceptional talent for disguise, managing to rise to a high-ranking position right under the noses of the demon hunters. His offspring had naturally inherited his skills. Besides the one that had been killed, there were 4 others likely hiding throughout the empire. Apart from Zhang Ju and Zhang Jie, 2 more remained unaccounted for. These fox demons had a particular affinity for human society, even daring to impersonate high-ranking officials. Jiyuan bowed deeply to Lin Jun, sincerely saying, "On behalf of the Demon Hunting Bureau, thank you, young friend." Without Lin Jun, who knows how much longer the fox demon would have operated under their very noses. 20 years of infiltration certainly indicated a significant plot. Jiang Ju, usually reserved, approached Lin Jun, patting him on the shoulder and, for once, offering praise. "Well done." The chief inspector rubbed his ears, unable to believe what he was hearing. Jiang Ju, known for his silence, was actually complimenting someone? Even Ji Yuan was taken aback by Jiang Ju's actions, having never heard him praise anyone in their years of working together. Jiang Ju then asked, "Are you interested in working for my Ministry of War?" Before Lin Jun could respond, Ji Yuan interjected anxiously, "Zhang the Blind, are you trying to poach talent from my vanguard department? Since when has your Ministry of War ever lacked people? This young man is clearly suited for dealing with demons. What use do you have for him?" Jiang Ju paused, then calmly replied, "You make a fair point, but I don't care. Besides, staying in the vanguard department is too dangerous. He'd be better off with us." Ji Yuan was momentarily speechless, realizing Jiang Ju had a point. Lin Jun was a talent that deserved to grow. It would be a shame if he died prematurely. Not only the chief inspector, but the onlooking demon hunters were also stunned. The Ministry of War's official and the Vanguard Department's official were actually arguing over one person? If this got out, no one would believe it. Especially since the usually taciturn Ministry of War official was so unexpectedly vocal today. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Lin Jun apologized to Jiang Ju, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but for now, I only wish to slay demons. If I die, it will be my fate." Jiang Ju was slightly taken aback by Lin Jun's refusal, then said, "That's a pity. Although the Ministry of War also deals with demons, it's nowhere near as frequent as the Vanguard Department." Seeing this, Ji Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Jun had been taken by Jiang Ju to the Ministry of War, he probably wouldn't have slept well tonight. After putting away a scroll, Jiang Ju asked, "You said you want to kill demons, right?" Lin Jun, unsure of Jiang Ju's intentions, nodded earnestly. "Are you interested in hunting a demon lord?" Jiang Ju's words had barely left his mouth when Ji Yuan shouted in anger, "Jiang the Blind, are you crazy? The mountain god of Taiyan Mountain is a demon lord. You want him, a mere wolf-marked demon hunter, to go after a demon lord? Are you trying to get him killed? Currently, the only target for demon hunting is that demon lord. A demon lord's mere battle aftermath could easily kill Lin Jun." From the way Jiang Ju spoke, it seemed he intended to have Lin Jun face the demon lord Hedon. "You just said you didn't want Lin Jun to die early, and now you're sending him to his death?" Ji Yuan continued, "If Lin Jun continues to grow, he could very well become the next Yang Wan, but only if he survives to grow." Jiang Ju took out a jade token and handed it to Lin Jun, saying, "All right, he's a captain now, so it's fine." With the official rank of captain bestowed by a high-ranking official, Lin Jun's position was secure. Ji Yuan was amused by Jiang Ju's maneuver, but as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered Lin Jun had just killed a great demon. He quickly approached Lin Jun, grabbed his hand, and closed his eyes to sense. After a long while, Ji Yuan opened his eyes again and said, "It seems it's hard to say who's more outstanding, Yang Wan or Lin Ju." Ji Yuan glanced at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong hurriedly explained, "When I saw Lin Jun a month ago, he was definitely at the Yuan transformation stage. Really, I didn't expect him to break through so quickly." Wang Zhong was quite unsettled, unable to believe that Lin Jun had caught up to him in cultivation in just a month. Ji Yuan looked at Lin Jun, silent for a moment, before finally saying, "Don't die." "I won't," Lin Jun replied. Ji Yuan left the Zhao residence. Jiang Ju patted Lin Jun on the shoulder, saying, "I'll come find you tomorrow, get some rest." With that, he too disappeared. Those who remained stared at Lin Jun in amazement. The scene of those two high-ranking officials vying for him was truly astonishing. Lin Jun, who hadn't been seen in 3 years, had changed so much. "All right, disperse, there's nothing more to see." The chief inspector finally found a chance to speak. During the officials' argument, he had been too intimidated to do anything but count ants on the ground. Who would have thought that the once mischievous boy would attract the attention of not one, but 2 high-ranking officials? "Young Master Lin, we'll take care of the Zhao family matters from here. You should go home and rest." Under the bright moonlit sky, the stars seemed to fade away. In the city of Jinzhou, the lingering scent of fox lingered in the air, a reminder of the fox demon incident that had kept the common folk indoors, gripped by fear. Yet, on this night, the taverns in the city were bustling with activity. Demon hunters returning from their missions, scions of noble families, and even a few members of martial arts sects gathered there, not to rest, but to discuss a matter that had left them indignant and resentful. "Damn it, why should it be this way?" An elderly demon hunter, well over 50, slammed his hand on the table. "I've been slaying demons for 30 years, and I'm still just a captain, without a single seat to my name. How can Lin Jun just walk in and take a seat?" His words revealed the reason for their gathering. The others echoed his sentiments, questioning Lin Jun's qualifications. Exactly what has Lin Jun accomplished? All he did was kill a single fox demon. How does that compare to our decades of achievements? However, someone cautioned, "Don't underestimate him. With the governor's direct endorsement, getting a seat is inevitable for him. He might even skip the 3rd seat and jump straight to the 2nd. And in the future, he might even contend for the governor's position." These words only increased the dissatisfaction among the crowd. Most demon hunters were unaware of the fox demon's unique nature, or its 20-year-long infiltration in Jinzhou. The veteran demon hunters who knew the truth remained silent, quietly sipping their drinks. Their resentment towards Lin Jun grew. Lin Jun, who was a good-for-nothing playboy 3 years ago, would have been dead many times over if not for his uncle. How can someone like him suddenly stand on our shoulders? Some speculated that this might be Yang Wan's doing, given her significant influence at the headquarters. If it's Yang Wan's decision, the governor might have to give her some face. The martial arts sect members were merely there for the spectacle, eagerly anticipating any drama on the day Lin Jun officially took his seat. Lin Jun's demon hunting this time is probably just for show. He won't bring back any noteworthy achievements. The Demon King won't just cooperate with you. An elderly demon hunter couldn't help but sigh. Alas, this demon hunter bureau seems doomed. It used to reward based on merit and follow the rules, but now it breaks tradition for Lin Jun. "Hush, keep it down, lest we disturb those in high places," someone warned. Everyone shared a single thought. They wanted to see what kind of achievements Lin Jun would return with. He's probably only capable of slaying a minor demon, Yet he'll somehow muddle his way into a seat with that. Meanwhile, the noble families and wealthy merchants were secretly delighted. This breaking of tradition is a good thing. We've long been dissatisfied with just holding nominal, powerless positions in the imperial inspectorate. If possible, wouldn't we also want our descendants to enter other departments? It seems the opportunity has arrived. However, some dismissed these thoughts with disdain. Just a bunch of people whining about the unfairness of the world and lamenting their unrecognized talents. Do you think you can comprehend the governor's wisdom? Despite these thoughts, they also felt a sense of intrigue, finding the whole situation absurd. Amidst the city's buzzing discussions, Lin Jun stood at the entrance of the Yang family estate, facing a few individuals who had once bullied him. Master Lin, we were wrong before. I even kicked your butt once. I was such a fool. Please accept this or I won't feel at ease. One of them said, visibly anxious. Another quickly chimed in, yes, Master Lin, I feel the same. It was my fault for being rough back then. I should have helped you by directly sending that widow to your bed instead of injuring you. This is my apology. Lin Jun listened silently as these former foes groveled for forgiveness, feeling a swirl of emotions. Little did he know, he had inadvertently stirred up a storm in Jinzhou. Lin Jun stood at the entrance of the Yang residence, his face dark as he surveyed the scene before him. A group of representatives from minor families were eagerly flocking towards him, each holding various gifts of apology, their faces a mix of fear and ingratiation. Their disheveled appearance suggested they had rushed over, terrified of being too late and incurring Lin Jun's wrath. Lin Jun felt a sense of helplessness. It was clear these people, unable to attend the gatherings of the major families and worried about potential repercussions from Lin Jun's rise to power, had come in a panic to apologize. They seemed to have forgotten that Lin Jun was no longer the vengeful person he once was. The two towering guards standing beside Lin Jun only added to the intimidation, causing the minor families to approach with even more trepidation. They nervously offered their gifts, repeatedly voicing their apologies. Lin Jun's expression grew darker, and he sternly said, "Take them away, I'm going to sleep." However, instead of leaving, these people clung to their last hope, shaking their heads vigorously. No, sir, if you don't accept our apologies, we won't be able to sleep tonight." Lin Jun's patience was exhausted. He shouted angrily, "Get out! Don't make me say it again." Unexpectedly, instead of being frightened, they seemed relieved. As they backed away, they shouted, Yes, we're leaving. In no time, they vanished into the night, whispering to each other in relief, "See, that's the real Lin Jun. At least the gifts reached him. He might not be too harsh in retaliation." Lin Jun looked at the mountain of apology gifts and sighed deeply. Turning to Yang Yin beside him, he said helplessly, "Uncle, could you please return these things? Sorry for the trouble." Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback, then responded, Oh yes, I'll have someone return them tomorrow." He patted the little mountain of gifts, secretly relieved he had not given up on Lin Jun earlier. He was also surprised at Lin Jun's quiet connection with the two formidable guards. Feeling utterly drained, Lin Jun turned and entered the Yang residence. However, he noticed a shadow in the courtyard that hadn't been there before. It was a middle-aged man with sparse stubble, half-closed eyes, and a rusty old sword in hand. The man spoke mockingly, "Quite the show of power, Lord Lin. These gifts must be quite valuable." Ignoring the man's sarcasm, Lin Jun remained silent. The man, finding this uninteresting, muttered to himself before continuing more earnestly, "I'm Jiang Lin, second seat of the Ministry of War. Lord Jiangju sent me to find you." Lin Jun inquired, "What does Senior Jiang wish to advise me on?" Jiang Lin handed Lin Jun a gourd, smiling, "Care for a sip?" Lin Jun politely declined, "No, thank you. I'm not fond of alcohol." Jiang Lin shook his head in disappointment. "You really don't know how to enjoy life." Taking a swig himself, his eyes cleared from their haze. He said meaningfully, "You know, all those martial sects are just waiting to see you fail, and those who hunt demons are watching for you to slip up too." Jiang Lin downed his drink in one gulp, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Why should I care? They can say whatever they want." He poured himself another glass, his tone calm as he continued, "You've got a good attitude, but you should pay attention to what I'm about to say. During the hunt for the Demon King, you must stick close to me, understand?" Lin Jun frowned slightly, waiting for Jiang Lin to elaborate. Jiang Lin set down his cup, his expression turning serious. "Jiangju never expected you to take the lead. He only wants you to stay with me to guard Taiyin Mountain's Wind and Thunder Cliff." He paused, then continued, "As those demon handlers say, you climbed the ranks too quickly, just a month from a demon handler to a seat at the table. Even Yang Wan didn't achieve such speed." Jiang Lin looked Lin Jun straight in the eye, his tone more earnest. "Such rapid promotion needs a reasonable explanation. You must have corresponding achievements to back you up. Otherwise, you'll be embarrassed at the induction ceremony." He explained that Jiang Ju involved Lin Jun in this hunt to bolster his credentials. But given the danger posed by the Demon King, Jiang Ju wouldn't let Lin Jun face it head-on. He plans to have you follow me to earn some credit, to put it bluntly, to coast through. By the time of the induction, at least you'll have something to show for it, like playing a major role in the Demon King hunt. This will quell the doubts among the other demon handlers. Zhang Lin's tone grew more severe. You'll stay with me the whole time. I'll attribute my achievements to you. This is essentially deceiving all the demon handlers, but there's no other way right now. Lin Jun listened, his brow furrowing as he asked, can you tell me why? Why is it so important for me to be promoted to a seat? Zhang Lin set down the wine jug, a look of lucky you in his eyes. He slowly revealed the truth. According to General Jiang Ju, you have an irresistible scent that those foxes can't refuse. This scent can even make Zhang Jie, the fox, reveal himself. The two pillars of the court intend to use you as bait to lure those foxes out. He smirked with a hint of irony. Did you think the two pillars were really fighting over you in public? It was an act. Pillars, leaders of a division, remain unflustered even in the face of disaster. How could they bicker over a so-called genius in the streets like common folk? There are plenty of geniuses in this world. Jiang Lin explained that the pillars were creating a buzz around Lin Jun. When two pillars are fighting over someone, everyone wants to know more. And with someone who made it to the table in just a month, the intrigue is strong. Even the demons and monsters won't be able to resist. He continued detailing the plan. If the rumors spread far enough, they'll reach the ears of those two foxes. Foxes are naturally curious. Once they learn even a little about you, they'll detect that scent that drives them wild. Then they'll slip up, or even come straight to you. Those foxes aren't particularly strong, just very good at hiding. Once they're lured out, everything becomes much easier. Jiang Lin added, of course, promoting you is part of the plan and also a compensation for you, as you weren't informed beforehand. If you want to back out, you can. The pillars won't blame you, considering reputation is nothing compared to life. Despite Jiang Lin's words, Lin Jun sensed a slight tremor in his voice, indicating that a failure due to Lin Jun's refusal would be regrettable. Lin Jun pondered for a moment, then asked, I have a question. Is my scent really that obvious? He was puzzled, as he thought he had masked his fox aura well. How did the pillars know? Jiang Lin shook his head and explained, Lin Jun, you're not the only one using demon cultivation methods. It's common. The pillars are naturally aware and might have encountered similar scents. You must have inadvertently picked up Zhang Ju's aura, which exposed Zhang Jie. The pillars could deduce this. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun looked enlightened but thought privately. They guessed wrong. He then made a decision. Then I agree. At this moment, Lin Jun was actually eager for the remaining fox demons to come after him. Jiang Lin was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Jun to agree so readily. He awkwardly said, if you disagreed, I still had you agreed? What else? Lin Jun prompted. Jiang Lin, slightly embarrassed, produced a martial arts manual. It's a martial art for breaking limits. Never mind, take it. This is a technique General Jiang Ju once practiced, turning demon power into one's own. But you mustn't rush its cultivation, or you'll end up like General Jiang Ju with red hair. He handed the manual, Xianyao Body Refinement Codex, to Lin Jun, advising, just study it for insights, but don't rush into practicing it. The technique is prone to causing madness. I've heard General Jiang Ju's eyes withered from cultivating it, and the hair color change is the least of it. Jiang Lin outlined the plan for the next day. I'll fetch you tomorrow. Remember, stick to me like glue. We don't need to face the Demon King directly, just prevent his offspring from escaping. I'll do my best to kill the Demon King's offspring, and the credit will be yours. The brothers guarding Wind and Thundercliff are General's men. They'll vouch it was you who killed the offspring. Lin Jun looked at Jiang Lin, still puzzled. Aren't you upset? The credit for killing the Demon King's offspring could potentially promote you from second seat to vice seat. Jiang Lin scoffed. Why would I be upset? It's all for the greater plan. The general will compensate me. Lin Jun keenly noticed Jiang Lin's emotional fluctuation. Are you putting on a brave face? You brat. Jiang Lin's tone carried a trace of helplessness. Even if the general compensates me, giving away such a significant achievement does sting a bit. He waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on this. See you tomorrow. Remember, follow my orders, or the aftermath of the Pillar's battle with the Demon King might leave you bedridden for the rest of your life. With that, Jiang Lin vaulted over the courtyard wall and vanished from Lin Jun's sight. Lin Jun quietly watched him leave, then turned to close the Yang residence's main gate. As he reached the gate, he saw Qing Yang, Li Gue, and their group waiting outside. Qing Yang spoke slowly. The Zhao family's collusion with demons has resulted in the extermination of 3 clans. The Dark Division's chief judge is penalized with 3 years' salary cut and a 6-month suspension. For the chief judge of the Dark Division, such a punishment was already severe. As for the Zhao family, They deserve their fate, with nothing more to say. Duan Yin, now fully recovered, was anxious. The old man in my family is friends with Jiang Pillar. I'll have him talk to him. Maybe they can stop you from joining the Demon King hunt. She couldn't understand why Jiang Ju would involve Lin Jun in such a dangerous mission. Qing Yang clearly shared the same sentiment. Even he had never participated in a Demon King hunt, knowing how perilous it was. Lin Jun expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your concern. Seeing this, they realized Lin Jun had made up his mind. Xiao Yun whispered to Li Gui, this feels like Lord Lin might not make it back. Li Gui whispered back, hunting the Demon King. It's hard to say. Is it? Isn't it? Lin Jun bid farewell to everyone and returned to the Yang residence. After slaying the demon of the Chengti realm, Lin Jun gained 16,000 experience points. Sitting on his bed, he finally had a moment to reflect on his gains. He recalled the battle, with the image of the fox demon flashing in his mind. Although fox demons are naturally weaker than other demons, this Chengti realm demon still awarded him a substantial amount of experience. Lin Jun shook his head, comparing silently. It's nothing compared to the 20,000 experience from the tree demon. However, he soon noticed that his ethereal foxtail had gained another one. He quickly examined the fox demon's corpse and was surprised to find only its fur and bones remaining, with the flesh and demon core having vanished. Touching the corpse, a strange sensation surged through him. Lin Jun was astonished to discover that his celestial fox bloodline had absorbed the fox demon's flesh and core, enhancing his bloodline's completeness. He mused, if I wanted to become a demon, no one would suspect I'm human now. Looking at his foxtails, he saw two solid and one ethereal. The ethereal one was transformed from demon blood, while the solid ones were from the fox demon. These three tails not only gave Lin Jun a physique capable of rivaling demons, but also an unexpected ability. He could conjure an ethereal fox to fight for him. As long as Lin Jun lived, this fox would not disappear. A three-tailed fox demon, already at the strength of the Chengdi realm, Lin Jun calculated, a demon solely for me, with the ability to not die. If I could fight in groups, who would want an unknown battle? Though maintaining the fox required constant energy, Lin Jun could afford it for now. He decided to keep the fox as his trump card. Two beings of the Chengdi realm working in tandem were far more effective than one. Closing his eyes, Lin Jun felt the celestial fox bloodline within him. From the sensation it provided, he could potentially reach 9 tails. He suddenly thought, coincidentally, Zhang Jian and his offspring numbered 9. By Zhang Jie's account, these fox demons were also devouring each other. Too bad 4 are already dead, Lin Jun sighed, then perked up, but I can still convert other demons' essence to strengthen my celestial fox bloodline. I wonder what the next tale will bring. He retracted the conjured fox and took out the mysterious demon body refinement manual. Leafing through it, he was surprised to find it was an external martial art, and the content was unexpected. Consume demons? Lin Jun frowned. No wonder practitioners of this art easily go berserk. The manual detailed how to devour every part of a demon. Flesh, malice, demon energy, and then use the technique to digest it, forging a human body stronger than demons. The price was a high risk of going berserk, given the violent nature of demon energy. Demons consume humans, and humans can consume demons, Lin Jun mused. Jiang Ju likely went berserk during his consumption of demons. Faced with the manual, Lin Jun had 3 choices. 1. Prepare demon flesh for cultivation, no experience cost, but high risk of going berserk. 2. Cultivate without demon flesh, costing 1,200 experience, still risky. 3. Attempt to modify the technique to reduce the risk, costing 1,500 experience. Without hesitation, Lin Jun chose the third option. After spending just 6,000 experience, he successfully improved the technique. The options now read: 1. Prepare demon flesh for cultivation, no experience cost. 2. Cultivate without demon flesh, costing 2,000 experience. The price went up, Lin Jun muttered. This technique is clearly designed for demon consumption. He realized he had often wasted demon flesh when slaying demons, but now it had a purpose. With 9,000 experience left, Lin Jun decided to invest it all in the human core technique. Instantly, he felt a surge of power, his cultivation nearing the Chongqi realm's threshold, and the technique reached perfection. Lin Jun reviewed his martial progress. Current martial arts, Chongqi techniques, human core technique perfected. Yuan transformation arts, cold thunder armor perfected. Yuan transformation arts, one-word sun palm accomplished. Yuan transformation arts, demon blood suppression blade honed. Chongqi martial arts, demon body refinement manual minor success. Good, Lin Jun murmured. Another offensive Chongqi martial art would be ideal. But for now, my physical strength can withstand demons, so I don't need more martial arts. Exhaustion washed over him, and Lin Jun fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin returned to the Ministry of War. where Jiang Ju had been waiting. He didn't refuse? Jiang Ju asked. No, Jiang Lin replied. Lin Jun doesn't seem as bad as rumored. He's quite approachable. He plopped down in front of Jiang Ju and continued. I didn't expect you'd lower yourself to act in front of so many people. I almost believed the general was serious. Jiang Ju set down his teacup calmly. No, we weren't acting. Poof. Jiang Lin choked on his drink, staring at Jiang Ju in disbelief. We truly were competing for Lin Jun, Jiang Ju explained. Apart from that, everything else was an act. You should get closer to him. Jiang Lin hastily wiped his face, incredulous. What's going on? Lin Jun actually sparked a competition between two pillars of the court. Jiang Ju's expression turned serious. You should intensify your training as well. Even the Ministry of War is hunting demons now. You know what that implies. The ministry rarely engages directly, and when they do, it means the vanguard is struggling. Jiang Lin nodded earnestly. Yes, sir. Sleep, Jiang Ju said, disappearing before Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin spent a sleepless night pondering Lin Jun. The next morning, he arrived at the Yang residence. Though he looked haggard, he prepared himself for the task ahead. Lin Jun opened the door. Ready? Jiang Lin asked. Yes, we can leave anytime, Lin Jun replied. Jiang Lin was about to take Lin Jun to the Ministry of War to receive a mount, where Jiang Ju awaited. Suddenly, he sensed a change in Lin Jun's aura. You broke through? Jiang Lin asked in surprise. No, it's just one night. Lin Jun shook his head. Not yet, still a bit to go. My talent isn't great. My cultivation speed is always slow. Jiang Lin was stunned, thinking, is that something a human would say? Seeing Lin Jun's calm demeanor, Jiang Lin started to believe that the competition between the two pillars was genuine. Lin Jun's potential seemed far beyond his imagination. Dian Mountain is just one county away from Jinzhou City, located in Fufeng County. For 3 consecutive days, the area at the mountain's base has been bustling with activity as the Xiao army tightly seals off the mountain. No one can pass, not even birds can fly over, and the sky is shrouded in a gloomy haze. The soldiers of the Xiao army wear solemn expressions, fully aware that this hunt is far from ordinary and that casualties may be inevitable. The thought of the Demon King's desperate counterattack before death sends chills down their spines. Deploy an additional 300 Xiao soldiers to guard Qidao, and 200 to blockade Liushi. A commander ordered loudly. What's the current status of the Demon King? It's calmed down, a subordinate quickly reported. Good. Set up the formation immediately. We must completely seal off Dian Mountain by tomorrow and keep an eye on the Demon King's movements. The commander continued. Has the reinforcement from Tingzhou arrived? They're already on the mountain. Lin Jun arrived with Jiang Lin, finally reaching Dian Mountain before nightfall. Along the way, injured Xiao soldiers were being carried away, and on both sides, the mutilated corpses of demons and Xiao soldiers lay scattered. Each corpse was incomplete, with 2 bloody holes in the throat, as if all their blood had been drained. Jiang Lin's face grew increasingly grim, clearly not expecting the situation to be so dire. Let me briefly explain the situation here, Jiang Lin began. The mountain god of Dian Mountain, the Demon King Black Wind Jinjuan, has protected Taiyin County at the base of the mountain for 50 years, during which no one has died at the hands of demons. Lin Jun was puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? Jiang Lin took a swig of liquor, his face full of disdain. Good? The way that guy protects the people, you definitely wouldn't like it. The two arrived at Fenglei Cliff, only to find no Xiao soldiers. At that moment, a group approached Jiang Lin. Leading them was an elderly man with a prominent forehead, holding a 7-star sword, dressed in flowing white robes with a small sword embroidered on the cuffs. Are you the reinforcements from Jinzhou City? The old man asked urgently. Yes, I am Jiang Lin, second seat of the Ministry of War. Lord Jiangju has already ascended the mountain, Jiang Lin replied. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. Is it just you two? Jiang Lin replied helplessly. I am from the Ministry of War, second seat. The old man realized, smiling wryly, usually, such tasks of hunting the Demon King are handled by the Vanguard unit. It seems the Ministry of War has joined in because the Vanguard is shorthanded. Jinzhou is vast, and the Vanguard has been chronically understaffed and can't keep up. Moreover, all 100 Xiao soldiers stationed at Fenglei Cliff have perished. I am He Jiang, Grand Elder of the Huajin Pavilion. The old man introduced himself, ordered by my sect to accept the demon-slaying decree. I've brought 100 disciples to assist. Jiang Lin nodded. Your righteousness will not go unnoticed by the Xiao Bureau. May I ask, Elder He Jiang, where are the Xiao soldiers here? Yesterday, they all perished, killed by the Demon King's offspring. He Jiang said solemnly. Jiang Lin's expression darkened. He Jiang continued. We have taken over the defense here, and my disciples will not let the demon spawn go unpunished. Jiang Lin expressed gratitude outwardly but was deeply skeptical. These martial sects often made grand promises but were unreliable in critical moments. It seemed he would have to handle the Demon King's offspring himself. Moreover, General Jiang Ju's forces had been annihilated, and these people wouldn't help cover up the truth. The situation was indeed troublesome. Seeing Jiang Lin lost in thought, He Jiang turned to Lin Jun. Young friend, I am He Jiang, Grand Elder of the Huajin Pavilion. I am Lin Jun, a Xiao officer. Lin Jun replied succinctly. That's it. He Jiang was momentarily stunned, then looked at Jiang Lin and immediately understood the situation. Here to claim credit. It seemed not only martial sects engaged in such shady practices, the Xiao Bureau was no better. Is young friend Lin from the Royal Court's Inspection Division? He Jiang probed. No, I am from the Vanguard Division, Lin Jun answered. He Jiang calculated. Seems to have a strong backing, not someone who bought their way in. If young friend Lin feels it's dangerous, you can stay by my side. I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. I will, Lin Jun replied. He Jiang was relieved, thinking this person had a good sense of self-awareness, perhaps making his task easier. Let's go. I'll take you to the camp. Seeing their mounts exhausted from the long journey, He Jiang dismounted to walk with Lin Jun. Jiang Lin, however, was in a hurry and sprinted towards the Fenglei Cliff camp, disappearing in an instant. He Jiang chuckled and said to Lin Jun, young friend Lin, let me give you a hand. With that, he attempted to carry Lin Jun using Lightfoot martial arts. However, they remained motionless. What are you doing, elder? Lin Jun asked, puzzled. He Jiang was embarrassed. He had intended to help Lin Jun keep up with Jiang Lin using his martial skills, but Lin Jun was like an immovable boulder. He couldn't budge him an inch. This is strange. Could it be that I've grown old? He Jiang muttered to himself. Elder, our camp is over there, Lin Jun said, and with a loud bang, he vanished in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. He Jiang waved away the dust, revealing a deep pit where Lin Jun had stood. It turned out Lin Jun didn't know any Lightfoot techniques and relied purely on physical power for speed. This is truly strange, He Jiang thought, looking at the pit, his mind in disarray. Time passed, and night fell. The entire Dian Mountain was eerily silent. Not even the sound of insects could be heard, only the hurried footsteps that made one's heart race. At the mountain's peak, a man in a black cloak stood on the edge of a cliff, staring at the full moon, lost in thought. His crimson eyes revealed his inhuman nature, and his hands were stained with blood. This was the Demon King Blackwind Jinjuan, recognized by the Xiao Bureau as the mountain god of Taiyan Mountain, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the Tiandan realm. Jiang Ju strolled leisurely to the mountaintop, arriving at the cliff's edge, and looked at the man. Tell me, I've protected the 230,000 people of Taiyan County for 50 years. Have I been a dutiful mountain god? The Demon King turned around, his eyes showing neither joy nor sorrow, with a hint of benevolence. Indeed, dutiful, Jiang Ju replied calmly. Then why do you seek to eliminate me? The Demon King questioned. Do you know that these 230,000 people, the shortest lived among them, have lived for 50 years? Jiang Ju clapped his hands, his tone indifferent. There's no need to stall for time. Your offspring won't escape either. The expression on Heifeng Zhenjuan's face was as dark as ink, his brows tightly furrowed. Jiang Ju lowered his hand and slowly walked to the edge of the cliff, standing shoulder to shoulder with Heifeng Zhenjuan. From this height, the entire Taiyan County lay spread out below them. 50 years, and we've kept to our own paths. Must we really be pushed to this point? Heifeng Zhenjuan's deep voice carried a barely perceptible hint of anger. Jiang Ju didn't respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the scene beneath him. The changes in Taiyan County over the past 50 years were astonishing. Every household had a shrine, and golden statues of deities filled the streets and alleys. Even the impoverished, dressed in rags and with sallow faces, clutched not bowls of food but golden statues of Heifeng Zhenjuan. Lord Heifeng, how impressive you are. Jiang Ju's tone was calm, yet laced with sarcasm. If things continue this way for another 10 years, I'm afraid everyone will know only you, Heifeng Zhenjuan, and forget the current emperor. Heifeng Zhenjuan clenched his fists, his voice tinged with pride. So what if they do? I've protected them for 50 years. This is my due. All these people want is stability. They don't care who governs them. Seeing that Heifeng Zhenjuan insisted on arguing, Jiang Ju decided not to waste any more words. His tone suddenly turned cold. That would be fine if it were just that. But these 230,000 people spend their days in your temples, merely providing you with spiritual power. That's hardly justifiable. He continued to reveal the chilling truth. The 230,000 residents of Taiyan County know nothing beyond worshipping Heifeng Zhenjuan. Some have reached their 50s without learning to walk, relying on minor demons from the mountain for food and water. Their minds are filled with nothing but Heifeng Zhenjuan. Calling them the living dead wouldn't be an exaggeration. Jiang Ju's voice grew colder. Even when someone reaches the end of their natural life, Heifeng Zhenjuan forcibly prolongs their life using demonic power, continuing to exploit their spiritual energy. Such pure spiritual energy has allowed a major demon to reach the advanced Tiandan stage in just 50 years. Heifeng Zhenjuan let out a long sigh, a hint of regret and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Just a little more. I was so close to reaching that realm. Why was I discovered now? Jiang Ju was not as calm as he appeared. Even he hadn't expected a demon to go unnoticed for 50 years. There must be something wrong in Fufeng Prefecture. At that moment, a loud noise pierced the sky. Boom! The demon army below looked up. They're fighting, someone shouted. Quick! Form ranks, don't let a single demon escape. What's happening at Fenglei Cliff? Can they hold off the Demon King's offspring? Another voice asked anxiously. Sir, Fenglei Cliff is guarded by the second seat of the Ministry of War and the Huajian Pavilion. A subordinate reported, hesitating before adding, Lin Jun is also there. The people around had varying expressions, clearly having mixed feelings about Lin Jun. Someone couldn't help but complain. Damn it, leave him be. If he wants to earn some merit, let him, as long as the demons don't escape. Meanwhile, the battle at Fenglei Cliff was fierce. Swarms of minor demons surged towards the encampment, but 100 disciples of the Huajian Pavilion formed the 7-star sword formation, creating an unbreakable barrier that repelled the demon assault. Fenglei Cliff experienced a brief lull, but everyone knew it was merely the calm before the storm. The mountain's demons were clearly preparing for a more intense attack, with one goal in mind: to get the Demon King's son past the blockade. Jiang Lin's face was grave as he whispered to those around him. When the next wave hits, hold back. The Demon King's offspring is cunning. I underestimated him before. He recalled the previous brutal scene, with 100 Ministry of War demon handlers lying dead, each with 2 puncture wounds on their necks, clearly killed instantly without a chance to resist. Jiang Lin had to admit his limitations. It seems the chance for merit is mostly gone. For now, ensuring Lin Jun's survival and trapping the Demon King's offspring will require all my effort. More than that is beyond my capability. Hejiang quickly assured him, Don't worry, sir. I'll also protect Lord Lin. Lin Jun cooperated willingly, saying, I understand. I'll stay right here. Half an hour later, the sounds of battle atop the mountain ceased. The entire Dian Mountain fell into a deathly silence. Yet all the demon handlers were more tense than ever, as the Huajian Pavilion disciples on Fenglei Cliff ceased their meditation, gripping their swords and standing ready. The big one is coming, someone whispered. At that moment, a young Huajian Pavilion disciple couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother Li Yin, why does our Grand Elder keep trying to please that person? Isn't he just Lin Jun? I saw him 3 years ago. Don't worry about him. He's got connections and can ride on the Demon King's coattails. We're not in the same league. Just focus on your cultivation. Your future achievements will surpass those who rely on connections. These words sparked a murmur among the disciples of the Sword Transformation Pavilion. Li Yin listened and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. As a well-experienced elder, he knew such situations were not uncommon. It was an unwritten rule in the demon hunting world for grand elders to bring their own grandchildren along to exorcise demons and seize the spotlight. This is how the world works, Li Yin sighed. Some people are born with advantages that ordinary folks can't achieve in a lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the Sword Transformation Pavilion lowered their heads and sighed, their eyes filled with helplessness and disappointment. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept through, causing everyone on Thunder Cliff to shiver. Be on guard, Li Yin shouted sharply. Before he could finish, a shadow swooped down from the mountain like a specter, swiftly passing by an unprepared disciple. The disciple's eyes widened as 2 bloody holes appeared on his neck, and he fell straight to the ground. Form a formation. It's the Demon King's offspring. Li Yin shouted as he quickly initiated a formation. Jiang Lin drew his sword and faced the oncoming shadow. With a loud bang, sparks flew in the air as the shadow zipped past Jiang Lin. He instinctively touched his neck and found a fresh, bloody wound. If he hadn't dodged in time, his neck might have ended up with 2 holes as well. The shadow let out a piercing laugh, clearly mocking their incompetence. It charged at the formation without any fear, as if the sword formation was nothing but a decoration. Li Yin watched helplessly as a pair of slender fangs aimed for his neck, his mind blank with no time to react. At the crucial moment, there was a loud bang followed by a chilling scream. A broken fang fell to the ground, and the shadow finally revealed its true form. It was a black bat the size of an adult human, with humanoid limbs, large bat wings, and thick black fur. At that moment, it was clutching its mouth, eyes filled with venomous rage. Are you okay? A voice came from beside him. Lin Jun patted the shoulder of the still-shaken Li Yin. Huh. Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Li Yin replied instinctively, then realized who had saved him. He paused, feeling as if his mind had been struck, and said somewhat dazedly, You're Lin Jun? Hello. The Demon King's son covered his mouth, his eyes wide as daisies, staring intently at Lin Jun. He looked incredulously at the sword in Lin Jun's hand, then seemed to understand. That's quite a sword. Next time, I'll feast to my heart's content. You humans probably taste better than those demon hunters. The black bat licked its lips with a long, slender tongue and flew toward the mountain, laughing wildly. Don't even think about it, Jiang Lin shouted, drawing his sword, but suddenly fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. I've been poisoned. He quickly swallowed a pill and sat cross-legged to meditate. I'll go after him, Lin Jun said calmly, standing in front of Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin didn't object but instead asked, can you come back safely? If I can't win, I'll run, Lin Jun replied succinctly. Jiang Lin nodded. All right, find where the black bat is hiding and report back. I'll inform Ting Zhu to deal with him. You might not get the credit though. Lin Jun nodded and turned to chase up the mountain. Jiang Lin closed his eyes and continued to expel the poison. How reckless, Jiang sighed. That black bat is the Demon King's son. How could the master let him go alone? What if something happens? He thought to himself, I just managed to get close to someone important. Why don't you go after him? Jiang Lin asked indifferently. Jiang immediately fell silent. Jiang Lin inwardly mocked him and focused on purging the poison. He wasn't sure why he trusted Lin Jun so much, but something told him it was the right decision. Meanwhile, the black bat transformed into a gust of black wind, speeding up the mountain. He had just scouted the defenses of Fenglei Cliff and was planning to break through next time. But before long, he realized someone was following him. Each step from that person was like a cannon blast, almost catching up to him. Looking closely, it was the human who had knocked out his teeth. The black bat sneered and landed. Since you're offering yourself as a meal, I don't mind devouring you. Lin Jun said nothing, drawing his sword and slashing. The black bat dodged, leaving a large crater in the ground. How dare you? You're courting death. The black bat was enraged, transforming into a black wind to attack. Lin Jun stood his ground, sword raised. The black bat was delighted, bypassing Lin Jun's sword and sinking his fangs into his neck. This time, I'll drain you dry. However, there was another crisp snapping sound. Lin Jun slashed off the black bat's wing, sending him flying. The blood-soaked wing fluttered to the ground. The black bat coughed up blood, terrified. This human's body was harder than steel. Could he be an incarnation of an ancient demon? He quickly summoned a blood wind to escape. Lin Jun leaped into the blood wind. The black bat was thrilled. This was a life-saving technique left by his father. Even a top expert would struggle against it. Yet, the blood wind tore at Lin Jun without leaving a scratch. The black bat was utterly bewildered, incapable of understanding why. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin had expelled the bat poison from his body and was preparing to support Lin Jun. Senior I'm going to assist Lin Jun guard Fenglei Cliff. All right, I won't let any demons through. Jiang agreed, though he was skeptical. Half an hour had passed, and Lin Jun was likely already slain by the black bat. Master Jiang, I'll go with you, Li Yin suddenly declared. Jiang quickly transmitted a message. Are you crazy? You can't handle the black bat. Li Yin gritted his teeth, staring at Jiang. As a chivalrous warrior, how can I back down from a challenge? Jiang was both angry and ashamed, smacking Li Yin on the head. No. What chivalry, what nonsense. I won't listen. Even if you expel me from the sect, I have to go. I'm sorry, elder. Li Yin waved his hand and ran towards Jiang Lin. You've turned against me. Jiang was about to chase after him but suddenly froze. He turned mechanically to see a naked man dragging a huge bat corpse toward them. Does anyone have clothes? I didn't bring extra, and it's a bit chilly, Lin Jun asked, but no one present answered. Jiang looked at the corpse of the black bat in Lin Jun's hand, then glanced at Jiang Lin, and his mind was suddenly in chaos. He finally realized he had misunderstood the situation from the start. It wasn't Jiang Lin bringing Lin Jun along to gain merit. It was Lin Jun bringing Jiang Lin to earn a name for himself. Jiang felt secretly regretful. Why was Lin Jun so low-key despite being so powerful? He could easily defeat demons, but pretended to be unable to and ran away. In this second seat of the Ministry of War, it was one thing to come for glory, but why make it so obvious? Now he made a wrong judgment. If he had known earlier, he should have been the first to charge with Lin Jun. What a missed opportunity. Jiang Lin also belatedly realized what was happening and quickly took out a spare set of clothes from his bag and handed them to Lin Jun. Although he had long sensed Lin Jun was extraordinary, he didn't expect him to be this special. No wonder the two court pillars were competing over him, and no wonder Jiang Ju urged him to befriend Lin Jun. Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. Is this the vision of a court pillar? It seems I have a long way to go. Lin Jun put on the clothes, which were a bit small, but at least they covered him. The disciples of the Huajian pavilion around them were all doubting their lives. In just half an hour, the son of the Demon King was dead? Their orders were to hold the Fenglei Cliff at all costs, with no mention of killing the Demon King's progeny. The elder even instructed them to retreat first if they couldn't hold it. leaving the mess to the demon control division. And now, the demon they didn't dare face was dead. Li Yin ignored her junior brother's confusion and walked directly to Lin Jun. She suppressed her inner turmoil, swallowed, and cautiously spoke, "Senior Lin." Seeing the demon that almost killed her lying dead like a dog, Li Yin felt a mix of emotions. "Senior Lin, was it a single strike?" Lin Jun nodded. "Do you want to learn?" Li Yin quickly looked up, her eyes shining with hope. "Is it possible? Can you teach it?" As soon as she spoke, Li Yin felt a burning sensation on her back. Turning around, she saw He Jiang staring at her, but he didn't dare say anything.
"Yes."
Lin Jun replied calmly. Li Yin recalled He Jiang's cowardice when facing the demon, blocking her from slaying it. She gritted her teeth and knelt before He Jiang. "Elder, I request to leave the Huajian pavilion." "How dare you?" He Jiang shouted sternly. "Apologies, Elder," Li Yin said firmly. "I want to vanquish demons and restore peace to humanity. The Huajian pavilion doesn't even dare confront demons. How can it achieve greatness?" He Jiang felt like his lungs would explode. He hadn't yet benefited from the demon control division, and now his top disciple was being poached? Lin Jun ignored their argument, turning to Jiang Lin. "What's the situation now? Is Heifeng Zhenjuan dead?" Jiang Lin instinctively replied. "Not yet. The court pillar hasn't sent word, and the mountain peak has been calm for a long time." After speaking, Jiang Lin paused, unsure why he was so obedient. Lin Jun said nothing more, simply sitting cross-legged, waiting for any movement from the mountaintop. By now, the sky was showing the first light of dawn, and the earth was gradually brightening. The rising red sun illuminated the debris-strewn Dian mountain, and the air was thick with the lingering scent of blood. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the newfound peace. "Ha ha ha!" All the demon controllers' hearts skipped a beat at the sound, and they hurriedly readied their weapons. "Jiangju, you brat!" Heifeng Zhenjuan's voice echoed in the air. "This Dian mountain is my territory. The entire Taiyan County are my followers. What do you have to fight me with? Today, you brought this on yourself." With his words, the chants from Taiyan County intensified, and 230,000 citizens frantically prayed and sacrificed to Heifeng Zhenjuan. His aura surged even higher than before. "Then why don't you attack? I'm standing right here," Jiang Ju sneered. He knew Heifeng Zhenjuan was bluffing. His body was already in tatters under his assault. The disastrous state of Heifeng Zhenjuan was clear. Wings severed, a gaping bloody hole in his abdomen, hollow insides, only one arm left, and skin like shattered porcelain, ready to fall apart at any moment. Without the constant support from Taiyan County's incense power, Jiang Ju would have finished him off long ago. At the same time, Jiang Ju was not in the best shape either. Although a realm cultivated through incense power is weaker than one attained through personal cultivation, as Heifeng Zhenjuan said, this was his domain, and the people continuously provided him strength. Thankfully, he had severely injured Heifeng Zhenjuan, who wouldn't recover anytime soon. Seeing Jiang Ju unmoved, Heifeng Zhenjuan's eyes darted around and landed on the bodies of the demon controllers nearby. "Right, I'm a demon. Besides incense power, I can devour extraordinary warriors to recover. Jiang Ju, you've lost." With that, Heifeng Zhenjuan opened his mouth wide, and a dead demon controller's body instantly turned into a dry corpse, its essence flowing into him. "Oh, I thought you had some real skill," Jiang Ju sneered, waving his hand to bring a dead great demon's body to him. It quickly withered, turning into a dry husk. "You really are a madman," Heifeng Zhenjuan couldn't help but remark. The violent nature of demon blood made Heifeng Zhenjuan realize that consuming too much would drive him insane. This approach wouldn't work, and he had to admit how troublesome Jiang Ju was. A sinister smile spread across Heifeng's face as he thought, "If I can't beat the elder, why not target the younger ones?" With a sudden leap, he plunged off the cliff, heading straight for the demon slayers at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Ju's expression changed, realizing the danger. Those ordinary demon slayers were no match for a demon king. He leaped after them, but found his movements unusually sluggish, as if he were trapped in a swamp. "You might as well stay here," Heifeng's voice echoed from below, dripping with mocking triumph. As a demon king, he naturally had ways to protect himself. Jiang Ju gritted his teeth, channeling his energy to resist the strange force, hoping that not too many demon slayers would perish. Even if they succeeded in hunting down Heifeng Zhenjuan, it would still be a loss. Manpower was already too scarce. At the mountain's base, the demon slayers sealing Dian Mountain saw the demon king charging towards them and mistakenly thought he was making a desperate escape. "Form up. The demon king is coming down the mountain. Quickly, don't let him escape," the leader shouted. However, they soon realized something was amiss. The demon king wasn't trying to flee but was heading directly for them. "Become my feast." Heifeng Zhenjuan laughed maniacally as he plunged into the crowd. His plan was simple: slaughter the demon slayers to heal his wounds and disrupt Jiang Ju's composure. He didn't care if his minions died. But these humans were precious to Jiangju. Facing a demon king, even an injured one, the ordinary demon slayers struggled to cope. Nearby allies noticed the commotion and rushed to aid. Exorcism formation. Now, the demon slayer troops quickly shifted formations to confront Heifeng Zhanju and Hedon. However, with a loud crash, their formation was shattered. Fools, if I can't deal with Jiangju, do you think I can't handle you? Heifeng Zhanjuan sneered, reaching to absorb the flesh of a fallen demon slayer. Suddenly, a powerful force knocked him into the air, crashing him into the mountain wall, burying him under rubble. Arg! Heifeng Zhanjuan cried out in pain, vanishing in the dust. A figure appeared. It was Lin Jun. He quickly checked the fallen demon slayers, asking with concern, "Are you all right? Thank you for your help, we can still fight," someone replied with difficulty. Lin Jun nodded. "Don't push yourselves. I'll go check on that demon king." With that, he ran towards where Heifeng Zhanjuan had fallen. The demon slayers finally processed what had happened. "Wait, boss, was that Lin Jun?" One rubbed his eyes, doubting his sight. The lead demon slayer stared at Lin Jun's retreating figure, overwhelmed with shock. "Boss, it really looked like Lin Jun. But wasn't it said that he—" Before he could finish, the leader slapped the speaker on the head. "Show some respect. Do you think you can just call Lin Jun by name? Address him as sir." The reprimanded demon slayer held his head, looking at his superior with a wronged expression. "What do you mean, show respect? You were the one badmouthing Lin Jun the most from the start." Coughing, Heifeng Zhanjuan struggled to push aside the debris pinning him down, dragging his battered body out from underneath. His face was etched with disbelief and fury. How could a mere human warrior at the Chongjin stage, a mere cultivator, have inflicted such severe damage on him? Heifeng Zhanjuan glared at Lin Jun with dangerous eyes. Even though he was gravely injured, he was still a latest-stage Dan formation demon king, not someone to be insulted by a lowly human at the Chongjin stage. As his anger surged, Heifeng Zhanjuan could no longer maintain his human form. Fine black fur rapidly covered his body, and his pupils twisted and deformed, becoming as eerie as a blooming chrysanthemum. Lin Jun quickly drew his sword and stepped back. Despite Heifeng Zhanjuan's weakened state, he was still a demon king and not to be underestimated. Lin Jun remained vigilant, knowing his goal was to stall the demon king long enough for Jiangju to break free. "Heh, you're quite clever," Heifeng Zhanjuan sneered, then frowned. As a demon king, his instincts for self-preservation were honed to perfection, yet he sensed an elusive threat emanating from Lin Jun. This made him uneasy and perplexed. Heifeng Zhanjuan slowly stood up and advanced towards Lin Jun. Seeing this, Lin Jun retreated another 2 steps. "Are you afraid of me?" Heifeng Zhanjuan asked. Lin Jun nodded in acknowledgement. The gap in their levels was indeed vast. "Then why are you standing in front of me?" Heifeng Zhanjuan roared. Lin Jun didn't respond, simply maintaining his stance. Suddenly, Heifeng Zhanjuan's nose twitched as he sniffed the air several times. His eyes widened in anger as he glared at Lin Jun. "Why do you have my son's scent on you?" Lin Jun retreated another 2 steps, and Heifeng Zhanjuan finally realized something. "You killed him?" Before the words finished, Heifeng Zhanjuan fiercely flapped his broken wings. 2 black tornadoes rose instantly, leaving a path of destruction in their wake, as deadly as a blade. Lin Jun leaped with all his might, narrowly avoiding the tornado's assault. Yet before he could catch his breath, Heifeng Zhanjuan transformed into a gust of black wind, charging directly at him. This wind was fiercer than that of the black bat. Just looking at it caused a stinging pain in the eyes. Lin Jun knew he couldn't dodge and immediately adopted a defensive stance, holding his sword horizontally, channeling his energy into his arms. Surprisingly, the black wind passed directly over Lin Jun, appearing behind him. Heifeng Zhanjuan never intended to engage Lin Jun Hedon. Jiangju's strength had far exceeded his expectations, and the restraints left behind were mostly broken. If he didn't seize the opportunity to escape, once Jiangju arrived, his life would be forfeit. The vendetta for his son's death couldn't be ignored, but if he died first, there would be no chance for revenge. However, just as Heifeng Zhanjuan was about to flee, a massive force suddenly pulled him to the ground. Looking back, he saw Lin Jun gripping his leg tightly. "You want to die?" Heifeng Zhanjuan roared. He hadn't wanted to kill Lin Jun to avoid wasting time, but now he had no choice. He summoned all his demon energy, rising into the air again, only to be slammed back down by Lin Jun. Enough! Heifeng Zhanjuan was utterly enraged. He, a dignified demon king, had never suffered such humiliation. "Die!" Heifeng Zhanjuan suddenly lunged, extending his black and red fangs, biting into Lin Jun's neck. The fangs pierced Lin Jun's neck effortlessly, sinking into the veins. Heifeng Zhanjuan took a deep draw of Lin Jun's blood, only to realize Lin Jun had bitten into his neck as well. Before he could react, Lin Jun had torn away a large chunk of flesh. The intense pain caused Heifeng Zhanjuan to let out a piercing scream. He watched in horror as Lin Jun absorbed the flesh, leaving only a shriveled remnant spat onto the ground. Lin Jun's face, pale from blood loss, gradually regained its color. He's eating me? He's eating me. Damn it, a human is devouring a demon. Heifeng Zhenjuan was terrified. Are you the demon, or am I? Wait, this is Jiangju's martial art. What is this kid to Jiangju? You've absorbed the blood and flesh of a Tian Dan realm demon, perfecting the Xianyao body refining manual. Lin Jun exclaimed to himself. Just one bite of flesh had perfected a Chengjin martial art. If he could take another bite. Heifeng Zhenjuan noticed the change in Lin Jun's gaze towards him. It was a look he knew all too well, the look of seeing food. This kid really intended to devour him. Madman, they're all madmen. Heifeng Zhenjuan finally understood why he felt Lin Jun posed a threat. He had only one thought left. Run. Run as fast as he could. This human was more sinister than Jiangju. At least Jiangju wouldn't devour his flesh so calmly, wouldn't treat it like a meal of pork. Directly consuming a demon king's flesh would drive even a Dan formation realm human insane. Yet Lin Jun showed no abnormal reaction. But before Heifeng Zhenjuan could escape, Lin Jun had already pinned him down, even forcing the fangs back into Heifeng Zhenjuan's neck. Damn it. Let me go. You can't leave. Get off. Get off me. Let me go. Heifeng Zhenjuan was completely broken. It wasn't fear of power, but a deep-rooted terror. It was as if he saw the shadow of an ancient demon in Lin Jun. This person truly was a demon. An ancient demon. How dare he drink his blood? Was he tired of living? At that moment, the Siyao army, alerted by the commotion, arrived to provide support. However, the scene before them left them hesitant to act. A mere martial artist had managed to subdue the Demon King? It was so unbelievable that they began to wonder if they were caught in some kind of illusion. Quick, form the array, someone whispered urgently. Illusion or not, we don't have time to figure it out. The subdued Heifeng Zhenjuan pleaded desperately. Let me go, and I promise never to show myself in the human world again. I have 3 demon weapons. Release me, and they're yours. The ancient aura from the blood he had just swallowed was suffocating him. This was absolute bloodline suppression. Lin Jun must be a demon disguised as a human. No way. Lin Jun rejected firmly. Why? Heifeng Zhenjuan shouted, eyes wide in disbelief. What harm does it do to you to let me go? Because I killed your son. Lin Jun replied coldly. Heifeng Zhenjuan was momentarily speechless. Lin Jun was risking everything to hold him back to prevent future retaliation. A vendetta for a slain son meant Heifeng Zhenjuan would never forgive him. If Lin Jun didn't ensure his death here today, he would live forever under the threat of the Demon King's revenge. Heifeng, you're important to me in a way you can't imagine. Lin Jun thrust a knife into Heifeng's side, but it only penetrated shallowly. Lin Jun suddenly realized that his ability to bite into Heifeng Zhenjuan's flesh earlier was due to a peculiar martial art. However, this technique couldn't absorb too much at once, and slowly tearing him apart would take too long. Unfortunately, Lin Jun's strength wasn't enough to penetrate Heifeng Zhenjuan's defenses. Heifeng Zhenjuan noticed this too, and burst into laughter. He had been momentarily overwhelmed by the ancient aura emanating from Lin Jun, and nearly forgot that Lin Jun was just a martial artist. So what if you're an ancient demon? You can't hurt me if you're not strong enough, he boasted arrogantly. You can't harm me. I'll say it again. Let me go, and I'll give you the demon weapons. I'll leave this territory to you. Lin Jun glanced at the nearby Siyao soldiers and shouted, What are you waiting for? Attack. With that, he pulled out the fong embedded in his neck and thrust it into Heifeng Zhenjuan, pinning him to the ground. At that moment, the Siyao army, who had been gathering strength for a long time, unleashed their most powerful attack. The remaining 1,300 Siyao soldiers focused the power of the Tiangang demon-slaying array into a single point. At Lin Jun's command, this concentrated force engulfed Heifeng Zhenjuan. Arg! Even though Lin Jun had braced himself, he was still struck by the aftershock of the attack, which nearly wiped out half of Dian Mountain. He fell from the sky, feeling as if his body was about to shatter. The Siyao soldiers, who had formed the array, collapsed as if their spines had been removed, exhausted but exhilarated. We did it. We killed the Demon King. This was an achievement beyond their wildest dreams, a feat usually reserved for the highest-ranking officials. Yet, they, the ones responsible for containment, had accomplished it. This victory was more than just a promotion. The honor was enough to last a lifetime. The Tiangang demon-slaying array and the Yitzi Chongyang fist shared the same principle, focusing the collective power of the array's participants into a single explosive point. The downside was its poor accuracy and long preparation time, making it easy for capable demons to evade. Everyone present knew that without Lin Jun's control over Heifeng Zhenjuan, the attack would never have hit. Finally, some of the Siyao soldiers, having recovered a bit of strength, staggered towards where Lin Jun had fallen. Sir, are you okay? They asked as they helped him up. Lin Jun silently retrieved He Feng's body from a small flag and began to slowly tear it apart, piece by piece. This sight made the onlookers' mouths twitch uncontrollably. Eventually, Lin Jun absorbed the entire He Feng, leaving only dry remains that crumbled to dust underfoot. Lin Jun's complexion changed from pale to rosy as his strength returned, his body becoming more robust than before. You have absorbed the demon energy, completing the Xianyao body refinement manual, the system notified. Feeling stronger now, Lin Jun said, standing up, while the fallen Siyao soldiers looked up at him. Their eyes were filled with undisguised admiration, and some older Siyao members were moved to tears. Slaying the Demon King, could they have done it without Lin Jun? Could they have claimed this glory for themselves? They had expected to live out their days in mediocrity, but Lin Jun had gifted them an achievement worthy of the annals of history. No, they had to find a way to include Lin Jun in their family records. Lin Jun looked up at the sky, bewildered by the intentions of the demon watchers. Jiang Ju, with a serious expression, slowly descended in front of Lin Jun. His gaze first swept over the fallen demon watchers on the ground, then shifted to the now half-destroyed Diyin Mountain. A slight smile played on Jiang Ju's lips as he patted Lin Jun on the shoulder, his voice low yet filled with praise. You deserve the most credit, and the demon watchers who formed the array come next. Well done. With that, Jiang Ju took out a golden pearl from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Jun, who caught it hurriedly, feeling its immense weight. Jiang Ju explained, this is the demon core of Heifeng Zhenjuan. His body is already in pieces. The implication was that this demon core now belonged to Lin Jun. Lin Jun examined the demon core closely. Unlike ordinary demon cores, this one from a core-forming demon was extraordinarily heavy, smooth as jade, and gleaming with a golden light, making it hard to put down. Jiang Ju continued, though Heifeng Zhenjuan claimed to be a Tian Dan realm demon king, his strength was merely at the mid-stage D Dan realm, perhaps even weaker. He sighed. If my eyes weren't blind, we wouldn't have had so much trouble. Jiang Ju went on to explain, the core-forming realm has 3 stages, Xian Dan, D Dan, and Tian Dan, each a vast chasm apart. The power achieved through incense and prayers comes quickly but is superficial. This is one reason why most demons are unwilling to accept the demon watcher's official recognition. He warned Lin Jun seriously, the effect of this demon core might not be as good as you expect, so be prepared. Lin Jun nodded, thinking that made sense. If Heifeng Zhenjuan had truly reached a solid Tiandan realm, it wouldn't be Jiang Ju here but Ji Yuan. Jiang Ju turned to face the crowd and announced loudly, all demon watcher troops, take your injured comrades back to Jinzhou City for treatment. I'll personally host a celebration for you. Cheers erupted across the Yin Mountain. Even if this achievement was divided among 1,300 people, it was still a share in slaying a demon king. It's worth noting that many among them were merely Huan Yuan martial artists. For Huan Yuan martial artists to kill a latest-stage core-forming demon king, even in a joint effort, was no small feat. In the crowd, someone pondered, maybe I should have my son recognize Lin Jun as a godfather when we return? Half a day later, under the blazing sun, the demon watchers who came to seal the mountain had finished cleaning up the battlefield. They marched toward Jinzhou City with their injured brothers and the remains of their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Taiyin County had been taken over by officials sent by the court. A large number of scholars and teachers were dispatched there, tasked with the challenging mission of re-educating the local populace. This process was destined to be long and arduous, but it was an essential step. After vanquishing the malevolent spirit, Lin Jun gained 25,000 experience points. He was now seated in a carriage heading back to Jinzhou City, his body trembling slightly, still not fully recovered from the fierce battle with Heifeng Zhenjuan. The rhythmic creaking of the carriage wheels and the clatter of hooves added a musical cadence to their triumphant return. The once swift-moving demon control army had now slowed their pace, their eyes frequently glancing at Lin Jun's carriage. This makeshift vehicle had become a symbol of their respect for Lin Jun, had risked his life to control the demon king and suffered severe injuries to defeat Heifeng Zhenjuan. His valor had elevated his stature among the demon controllers, second only to Jiang Ju. Lin Jun gently caressed the black bat demon core in his hand, the sole trophy remaining after fully absorbing the black bat's power. Without hesitation, he expended 10,000 experience points to transform the demon core into attributeless demon blood, which was immediately absorbed by the celestial fox bloodline within him. In an instant, the illusory fox image gained an additional tail, bringing the total to 4. However, this new tail did not grant him new abilities. It merely enhanced his fox summoning prowess and physical strength. Lin Jun pondered, deducing a pattern. Attributeless blood results in ethereal foxtails that only boost attributes, while the foxtails derived from Zhang Zhan's fox cubs are much more solid and endow new abilities. He then took out Heifeng Zhenjuan's demon core. Despite its essence being derived from incense power, its value was still considerable. Lin Jun chose to simulate and deduce, consuming a total of 10,000 experience points. Suddenly, Lin Jun's brow furrowed, then relaxed. From the demon core, he comprehended a new martial art of breaking through barriers. Blood wind slash. This technique, inspired by Hei Feng Zhenjuan's eerie black wind, involved cultivating qi within the body, using a blade as a medium, and combining the sharpness of the blade wind with his own qi to create a meat grinder-like whirlwind. Lin Jun exhaled softly, feeling his strength ascend another level. He poured the remaining 5,000 experience points into the human core technique, seamlessly breaking through to the barrier-breaking realm. At this moment, Li Yin, following the carriage, suddenly looked up at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin calmly remarked, "It's just a breakthrough. No need to be surprised. You'll get used to it soon." Li Yin gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Lin's weathered face, speculating about this elder's past. Meanwhile, in Jinzhou City's Wangyue Tower, Qingyang anxiously watched the wide passageway. He took a deep draught of strong tea, filled with anticipation and worry. Suddenly, a man with a rakish air provocatively asked, "What brings Lord Qingyang to enjoy tea with us idle rakes?" Qingyang snorted, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The man's expression turned sour, his heart a mix of jealousy and resentment. These former companions couldn't reconcile with Lin Jun's drastic transformation over just 3 years. Patting the hilt of his sword at his waist, Qingyang coldly remarked, "I hope you wear the same expression when the demon control army enters the city." The man slunk away, but Qingyang's heart remained unsettled. He eagerly awaited Lin Jun's safe return and was curious about the feats Lin Jun had accomplished. Not only Qingyang, but many demon controllers who hadn't been dispatched were silently watching the direction of the city gate. They all wanted to witness firsthand how this once frivolous youth had changed. As the sound of hooves drew nearer, all eyes fixed on the gate that was about to open. On top of Wangyue Tower, people harbored their own hidden agendas, eyes fixed on the city gate. From dawn until dusk, an entire day passed, yet there was no sign of the CO army's return. According to intelligence, they were supposed to be on their way back and should have arrived by morning. Many were puzzled, while some simply gave up waiting and went home. Meanwhile, the CO army was delayed in the Dian Mountains. They had only one task: to burn all the caves in the mountains thoroughly, ensuring no living creature was left inside. This was Lin Jun's command, and given his current prestige, no one in the CO army dared to defy him. As a result, their departure was postponed by a day. Taking advantage of this time, the CO army also crafted a carriage for Lin Jun. Under the moonlight, the convoy moved slowly. As they neared Jinzhou City, Jiang Ju entered Lin Jun's carriage, questioning him with curiosity, "Aren't you being a bit extreme?" In fact, Lin Jun initially intended to burn the entire mountain, but Jiang Ju had strongly opposed it, leading to the compromise of only burning the caves. Even so, Lin Jun insisted that Jiang Ju patrol the mountains 3 times to ensure nothing was overlooked. Lin Jun's obsession with leaving no survivors made Jiang Ju question his mental state. "Perhaps," Lin Jun replied calmly, "but I don't think it's a bad thing. At least there's no need to worry about revenge." Jiang Ju understood Lin Jun's reasoning. Although extreme, perhaps such measures were necessary when dealing with demons. "The Fufeng County issue is quite significant. I hope you can look into it." Lin Jun suddenly changed the topic. "No problem." Jiang Ju was about to explain but found Lin Jun had already agreed, much to his surprise. "Aren't you going to ask why?" "No need to know too much. Things like this usually involve demons, and that's enough to know." Jiang Ju chuckled. Talking to intelligent people was enjoyable, but conversing with someone as straightforward as Lin Jun was even more delightful. "It's been a long time since I've seen someone as pure as you in the CO army. Whether from the lower ranks or noble families, everyone has their own calculations. Only you seem to care solely about demons, dismissing everything else." Jiang Ju pulled out a jet black token from his pocket and handed it to Lin Jun. "After you return, someone from the intelligence department will contact you. They'll take you to investigate the situation in Fufeng County. Your main responsibility is to protect them. If you find anyone colluding with demons, you have the authority to act first and report later." Lin Jun took the heavy token and asked, "Is this like an imperial sword of authority? What if I can't defeat them?" Jiang Ju thought, this guy dared to confront a demon king hidden and still worries about losing? But he simply replied, "If you can't win, just run away. What else can you do?" Half an hour later, the CO army finally reached Jinzhou City. Due to their large numbers, they had to enter through the trade route. Over 1,000 people marched in orderly silence. Usually, the CO army would return during the day, allowing the populace to admire their grandeur and indulge their vanity. However, this time, due to Lin Jun's command to burn the caves, they returned at night, with no citizens to greet them. Yet none of the CO soldiers complained. The achievement this time was far more significant than vanity. What they didn't expect was that, although the citizens were absent, many eyes still watched them in the darkness. From Wangyue Tower, someone sneered, "Returning under the cover of night? It seems many have died." Usually, when they return from hunting demons, they make a grand show, eager for the whole world to know how mighty the CO army is. Why are they sneaking back like mice this time? Most likely, the casualties were too severe for the CO Bureau to admit openly. Faced with the slander from the martial arts sects, the CO soldiers, who had intended to enjoy Lin Jun's misfortune, frowned. One of them coldly questioned, "Brother, do you have any issues with the CO Bureau?" The people from the martial arts sects averted their eyes, unwilling to speak further. The CO soldiers snorted in disdain before letting it go. Although the CO Bureau's favoring of Lin Jun made them uncomfortable, it was an internal matter. No one outside the CO army was allowed to insult the Bureau. "This is our internal affair. Why are you martial arts sects getting involved?" Qingyang scanned the entire convoy but could not find Lin Jun. "Ah, it seems Master Qing is looking for Lin Jun inside the Wangyue pavilion." A group of second-generation heirs were provocatively gossiping. Their eyes gleamed with schadenfreude, and their words were filled with disdain for Lin Jun. TSK, what a pity. None of us saw Lin Jun," a young man with a mustache said, shaking his head. "Do you think something might have happened to him?" Faced with these baseless provocations, Qing Yang's anger could no longer be contained. He slammed his knife on the table with a deafening bang. The entire Wangyue pavilion fell silent, and all eyes were on Qing Yang. As the sun rose in the east, its rays filtered through the windows, illuminating the pavilion. The crowd from last night had yet to disperse, waiting for an answer. The demon hunters who had carried out the hunt were about to arrive. Sure enough, a few demon hunters with injured arms walked into the pavilion. Despite their scars, their faces were lit with an undeniable excitement. The leader shouted, "Owner, bring us that 50-year-old Hongshan drink and half a lamb. Roast chicken, roast goose." He ordered a table full of dishes. The owner cheerfully obliged, curiously asking, "Oh, isn't this Brother Qin Jun? What has you all so happy?" Faced with the owner's inquiry, the demon hunters only smiled mysteriously. Soon, the table was filled with aromatic dishes. As they prepared to eat, they noticed the inquisitive gazes of the surrounding crowd. An old demon hunter, his hair streaked with gray, approached their table with a slightly ingratiating tone. "Brothers, what about Lin Jun yesterday? What kind of achievements did he make? Could you share a bit?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Jun slowly put down his chopsticks and looked straight at the old demon hunter. The other demon hunters also set down their utensils. The atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly became tense. The elderly demon hunter sensed something amiss, struggling to understand what was wrong with his words to provoke such a serious reaction. Chen Jun spoke coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Who are you to call him Lin Jun?" His words were like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present wide-eyed. Be it martial sects, noble families, or demon hunters who hadn't been dispatched, they were all stunned into silence. Another demon hunter sternly added, "Show some respect. Address him as Master Lin." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss as to why Qin Jun and his companions were suddenly so agitated. Someone couldn't help but mutter softly, "What's going on?" An older demon hunter couldn't hold back. "Qin family kid, have you lost your mind?" Chun Jun snorted dismissively, saying nothing more as he stood up to leave. The other demon hunters followed suit, silently putting down their bowls and chopsticks. At the door, Chun Jun turned back, his gaze sweeping over everyone, a mocking smile on his lips. "You've achieved nothing at your age. Instead of striving for merit, you sit here like a bunch of complainers disparaging others." Chun Jun's voice dripped with disdain. "Little do you know, others won't even spare you a glance. You're like pitiable clowns." With that, Chun Jun left without a backward glance, followed closely by the other demon hunters. The entire Wangyue pavilion was plunged into dead silence. At that moment, Qing Yang suddenly laughed, breaking the silence and drawing everyone's attention. "Well said." Qing Yang stood up, his gaze filled with contempt. "How could you achieve anything associating with people who only know how to gossip behind others' backs?" Before his words had fully landed, Qing Yang leaped down from the pavilion, leaving behind a group of embarrassed heirs staring at each other. Half a day later, the Demon Hunt Division released the report on the recent hunt. The news spread like wildfire, engulfing the entire Jianzhou city. In this hunt, over 3,600 demons from the Dian Mountain were slain, over 200 Yuan transforming demons, 6 Chungjin demons, and 1 Dan-holding demon king. Countless minor demons were also killed. Among them, Lin Jun single-handedly slew the demon prince and joined forces with the demon hunter army to kill the demon king wounded by Jiang Ju, earning the top merit. This report set the entire Jinzhou city ablaze. If Jiang Ju had slain the demon king, it would have been understandable. But Lin Jun collaborating with the demon hunter army to slay a demon king was an entirely different matter. In the Wangyue pavilion, those who had mocked Lin Jun earlier finally understood why the demon hunters had been so agitated. Their expressions shifted from ridicule to shock, then to shame. Someone quietly remarked, "Truly, clowns." All the returning demon hunters held deep respect for Lin Jun, clearly indicating that he had won them over with his prowess. More importantly, with such achievements, as long as Lin Jun didn't commit any fundamental errors, he had a real chance of vying for the next position of court pillar. How old is he again? Someone couldn't help but marvel. The people in the Wangyue pavilion finally realized that they were the ones who looked ridiculous. They left the pavilion one by one. Heads hung low in either shame or admiration, each lost in their own thoughts. The Wangyue pavilion returned to its quiet state, leaving behind a mess as evidence of the events that had just unfolded. 3 days later, Jiangju hosted a grand celebration banquet for the Siyao army, who had participated in the hunting expedition. Lin Jun stood in the center of the banquet hall, feeling the eyes of everyone focused on him. Jiangju personally approached and handed Lin Jun a badge glistening with a metallic sheen. Lin Jun, from today onwards, you are officially the third seat of the Siyao army, Jiangju announced in a booming voice that echoed throughout the hall. Everyone present was astonished. Earning a seat in just a month, even earlier than Yang Wan by half a year, was unprecedented in the history of the Siyao army. Yet, no one questioned Lin Jun's qualifications, as they had all witnessed his valor on the battlefield. Lin Jun accepted the badge, feeling the weight it carried. He looked around and saw that everyone was waiting for his reaction. Some anticipated that he might soon become the second seat, given his remarkable achievements. However, Lin Jun quickly realized that this third seat was unique. Jiangju noticed Lin Jun's confusion and quietly explained, "Your position as third seat is special. You can serve in any department, whether it be the vanguard or the military department. You have the authority to command 5 captains, 100 Siyao soldiers, and an unlimited number of auxiliary Siyao personnel. This kind of power has not been granted to anyone in history, except for the marshal at headquarters." Lin Jun nodded slightly, understanding the significance of the position. Jiangju patted him on the shoulder and continued, "Once you're seated, you might not be able to stay in Jianzhou City for long. Those in your position often have the responsibility of guarding a region, and it's usually not a peaceful place. Be prepared." With that, Jiangju offered an encouraging smile and turned away from the banquet. Lin Jun remained where he was, contemplating the new challenges ahead. After the celebration, Lin Jun returned to the Yang residence. As he stepped into the courtyard, he heard the gentle voice of Zhou Hui. "Juner, you're back. Would you like some food?" Lin Jun paused, looking at Zhou Hui. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, but Lin Jun merely replied, "No need. Let's just keep things as they were before." With that, he walked straight to the training ground, leaving Zhou Hui to sigh in the courtyard. At the training ground, Lin Jun began to clean the dust-covered floor. This was where Yang Wan once trained, and it had been neglected since her departure. After tidying up, Lin Jun drew his saber, focusing on a 3-meter black metal stone. The surface of the stone was covered with knife marks, and the top had a smooth, mirror-like cut, clearly left by a single slash from Yang Wan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jun held the saber in front of him. His body began to resonate with a hum, and the saber trembled violently, emitting a thin layer of soft light. "Huh!" Lin Jun shouted, swinging the saber from bottom to top. In an instant, a whirlwind rose from the ground, accompanied by the piercing sound of the saber, enveloping the entire black metal stone. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Yang residence, Yang Yin welcomed 2 unfamiliar visitors. A young man with a youthful face but a calm demeanor, and a woman who was alluring yet looked weary. "Senior Yang, we have been sent to find Lin Jun for a mission. I am He Yin, and this is my sister, He Yu," the young man introduced. Yang Yin waved his hand. "No need to be formal. Lin Jun just returned and is inside. I'll take you to him." Arriving outside the training ground, Yang Yin pointed inside. "He's in there. I won't disturb you further." With that, he hurriedly left. He Yu stretched with an exaggerated yawn, nearly spilling out of her top. Starting a mission again. So tiring." He Yin sighed. "We've had a half-month break already. Haven't you rested enough?" He Yu stuck out her tongue. "Brother, why did they assign us a bodyguard for this mission? Do we in the intelligence department really need a bodyguard?" Although He Yin outwardly said, "Stop complaining, just follow orders," he also felt some discontent. He Yu suggested, "Brother, how about you test him out later?" He Yin was intrigued. If they could deter him, gathering intelligence would be much easier. "Let's do it," he agreed, pushing open the door to the training ground. They were immediately met with a blinding whirlwind of light, making it impossible to keep their eyes open. He Yin stared in awe at the peculiar tornado before him. It looked as if it were made of thousands of sharp blades, and the cold gleam was so piercing that it made his eyes ache. Instinctively, he lowered his head and rubbed his eyes, only to find his fingertips wet with tears. What on earth was this phenomenon? Fortunately, the whirlwind dissipated after just a few breaths. He Yin looked around the training ground and saw a massive black stone, 3 meters high, standing in the center. A man wielding a sword was poised as if he had just swung it. He Yin wondered if the intimidating wind had been caused by this man. However, Seeing the calmness in the scene now, he dismissed it as some sort of disruptive martial skill. At that moment, the training ground's door swung open. Lin Jun turned around slowly at the sound, seeing a man and a woman standing at the entrance. The man was wiping his eyes, while the woman appeared to be dozing on her feet. Yin gently nudged Yu, waking her up. How can you fall asleep after just a couple of words? Come on, let's go in. Yu mumbled as she was led into the training ground by Yin. He casually settled her next to the black stone and paid her no further mind. I'm Yin, third seed of the intelligence division, and this is my sister, Yu. Yin introduced himself succinctly. Lin Jun pondered for a moment, realizing these were the two intelligence division members he was supposed to protect. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Lin Jun, third seed. Yu nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at Lin Jun. The siblings had just returned from a mission in the wilderness and had heard some rumors about Lin Jun during their half-month rest. Though they didn't know the full story, they were aware of Lin Jun's reputed skills. However, in the intelligence division, unlike the vanguard division, individual prowess was often less critical than teamwork. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Lin Jun spoke up at the right moment. Could you tell me about Fufeng County? I'm not very familiar with it. He gestured towards a nearby stone table. Yin obliged, offering a brief overview of Fufeng County's geographical features. But Lin Jun quickly interrupted. Could you focus on something more useful, like demons or such? Realizing he was digressing, Yin promptly shifted to the main topic. Our last mission was right on the border of Fufeng County. According to our local colleagues, there have been sightings of a fox demon, possibly a descendant of Zhangzhen. We found some traces, but the fox demon is adept at hiding, and we couldn't gather much information. It's quite possible that the fox demon has taken the form of a local official. These fox demons, once in human form, are indeed difficult to identify. Listening to Yin, Lin Jun understood why Jiangju wanted him to escort the siblings to Fufeng County. It was a trap. His aura was irresistibly attractive to fox demons, which might lure one out. Although these fox demons were generally not powerful, they posed a greater threat to the people of Jinzhou than ordinary demons. Noticing Lin Jun deep in thought, Yin decided it was time to challenge him. He stood up, clasped his hands and said, Brother Lin Jun, since we're meeting for the first time and don't know each other well, how about a sparring match? It would help us get familiar with each other's skills, so we won't be caught off guard when working together in the future. What do you say? This suggestion was both respectful to Lin Jun and offered him an out. If Lin Jun were to lose to Yin, he might feel ashamed and voluntarily withdraw from the mission. Is this all right? Lin Jun's question immediately made Yin realize something. With a slight smile, he walked over to the entrance of the training ground and gently closed the door. The wooden door emitted a low, muffled sound, as if setting the stage for the impending duel. Facing Lin Jun, Yin spoke with determination. Brother Lin, regardless of the outcome of this match, it stays between us. You can go all out and I will do the same. Seeing the resolve in Yin's eyes, Lin Jun slowly drew the long knife from his waist. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. Very well, be careful, brother He. You too, brother Lin, Yin replied, assuming a fighting stance, his muscles tensed. Nearby, Yu let out a long yawn and slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't laziness, but a result of her unique cultivation method. Like a sword sheathed, she quietly accumulated energy, waiting for the moment to strike. This method made her appear sleepy, but once her energy was amassed, she could easily fight opponents of higher levels. Watching the tense standoff between the two, Yu murmured, they haven't started yet. How annoying. Leaning against a massive boulder, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Quickly getting up, she turned to examine the stone more closely. Black gold stone? She realized she hadn't paid attention to the type of stone before. Touching its surface, she felt an unusual roughness. Why is it so prickly? Examining it under the sunlight, she was shocked to find the large black gold stone covered in fine cracks, straight as if sliced by a knife. As she pondered this, a breeze passed, and the 3-meter-high stone collapsed into fragments. The breakpoints were smooth and gleaming under the sun. No way. He was stunned, realizing that someone had shattered the stone with incredible force, yet it remained intact until it fell. This kind of power filled her with a sense of fear. Suddenly, she recalled a scene from earlier in Unfamiliar Man wrapping the black gold stone in a whirlwind with a mere wave of his hand. She realized, could it be that he sliced the stone like this with a single strike? With her cautious brother about to spar with such a formidable opponent, Yu felt alarm bells ringing. She quickly released the constraints of her cultivation, unleashing her stored energy. In a blink, she was at Yan's side. Sis? What are you? Yan was surprised by his sister's sudden burst of energy, puzzled by her reaction in the seemingly peaceful Jinzhou city. Before he could react, Yu struck him with a powerful palm, knocking him to the ground. The force was so great that even Lin Jun frowned in concern. Honestly, even if Yu had fully charged her energy, She could only manage to slice through the obsidian with one strike. However, the technique she witnessed, which shattered the obsidian into fragments with a single blow, was something she had never seen before. The tornado created by the blade, delivering thousands of slashes in a brief moment, sent a shiver down her spine as she imagined the terrifying consequences if such a move were used on a human. He quickly reacted by knocking He Yin to the ground and then deeply bowing to Lin Jun, saying sincerely, "I apologize. My brother was being thoughtless and caused trouble for you, Lord Lin." Her actions were seamless and fluid. Seeing this, Lin Jun silently sheathed the sword he had drawn. He Yin got up from the ground, shouting angrily, "He Yu, are you crazy?" Unfazed, He Yu handed He Yin a piece of the obsidian fragment and whispered, "It was done with one strike. Could you withstand it?" He Yin took the fragment, only then realizing it was a piece of obsidian. "One strike? To cleave obsidian like this?" He murmured, then quietly added, "Thanks. You're welcome," He Yu replied calmly. Lin Jun observed the peculiar interaction between the siblings and asked, "Do you want to practice more?" Hearing this, He Yin felt a chill run down his spine and quickly waved his hand. "No. I'd like to live a few more years." Although those in the intelligence department often skirted the edge of life and death, always ready with their wills, he suddenly felt that this mission might be the safest since joining the department. He glanced at Lin Jun with a wry smile. "It seems like I'm the burden here. When do we set out?" After some thought, He Yin replied, "Tomorrow. Fufeng City is by the banks of the Yajiang River, so it's easier to travel by water. We'll head to the port tomorrow, take a boat, and follow the river. We should arrive in about 3 days. We'll come find you tomorrow, Brother Lin. For now, we'll take our leave." The siblings bid farewell to Lin Jun and left the Yang residence. As they stepped outside, Yang Yin curiously asked, "Hey, how did you end up with a bruised face?" Covering his face, He Yin wished he could disappear into a hole, awkwardly explaining, "I took a fall." Coincidentally, they ran into Qing Yang, who was preparing for a mission. Upon seeing He Yan's appearance, Qing Yang couldn't help but grin. He Yan's face darkened instantly. Qing Yang quickly explained, "Sorry, I just thought of something funny. Don't read too much into it." He Yan's expression grew even more sour, and he shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, at Jiangju's residence, two people sat facing each other. The tea on the stone table had gone cold, and neither had taken a sip. Jiangju hesitated several times, but it was Ji Yuan who finally broke the silence in the courtyard. "I probably won't live much longer. It's time to think about a successor," Ji Yuan said slowly. "Humans don't have the long lifespan of demons. Even extraordinary martial artists live only a fraction of the time compared to demons." He continued, "Over the years, apart from Yang Wan, who is somewhat promising, the rest in Jinzhou aren't up to par. If things continue like this, Jinzhou will fall into chaos." Ji Yuan wasn't talking about talent. Jinzhou had millions of people, many with great potential, some even surpassing Yang Wan. He was referring to the killing intent of pure, unrelenting determination to kill without mercy. The existence of the Demon Control Bureau has balanced the demons but also restricted humans themselves, Ji Yuan explained. Though there are frequent clashes between demons and humans in Jinzhou, it's mostly under control. The Demon Control Bureau members, growing up in this relatively peaceful environment, don't harbor enough killing intent toward demons. And with the internal human relations, the Demon Control Bureau members have lost their purity. Thinking about choosing the next lead from these members, after his death, filled Ji Yuan with despair regarding the future of the Bureau. Jinzhou appeared stable, but beneath the surface, there were dangerous undercurrents. The demons were all watching the Bureau, waiting for a slip-up. The intelligence of demons is no less than that of humans, Ji Yuan sighed. Just one Zhangzhen has been able to toy with the Bureau, let alone others. If it weren't for the fact that demons aren't a unified force, each with their own agendas, Jinzhou might not have been held so firmly. Throughout Jinzhou, the number of true masters at the pill-embracing level barely reached triple digits, yet they were tasked with overseeing all 13 counties. And among these masters, many belonged to martial sects, people who came and went as they pleased, utterly unreliable. "We need a ruthless enforcer to intimidate the demons and those fickle martial sects," Ji Yuan said gravely. At this point, he suddenly remembered something. Speaking of killing intent, Lin Jun's killing intent seems very pure. Perhaps too pure? Jiangju had to admit, even he wasn't ruthless enough. The cries of demons spawned before their death made him uneasy. This empathy showed he was a normal human, a natural instinct. Even towards demon offspring, there was a sliver of sympathy. Whether that's good or bad is hard to say. Only Lin Jun, Jiangju recalled, remained unfazed by those cries, even smiling. It was chilling to watch. He could tell that Lin Jun didn't harbor hatred toward demons, but rather something else, a reason he couldn't quite pinpoint that drove Lin Jun to relentlessly kill demons. It was as if there was some benefit for him in doing so. "No one's paying him, right?" Jiangju said, puzzled. Ji Yuan finally smiled faintly. I know, that's why I have high hopes for him. His killing intent is even purer than Yang Wan's. Such intent, such talent, shouldn't be confined to Jinzhou. Lin Jun is young and already holds a high position. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, he could slowly cultivate his skills in Jinzhou City, and his future would be bright, Ji Yuan analyzed. But even so, Lin Jun has chosen to actively confront demons rather than gradually build his credentials in the city. It's as if he was born to slay demons. And right now, the Demon Control Bureau needs someone with such pure intent, Ji Yuan concluded. The future Lin Jun might very well be the one to deter all demons daring to covet Jinzhou with his killing intent and talent that rivals, if not surpasses, Yang Wan's. The Yajiang River, a branch of the Celestial River that spans the Great Yin region, stretches 100 meters wide with an unusually calm surface. It is said that in the past, the river was turbulent, causing much suffering to the people living along its banks. To calm the waters, the previous dynasty ordered the slaying of a dragon in the river, subduing it beneath the waters, which brought about the river's tranquility. This is the origin of the name Yajiang River. Whether a dragon truly lies at the river's bottom remains unknown, as the Great Yin is notoriously secretive about matters of the previous dynasty. Lin Jun and his companions set out at dawn, traveling downstream. In just 3 days, they reached Fufeng County without any setbacks. The vessel they traveled on was quite luxurious, even boasting a 2-story structure, akin to a tower ship. This was not a military vessel but a merchant ship they boarded upon entering the Yajiang River. As a vital waterway, many goods were transported to and from Fufeng County via this route, and merchant ships were a common sight. They conveniently boarded a wealthy merchant's ship without spending a dime. As night fell, the river was enveloped in darkness. At the bow, He Yin, dressed in white and holding a folding fan, looked every bit the scholar. His thin face bore a hint of determination. A young lady approached him softly. Master He, it's late. Why not come to my room? I have something wonderful to show you. He Yin stepped back slightly, replying earnestly, Miss, please hold on. It is improper for men and women to be so familiar. I am grateful for your kindness, and I will surely repay it someday, but I cannot tarnish your reputation. His words only seemed to intrigue the young lady more, her eyes sparkling with interest. Nearby, Lin Jun couldn't help but comment, your brother is quite the charmer. Hearing this, He groggily opened her eyes, yawning. We are, after all, from the intelligence department. Acting is essential for gathering information. If you're interested, I can teach you a thing or two about any role. She winked playfully at Lin Jun. Lin Jun ignored her, and he rolled her eyes in response. The 3 demon inspectors, disguised as examination candidates, took advantage of the merchant ship to travel to Fufeng County. Late at night, a breeze stirred over the river. Lin Jun and He left the deck, heading to the upper floor. He Yin had also successfully extricated himself from the young lady and joined them. The Fufeng County Demon Bureau has been closed to outsiders for 45 years, He Yin said with a frown. The locals are tight-lipped about it. I managed to glean some local information from that young lady using my charm. Why is that? Lin Jun asked. He Yin explained, 50 years ago, the county's pillar, Su Jiang, was nearing the end of his life. Normally, the Demon Bureau would appoint a new local pillar, but for some reason, they extended Su Jiang's life. Now, 50 years later, he is still the pillar. Every county has its own local pillar and demon inspectors, responsible for the county's safety. They must follow the orders of the Demon Bureau and report annually, He Yin continued. It seems that Fufeng County has been concealing information in their reports. Why would they do that? He Yu asked. I'm not sure. He Yin shook his head. The local merchants don't know much either. It seems someone is deliberately suppressing this information. If the Demon King of Dian Mountain hadn't failed to advance beyond the heavenly core, alerting the Demon Bureau, no one might have noticed. He Yin sighed in frustration. I'd rather investigate demon intelligence than deal with people. Demons may be intelligent, but their relationships are straightforward. Unlike humans, whose tangled connections make even small matters complicated. This isn't just about whether the Fufeng County pillar is competent, He Yin said with a bitter smile. This is likely a case of collusion with demons. Why would they send us for something involving a local pillar? The higher-ups must think highly of us. Maybe we should go back, He Yu suggested. This is way beyond our pay grade. Lin Jun shook his head, his expression serious. We can't leave. We're being watched. As a four-tailed demon inspector, Lin Jun was highly sensitive to the presence of demons. He explained, since we entered Fufeng County, many eyes have been on us, both human and demonic. This place is just a stone's throw from Fufeng City, and the Demon Bureau is only a few hours away. Yet there are so many demons here, Lin Jun mused. It reminds me of Qinglin County, where the water is shallow and the turtles are many. Coupled with the possibility of Zhang Zhan's descendants being here, I suspect the Fufeng County pillar might be a fox spirit in disguise. Hearing this, He Yan's expression darkened further. Even He, usually sleepy, was wide awake, clearly unsettled by the situation. She turned to Lin Jun, surprised to find him remarkably calm, as if the challenges ahead were mere trifles. Lord Lin, do you have a plan? He couldn't help but ask. He Yan also looked at him expectantly. Though he wasn't afraid of death, dying in such a frustrating manner was unacceptable. Lin Jun slowly stood, surveying the surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he said, given the circumstances, let's get some sleep first. He Yan and He exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. What could Lin Jun possibly do? They weren't dreaming. The next morning, the three quietly disembarked from the merchant ship. After walking upstream along the Yajiang River for a short distance, they caught sight of Fufeng City in the distance. Many local demon inspectors stood outside the city gates, seemingly waiting for someone. Could they be expecting us? He rubbed her eyes sleepily. Let's go and find out. Lin Jun strode forward. Since their presence had already been detected, there was no need to hide. The He siblings followed Lin Jun's lead. Approaching the city gate, Lin Jun addressed one of the demon inspectors. Excuse me, brother. I'm here under General Jiang Ju's orders to investigate the matter of the Demon King in Taiyin County. The demon inspectors exchanged incredulous glances. Please wait a moment. One of them hurried back into the city. Before long, the inspector returned quickly, saying, Lord Su invites you all inside. The three individuals were escorted to the demon control office by the demon controllers. As they walked, He Yan couldn't help but frown. The demon controllers here seemed so weak and feeble, a stark contrast to their usual image of battling demons. Even earlier, Lin Jun merely glanced at one of them, and the demon controller was scared out of his wits. Such people fighting demons would be akin to sending them to their deaths. At this moment, He once again unleashed his full power, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, exuding a formidable aura. The situation ahead was unlikely to be peaceful. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Su is inside. Please, go ahead. The demon controller led them to the inner chamber and then withdrew. Lin Jun slowly pushed open the door to the room, only to be met with an unexpected sight. A musty, rotten smell filled the air, mingled with a sour and indescribable stench, causing them to wrinkle their noses. On the bed lay an elderly man, clearly in the twilight of his life, with several maids attending to him, even dealing with unspeakable matters. This was hardly the image of a pillar of the Fufeng County. Rather, he seemed like a gravely ill person unable to control even basic bodily functions. The He siblings were so startled by the scene that they took a step back. They had anticipated an ambush or demons, but never this. An elderly man who could be easily overpowered by an average person was supposed to be the pillar of Fufeng County? No wonder the county was overrun by chaos. Greetings, I am Su Jun, the eldest son of General Su, said an elderly man with gray hair sitting by the sickbed, twin whips at his waist, his eyes dull and yellowed, and his blue robe stained with filth. Please have a seat. Servants brought 3 stools, and the trio sat in silence. Su Jun nodded in satisfaction and was about to start a lengthy discourse. Stop. He Yan interrupted abruptly. We're from the intelligence department. We ask, you answer. Just yes or no, understood. Saying this, he took out a small notebook, ready to jot down notes. Lin Jun stood by, carefully observing the room. The rounded edges of the tables were covered with soft leather. The wooden beams of the bed were cylindrical. Even the chopsticks on the nightstand were wrapped in soft leather. Lin Jun had seen such arrangements only in prisons designed to prevent inmates from committing suicide. A flicker of anger crossed Su Jun's face, clearly displeased with He Yan's tone. Do you know about the Demon King of Dian Mountain? Su Jun remained silent. Did you knowingly allow it to wreak havoc? Enough. Su Jun suddenly smashed the table in rage. You people from the Jinzhou Demon Control Bureau know nothing. Fufeng County is surrounded by demons on 3 sides. If not for my father, Fufeng County would have been lost long ago. He Yan glanced back at Lin Jun, who was sensing something on the ground, and sighed. It seems we'll have to gather information from other counties. Gentlemen, won't you stay for a meal before leaving? Su Jun's tone carried a clear threat. He Yan sensed a sudden presence of numerous unfamiliar auras outside, realizing they never intended to let them go. It seems we have no choice but to cause you some inconvenience, Su Jun said, waving his hands as the iron whips at his waist appeared in his hands. My apologies. Su Jun crossed his whips and lunged at Lin Jun. The iron whips whistled through the air with a piercing sound, faintly glowing with golden light, obviously imbued with some martial art. He Yan was taken aback. This attack was clearly meant to kill them. Bang! Su Jun staggered backward repeatedly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Lin Jun stood before He Yan, having just deflected the whips with a single strike. Since I brought them in, I'll naturally take them out, Lin Jun said, stomping his foot. This was the last thing Su Jun saw before being kicked through the roof. The sound of bones cracking made He Yan swallow hard. What power? Lin Jun glanced at General Su on the bed, who seemed to want to say something but couldn't utter a word. Old General, whatever you want to say, save it for later. I'll go deal with your son, Lin Jun said before swiftly leaving the bedroom. General Su looked even more agitated. Damn it, damn it. Su Jun struggled to get up, his neck dislocated, his face a bloody mess. Seize him. Upon hearing the command, the demon controllers, who had been lying in ambush, drew their weapons but seemed confused. Wasn't the signal supposed to be a shattered cup? Why were people being thrown instead? As Lin Jun stepped out of the demon control office, he found himself surrounded. Unperturbed, he pulled out Jiang Ju's jet black token and held it high. Behold the demon subjugation order. Seeing it is as seeing the pillar of the county. Lin Jun's voice boomed throughout Fufeng City. The demon controllers were stunned. The demon subjugation order? Wasn't that something only the pillar of Jinzhou City could issue? Lin Jun released the aura from the token, infused with Jiang Ju's energy, finally convincing the crowd. Fall back. The demon controllers retreated in unison. With every step Lin Jun took forward, they took a step back until Su Jun was exposed to Lin Jun's view. Yin emerged to witness Lin Jun single-handedly commanding a retreat, and stood there in shock. With Lin Jun's prowess, what had he been worrying about all along? In a bedroom with a gaping hole, Su Jun was tied up tightly, with only his feet able to move slightly. Lying on the bed, Su Jiang stared coldly at his son with no emotion in his eyes, as if he was facing a stranger. Brother Lin, the situation has been clarified, Yin reported in a low voice. Indeed, the Fufeng County is surrounded by demons on 3 sides, but they haven't caused large-scale chaos. It seems they truly fear Su Jiang. Yan's tone was filled with disbelief. It was astonishing that an old man in his twilight years could intimidate the demons encircling the area. Heh, Su Jun sneered. If not for my father, Fufeng County would have ceased to exist long ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun wordlessly drew a knife and stabbed it into the ground in front of Su Jun. Su Jun immediately fell silent, like a cicada in winter. Lin Jun frowned and sniffed the air, muttering to himself, the smell of the river here is quite strong. River smell? Yin asked in confusion, sniffing the air. All I can smell is the stench of decay. Lin Jun moved to sit by Su Jiang's bed, staring directly into the old general's eyes. Old General Su, you should be well aware of this smell, shouldn't you? A silent tear rolled down from the corner of Su Jiang's eye. Upon entering the bedroom, Lin Jun had immediately noticed the heavy demonic aura masked by the stench of decay. Particularly from Su Jun, the aura was even stronger than that of some ordinary demons. In such circumstances, Lin Jun was naturally skeptical of Su Jun's words. Sparing his life for the moment was already a considerable mercy. Just then, a demon handler burst in frantically. He glanced at Lin Jun, then at Su Jun, as if hesitating. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke, Sir, the longevity demon king has arrived. This statement landed like a bombshell, plunging the entire room into silence. Su Jun's face turned ashen in an instant. Take me to him, Lin Jun ordered briefly, following the demon handler out quickly. In the main hall of the Demon Control Bureau, a small, hunched old man was sitting on a grand armchair. He was barely 3 feet tall, curled up into a ball. In front of him on a table was a square box, exuding a captivating fragrance mixed with a faint river smell. The old man glanced at Lin Jun with displeasure. Does the Su family really think there's something special? Sending a servant to greet me? Aren't they afraid I'll take back this longevity pill today? Master Su can't come right now, Lin Jun replied calmly. The old man nodded. Very well. It seems that old Su is having trouble again. This longevity pill should extend life by 3 years. Take it. Seeing Lin Jun unmoved, he added with curiosity, What, are you inviting me to stay for a meal? Without a word, Lin Jun suddenly drew a massive horse-cutting saber, its blade glinting coldly. Yes, turtle soup, he said, and before the words were fully out, his blade struck like lightning towards the old man. Boom! The entire hall was engulfed in blinding white light. Lin Jun's powerful strike hit the old man, yet it burst into dazzling white light. The saber, reputed to cut through anything, was chipped. Ha ha ha! Su Jun laughed wildly from outside. Did you really think you were someone important? Who does he think he is, a pillar of the court? A marshal? He can beat me, but can he beat the Demon King? Su Jun's resentment towards Lin Jun finally found release. Aren't you capable? Don't you have the demon subduing order? What can you do now? The demon handler whispered to Yin. Sir, this is the Press River Demon King, said to be a Xian Dan realm demon. Even General Su back then couldn't deal with him. His incredible defense left the general helpless, allowing him to roam the Press River. This isn't a demon risen through incense offerings, but one that's cultivated over time. A 1,000-year turtle, a 10,000-year tortoise. This longevity demon king is a genuine 10,000-year-old tortoise demon. Lin Jun stared at the chip in his saber, frowning deeply. The saber still trembled, a testament to the power of his strike. Yet even so, it hadn't pierced the old man's defense. The old man finally understood, his anger boiling over. You wretched Su Jun. I came with good intentions to give medicine, and you sent someone to take my life? Huh? Since you don't care about your father's life, I'll oblige you. You begged me for this pill, but since you don't honor the agreement, I won't hold back. With that, the old man suddenly dropped to the ground, transforming into a giant tortoise 10 feet wide, like a small mountain lying there. The main hall of the Demon Control Bureau couldn't accommodate such a massive creature, and it collapsed with a crash. Though the giant tortoise was cumbersome, its head moved swiftly like a snake, launching a fierce headbutt at Lin Jun without regard for its own safety. Lin Jun's eyes widened, and he leaped with all his might. Boom! The buildings outside the Demon Control Bureau collapsed in succession, dust rising over 30 feet, and the ground split into a deep trench. But it wasn't over yet. The giant tortoise pushed off with its legs, its massive body bearing down on Lin Jun. Lin Jun instinctively jumped again, but just as his feet left the ground, a large shadow came hurtling towards him. Bang! Lin Jun was slammed into the ground. Ha 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 ha! What a thrill! What a thrill! Even knowing his deeds were exposed and he was unlikely to survive, Su Jun's deep-seated hatred for Lin Jun remained unaffected. That slap left a deep impression on him. He yen sighed as he watched the local demon hunters, who were petrified by the giant turtle. These guys were clearly unreliable, completely frozen and incapable of fighting. Nearby, Su Jun was still chattering on, and he finally lost her patience. She spun around and slapped Su Jun hard across the face, leaving him seeing stars and finally silencing him. Aren't you going to help? Hien asked. Hiyu shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She knew her own limits. In a battle of this magnitude, she would only be a hindrance. Unlike the excited Su Jun, the giant turtle was filled with anxiety. Its recent powerful strike should have flattened a martial artist, yet it could sense that Lin Jun was still alive. Sure enough, the turtle's head suddenly felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, causing its entire body to flip over. Lin Jun stood unscathed in the massive crater, as if nothing had happened. The turtle quickly adjusted itself, shocked. It wondered why Lin Jun had seemed so desperate to dodge if he could withstand such an attack. At this moment, Lin Jun was examining his body in surprise, further unsettling the turtle. It roared internally. Why are you surprised? Shouldn't I be the one amazed? How can a human be this tough? You're almost as hard as my shell. Lin Jun was indeed surprised. He hadn't expected his body to withstand a direct hit from a powerful demon. Although his cultivation was still at the foundational level, his physical strength was enough to confront formidable foes. As for why he kept dodging, honestly, any normal person would instinctively dodge when a massive turtle head was coming their way, right? The giant turtle transformed back into the form of an old man, wary of Lin Jun and unwilling to continue the fight. Boy, you can't defeat me, and I can't harm you. How about we call it a draw? It had survived for thousands of years, not just because of its hard shell, but also due to its cautious nature. Though Lin Jun's cultivation was low, he was too unpredictable, and the turtle didn't want to take any risks. Lin Jun glanced around at the collapsed buildings and grinned, the white light gleaming on his blade. Seeing this, the old man smirked inwardly. This young fool doesn't know his limits. Even General Su couldn't deal with me back in the day, so what can this kid do? Heh, I'm off. You can amuse yourself here, the old man said as he headed towards the river outside the city, ignoring Lin Jun's actions. He thought to himself, I'll have a feast in the county later, then enjoy a nice meal by the river. Why bother getting tangled up with these demon hunters? As he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the wind around him growing fierce. A powerful tornado enveloped him, composed of countless blades of wind and spinning silver needles. The tornado emitted a deafening clash of metal, sparks flying everywhere, as if thousands of swords were cleaving through the air, or countless needles were piercing through flesh. The giant turtle appeared once more, but the blade wind tornado didn't cease. It clung to the turtle's shell like a leech. The collision between the tornado and the shell produced an earth-shattering noise, mixed with the turtle's anguished groans. Gradually, the metallic clanging transformed into the dull sound of blades slicing into bone. Layers of the turtle's shell were shaved away, revealing raw, red flesh. The tornado lifted chunks of flesh, scattering them into the sky, which then rained down upon Fufeng City. The ground turned crimson, rooftops were covered with fragments of flesh, and the entire city resembled a scene from hell. The Bladewind tornado had transformed into a blood tornado. The He siblings were stunned, forgetting to breathe. Even Su Jun, who had been clamoring, fell silent, staring dumbfounded at the horrifying sight. The city's demon hunters were paralyzed with fear. Eventually, the tornado dissipated into the sky. Lin Jun collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The giant turtle, recovering from its intense pain, saw Lin Jun lying on the ground and panicked, fleeing towards the river. Even though Lin Jun appeared powerless, the turtle dared not face him again. The agony of having its flesh sliced away lingered in its mind. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The turtle tumbled and crashed through the city wall, escaping towards the river. Yin finally snapped out of his daze and rushed to Lin Jun's side. Brother Lin. No, Master Lin. Are you all right? Lin Jun felt the weakness in his body, barely able to hold his sword. The power of the blood wind was immense, but it consumed him greatly. In just a few breaths, it drained all his strength and energy. This was only at a minor level of mastery. If it were fully mastered, the consumption would be even greater. His meridians felt like dried-up riverbeds, desperately needing replenishment. Lin Jun picked up a piece of the turtle's flesh and bit into it. The flesh instantly turned to dry fuel, restoring some of his strength. Do you have any elixirs? He asked. Huh. Yes, I do. Yin quickly took out some elixirs. Without looking, Lin Jun swallowed an entire bottle. Much better. He stood up, sword in hand, and headed towards the river. Master, you should rest. Yin shouted, trying to stop Lin Jun. Although elixirs could restore strength, they couldn't alleviate physical fatigue. Lin Jun had clearly overexerted himself earlier. No, I can't rest until I see that demon's corpse, Lin Jun replied, pursuing the direction in which the giant turtle fled. Yin gritted his teeth and followed. At the riverbank, Lin Jun stood gazing across the water. The river had turned slightly red, but the new flow quickly washed it away, soon returning to its usual clarity. Forget it, the Wanshou Demon King is a water demon. In the water, it's his domain. Even my father couldn't do anything back then. You may have defeated him on land, but in the water, ha! Su Jun sat on the ground, surrounded by the demon hunters of Fufeng City. He clearly knew more about the Wanshou Demon King than anyone else. Humans are ultimately creatures of the land. Making a Xiandan Demon King flee is quite an accomplishment. But you've thoroughly provoked the Wanshou Demon King. Who knows how many citizens of Fufeng County will suffer his revenge now? Yu hurried forward and slapped him. Shut up. She turned to look at Lin Jun, who took a deep breath before sitting down by the riverbank, closing his eyes. Ha. Ha ha ha. Are you planning to sit here until you die with that Demon King? Su Jun laughed so hard tears almost came out, finding Lin Jun's actions absurdly funny. Underwater, a bloody giant turtle retreated into an underwater cave. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He'll devour the people of this city. Damn it. The turtle transformed back into a small old man, still covered in blood. He swore to himself that once he recovered, he would unleash havoc upon Fufeng County. Just then, he noticed the entrance mechanism being triggered. Who would come at this time? It couldn't be that kid diving down here, could it? If it is, I'll make sure he never leaves these waters. Soon, he saw the visitor clearly a multi-tailed fox. On the surface, the He siblings and the demon hunters had been standing for half an hour. Lin Jun remained seated with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Let's go. Huh. The He siblings were taken aback, quickly following Lin Jun back to the city. Finally giving up? Ha. The Wanshou Demon King's revenge is yet to come. Su Jun sneered. Yet he noticed that none of the demon hunters who had come out had left. They all stood staring at the river. Even the He siblings stopped and looked back. Su Jun had no choice but to turn and look at the river. There, floating on the surface, was an enormous turtle shell, completely devoid of flesh, empty. A cold wind swept across the river, where hundreds of demon handlers stood like statues on the riverbank, silent and unmoving. A massive turtle shell floated quietly on the water, with traces of flesh still visible inside, and a strong fishy odor filled the air. A large crack on the shell was clearly the result of the tornado's force. Su Jun was numb, goosebumps rising on his skin. He murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? Why? Why? Lin Jun had merely sat by the river, doing nothing. Yet the Wanshou Demon King inexplicably died. The shell that even his father couldn't penetrate was destroyed so easily? Yin hesitantly suggested. Could it be a soul departure? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Jun screamed hysterically. Soul departure is a skill only a grandmaster possesses. How could Lin Jun, a mere warrior, achieve it? The only known grandmaster in Jinzhou is the elusive head marshal. Yin knew how far-fetched his guess was, but couldn't think of another explanation. Shaking his head, he hurried to catch up with Lin Jun, pondering the mission's direction. They had originally come to investigate why Fufeng County was ignoring the demon threat, but suddenly they were slaying demons, particularly a demon king. How would he report this? Lin Jun, unconcerned with these matters, returned to his quarters in the demon control office. Being far from the main hall, this area had escaped damage from the turtle demon, though it was slightly untidy. General Su still lay on the bed, looking more haggard than before. Lin Jun approached the bedside, gazing at the once formidable general with a touch of pity. The Wanshou Demon King is dead. You'll no longer receive his elixirs, he said softly. With all his strength, General Su extended a trembling hand towards Lin Jun. Lin Jun grasped it, feeling his accumulated energy slowly dissipating, though not significantly. General Su's complexion gradually became rosier, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Struggling to sit up, he regained a bit of vitality, though it seemed like a final burst. Thank you, General Su said, pointing to Lin Jun's sword. May I use it? Lin Jun handed over the sword, and General Su accepted it with a wry smile. Young man, listen closely, for this will be needed for the record. Lin Jun listened intently as General Su recounted his story. He should have died 50 years ago, but his family and descendants didn't want him to leave. As a local pillar of power, he brought great benefits to his family. As long as General Su lived another day, the entire Su family prospered. To maintain these benefits, the Su family chose to collaborate with demons. The demons also preferred General Su alive, as an old pillar was easier to control than a new one. Thus, demons extended General Su's life, and the Su family allowed them to cause trouble. They reached a certain understanding. The demons restrained their actions, and the Su family turned a blind eye. This is the truth behind my ability to deter Fufeng County's demons for 50 years, General Su said bitterly. As long as I lived, the annual privileges for a pillar and subsidies from the Demon Control Office kept the Su family thriving. As for the common folk, they were nothing but peasants in their eyes. Lin Jun paused, then sighed. You are truly pitiable. Pitiable? General Su laughed at himself. Indeed, pitiable. In my early years, I protected millions in Fufeng County from demon threats, basking in glory. Now, I can't even take care of myself, needing servants for basic needs. If not for Su Jun watching over me, forbidding my death, I would have ended it long ago. At that moment, the He siblings brought Su Jun in. Seeing General Su standing, everyone was stunned. Su Jun was so frightened he backed into a corner, stammering, Father, you can stand? General Su sneered, slowly raising Lin Jun's sword. My son, do you know why I saved this strength? Su Jun turned pale, pleading repeatedly, Father, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. The family demanded it. I was just following orders. Father, I'm your son, your firstborn. You can't kill me. You can't. Before he finished speaking, a bloodied head had already fallen to the ground. General Su returned the sword to Lin Jun, weakly saying, Thank you. The sword is good, but a bit fragile. There's a blacksmith named Su in the north of the city. He used to work for the Ministry of War. You might ask him to reforge it using the Wanshou Demon King's shell. It'll be much better. Lin Jun paused, then tactfully replied, General Su. The Su family's matters should be decided by the Demon Control Office. I can't make that call. General Su gave a bitter smile, knowing it was all in vain. Even declaring his resolve by killing his son wouldn't change the Su family's fate. My life was so glorious, yet this is how it ends. He murmured, after I die, hang my body at the city gate for the people of Fufeng to vent their anger. With that, he sat down and breathed his last. The pillar of Fufeng County had fallen. Lin Jun summoned several local demon handlers, instructing, bury him. He did nothing wrong in his life. The sins of his descendants shouldn't be his burden. As for Su Jun's body, Lin Jun coldly ordered, light a sky lantern for me. The next morning, a blaze ignited in front of the gates of Fufeng City. The flames hungrily licked at a headless corpse. Once the proud figure of Su Jun passers-by, both merchants and common folk, paused to watch the familiar form twist in the fire, sending shivers down their spines. Their faces reflected a mix of emotions: relief, resentment, even bitterness, but ultimately, they all resigned to a collective sigh. Just another Su Jun dead, someone muttered under their breath. Tomorrow, it could be Chen Jun, and the day after, Lin Ju. This sentiment resonated with the crowd, as numbness had become their shield. Sir, the fire's gone out, a local demon hunter cautiously reported to Lin Jun. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Jun replied calmly, if the fire's out, add more fish oil. I'll cover the cost. With that, he walked alone towards the river, his eyes fixed on the vast expanse of water. Who knew how many demon offspring lay hidden beneath the surface of the Yajiang River? This thought brought him a slight unease. He Yin followed closely, trying to ease Lin Jun's worries. Sir, thinking about demon hunting? Don't dwell on it too much. The Yajiang River is so vast. Even if there are demons, it's hard to eradicate them completely. He couldn't help but sigh. Compared to demons, we humans are so ordinary. We can't soar through the skies or delve into the earth. We live only on the surface. Those extreme cold places, scorching lava, even the abyss that never sees daylight, demons can survive there. This river is their perfect refuge. If not for martial arts, humanity might have perished long ago. Lin Jun suddenly turned to He Yin, a hint of determination in his eyes. Tell me, how can I find the descendants of the turtle demon beneath this river? Yin was taken aback, then jokingly said, if you really want to, sir, we could drain the Yajiang River. He stopped mid-sentence, surprised to see Lin Jun seriously considering it. That's it, drain the water. We can't just leave it be, Lin Jun declared decisively. Yin quickly advised against it. Sir, the Yajiang River connects to the Heavenly River. It's impossible to drain. How can you drain a river 100 yards wide? Realizing the impracticality of his idea, Lin Jun relented. I'll wait until I'm stronger to try again. Yan's mouth twitched as he watched Lin Jun sit at the spot where the turtle demon had been slain. This familiar scene made Yan's eyelids twitch wildly, wondering if Lin Jun was going to use that demon-slaying technique again. Lin Jun composed himself, reflecting on the gains from this demon hunt. Slaying the Xinden demon had earned him a full 40,000 experience points. He realized that to gain more experience, he would need to challenge stronger demons beyond his current level. As his skills improved, lower-level demons yielded less experience, something he had already noticed when clearing the snake demon's lair and exterminating the rat demon. Lin Jun began channeling this wealth of experience into cultivating the blood transformation gale technique. Despite pouring in 10,000 experience points, the technique showed no progress. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, investing another 10,000. As 25,000 experience points dwindled, the technique finally broke through to the major achievement stage. Lin Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the significant cost, the thought of this technique's power to grind even a Xinden demon into pulp made it all worthwhile. Next, Lin Jun focused on cultivating the human pill technique. With 5,000 experience points plus previous accumulation, the technique quickly reached perfection. His cultivation was approaching the brink of the soul confinement barrier. The remaining turtle demon's demon pill was transformed into essence blood, used to nurture the fox's fifth tail. Thanks to the dense energy of the heavenly pill demon's demon pill, the fox managed to break through the soul confinement barrier before Lin Jun. Lin Jun sat by the river until dusk, until Su Jun's body was reduced to a pile of ashes. Meanwhile, Su Jiang was quietly buried. With no one to bid farewell, a scene of utter desolation. It seemed as if the Su family had vanished overnight, with not a single member stepping forward regarding Su Jun's public execution or Su Jiang's burial. Sir, what should we do next? Yin, having stayed by Lin Jun's side all day, witnessing his growing aura, couldn't help but feel amazed. Lin Jun stood up slowly, his voice calm. If they don't come to me, I'll go to them. Just then, a fisherman on the river suddenly cried out. Lin Jun leapt onto the fisherman's small boat and looked in the direction he pointed, spotting a bloodied, indistinguishable figure floating on the water. After pulling the person aboard, Lin Jun was shocked to recognize the face. Chen Feng? Wasn't this the very Chen Feng who had left Qinglin County long ago, saying he had family matters to attend to? Why was he here, and in such a grievous state? Lin Jun also noticed that Chen Feng appeared somewhat younger than he remembered. Lin Jun carried Chen Feng to the shore, and Yin quickly retrieved the remaining elixirs, administering them to Chen Feng. Chen Feng coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of river water, his complexion gradually reddening. Weakly, he looked up at Yin first, then turned to Lin Jun, murmuring, "Thank you both for saving me." Before he could finish, he slipped back into unconsciousness. When Chen Feng awoke again, it was already the night of the following day. Lin Jun had placed him in one of the surviving rooms within the inner quarters of the Si Yao Fu. Lin Jun was bewildered by the changes in Chen Fenghe, not only looked younger but also thinner, exuding an indescribable aura. "You're awake?" Lin Jun asked, watching as Chen Feng looked around in confusion and clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of clotted blood. Lin Jun quickly administered a medicinal pill, which helped Chen Feng regain his composure. "Thank you, benefactor," Chen Feng said weakly. "Benefactor?" Lin Jun frowned. "Don't you recognize me? It's been less than 2 months. Surely you haven't forgotten that quickly?" Chen Feng looked closely at Lin Jun, and then slowly shook his head. "You must be mistaken, kind sir. I am Chen Miao, and I do not know you." With that, he hurriedly got out of bed, stumbling as he tried to leave. "Your great kindness is something I can never repay, but my brother's fate is uncertain, and I must rescue him." Lin Jun grabbed him, sensing something amiss. "Who is Chen Feng to you?" Chen Miao froze as if struck by lightning, slowly turning around. "He is my older brother. Are you a friend of his?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jun laughed heartily. "It's a small world. I didn't expect to meet Chen Feng's brother so far from Qinglin County. We know each other well. He once wanted to kill me for the greater good." Chen Miao's expression grew even more rigid. "Are you Lin Jun?" He glanced at the Si Yao Jin inspector badge on Lin Jun's waist, his confusion deepening. This was far from the Lin Jun of rumors. What was really going on? Where is Chen Feng? Lin Jun's question made Chen Miao panic instantly. "Oh no, my brother. Chun Miao was about to dash out when Lin Jun firmly grabbed his arm, saying in a serious tone, I know you're in a hurry, but calm down and tell me everything. Lin Jun's voice had an inexplicable power, and Chun Miao found himself compelled to trust him, starting to recount his story. Meanwhile, on the Yejiang River, a brightly lit pleasure barge stood out starkly against the darkened city. Small boats continually arrived, carrying representatives and patrons from the major families of Fufeng County. Su Wen stood at the bow, his long white hair billowing in the river breeze. He turned to a servant and asked, How many have arrived? Patriarch, every notable family in Fufeng County has sent someone. Even the ones who usually look down on us, like the Qingshan Association and the Shanglu family, have sent their representatives. Su Wen snorted. Representatives? Has our Su family not earned their respect in 200 years? He pondered silently, recalling how these local aristocrats once fully supported extending Su Jiang's life. Now, amidst the chaos of demon attacks, they were exploiting Fufeng County's resources without fear of demon assaults. A clever scheme indeed. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Su Wen thought that as long as the Si Yao Jian had not responded, the Su family might not face ruin. His expression softened slightly as he proceeded to the second floor of the barge. The entire second floor comprised a single room filled with all the prominent figures of Fufeng County. A slightly mocking voice sounded, Oh, isn't this Patriarch Su? Have you invited us here for a feast? Suppressing his anger, Su Wen spoke confidently, Don't think you can rest easy just because you've been discreet. The Si Yao Jian is thorough in its investigations, and if my Su family falls, do you think you'll fare any better? Though the attendees remained outwardly calm, their minds began to race. They had profited amidst the chaos, but whether they had colluded with demons was known only to themselves. If the Si Yao Jian truly investigated, how many could emerge unscathed? Seeing the crowd quiet down, Su Wen clapped his hands, and immediately, numerous servants appeared, each carrying trays of food. Within moments, a serving of meat was placed before each representative. Though puzzled, everyone sat quietly, curious to see what Su Wen was planning. Everyone, please watch. Su Wen clapped his hands, and several servants brought in a table about 3 meters long, covered with a mysterious cloth. The crowd looked on, puzzled, but Su Wen offered no explanation. Instead, he introduced a young Taoist boy, around 10 years old. The family representatives present placed their hands cautiously on their weapons. Young Taoist Wen Yu, please take a look, Su Wen announced. Wen Yu? Isn't he the young Taoist from Qingfeng Temple? Someone whispered in surprise. Something's not right. What is this old fox Su Wen up to? Another person murmured. Su Wen led the young Taoist to the long table and slowly lifted the cover. The crowd held their breath, revealing a living girl underneath. Wen Yu's breathing quickened at the sight, and Su Wen hastened to explain. I heard that Taoist Qingfeng is searching for humans born during the Yin hour. I am willing to assist. Yesterday, I sent a group of such boys and girls to Qingfeng Mountain, and I plan to send more tomorrow. Those present shivered upon hearing this. They were all too aware of Qingfeng Temple's true nature. As they glanced at the food before them, their stomachs churned. Could this meat be? Someone thought silently. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Clan leader Su, there's a fire at the Lu family estate. Please leave and help. With that, a group hurriedly left the boat. The remaining family representatives quickly found excuses to leave as well. Before long, only Su Wan and the young Taoist Wen Yu remained on the second floor. By the bank of the Jiang River, a plump man rushed to catch up with Lu Wei. Brother Lu. Oh, it's Brother Huang Yu. Did you leave too? Lu Wei responded. Huang Yu joined Lu Wei, a look of shock still on his face. Brother Lu, what is that mud-legged Su planning? Could he really? The Su family is nothing but upstarts. They have no idea of the terror that is the Monster Control Bureau, Lu Wei said with lingering fear. Even now, they're trying to consort with demons and drag us down with them. Do you know what Su Mudlegs is plotting? Huang Yu asked. Lu Wei glanced at the boat from afar and sneered. What else could it be? They've been exposed for consorting with demons and know their days are numbered. So they're betting everything, hoping to use the demon's power to eliminate Lin Jun here and buy themselves time to escape. Bold move, but utterly foolish. If the Monster Control Bureau wants you dead, you can't hide, even at the ends of the earth. Those demons won't protect you just because you offer them benefits. They're cunning. Does that mean we're in trouble too? Huang Yu exclaimed. Lu Wei sighed. Trouble, yes, but at worst, we're guilty of not reporting demon activity. It won't break us, though it'll cost us. Then again, if Lin Jun is truly defeated by the demons, we might have a chance to turn things around. We could even end up being heroes. As an established family in Fufeng County, they were acutely aware of the Monster Control Bureau's fearsome reputation. Even when taking advantage of chaos, they acted with extreme caution, unlike the inexperienced Su family, who dared to challenge authority. If Lin Jun were to be defeated by the demons, and they managed to save him, it would count as a significant merit. By helping the Monster Control Bureau gather evidence against the Su family's demon dealings, they could balance any wrongs. Though they all witnessed Lin Jun take down the turtle demon, the demons of Qingfeng Temple were of a different caliber, with deep roots and sinister soldiers. The Longevity Demon King was merely tough-skinned with weak attacks, but the one at Qingfeng Temple, now that was something with potential. Not only Lu and Huang, but many families who left the boat shared this thought. They hoped Lin Jun would hold out long enough for them to come to his rescue. As for the Su family, they were merely ignorant upstarts, useful as tools but unreliable as allies. While they were plotting how to save Lin Jun from the demons, Lin Jun arrived at the riverbank with Chen Miao. Seeing the crowd still awake at such an hour, Lin Jun asked, "Are you all having a party?" Hearing Lin Jun's question, the family representatives by the river stopped their discussion. "Well, I won't disturb you. I have some business with clan leader Su. I look forward to visiting you all in the future," Lin Jun said. Without waiting for their reactions, he and Chen Miao crossed the Jiang River and boarded the boat. Wanyue Tongzi looked at the girl in front of him, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving twice. Suwen noticed his reaction, secretly pleased, knowing his plan had succeeded. "Master Wanyue," Suwen said respectfully, "this is not a gift for Master Qingfeng, but a small token I specially prepared for you. Nowadays, girls born at Hour in Fufeng County are rare. I went through a lot of trouble to find her. I hope you can put in a good word for me with Master Qingfeng." Wanyue nodded slightly, fully aware of Su Wen's intentions. Master Qingfeng had already briefed him on this matter. "No need for kind words," he said calmly. "Master Qingfeng is already aware of your request. In light of the 300 Hour humans you brought to the mountain, he has agreed." Hearing this, Su Wen felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. "Then I shall not disturb your meal, my lord. I take my leave." He had originally hoped to forge alliances with some noble families at this banquet, but hadn't anticipated that these self-serving individuals would fear the Demon Control Bureau so much, leaving prematurely. Fortunately, Qingfeng Temple had agreed, so his goal was achieved. Wanyue waved his hand, eager to send Su Wen away. Normally, such Hour girls were used to feed that demon weapon. They rarely got to enjoy them. He could barely contain himself. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. "Chief Su is hosting a grand banquet. Yet why was I not informed?" As Su Wen was about to leave, Lin Jun approached with Chen Miao in tow. "Lin Jun? How did you?" Su Wen exclaimed, but Lin Jun cut him off. "Save it. Your offerings are now in fish bellies," Lin Jun said coldly. Su Wen's face turned ashen at the words. Chen Miao quickly scanned the second floor, his gaze locking onto the girl at the long table. "Sister," he shouted. Wanyue's face suddenly sprouted fangs, poised to pierce the girl's throat. Without hesitation, Chen Miao drew his sword and charged. With a loud crash, Chen Miao was sent flying by a single palm from Wanyue, smashing through the room's furniture. Wanyue retracted his fangs, looking up at Lin Jun with disdain. "A demon hunter? How dare you attack me? It's rare for Su to have someone like you. Too bad you're about to die." Seeing that Wanyue hadn't recognized Lin Jun, Su Wen was sweating profusely. Just as he was about to speak up, Lin Jun kicked Wanyue in the chest. Wanyue flew out of the ship like a kite with a broken string, smashing through the second floor wall and landing heavily by the riverbank, creating a deep crater. The nobles gathered by the river to watch were taken aback. "Lin Jun has really made enemies with Qingfeng Temple now," Lu Wei murmured. Wanyue Tongzi was Master Qingfeng's favorite disciple, always by his side. Now he's dead under such mysterious circumstances. Should we still help? Huang Yu asked quietly. The surrounding families also pondered deeply. They had initially planned to rescue Lin Jun, assuming Master Qingfeng didn't harbor a strong desire to kill him. But now the situation had escalated to a life-and-death feud. Even if they attempted a rescue, the losses might be severe, potentially worse than punishment from the Demon Control Bureau. "Lin Jun, oh Lin Jun, you're really pushing yourself into a pit of fire," Lu Wei sighed. "Let's see how things unfold. We'll wait for Master Qingfeng to make a move. That's all we can do for now." Inside the ship, Su Wen stared at the large hole Wanyue had been blasted through and started laughing. "Ha ha ha, Lin Jun, you've angered Qingfeng Temple. Do you think you can survive this?" He had planned to invite Master Qingfeng to eliminate Lin Jun, but Lin Jun had provoked Qingfeng Temple instead. Now Master Qingfeng will surely take lethal action. Although his cultivation isn't high, who in Fufeng County doesn't fear that inherited demon weapon? Lin Jun ignored Su Wen's words and turned to ask, "Where is Qingfeng?" Struggling to get up, Chen Miao replied with difficulty, "Sir, my brother was sent to Qingfeng Mountain by the Su family yesterday. I got injured trying to rescue him." Lin Jun looked out through the ship's broken hole, catching sight of a flicker of light on Qingfeng Mountain behind Fufeng City. His gaze became resolute, and his voice was filled with determination. "Tomorrow, we hunt at Qingfeng Mountain." The moon slipped behind the clouds as a dense fog began to rise. In Fufeng County and its surrounding areas, the demon hunters were on high alert, mobilizing swiftly. Lin Jun's demon-slaying order swept through the county like a whirlwind. Martial arts sects across the region were puzzled upon receiving the order delivered by the golden-feathered eagle. The order contained only 4 words: Hunt Qingfeng Temple. This demon-slaying order, issued by the third seat, caused a huge uproar. Typically, only the head or chief has the authority to issue such significant commands. The third seat could only mobilize 5 captains and a few hundred demon hunters at most, so how could they dare to hunt an opponent of demon-level strength? At Dayun Temple, various martial arts sects gathered, buzzing with discussion. Someone recognized that the issuer was the same demon hunter who had previously slain the Wanshou Demon King. Master Song, haven't you always wanted to connect with the Demon Hunter Bureau? Why not give it a try? Someone teased. Master Song waved his hands repeatedly. I'll pass this time, maybe next time. Everyone expressed a cautious attitude towards this operation. Although Qingfeng Temple hadn't been around long, the methods of its Taoist master were ruthless, and his soul-devouring bell was notorious. No one wanted to risk offending a possibly powerful force behind the scenes. Finally, the abbot of Dayun Temple made a definitive decision. Let's just watch the show. Let the young disciples learn not to act rashly when facing demons. As everyone prepared to leave, they noticed Chongyu of the Jingya sect heading towards Fufeng City. Brother Chongyu, are you seeking death? A plump monk shouted. Without turning back, Chongyu coldly replied, it's better than being part of a so-called righteous sect that only talks behind others' backs. With that, he disappeared from sight. Unlike the martial arts sects, the local demon hunters in each county dared not slack off in the face of Lin Jun's demon-slaying order. With the demon suppression order in hand, Lin Jun was temporarily the head of Fufeng County who would dare disobey. Along the way, local demon hunters grumbled as they traveled. Damn, hunting Qingfeng Temple, it's insane. Some agreed, while others remained silent. After all, wearing the uniform and enjoying the people's offerings, yet doing nothing for them weighed heavily on their conscience. Meanwhile, Lin Jun placed the rescued girl on a bed. She seemed unharmed, just unconscious. This is my younger sister, Chenro. She's at a tender age, yet almost met a tragic fate. Chun Miao said emotionally. Lin Jun reassured him, don't get agitated. Take your time and tell me. I'm listening. Chun Miao explained. The Chun family was not originally from Fufeng County. Their hometown was destroyed by demons, but they were saved by Yang Yin and temporarily resided in Jinzhou City. Not wanting to rely on others indefinitely, they moved to Fufeng County, unaware it was a den of danger. Chun Ro was taken by the Su family because she was born at an hour, and when Qin Feng noticed something was amiss, he too fell into the Su family's hands. Only Chen Miao and their parents escaped. Why didn't you report to the Demon Hunter Bureau? Lin Jun asked, puzzled. Chun Miao gave a bitter smile. Master Lin, the Fufeng County Demon Hunter Bureau is full of Su family members. How could we report it? Lin Jun finally understood, recalling the unique situation in Fufeng County. What do the demons on Qingfeng Mountain want with so many people born at hours? Lin Jun pressed. Chun Miao shook his head. It seems they're used to feed a demon weapon. The demon itself isn't particularly powerful, but it wields a vicious weapon. Those injured by it appear unharmed, but never wake up. Lin Jun pondered. There's something else I want to ask. Is the Taoist master of Qingfeng Temple really a demon? The boy he just killed, Wanyue Tongzi, didn't give him any experience. He seemed like a human. Chen Miao shook his head, indicating he wasn't sure, as he had never seen the Taoist master in person. Lin Jun could only hope in silence that the Taoist master truly was a demon. Otherwise, no experience would be gained. In the city of Fufeng, dawn was just breaking. The local aristocratic families, who had returned from the tower ship, had been awake all night and were now gathered in the Wanfeng Tower. They held cups of tea in their hands, their expressions puzzled, and the entire hall was steeped in silence. Lu Wei, the head of the aristocratic families in Fufeng County, furrowed his brows deeply. He couldn't fathom Lin Jun's intentions. Hunting down Qingfeng Mountain? With just him and those demon hunters who have never seen demon blood? This thought lingered in his mind. A member of the aristocratic family whispered, Brother Lu, we've already gathered the cultivators we're affiliated with, ready to rescue at any moment. But is this really worth it? Another chimed in, saving Lin Jun alone is one thing. Offending Qingfeng Mountain is manageable. But hunting the entire Qingfeng Mountain? What price will we have to pay? That Lin guy just keeps causing us trouble. Is there something wrong with his head? Someone couldn't help but complain. Lu Wei rubbed his temples, having pondered all night without reaching a conclusion. Damn it, even wanting to save him is difficult. They haven't even come to cause trouble, and he's already going to stir up their lair? Someone suggested, Lin Jun holds the Demon Subjugation Order and has a significant position in the Demon Control Bureau. Saving him would be a great merit, possibly offsetting any sanctions from the Bureau. But right now, let's just follow and see how things unfold, Lu Wei sighed. We'll make a decision then. I can't think of a better plan right now. The group gradually stood up and left. Lu Wei sank heavily back into his chair. Huang Yu poured himself another cup of tea and stood by the window, gazing towards Qingfeng Mountain. The sky was still dim, and at the foot of the mountain, countless flickering lights indicated the gathering of demon hunters. Huang Yu turned and asked, "Brother Lu, I'm just guessing, but do you think there's any chance Lin Jun could actually slay the demon of Qingfeng Mountain?" Lu Wei snorted. "That demon has established itself firmly in Fufeng County in just over 10 years. You've seen its methods. If Lin Jun can slay that demon, I'll marry your sister." Huang Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Realizing he had made a promise he shouldn't have, Lu Wei felt slightly embarrassed. Thinking of Huang Yu's slightly plump sister, he braced himself and said, "Really?" Recalling the last encounter with the Taoist of Qingfeng, Lu Wei regained his composure. "Even the cultivators in my family of the profound elixir stage have to bow and avoid the Qingfeng Taoist, showing how terrifying its power is." Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, mist enveloped the area. The place was swarming with local demon hunters, encircling the entire mountain. Ian looked at these demon hunters and couldn't help but shake his head. Their stances were unsteady, and their hands trembled on their weapons. If not for Lin Jun holding the demon subjugation order, these people would have likely fled. "How many people?" Lin Jun asked. "Less than 1,000, Yin replied. "A whole county couldn't even gather 1,000 demon hunters. You can imagine how many have already fled." "That's enough." Lin Jun stood expressionless before the demon hunters, not bothering with motivational speeches, only giving simple instructions. "Do not let any demons come down the mountain, not even humans." Having said that, he headed up the mountain alone, leaving the demon hunters looking at each other in confusion. "What is going on?" someone muttered quietly. Those who had come here were somewhat prepared, some even ready to sacrifice themselves. But now it seemed like it was just a simple encirclement of the mountain. Although puzzled, they still followed orders. Lin Jun, along with the He siblings, advanced towards the mountain's peak. He never expected these demon hunters, who hadn't drawn their swords against demons in 50 years, to hunt the demon. This was merely a way to pre-select those truly useful for Fufeng County. "How many martial sects have accepted the demon-slaying order?" Lin Jun asked. Yin immediately replied, "Only one." "One?" Lin Jun frowned slightly. Has Fufeng County declined so much in just 50 years? Not long after, they encountered the only sect that had come to assist, halfway up the mountain. "Master Lin, I am Chongyu, willing to be the vanguard." A burly man stepped forward with a fist salute. In fact, not far behind Chongyu, there was a pavilion filled with people from other martial sections. Noticing Lin Jun's gaze, a chubby monk stood up and explained, "Master Lin, don't misunderstand. Our sects are small, and coming to hunt the demon might even be counterproductive. We are truly powerless." Yin, upon hearing this, was furious. "If you can't help, what are you doing here?" Watching the show, another sect representative chuckled. "We are here to cheer for Brother Chongyu. Seeing that the Jingya sect is willing to sacrifice for the people." In reality, they were here to watch the spectacle. The Jingya sect had been in Fufeng County for just over a decade but had already become quite influential, threatening the interests of local sections. More importantly, by stepping up now, the Jingya sect inadvertently labeled the other local sects as cowardly and timid. Chongyu was well aware that these local sects wished for both him and Lin Jun to die at the hands of the demon, but he didn't mind. "Let's all go together." Lin Jun said no more and continued towards the mountain peak. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Qingfeng Temple. Young Taoists were bustling about, fetching water, chopping wood, cooking meals, seemingly oblivious to the demon hunters at the mountain's base. Chongyu was about to step forward when Lin Jun stopped him. Lin Jun walked into Qingfeng Temple alone, drawing the curious gazes of the young Taoists who paused in their tasks to observe the stranger. "Boundless blessings, greetings to you." A voice came, and Lin Jun turned to see a young Taoist standing beside him, exuding a peaceful aura. Yet there was a faint scent of human blood about him. "Today is the day of the Qingfeng Taoist festival. A banquet is set to celebrate, and you are welcome to join," the young Taoist said slowly. "Are you human too?" Lin Jun's question caught the Taoist off guard. "Your words are peculiar." "Of course, I am human," the Taoist replied in confusion. "Ha, that's interesting." Lin Jun casually found a seat, with Chongyu following closely. "Senior Chong, do you know the origin of Qingfeng Temple?" Lin Jun asked. Chongyu shook his head. "I've been in Fufeng County for just over 10 years, and Qingfeng Temple appeared around the same time. I only know that the surrounding demons hold it in high regard, and even the aristocratic families don't dare offend it." "That's as good as saying nothing." Lin Jun tapped his fingers impatiently on the stone table. The fox within him was restless, seemingly craving something from Qingfeng Temple. This craving pointed to only one conclusion. "This Qingfeng Taoist is Zhang Zhan's offspring," Lin Jun muttered to himself. Several young Taoists brought over small dishes and meat. The young Taoist spoke again. "Please enjoy. The Qingfeng Taoist is in seclusion and will emerge before sunset." Lin Jun took a deep breath and drew the reforged horse-slashing saber from the small flag. I'd love to continue playing this game, but with so many people watching below, I need to get on with it. In the dark and damp dungeon on the third underground level of Qingfeng Temple, 300 young boys and girls were imprisoned. They huddled in the corners, their eyes vacant, not daring to look at the naked woman outside the cell. Despite her voluptuous and graceful figure, she exuded an inexplicable allure. However, the most striking feature was her fox head, which sent chills down one's spine. In front of the fox demon lay a small golden bell, its surface smooth and glossy, intricately engraved with complex runes. She respectfully lit 3 incense sticks, bowed deeply to the bell 3 times, and only raised her head once the incense had burned out. "It's time to eat," the fox demon whispered, approaching the cell and casually grabbing a child. The child appeared dazed, seemingly petrified with fear. Just then, the fox demon sensed something and released the child. Lin Jun approached slowly from the other side of the cell, his sword clean and without a trace of blood. Surprise and desire flashed in the fox demon's eyes. "I wasn't looking for you, yet here you are," she said. Since Lin Jun entered Fufeng City, the fox demon had attempted to target him multiple times. However, she restrained herself to feed her demon soldiers. Unexpectedly, Lin Jun had come to her voluntarily. What a fortunate coincidence, she thought. The demon soldiers can feed on these humans, and I can devour Lin Jun's flesh and blood. Lin Jun was puzzled. Is this person a woman? He had assumed the Taoist priest would be a man. Having been in this world for so long, this was his first encounter with a female fox spirit, fulfilling a small fantasy from his past life. "Lord Lin, be wary of Zhang Li's bell. It can capture souls." Upon hearing Lin Jun's voice, the weakened Shin Feng clung to the cell door, shouting urgently. "Too late," Zhang Li said, grasping the soul-devouring bell and giving it a gentle shake. Lin Jun suddenly felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders, the weight suffocating him. This kind of near-magical force was something he had never encountered since arriving in this world. He recalled that Zhang Zhan's adopted son's small flag had a similar effect, though it had been misused by Song Hun. Demon weapons, crafted only by demons, truly have unique properties, Lin Jun mused. "I can smell my brother's scent on you. I will claim it." Zhang Li's words trailed off as she saw Lin Jun slowly straighten his posture. What is happening? The fox demon aimed the bell at Lin Jun, unleashing even more power to subdue him. Lin Jun gritted his teeth, veins bulging. Yet he managed to take 1 step, then 2, then 3, forward. Eventually, he seemed to adapt to the oppressive force and started running. Zhang Li was stunned. Her demon weapon clearly hasn't failed. Could this man be enduring the bell's suppression through sheer physical strength? "This is my father's demon weapon. How can a human possess such a formidable body?" Now was not the time for contemplation, as Lin Jun had fully acclimated to the force, charging at her with his sword. The white light from the blade was blinding, and she knew that if the strike landed, it would be crippling if not fatal. Boom! A flash of white light, and Qingfeng Mountain suddenly had a massive opening. Lin Jun's slash had forcibly carved a path through. From a distance, it appeared as if the mountain had been sliced in half, as if the entire mountain were about to be cleaved. The fox demon clambered out of the dirt, her left arm having been caught by the blade, now reduced to blood mist. What is with this man? How can a human in the Chongqi realm have such a powerful body? Zhang Li clutched her left arm, her mind in turmoil. The strike was devoid of any technique, just a simple slash. Yet the brute force alone had left her so humiliated. Was this man a dragon from beneath the Jiang River in disguise? Even demons couldn't possess such a robust body. She finally understood how her brothers had perished. If not for the demon weapon her father left her, she too would have fallen here. Realizing this, the fox demon ceased her probing and smashed the soul-devouring bell onto the ground. Ding! A crisp bell sound echoed across Qingfeng Mountain. Upon hearing it, Lin Jun collapsed straight to the ground. "My lord!" Chen Feng roared in anger, yet his weakened state rendered him unable to break through the cell door. Lin Jun opened his eyes to find himself in a completely unfamiliar world. Everything was bathed in blood red, the moon in the sky casting an ominous crimson glow. Everything here was alien. Even the demons charging at him were unrecognizable. But none of this mattered. There were more and more demons, hundreds, even thousands at a glance. Besides the smaller demons, there were many higher-level ones, including Huayuan and Chengjin demons, and even Baodan demons, and some humans. Lin Jun's lips curled into a smile. This place is simply paradise. Seeing the swarming demons, Lin Jun charged forward with his sword. It wasn't out of arrogance, but because the fox spirit within him was urging him relentlessly. The fox craved to devour these demons, and Lin Jun couldn't resist the impulse. Among the demons, Zhang Li was stunned by Lin Jun's actions. She was puzzled. Shouldn't a human run away when faced with so many demons? Why did Lin Jun dare to charge in? The answer soon became clear. A five-tailed fox suddenly emerged from Lin Jun, streaking into the demon horde like a bolt of orange lightning. It was like a wolf among sheep, ravenously devouring the demons, one after another, seemingly insatiable. With each attack, it took down hundreds of demons, and after several passes, it had absorbed all the souls present. Zhongli watched in horror, internally wailing, "Stop, stop. Those are the souls I painstakingly collected. Many were given by my father." Yet, the five-tailed fox ignored her, continuing its gluttonous feast. As the devouring continued, the fox's form became more solid. It no longer appeared ethereal. It looked almost like a real fox. Its fur was distinctly visible, gently swaying in the breeze, as if imbued with life. Lin Jun was also stunned by the scene. He hadn't expected the fox he summoned to be in the form of a soul and so dominant over other souls. Then it dawned on him. Fox spirits are known for manipulating souls, so gaining soul-related abilities from them made perfect sense. The five-tailed fox approached Zhongli and bit down without hesitation. In an instant, the entire illusion shattered like a broken mirror. Lin Jun awoke abruptly to find only a fox's carcass and a dull bell before him. Chun Feng's voice came from beside him, tinged with a slight tremor. "Sir?" He looked at Lin Jun in disbelief. In just a moment, the mighty demon soldier had been reduced to bones. Chun Feng knew well the power of this demon soldier, no one whose soul was drawn and had ever awakened. Lin Jun stood up, brushed the dust off himself, and casually opened the cell door. "It's been a while," he said, his tone carrying a hint of relief. Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback, then slowly broke into a smile. "Indeed, it's been a while," he replied, his voice filled with the joy of reunion. Beneath the Wanfeng Tower in the city of Fufeng, all the revered elders from various families had been summoned and gathered. Several elderly men, their hair white with age, silently gazed towards Qingfeng Mountain, their brows furrowed and expressions shifting. "Has Taoist Qingfeng advanced his skills yet again?" One elder murmured softly. In the past, Taoist Qingfeng had dominated Fufeng County with his soul-devouring bell, a device filled with countless souls that ensured death to any creature caught within its range. Now, not only was his magic formidable, but his physical strength had also grown so immense that he nearly cleaved Qingfeng Mountain in half. Lu Wei surveyed the group, asking gravely, "Do any of you have confidence in dealing with this?" In response to Lu Wei's inquiry, the gathered experts shook their heads. The soul-devouring bell alone was enough to give them headaches, and now with such a powerful physical form added to the mix, they would need to resort to extraordinary measures. Seeing this, Lu Wei sighed deeply. "Forget it. There's no point in trying to rescue him. Let Lin Jun perish there." He calculated in his mind that with his family's influence, they could afford to lose some resources, offering compensation to the Division of Demon Affairs. As for the crime of knowing about the demon and not reporting it, it was neither too serious nor too trivial. However, given the nature of the Division of Demon Affairs, it would likely require a hefty bribe to smooth things over. Just then, an elder spoke up. "Lord Lu, the mountain has been quiet for some time now. It seems it's over. If there's nothing else, I'd like to take my leave and return to my seclusion." Lu Wei waved his hand. "Feel free, elder. This matter is indeed difficult." Lin Jun went up the mountain, and there was no sound half an hour later. Taoist Qingfeng is truly terrifying. It seems he is a demon with a legacy. However, Lu Wei suddenly noticed that his own revered elder remained standing, eyes wide open, body trembling, like a statue. Not just him, but all the local aristocrats gathered at the Wanfeng Tower appeared struck by lightning, staring intently in the direction of Qingfeng Mountain. Perplexed, Lu Wei followed their gaze. A large group of demon officials was descending from Qingfeng Mountain, each with a bewildered expression. Their clothes were immaculate, not a speck of dust on them, as if they had merely been on a leisurely outing. Most astonishing of all, Lin Jun stood in the center of the group, holding a white-haired fox in his left hand and a bell the size of a palm in his right, the very soul-devouring bell that had terrorized all of Fufeng County. Lu Wei felt his throat tighten, making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, Huang Yu asked shakily, Lu brother, does your previous promise still stand?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's face turned ashen. The townspeople by the roadside watched Lin Jun and his group, their previously numb faces slowly lighting up with hope. Fufeng County was besieged by demons on three sides: the turtle demon in Jiangya River, the fox demon on Qingfeng Mountain, and the wolf demon in Longhu Pool. Now, with the previous defeat of the Black Wind True Lord, 3 of the 4 major demons had been eliminated. The minor demons aside, Fufeng County was now almost clear of threats. As Lin Jun entered the center of Fufeng City, the morning sun rose behind him. He walked slowly into the dilapidated Division of Demon Affairs, leaving behind the bewildered demon officials and the disciples of the Jingya sect who had come to assist. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, and the entire city of Fufeng erupted in excitement. Lin Jun's previous act of lighting the heavenly lantern for Su Jun had merely offered a glimmer of hope to the people of Fufeng County. But today, by slaying Taoist Qingfeng, he had truly convinced them that he could save this demon-plagued land. Their gazes towards Lin Jun were filled with fervor. Now only one demon remained, and the Su family had been completely taken over by the He siblings, awaiting judgment from the Division of Demon Affairs. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. At that moment, a small group of Jingya sect disciples hurried into Fufeng City, reporting loudly, "My lord, Longhu Pool is empty. The wolf demons have fled." These disciples, originally sent to monitor Longhu Pool, were meant to prevent the wolf demons from causing trouble during the demon hunt. Unexpectedly, the wolf demons had abandoned their lair and fled, leaving all their possessions behind, clearly terrified. In just a few days, the shadow that had hung over Fufeng's 4 counties for 50 years had lifted. Lu Wei slumped into a chair, slapping his face in self-mockery. He had thought Lin Jun was overestimating himself, but now it seemed he had been the frog in the well. "Lu brother." "No, brother-in-law, what should we do next?" Huang Yu's words added to Lu Wei's frustration. "Go home and prepare the money. Not a single aristocratic family in Fufeng County will escape. They will all have to pay dearly." With this thought, Lu Wei felt as if his heart were being cut. Meanwhile, Chongyu was leading his disciples back to the Jingya sect base, each with a puzzled look. What had they accomplished on this trip? They had merely surrounded the Qingfeng temple and helped eliminate some of its disciples, yet they hadn't even seen the demon before it became a corpse. The reality was far from what they had imagined. "Look, isn't that Chongyu, the hero? Why such a look?" Fat Monk and a group of local sect members blocked Chongyu as he prepared to leave. Seeing the confusion on Chongyu's face, they smirked to themselves. It seemed he had been dealt quite a blow. Look at these bewildered Jingya sect disciples. They were lucky to return alive. They had left Qingfeng Mountain upon hearing the loud noise and had been waiting for Chongyu ever since. Chongyu ignored them, keeping his head down as he walked. Seeing his attitude, Fat Monk became even more irate. Does this boy really think he's someone important? Why is the hero Chongyu in such a hurry? He emphasized the word hero with sarcasm. "Going back to pack. The sect is moving," Chongyu replied calmly. This statement lit up the eyes of the gathered martial sections. The Jingya sect's location was quite favorable, and Chongyu was actually abandoning it, suggesting they were leaving Fufeng County. "Where are you moving to, brother Chongyu?" "We'd like to lend a hand," someone asked with a smile. Chongyu nodded and pointed to Qingfeng Mountain. "Qingfeng Mountain. Thank you for your offer." "What? Qingfeng Mountain?" The crowd was stunned. "Taoist Qingfeng is dead. Lord Lin rewarded our sect for its assistance by granting us Qingfeng Mountain," Chongyu explained. Truth be told, Taoist Qingfeng's death had little to do with them. The whole sect had merely gone through the motions and yet had gained an entire Qingfeng Mountain. The location of Qingfeng Mountain was exceptionally good, adjacent to Fufeng City, the center of Fufeng County. Who wouldn't want it? Though the cleave across the mountain was daunting, time would heal all. "What did you say?" Chongyu offered no further explanation, turning to leave with his disciples, leaving the local sect members standing there, dumbfounded. Inside the Demon Control Bureau's inner chamber, Lin Jun sat cross-legged. In front of him lay a small white fox, about the size of his palm. What was remarkable about this fox was that it had 6 tails, 3 dark and 3 light. The fox stretched lazily towards the rising sun, yawned, and then nestled against Lin Jun's leg, falling into a deep sleep. This was the fox demon Lin Jun had summoned. Unlike its previous transparent, ethereal form, it had now manifested a physical body. Having devoured the souls of hundreds of demons from the soul-devouring bell, its spirit had grown immensely powerful, enabling it to take on a corporeal form. Lin Jun glanced at the soul-devouring bell on the table. It had lost its once lustrous sheen and appeared pallid and weak. Deprived of the nourishment of souls, this once feared demonic weapon had lost its power. Thinking of Taoist Qingfeng, Lin Jun shook his head. Despite not reaching the core formation realm, Qingfeng had roamed freely across Fufeng County, wielding the soul-devouring bell. The bell housed countless souls, allowing Qingfeng to control his enemies by entrapping their spirits within it. However, the fox Lin Jun summoned had an unexpected ability to counteract souls. With little effort, it could consume a vast number of them. The mystical power of its celestial fox lineage far exceeded Lin Jun's expectations. After devouring Zhongli, the fox had grown a 6th tail. This not only brought new abilities, but also granted Lin Jun an extra life. The 6th tail housed Lin Jun's soul, acting as a second spirit should anything happen to him. Gently stroking the fox's soft fur, Lin Jun savored the indescribable sensation. "Now that you have a physical form, I should give you a name," he mused. "I'll call you 6 Tails." The fox opened its emerald eyes, seemingly indifferent to the name, and then shifted its gaze to the soul-devouring bell on the table. "There are still many human souls inside. You mustn't consume them," Lin Jun warned. putting the bell away. While he showed no mercy to demons, he held a firm line when it came to innocent people. Seeing this, Six Tails closed its eyes and resumed its nap. Lin Jun picked up the soul-devouring bell, pondering how to dispose of this now useless demonic weapon. Perhaps he could trade it at the Ministry of War for some benefits, considering its past as a formidable tool of power. With his thoughts organized, Lin Jun began channeling his experience into the human pill technique. As he delved deeper into his cultivation, his body emitted a faint golden glow, and a peculiar fragrance filled the room, signs of nearing the core formation stage. Unlike conventional cultivation methods, Lin Jun's human pill technique involved dispersing energy throughout his body, treating it as one large pill. With a soft yet powerful pop, Lin Jun officially entered the soul band phase. With Six Tails, a companion formed of souls, Lin Jun was confident he would soon break through this stage. He planned to reserve the remaining experience for advancing to the next level, the blood-transforming gale. Carrying Six Tails, Lin Jun stepped out of the inner chamber. Chun Feng had been waiting amidst the ruins of the Demon Control Bureau. Noticing Lin Jun's transformation, Chun Feng exclaimed in amazement, "Master, you're as fast as ever." After a brief conversation, Chun Feng expressed his wish to take his family to Qinglin County for refuge, and then return to continue following Lin Jun. Lin Jun readily agreed, and Chen Feng was overwhelmed with gratitude. "I would gladly die for you, master," he declared before hastily departing. The He siblings soon arrived to report that the Qingfeng temple had been eradicated, and the Su family members were being escorted onto a ship. Hearing this, Lin Jun decided it was time to leave. With the demons in Fufeng County vanquished, their mission was complete. The remaining matters would naturally be handled by the Demon Control Bureau. 7 days later, Lin Jun and his group successfully arrived at the dock near Jinzhou City. Though traveling upstream took time, they were fortunate to encounter no obstacles along the way. As soon as he disembarked, Lin Jun was captivated by the bustling scene before him. The dock was teeming with activity as a large contingent of the Ministry of War's demon handlers busily prepared the ships. Amidst the clamor, a young man in a green robe, wielding an azure long sword, stood out prominently. He was calmly directing the demon handlers as they boarded the ships in an orderly manner. What drew even more attention was his peculiar appearance. Besides the sword in his hand, he carried 2 additional swords on his back, one wooden, the other of black iron, reminiscent of the legendary 3-sword-style swordsman. Driven by curiosity, Lin Jun casually grabbed a passing boatman and asked, "Uncle, what's all this preparation for?" This boatman was no ordinary person but a special demon handler trained in body-strengthening martial arts, possessing immense strength. He initially intended to free himself from Lin Jun's grip but found he couldn't, despite using all his might. Realizing he had encountered a master, the boatman immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and answered truthfully, "A few days ago, our vanguard leader, Master Zhuo Huai, returned to feed the Deting beast and received a message from it. It mentioned sensing demonic energy erupting from beneath the river. 3 demons in total, including 2 demon kings. We're gearing up to confront them." Lin Jun nodded thoughtfully and asked, "The vanguard leader? Is he your superior? Do you have enough manpower now?" "If I recall correctly, the demon handler division has always been short-staffed." The boatman shook his head repeatedly. "Sir, you overestimate me. I'm just a boatman. I wouldn't know such things." Seeing this, Lin Jun gestured for the boatman to step aside. At that moment, the young man named Zhuo Huai noticed Lin Jun's boat and, with a light leap, landed on the dock, curiously observing Lin Jun. Upon seeing Lin Jun's waist badge, a look of understanding flashed in Zhuo Huai's eyes. "You must be Lin Jun?" Lin Jun nodded in confirmation. Zhuo Huai's lips curled into a slight smile, impressive aura, sharp as a treasured blade. "Seems Yang Wan was exaggerating. You're quite remarkable." Lin Jun looked at him puzzled, and Zhuo Huai burst into hearty laughter. "I'm Zhuo Huai, a fellow disciple of Yang Wan and Qingyang Sr. I've been hearing quite a bit about your exploits since I returned." "You're too kind," Lin Jun humbly replied. Zhuo Huai's expression suddenly turned serious as he grasped Lin Jun's hand. Lin Jun immediately felt a sword-like energy flow from Zhuo Huai's palm into his body. "Brother Lin, care to test your skills?" Zhuo Huai raised an eyebrow. Lin Jun replied in a steady voice, "Let's give it a try." To Zhuo Huai's astonishment, as soon as his proud sword energy entered Lin Jun's body, it vanished without a trace. Unconvinced, he tried again, with the same result. Seeing this, Lin Jun softly said, "Be careful, Senior Zhuo." With a twist of his wrist, a surge of blade-like energy rushed from his arm towards Zhuo Huai. Zhuo Huai suddenly understood why his sword energy dissipated so quickly. The force within Lin Jun was far more intense and uncontrollable than his own. Instinctively, he reached for the wooden sword on his back, but then slowly withdrew his hand. "It's just a test, no need for that," Zhuo Huai said as he released Lin Jun's hand, full of admiration. "Your internal strength is impressive, Brother Lin. With such energy, you could easily be a vice leader." Why are you only a third leader? Thank you for holding back, Lin Jun modestly responded. Zhuo then noticed the surrounding boatmen and demon handlers observing them discreetly, and he laughed heartily, haha, no need to hide that I'm outmatched. His candidness immediately won Lin Jun's favor. Those nearby, hearing this, lowered their heads in astonishment. Suddenly, Zhuo remembered something and asked, by the way, I heard you went to investigate Fufeng County. The Ditang sensed a few demon kings' presence there. Did you encounter them during your investigation? Observing the conversation for a while, He Yin finally seized the opportunity to speak up. Senior Zhua, the 10,000 years demon king of Fufeng County, was slain by Master Lin, and Zhang Zhen's son, Zhang Li, was also killed by him. The wolf demon of Longhu Lake fled Fufeng County overnight. Including the previous Black Wind True Lord, 3 out of the 4 demons in Fufeng County are dead. As He Yin finished speaking, a silence fell over the scene, broken only by the sound of the river lapping against the shore. Zhuo rubbed his ears in disbelief. Say that again? He Yin had no choice but to recount the entire process in detail, even bringing the imprisoned Su family members off the boat to testify. Seeing the trembling Su family members, Zhuo was momentarily speechless. Wait, aren't you from the intelligence department? Zhuo asked He Yin. Though the intelligence department is known for its bravery, resolving an entire county's demon issue in one trip is a bit too daring, isn't it? He Yin pointed to Lin Jun, making it clear who was responsible. The demon handlers, who were preparing to board the ships, silently disembarked upon hearing this news. They were inwardly grateful to Lin Jun, knowing that confronting 2 demon kings and Zhang Zhen's son would have cost many lives. Zhuo looked at Lin Jun with a complex expression. You really are surprising. I thought I'd do something big after not being in Jinzhou City for a while, but now there's nothing left. He considered Lin Jun thoughtfully. Since you have such formidable strength and are Yang Wan's cousin, how about this, Brother Lin? Let me introduce you to my master, who is also Yang Wan's master. Lin Jun thought for a moment and nodded. All right. A hint of joy flashed in Zhuo's eyes as he led Lin Jun towards the city. In the courtyard of Jiang Ju's residence, Jiang Ju was meticulously preparing tea for a woman dressed in white. Given that this influential figure from the Ministry of War was showing such deference, it was clear that the woman's status was extraordinary. On the other side of the courtyard, Zhuo sat with Lin Jun at another table, silently observing the scene. Jiang Ju focused intently as he poured the tea into a delicate porcelain cup, barely acknowledging Lin Jun and Zhuo's presence. He carefully filled the cup and respectfully asked, Elder Bai Jia, how long do you plan to stay this time? As he spoke, he poured himself a cup and slowly sat down across from the woman. Looking at the woman with hair as white as snow, Jiang Ju couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Although Bai Jia appeared youthful, her white hair silently spoke of her age, making Jiang Ju regard her with ancestral reverence. With a voice as coarse as a broken gong, Bai Jia replied, We'll see, but no more than a year. The demon lord at the border has been unusually quiet lately, so I finally have a chance to return. Her voice sent shivers down one's spine. The demon lord, huh? Jiang Ju murmured thoughtfully. Bai Jia continued, by the way, I have some matters to attend to, so don't meddle. Jiang Ju nodded repeatedly, well aware that even the marshal treated this woman with respect. Seeing Bai Jia lost in thought, he tactfully turned to Lin Jun. How did the investigation go? What's the situation in Fufeng County? Jiang Ju asked. Lin Jun handed Jiang Ju a list filled with the names of the Su family members. It's been dealt with, he replied succinctly. Jiang Ju was momentarily puzzled, asking, dealt with? What's been dealt with? When Lin Jun read out the names on the list, Jiang Ju immediately understood. So it really has been dealt with, he thought to himself, amazed at how swiftly Lin Jun had acted. Zhuo chimed in. Another one of Zhang Zhen's sons is dead. Does he have a vendetta against those foxes? There are still quite a few local noble families in Fufeng County, and I've heard they're gathering funds, waiting for the Demon Affairs Bureau to come and collect. Jiang Ju put away his surprise and sneered. Those parasites are as cunning as ever. He turned to Lin Jun. You don't need to worry about the rest. The Demon Affairs Bureau will handle it. Are you interested in becoming a pillar of Fufeng County? This suggestion startled Zhuo so much that he almost spilled his tea, and even Bai Jia, lost in thought, couldn't help but glance over. Fufeng County might be small, but it had a population of over 1 million. How could Jiang Ju dare to offer Lin Jun such a position? Lin Jun politely declined. Thank you for the offer, elder, but such a responsibility should be entrusted to someone else. I'm afraid my abilities aren't sufficient to protect the people. Jiang Ju felt a twinge of regret, knowing Lin Jun's abilities far exceeded those of an average demon at the Shinden level. Zhuo quickly pulled Lin Jun aside and whispered, Do you know what being a pillar means? The Su family risked being accused of colluding with demons just to secure a pillar position for their family. With that title, even a pillar of a small county can immediately establish a great clan. If the descendants have even a bit of virtue, they could thrive for 1,000 years. At that moment, Bai Jie suddenly spoke, interrupting Jiang Ju, who was about to say something. You've refused? Why are you also restless? Lin Jun turned to Bai Jie, noticing her eerie white eyes. Bai Jie picked up her teacup, took a slow sip, and asked, You want to kill demons, don't you? With respect, Lin Jun clasped his hands and replied, Elder, I wish to kill demons. Bai Jie's expression became distant, and she chuckled softly, Heh. Ha ha ha, you're just like Yang Wan. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to Jinzhou City many years ago when Yang Wan had caught her attention with those very words, and was taken under her wing. Unfortunately, she didn't bring Yang Wan back. Bai Jie's smile gradually faded, and she fell into silence. After a long pause, she unsteadily stood up and slowly walked out of the Jiang residence. I have faith in you, Bai Jie suddenly blurted out at the door before disappearing into the night. Jiang Ju patted Lin Jun on the shoulder with a relaxed tone. Go back and get some rest. Oh, and give me the waist token of the third seat. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun took the token that represented the third seat from his waist and handed it to Jiang Ju. Surprisingly, Jiang Ju started ushering them out. Off you go. I need to retreat for a while. Senior Jiang, my token? Lin Jun began to say, but Jiang Ju interrupted him. Token? What token? Don't you already have one? Jiang Ju feigned ignorance, a sly glint in his eyes. And so, Lin Jun and Zhuo Huai were shown out of the Jiang residence. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhuo Huai couldn't contain his curiosity. What kind of token is it? Can I see it? After a brief hesitation, Lin Jun pulled out a jet-black token from his pocket. The demon subjugation order, Zhuo Huai gasped. Is this something you can just give away? Lin Jun didn't reply, but silently headed toward the Yang residence, his mind racing with thoughts. It seemed Jiang Ju had completely entrusted the demon subjugation order to him. Did this mean his rank was now higher than the chief's? It didn't seem that straightforward, as the level above the chief was indeed the pillar. Lin Jun was unsure of his own standing. Back at the Yang residence, Lin Jun immediately lay down on the grand chair, holding a six-tailed fox in his arms. Previously, the fox had been ethereal, and touching it only provided a slight resistance, but now it was different. After absorbing those souls, the six-tailed fox felt almost real, its fur smooth and warm to the touch. Lin Jun basked in the sun, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, Lin Jun spoke up. Come out, I can see you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a young girl in a bright red dress appeared out of thin air in the previously empty flower bed. Looking at Lin Jun with confusion, How did you spot me? Lin Jun put down the six-tailed fox and slowly stood up from the chair. I smelled the demon aura on you. You haven't washed it off completely. The girl suddenly understood. Demon aura? Oh right, I dealt with quite a few demons on the way to Jinzhou City. Then she seemed puzzled again. Wait, even if I had demon aura, I should have hidden it. How did you notice? Lin Jun didn't explain, but simply asked, Is there something you need? The girl collected herself, cleared her throat, and said seriously, Ahem, well, my master sent me to ask if you'd like to visit the headquarters. She thinks you might like it there. Oh, by the way, I'm the deputy of the Vanguard Division. Bai Jie is my master, and Yang Wan is my junior sister. You can call me Lu Wei. Lin Jun frowned. Having been in Jinzhou City for quite some time, he had heard bits about the headquarters, knowing they constantly faced demons hidden. But that wasn't his concern. Can I interpret this as an attempt to poach me? Don't say it like that. We're all part of the Demon Control Bureau. There's no poaching involved. Lu Wei quickly moved closer to Lin Jun and whispered, This is the proof from headquarters. Do you want it? With that, she handed him a small golden knife. Lin Jun didn't take it but asked, Is the situation with demons that bad over there at headquarters? Are you scared? Compared to the inland, the border is indeed troublesome, and there's a demon lord targeting the headquarters. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to draw so many people from the branches, Lu Wei replied honestly. Lin Jun pondered for a moment and accepted the knife. All right then. Seeing Lin Jun put the knife into his flag, Lu Wei added, Don't worry, people from the headquarters can also hold positions in the branches. Look at me, I stay at headquarters, but I'm still the deputy of the Vanguard Division, and so is Zhuo Huai. She paused, a spark of excitement in her eyes. I heard you've already killed 3 of Zhang Zhan's offspring. Interested in going after the 4th? I have some information. The six-tailed fox lying on the grand chair suddenly lifted its head, a strange light flashing in its eyes. It seemed to realize it might soon be renamed Seven Tails. In the dead of night, Lu Wei hummed an unfamiliar tune as he briskly made his way to the headquarters in Jinzhou City. As he pushed open the door, a pure white peacock came into view, meticulously grooming its feathers. The peacock resembled an ice sculpture, emanating an indescribable aura of purity, yet there was a subtle hint of death surrounding it. Upon closer inspection, one could see fresh blood continuously dripping from its wings, seemingly impossible to staunch. Lu Wei hurried over to the peacock and whispered, Master, he agreed. The peacock flicked its feathers gently, and with a flash of light, transformed into the human form of Bai Jie. Despite the astonishing transformation, Lu Wei remained unfazed, his expression calm. Bai Jie spoke, then you should set out tomorrow. The demon weapon at Shangyang Temple must not be taken again. If possible, leave Zhangju there. Before she finished speaking, her expression suddenly darkened as she glanced at her arm, a flicker of despair in her eyes. It had been half a year since the demon lord had clawed her, yet the wound showed no signs of healing and seemed to be worsening. Lu Wei quickly stepped forward to support her. Master, please rest and take care of your injury. He cautiously helped Bai Jie towards her room. After a few steps, Bai Jie paused and asked with a smile, "Are you curious?" "What? Master, what do you mean?" Lu Wei appeared flustered. Bai Jie explained, "You want to know why I have high hopes for Lin Jun, right?" Seeing Lu Wei remain silent, Bai Jie continued, "It's just casting a wide net." Lu Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Bai Jie chuckled self-deprecatingly. Back then, Yang Wan was picked up the same way. As long as you place enough bets, you'll eventually find a talent or two. At this point, she even found it amusing. Looking back, she had said, "I believe in you," to many, but only hit the jackpot with Yang Wan. While Zhuo Huai and Lu Wei were decent, they still fell short compared to Yang Wan. As for Qingyang, only time would tell. Now she had placed a bet on Lin Jun, but without much expectation. After all, one's luck is finite, and you can't always discover a genius like Yang Wan. Although peacocks were known for their good fortune, it wasn't to such an extreme. She just hoped Lin Jun could become the next Zhuo Huai, and that would be enough. Consider it a trial. There's nothing to lose. Besides, he's Yang Wan's cousin, Bai Jie said, her face showing a rare smile at the mention of Yang Wan, followed by a hint of melancholy. You should go with him tomorrow, Bai Jie added. Your stealth skills are excellent. Observe Lin Ju. Lu Wei looked awkward. Master, my technique for concealing my presence doesn't work on him. Bai Jie was taken aback, not expecting that her disciple, who could hide for half a year beside a demon king without being discovered, was exposed in front of Lin Jun. That's quite surprising, Bai Jie thought, her curiosity about Lin Jun growing. The next morning, Lin Jun packed his belongings and sat in a half-demon carriage. Inside the carriage, it was just him and Zhuo Huai. Zhuo Huai was meticulously sharpening a sword with a whetstone until it gleamed. 3 swords of varying lengths were neatly arranged inside the carriage, except for a wooden sword that received no maintenance. Their destination was Shangyang Temple near the border. According to reports, the demon weapon there had caught Zhangju's attention and could be taken at any moment. Mentioning Zhangju, Zhuo Huai felt a bit troubled. Zhangju should have been eliminated years ago, but was taken away by Zhang Zhan at the last moment, indicating Zhang Zhan's high regard for him. None of the other 8 children received such treatment. Zhangju lived up to Zhang Zhan's expectations, becoming a demon king in just 10 years, a feat that likely involved consuming countless souls. The demon weapon at Shangyang Temple, named the soul-suppressing sword, was said to seal many demon souls. Recently, many soul-related demon weapons had been plundered by Zhangju, suggesting they were planning something significant. Although these weapons were originally seized from demons, once in human hands, they were considered human property, making it embarrassing to have them stolen back. Shangyang Temple realized they couldn't protect the weapon and reluctantly sought help from the Siyaojian. Lin Jun noted a key point. Soul-related demon weapons? Could the soul-devouring bell he acquired have been stolen by Zhang Zhan and given to Zhongli? The thought struck him as ironic. Many self-righteous martial sects, with a few exceptions, viewed the Siyaojian as mere government lackeys and looked down upon them. If Shangyang Temple hadn't been robbed once, they would never have sought help from the Siyaojian. Zhuo Huai strapped the clean swords to his back and looked out the carriage window. I was supposed to check on Fufeng County, but that's no longer my concern, so I've been assigned to deal with Zhangju. He turned to Lin Jun. Don't worry, it's not just the 2 of us. Taoist Yun Yang from Shangyang Temple is a formidable expert. With him and me, we'll handle Zhangju. Luyang County is located at the northernmost tip of Jinzhou, bordering the endless desert, a place seldom visited by people. It was once the territory coveted by Zhang Zhan of the Demon Control Bureau. Shangyang Temple is perched atop Taiching Mountain, one of the 3 major peaks in Luyang County. Though slightly dilapidated, it towers into the clouds and is easy to defend but hard to attack. Taiching Mountain serves as a natural boundary, with the vast desert to the north and fertile lands to the south. At this moment, Lin Jun stands atop the mountain, gazing at the scenery below. Elder Longjian of Shangyang Temple looks around, puzzled, and asks, Lord Zhua, is it just the 2 of you? Zhuo Huai confidently replies, no need to worry. I am at the peak of the Xiandan stage, and together with Taoist Yunyang, we can certainly slay the fox demon. Despite his youthful appearance, he has long been battle-hardened at the border, with strength surpassing mere appearances. Even at the peak of Xiandan, he can contend with a D-Dan warrior. Elder Longjian anxiously says, that's not what I mean. Look at the northern desert. The sandstorm has lasted for over half a month, and there's often a demonic aura. I'm afraid the fox demon isn't here to steal but to seize by force. Hearing this, Zhuohuai looks toward the north, indeed seeing a mass of demons hidden within the swirling yellow dust. He sternly says, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Such a large number of demons requires more demon controllers to handle." Elder Longjian awkwardly explains that they could have managed initially, but unexpectedly, a Baodan-level demon appeared among them. Shangyang Temple has only one Baodan warrior, barely making it to first-class status, and besides Yunyang, no one can handle the Baodan demon. Zhuohuai snorts coldly and rushes toward the main hall of Shangyang Temple to discuss with Yunyang. Elder Longjian then notices the silent Lin Jun nearby and curiously asks, "May I know your name?" "Lin Jun, demon controller," Lin Jun calmly replies, feeling slightly at a disadvantage since he is not even ranked third. Elder Longjian sighs, "It seems this mission is fraught with danger. The Demon Control Bureau hasn't sent enough manpower. There's a vicious aura among the demons, and last night's moonlight was tinged with blood, suggesting a new wolf demon has arrived. Wolf demons are not only individually fierce, but also like to gather in packs, making them very troublesome." He takes out a map of Taiching Mountain, marking key points continuously. "Fortunately, we have 306 disciples and 5 elders at Shangyang Temple. Given Taiching Mountain's treacherous terrain, as long as we can hold out until Elder Zhua and Master Yunyang deal with Zhangju, there is hope." Elder Longjian doesn't complain but begins strategizing. "I'll have 2 elders and 100 disciples guard Chongjian Pavilion to prevent demons from ascending the mountain. You will join me, along with the other 3 elders and 260 disciples, to defend Lingshu Gorge. We just need to hold out until Daoist Yunyang and elders would take care of Zhangju." He can't help but feel a tinge of sadness. In a sect like Shangyang Temple, which barely makes it to first-class status, even slightly significant matters reveal weaknesses, relying solely on Daoist Yunyang for support. How about this? Lin Jun listens to the plan and has no objections. Elder Longjian urges, "Then hurry, before those demons organize their attack." Under his arrangement, numerous disciples of Shangyang Temple lead Lin Jun to Lingshu Gorge. Shortly after, Zhuohuai and Yunyang emerge from the main hall, seeing only Elder Longjian remaining. Zhuohuai asks, puzzled, "Where is Lin Jun?" "Gone to guard Lingshu Gorge," Elder Longjian replies. Zhuohuai nods, "That's good. Those demons won't make it up." He is aware of Lin Jun's strength, capable of dealing with demons in Fufeng County alone, so guarding Lingshu Gorge shouldn't be an issue. Daoist Yunyang says, "Let's hope so. Most of Shangyang Temple's people have gone to defend Lingshu Gorge, so the pressure there should be lighter. Once this is over, the true intent of the Fiery Sun will surely be delivered to the Demon Control Bureau. This is one of the conditions for the Bureau's involvement." Zhuohuai responds, "We'll discuss that once everything is settled. The situation is still uncertain, so let's not mention it now." Originally, there was no need to worry, but with demons gathering, Zhangju must be dealt with quickly. That's the trouble with fox demons. Everything becomes unpredictable once the fight starts. Meanwhile, in the desert's yellow dust, a large number of minor demons gather around a gaunt man in white. Suddenly, the crowd stirs as a giant wolf, over 3 meters tall, slowly emerges, followed by at least 100 wolf demons. "Lord Donglu, it's been a while." Zhangju greets. Donglu Jun, displeased, says, "Cut the nonsense. Just speak because of your father." He had been living peacefully in Longhu Lake, but was forced to flee due to a ruthless demon controller. That person easily killed the Wanshou Demon King and Zhongli. Even the Soul Devourer Bell was ineffective. Donglu Jun now only wants to find a new territory quickly, uninterested in Zhangju's plans. Zhangju proposes, "If we take Shangyang Temple, the demon soldiers will be mine, and this place will be yours. What do you think?" Donglu Jun glances at Taiching Mountain and sighs, "I'm not impressed with this place. But fine, let's say I'm doing your father a favor. What do you want me to do?" Zhangju points to the south of Taiching Mountain, attack Lingshu Gorge. "If you can't break through, just kill as many as you can." Donglu Jun, with a stern face, doesn't say much. "All right, I'm on it." Zhangju warns, "By the way, be cautious of a demon controller named Lin Jun. Your sister died by his hand." Donglu Jun sneers, "No need to worry about that. You never know fear until the knife is at your throat. Having a good father doesn't protect you forever." The night enveloped Mount Taiching, as a chilling wind howled down from the heights, carrying with it a unique coldness and a nauseating stench. The distant yellow dust had dissipated, signaling that the demons were planning to act tonight. Within Lingshu Gorge, 260 disciples of Shangyang Temple gripped their swords tightly, trying to draw some sense of security from them. Yet, their trembling bodies betrayed their inner fear. Elder Longjian saw this and sighed inwardly. Shangyang Temple truly lacked in successors. The most skilled among these disciples had only reached the peak of the Huayuan stage. Their fear in the face of a demon assault was understandable. Elder Longjian's thoughts drifted to the soul-suppressing sword. He had considered handing it over to the fox spirit multiple times, but Yunyang had firmly opposed it. Even when the soul-capturing bell was taken by Zhang Zhan, Yunyang hadn't reacted so strongly. What secret did this sword hold? Elder Longjian shook his head, putting these thoughts aside for the moment. The urgent task at hand was to repel the demons, and he could only hope that Zhuo Huai could quickly deal with the fox spirit and come to their aid. Just as Elder Longjian was lost in thought, Lin Jun's actions caught everyone's attention. He stared at an ordinary stone for a full quarter of an hour. Amidst the curious glances of the disciples, Lin Jun suddenly kicked the stone with force. Boom! Ah! The stone let out a scream and was kicked into the mountain wall, creating a deep hole. Elder Longjian rushed over at the sound and, upon looking into the hole, found a red-haired fox. The fox looked pitiful, its body twisted and presumably with shattered bones. Elder Longjian quickly pulled the fox out, his mood turning somber. This was likely a demon scout. The thought sent a chill down his spine. This fox had been lurking among them for so long without being detected, only to be uncovered by Lin Jun. The fox coughed violently like a human, its angry gaze wishing to devour Lin Jun alive. You humans cough, are all just prey for the Demon King. Let me go. Demon King? Elder Longjian's expression darkened further. It was indeed a core formation demon. He had held on to some hope before, but now the situation seemed worse than imagined. How could they possibly withstand the Demon King? Even he was just a step away from core formation, let alone these disciples and elders. Was it really necessary to mobilize 2 Demon Kings for a soul-suppressing sword? Boom! A flash of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating Mount Taiching. Elder Longjian sensed a commotion from the direction of the Gobi, indicating that Zhuo Huai and Yunyang had joined forces against the fox spirit. Simultaneously, an overwhelming demon aura spread across Mount Taiching. Another lightning bolt split the night sky, causing the Shangyang Temple disciples to retreat. Even the elders held their swords protectively. In the lightning, a pair of eerie green eyes watched Lingshu Gorge. Elder Longjian casually tossed the fox spirit to the ground. It couldn't escape now anyway. The sky began to pour with a dense rain, accompanied by continuous flashes of lightning. By the light of the storm, the disciples finally saw the owner of those Aisa serpent's head, larger than a human's by a third. The rain intensified, streaming down the serpent's slick skin, reflecting the lightning. Those eerie green eyes were filled with chilling greed, as if the 260 disciples were not living humans but livestock ready for slaughter. The serpent's tongue flicked out, tasting the human scent in the air. The disciples were paralyzed with fear, unable to muster the will to resist. Only the elders dared to draw their swords, but even they struggled to hold them steady. Elder Longjian knew Shangyang Temple was lacking, but he hadn't anticipated it being this dire. Boom! A brighter flash of lightning illuminated the sky, turning night into day for a moment, causing Elder Longjian to instinctively close his eyes. Clang! In the brief daylight, everyone in Lingshu Gorge heard a piercing sound, then silence followed. Suddenly, a nauseating stench of blood filled the air. Elder Longjian quickly opened his eyes, and the sight before him made him step back repeatedly. The serpent demon, which had just regarded them as mere prey, was now neatly split in half, its innards scattered across the ground. Rain washed over the serpent's corpse, and soon the stench of blood dissipated into the rainy night. Lin Jun skillfully extracted the demon core from the serpent and placed it in his pocket. Elder Longjian. Hearing Lin Jun's voice, Elder Longjian shuddered and quickly responded, "Yes. Collect the serpent's body. Later, let the rain-soaked disciples have some serpent stew to warm up." Yes. Elder Longjian hurriedly dragged the serpent's split body into Lingshu Gorge, his mind still somewhat muddled. Was it really dead? In fact, when the serpent appeared, he had already prepared to fight to the death. Lin Jun, dragging his sword, walked to the center of Lingshu Gorge under the astonished gazes of the disciples. He pulled out a small wooden stool, placed it in the center, sat down, and casually stabbed his sword into the ground. After doing all this, Lin Jun glanced at a nearby stone but said nothing and closed his eyes. The stone Lin Jun glanced at trembled slightly, then returned to stillness. Slaying the demon of the soul-breaking barrier granted him 30,000 experience points. Combined with the previous 10,000, Lin Jun now had a total of 40,000 experience points. However, Lin Jun did not plan to use them immediately. He was at a critical point of breaking through to the core formation stage, and wasn't sure how much experience it would require. Moreover, the blood chi gale technique still consumed a lot of experience. In any case, he decided to save it for now. The sky continued to flash with lightning and thunder, but Lingshu Gorge was eerily quiet. Even the fox spirit thrown to the ground had quieted down. After some time, the fox suddenly laughed loudly. "It's coming, cough, cough. It's coming. You're all going to die." As if to confirm the fox spirit's words, pairs of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared in the nearby forest. Counting them, there were at least 100. The disciples, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts leap into their throats again. A giant wolf emerged from the forest, its rain-soaked fur as black as ink, and its dark eyes fixed intently on Lingshu Gorge. Compared to the serpent demon, the presence of this giant wolf made everyone present feel suffocated. Even Elder Longjian felt helpless against such despair. Suddenly, the giant wolf seemed to notice something and looked in Lin Jun's direction. Lin Jun happened to open his eyes and met its gaze. The giant wolf muttered, "Why on earth? Die. All of you must die." The fox demon lying on the ground let out a maniacal laugh, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. He eagerly anticipated devouring Lin Jun's flesh, as if he could already taste its deliciousness. However, the sound of his laughter slowly faded into the silence of Lingshu Gorge, leaving only the rumble of thunder echoing in the distance. The fox demon struggled to lift his head, casting his gaze toward the massive wolf. "Wolf King, why aren't you attacking?" he urged impatiently. The giant wolf glared at the fox demon with a fierce look but made no move. "Attack? With what?" he muttered, retreating a step and staring at the ground, pretending to be oblivious like an ostrich. The wolf pack behind him, though puzzled, followed their leader's retreat. Lin Jun was equally confused. He stood up and cautiously took a step forward. The scene fell into a strange atmosphere. The Wolf King kept backing away, while Lin Jun slowly advanced. Elder Longjian watched this bizarre scene with growing suspicion. Is the giant wolf afraid of Lin Jun? He wondered to himself. Lin Jun, too, was bewildered. "Do we know each other?" he asked, looking at the retreating giant wolf with confusion. "I'm leaving, don't come any closer," the giant wolf said, lowering his body into a defensive stance. At this moment, he only wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, abandoning all of Zhangju and Zhang Zhun's plans, focusing solely on survival. After a moment's thought, Lin Jun resolutely drew his sword. "Forget it, let's deal with him first." Seeing Lin Jun brandish his weapon, the giant wolf's eyes filled with a blood-red glow. "You're forcing me," he growled, his stomach rumbling like thunder, unleashing a terrifying aura of a demon king. The wolf pack quickly formed a battle formation, ready for combat. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky parted, and a bright moon broke through. The sound of thunder grew more intense, some from the sky, some emanating from the giant wolf himself. Lin Jun narrowed his eyes, unfazed by the giant wolf's imposing presence. The sword in his hand brimmed with energy, its white glow harboring a chilling intent. At that moment, six tails appeared behind Lin Jun, rapidly expanding from a palm-sized fox into a six-tailed demon fox matching the giant wolf in size. With the wolf pack guarding the giant wolf, a sneak attack was clearly impractical. Lin Jun had no choice but to engage in a frontal assault. Just as the giant wolf's aura reached its peak and the moon in the sky took on a crimson hue, something unexpected occurred. The giant wolf turned and ran. Lin Jun stood there, stunned, staring at the forest that had been teeming with wolf demons just moments ago, now empty. He quickly regained his composure and chased after the fleeing giant wolf with his sword. "Am I going to let my prey escape?" The wolf demon fled down the mountain without looking back, cursing Zhangju as he ran. "Damn it, Zhangju, if you want to die, don't drag me into it." He had fled from Fufeng County to this remote desert, only to encounter Lin Jun again. "Why are we running, my lord?" a young wolf demon asked in confusion. "Because we can't win," the giant wolf replied bluntly. "Why not give it a try? How did I end up with such a foolish subordinate? Get lost, you're banished." The giant wolf grew increasingly agitated, and even after reaching the foot of the mountain, the sense of danger lingered. Indeed, his fears were not unfounded. Lin Jun, riding the six-tailed fox demon, pursued them. "You're going too far," the giant wolf roared, frustrated that Lin Jun continued the relentless chase even after he had discarded his pride and fled. Lin Jun leapt off the fox demon's back, appearing diminutive in front of the three-meter-tall giant wolf. Yet the wolf dared not underestimate him. Compared to their previous encounter in Fufeng County, this human seemed even stronger. Lin Jun swung his sword, aiming for the wolf's waist. The wolf demon, unable to dodge, took the blow heeding. The clash of the sword against the wolf's fur sounded like metal striking metal. A fierce energy surged down the blade into the wolf demon's body, penetrating through muscle and bone, damaging his meridians. The energy coursed through the wolf demon's body like electricity, causing him immense pain, and sparks of lightning erupted from his body. The wolf's waist was a weak point, and combined with Lin Jun's penetrating energy, the wolf demon could barely stand. Demons typically relied on their robust bodies to trouble human warriors, yet Lin Jun's single strike had rendered the wolf demon's proud physique defenseless. The wolf demon used lightning to drive Lin Jun back, rolling on the ground to create some distance. Feeling the rampant energy wreaking havoc inside him, the wolf demon's fear of Lin Jun deepened. "This is definitely not the power of a mere soul cultivator," he thought to himself. "And that six-tailed fox, could it be Zhang Zhun's ninth offspring?" The fox demon's aura was even stronger than Zhang Ju's, yet it obediently followed a human, clearly having been tamed. The wolf demon dared not show any weakness, aware that the six-tailed fox was watching intently. His subordinates were of no help against such an adversary. Screw it. I'll give it my all, the giant wolf decided, lowering his body and transforming into his full form, stretching a full 30 feet long. The surrounding trees were snapped and toppled, creating splashes of water. The smaller wolf demons, sensing the impending confrontation, scattered in all directions, clearing the battlefield for the giant wolf. The howl of the giant wolf echoed through the mountains and forests, deafeningly loud. With this howl, a powerful shockwave radiated from the wolf, causing the surrounding trees to collapse like a house of cards. The dark clouds in the sky parted instantly, revealing a bright red moon, blood-like in its hue. The giant wolf lowered its head to lock eyes with Lin Jun, exuding a formidable aura. Lin Jun stood motionless, but the light on his sword grew ever more dazzling. Suddenly, a breeze blew through. The giant wolf sniffed the air, wrinkling its nose in confusion. Where was this scent of blood coming from? It suddenly realized that the scent was emanating from its own body. Unbeknownst to it, a gash had appeared on its nose. Even more horrifying, its fur began to fall out in clumps, and wounds started to open up all over its skin. In the blink of an eye, its body was covered in a dense network of scars. This scene reminded the giant wolf of the move Lin Jun had used against the 10,000-year demon king in Fufeng County. The wind back then wasn't nearly as fierce as it was now. Could it be that Lin Jun hadn't used his full strength before? This thought chilled the giant wolf to the bone. Wait, I surrender. I surrender. The giant wolf screamed in terror, rapidly shrinking in size. Under Lin Jun's puzzled gaze, it slid to its knees, its forehead hitting the ground heavily. Lin Jun watched this scene, thinking to himself, how does this guy seem so practiced at surrendering? But the energy on his sword had already been gathered. He couldn't just let it go to waste. You should at least die once, he said calmly. Wait. The wolf demon shouted in panic. I've never eaten a human. You should be able to sense that. I'll help you kill Zhang Ju. I can lure him here. Hearing this, the energy in Lin Jun's hands suddenly halted, and the murderous aura around them dissipated instantly. The wolf demon felt a wave of relief, as if it had just narrowly escaped the gates of hell. How do you plan to do that? Lin Jun asked. The wolf demon dared not delay, immediately detailing its plan. Thus, the man and the wolf began to discuss, heading towards Lingshu Gorge together. Before leaving, Lin Jun glanced at a rock on the ground. After they had gone far, a woman in a bright red dress slowly appeared beside the rock. Lu Wei. This is quite something. Lu Wei murmured to herself. She had intended to lend Lin Jun a hand, but he had ended the battle in such an unexpected way. Remembering how the wolf demon had trembled in fear, she still found it hard to believe. A dignified demon king, always so proud, reduced to a whimpering pup in front of Lin Jun. I should tell Master about this. She seems to have made another correct prediction. Lu Wei pondered. Is the luck of the Peacock clan really this outrageous? As soon as Yang Wan was trapped, she immediately bet on Lin Jun. At Lingshu Gorge, Elder Longjian paced back and forth anxiously. Lin Jun had been gone for a quarter of an hour, and there was no sign of his return. The blood-red moon and the howling of wolves earlier had only added to his unease. A few disciples suggested going after Lin Jun, but Elder Longjian harshly reprimanded them, nearly scolding them for their recklessness. Just then, Lin Jun appeared in sight, and Elder Longjian breathed a sigh of relief. However, he quickly noticed something unusual. There was a half-meter-tall dog following Lin Jun. Don't be like this, I still prefer your rebellious nature, Lin Jun quipped, unable to resist commenting on the wolf demon's new appearance. No, just like this, the wolf demon quickly responded. What if your subordinates see me? They won't. I sent them ahead, Lin Jun reassured him. The wolf demon, known as Dang Lu Jun, was calculating in his mind. Despite having cultivated for 3,300 years, he had always been cautious, avoiding attracting human attention by never consuming humans. Even Longhu Lake was a toxic lake, with no one living nearby. When Lin Jun attacked, his instinct was to flee, not fight to the death. Survival was paramount to him. If it weren't for Zhang Ju's influential father, he wouldn't have obeyed him. If you say I am, then I am, Dang Lu Jun humbly replied, completely devoid of his former kingly aura. Elder Longjian quickly approached Lin Jun, seeing him safe. He relaxed, then asked, what about the wolf demon? Right here, Lin Jun said, nudging Dang Lu Jun with his foot. Elder Longjian was speechless. He could sense the presence of a powerful demon king from this dog. Master Lin, did you turn the wolf demon into a dog demon? Who's a dog? Dang Lu Jun raged internally. If Lin Jun weren't present, he would have torn Elder Longjian apart. He feared Lin Jun but had no fear of these mortals. Let's not talk about that now, Lin Jun interrupted. I need your cooperation later. Lend me the soul-calming sword. He then revealed the wolf demon's plan to Elder Longjian. Elder Longjian was stunned. You plan to go after Zhangju? He's a genuine Earth Dan demon. Don't worry, this wolf demon will help me, Lin Jun said confidently. Elder Longjian was incredulous. Master Lin, don't trust a demon's word. Old man, stop sowing discord. Dang Lu Jun wished he could bite the old man to death. No need to say more. Trust me, he won't deceive me, Lin Jun insisted. The six tails is still hidden in the wolf demon's tail. Elder Longjian hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, let's do it. By the way, Master Lin, what about the fox demon? Elder Longjian pointed to the barely alive fox demon. I don't use my blade against the weak, Lin Jun replied coolly. Dang Lu Jun looked up sharply, recalling the massacre at Qingfeng Mountain, doubting Lin Jun's words. The fox demon also opened its eyes, incredulous that Lin Jun would spare it. Master, this, Elder Longjian began to advise, but then he saw Lin Jun draw a small golden knife. I have a small knife for that, Lin Jun said coldly. In the distant desert, Zhuo Huai held a wooden sword in one hand and a black sword in the other, the green sword long since shattered. He appeared aged, with white hair, yellowing eyes, and skin covered with dark spots, resembling an old man on the brink of death. TSK, look at you, like you crawled out of a coffin, Zhangju mocked. Zhuo Huai remained unmoved, silently feeling the life force slipping away within him. Not far away, Yun Yang lay in a pool of blood, struggling to hold on. It's been years, and you've grown even more formidable, Zhuo Huai retorted. I wonder if the wound my nephew gave you still lingers. At his words, Zhangju's aura intensified. I say, why don't we stop here, he suggested. You see, you're getting older, and how long can the energy you've gathered sustain you? I don't need the soul-calming sword. How about that? Zhuo Huai lowered his sword, reaching into his clothes to feel his sagging skin and muscles. He knew he couldn't last much longer. The spring energy stored in the wooden sword was nearly depleted, and when it was gone, even if Zhangju didn't strike, Zhuo Huai would not escape death. Seeing Yun Yang barely clinging to life and his own deteriorating state, Zhuo Huai knew he had to let go. All right, he said solemnly. Zhangju breathed a sigh of relief. If the fight continued, he feared he might fall here. Zhuo Huai was strangely powerful, transforming from a young man to an old one in just half an hour. Yet his swordsmanship grew more refined, as if he'd lived an entire lifetime. Zhangju retreated step by step, gradually disappearing from Zhuo Huai's sight. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from the peak of Mount Taiqing. Ha ha ha, looks like you couldn't hold them off. Zhangju's mocking voice came from afar. Zhuo Huai's expression darkened as he murmured to himself, couldn't hold them off, after all? With his sword as a crutch, Zhuo Huai struggled to stand. His body swayed, drenched in sweat, clearly at the brink of collapse. He knew that if he continued fighting, he might not survive. Daoist Yunyang, can you stand? Zhuo Huai asked, panting heavily. Hearing Zhuo Huai's call, Daoist Yunyang struggled to roll out of the pool of blood, gritting his teeth and using the last of his strength to stand. Zhuo Huai hurriedly approached, carefully supporting Daoist Yunyang as they leaned on each other, stumbling towards Mount Taiqing. I just hope not too many have died, Daoist Yunyang thought anxiously. Although the Shangyang temple had declined, he refused to let it end during his generation. If it did, he would be the temple's eternal sinner. Losing the soul-calming sword could be remedied, but if the people were gone, everything would truly be lost. With apprehensive hearts, the two finally entered the main hall of Shangyang Temple. Before they even stepped inside, they heard the noise of voices, and Daoist Yunyang let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they had not faced total annihilation. Pushing open the hall doors, Daoist Yunyang scanned the room eagerly. The sight before him left him stunned. All 360 disciples were there, unharmed. Though some were injured, not one was dead. Daoist Yunyang could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating. The terrifying howl of the wolf demon was real. How could such a creature spare so many walking treasures? Elder Longjian quickly approached the pair. Daoist, apart from some injuries to the disciples guarding the Chongjian pavilion, everyone else is safe, he said, taking a deep breath. Lin Jun from the Demon Control Bureau managed to subdue the wolf demon. Subdue? More like, turned it into a pet, thought the knowledgeable disciples silently. Where is Lin Jun? Where did he go? Zhuo Huai asked urgently. After all, he was responsible for bringing Lin Jun here and needed to ensure his safe return. And you are? Elder Longjian finally noticed the unfamiliar old man supporting Daoist Yunyang. Speak up, quickly. Daoist Yunyang urged Elder Longjian not to hold back. He went to ambush Zhangju, Elder Longjian answered truthfully. What? Zhuo Huai and Daoist Yunyang exclaimed simultaneously. The scene shifted to the boundless desert. Yellow sand filled the sky, and not a trace of greenery was in sight. Even human warriors struggled to survive in such a harsh environment, yet demons thrived here. The recent thunderstorm brought little moisture but did cool the air slightly. Zhang Ju transformed into an ordinary fox, racing across the desert. Soon, he reached a large rock, reverting to his human form, a man in white, leaning against the rock, gasping for breath. Once I devour the souls within the soul-calming sword, you damned demon controllers will pay. Zhang Ju muttered through gritted teeth. Come out. Who are you hiding from? Zhang Ju called, sitting on the ground and shouting towards the rock. Sure enough, a wolf emerged slowly from behind the rock, carrying a jade-crafted sword in its mouth. The sword shimmered with countless tiny lights. This was the soul-calming sword of the Shangyang Temple, which had never left the mountain range for more than 3 hours without losing its power. It contained the souls of past temple leaders. Upon seeing the sword, Zhang Ju's eyes burned with desire. He wasn't after the sword itself, but the souls it held. Only his foolish sister valued demon weapons as treasures. Their father had given them demon weapons to absorb the souls within. No matter how powerful a demon weapon, it was still an external thing. True strength lay within oneself. When Lin Jun brought the sword to Zhang Ju, he refused to let it go. Zhang Ju cursed silently, knowing Lin Jun was waiting for a reward. I'll put in a good word for you with my father, Zhang Ju promised, but Lin Jun remained unmoved. Realizing his promise was insufficient, Zhang Ju gritted his teeth and pulled out a jade token from his clothes, tossing it over. This is a token for the Qingqiu trial, given to me by my father. Take it. Throwing the token felt like tearing a piece from his heart. His father had only given him one. Lin Jun didn't expect Zhang Ju to offer such a valuable item, but quickly guessed Zhang Ju's intentions. Planning to turn on me afterward, huh? Lin Jun thought with a cold smile. Does this fox think I'm a fool? Lin Jun took the jade token, tossed the soul-calming sword to Zhang Ju, and said, we're even. Don't come to me for things like this again. With that, Lin Jun turned and walked behind the rock. Zhang Ju's heart filled with cold laughter. Leave? Once I regain my strength, your soul is mine too. While the Qingqiu trial token was important, the souls within the soul-calming sword were crucial. He had reached his current power level in just over a decade, faster than humans, but at a great cost. His lifespan was even shorter than a human's. These souls would not only fuel his rapid growth, but also prevent him from dying prematurely. If he could make it to the Qingqiu trial, with his current strength, he was confident he could win the top prize and obtain the treasure that would ensure his survival. If only my sister hadn't been slain by the demon controllers, her soul-eating bell and flesh would have been mine too. Zhang Ju thought bitterly. Just as Zhang Ju prepared to absorb the souls within the soul-calming sword, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed. Before he could react, a massive claw pierced through his chest. Why? Zhang Ju's face showed disbelief, confusion, and bewilderment. Could the wolf have sensed my intentions to kill it and struck first? Lin Jun took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He spoke slowly. Before, I had no choice. Now, I just want to be a good demon. Zhang Ju's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, what kind of reason is that? Aren't you afraid of my father? Afraid, Lin Jun admitted frankly, fully aware of Zhang Zhan's terrifying power, which was why he had followed Zhang Ju's orders. Yet, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, but you're young. There are things you don't understand. As a demon who had lived for over 3,000 years, Lin Jun looked at Zhang Ju as if he were an innocent, naive child. At that moment, Lin Jun appeared by Lin Jun's side, whispering, well done. Zhang Ju realized everything in an instant, shouting in rage, you traitor. Lin Jun was unfazed, retorting, it's called switching sides for the better. You know nothing. With that, he elegantly extended his paw, gesturing Lin Jun forward. Sir, your victory. No wonder he had lived for 3,000 years. He navigated the intricacies of social relations better than humans. Lin Jun wasted no words, drawing his kind-fused sword and swinging it fiercely at Zhang Ju's head. Stop. Spare him. A blinding white light suddenly erupted from Zhang Ju, forcing Lin Jun to close his eyes, though his grip remained firm. I told you to stop. The voice rang out again, but instead of halting, Lin Jun increased his force. However, an inexplicable resistance prevented his blade from reaching Zhang Ju's head. Father, save me. Zhang Ju saw a glimmer of hope, unleashing a surprising burst of strength that knocked Lin Jun back, allowing him to flee. Lin Jun was not about to let his prey escape. He channeled all his qi into the sword and hurled it with great force in Zhang Ju's direction. The sword, empowered by Lin Jun's superhuman strength and the qi within, spun into a whirlwind that tore the earth asunder. Zhang Ju didn't even have time to scream before being shredded to pieces. Even a slightly weaker Earth Core Demon would turn into a bloody mist under such an attack. Slain Earth Core Demon gained 50,000 experience. I told you to stop. The voice was getting closer, and Lin Jun saw a streak of light rushing toward Hema Fox, most likely Zhang Jun. Dang Lu Jun quietly stepped back, shaken. Zhang Ju was indeed Zhang Jun's own son. He hadn't seen Zhang Jun intervene for any other fox demon, but for Zhang Ju, he had come to the rescue twice. Simultaneously, Dang Lu Jun couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lin Jun. With Zhang Jun, the old fox, here, Lin Jun was unlikely to make it out alive. Wait, am I an accomplice? With that thought, Dang Lu Jun quietly stepped forward again. Not planning to run? Lin Jun teased, and Dang Lu Jun forced a smile. What are you talking about? I'd never betray Sir Lin. Finally, the streak of light landed in front of Lin Jun. As the light faded, a massive black fox, 3 zhang long, appeared. Its body had toppled stones along the way, leaving deep grooves in its wake. I told you to spare him. How dare you kill him? The black fox glared down at Lin Jun, its eyes like blazing lanterns, surrounded by black flames that distorted the air around it. Lin Jun remained undaunted. The black fox's overwhelming pressure seemed non-existent to him. He coldly retorted, "Is he even human?" Zhang Jun couldn't remember the last time someone spoke to him like this. Now, hearing it from a lowly demon tamer, it was nothing short of a colossal joke. A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes as he thought, I want to see who gave you the courage. He didn't care if those disappointing brats died, but Zhang Ju and Zhang Li were exceptions. Recently, he was targeted by the Demon Tamers Bureau and couldn't prevent Zhang Li's death, which had already fueled his rage. Now, with Zhang Ju also dead, the Black Fox was overwhelmed with grief and anger, longing to tear Lin Jun apart. Lin Jun licked his dry lips, feeling slightly troubled. The pressure before him was even stronger than that of the Black Wind True Lord from before, yet it was not insurmountable. Lin Jun wasn't foolish. He knew better than to recklessly charge into a fight against a clearly superior opponent. Despite the intimidating aura of the Black Fox, Lin Jun sensed an emptiness beneath it. The six-tailed fox spirit continually sent him messages, all conveying the same sentiment. The Black Fox, the empty Black Fox. Go and join my son in death. The Black Fox roared, not even sparing Lin Jun a glance as he swiped a claw wreathed in eerie black flames. Quick to react, Lin Jun leaped back, landing on the Black Fox's head. Kneel before me, he shouted, striking with a well-measured punch. His fist, made of flesh and blood, transformed into something akin to red-hot iron, slamming down on the Black Fox's head. With a thunderous crash, Lin Jun forced the Black Fox's head into a boulder, which shattered upon impact. Seizing the moment of pain, Lin Jun leapt to the fox's neck, his blade charged with energy slicing through the air with a bright flash aimed at the Black Fox's throat. Arg! The Black Fox howled in agony. The blade left only a shallow cut on his neck, and in his wrath, he flung Lin Jun off. Lin Jun staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Are you just going to watch? Lin Jun glared at the wolf demon, Dang Lu Jun. Dang Lu Jun gave a sheepish grin, realizing Lin Jun was displeased with him. He quickly transformed into his true form, his body crackling with electricity, and launched himself like a bolt of lightning at the Black Fox. Humph. The Black Fox sneezed disdainfully, spinning around to meet the lightning with his enormous tail, batting Dang Lu Jun away like a ball, sending him flying 100 meters. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Jun's blade radiated with white light. A fierce tornado rose beneath the Black Fox, filled with a murderous aura. Rise! Lin Jun commanded, and the tornado formed instantly, trapping the Black Fox. The violent wind slashed at him like countless blades, and the finer winds pierced his body like needles. Zhang Jun had never seen such a terrifying attack, feeling surrounded by death. Where did this kid learn such martial arts? He wondered, shocked but maintaining a defiant front. I admit you have some skill, but do you really think you can kill me? Zhang Jun bared his fangs as an eerie black flame rose from his feet, transforming the wind tornado into a fire tornado. Lin Jun could feel the energy within the tornado being consumed, vanishing within mere breaths. Zhang Jun appeared before Lin Jun, his fur in disarray, some patches bare and bleeding. He could sense Lin Jun's power was only at the soul-binding level, yet he wielded such a formidable attack. No, this prodigy must be dealt with swiftly, or he'd become a dire threat. Zhang Jun was no longer just avenging his son. He aimed to extinguish a beacon of hope for humanity. However, upon seeing the even more dazzling white light on Lin Jun's blade, he felt a chill. This human had not even used his full strength against him earlier? Who was he underestimating? Human, you. Enough talk. Lin Jun interrupted, his voice cutting through the air. He swung his blade, conjuring another tornado around the Black Fox, even more terrifying than the last. The 10-meter-wide tornado encased the Black Fox like a cage, with winds relentlessly tearing at his body. Trapped within the tornado, Zhang Jun continued to burn the surrounding winds, only to find, in despair, that the winds were inexhaustible. There were simply too many of them. From 100 meters away, Lin Jun hurried to Lin Jun's side, his eyes stinging from the sight of the tornado and ears filled with Zhang Zhan screams. He swallowed hard, realizing that Lin Jun had held back in Fufeng County and against him. He felt relieved that he hadn't confronted Lin Jun heathen, or the consequences would have been dire. "You're pretty useless," Lin Jun remarked coldly, glancing at Lin Jun. Lin Jun immediately realized his earlier half-hearted efforts had angered Lin Jun, and his heart sank. He had thought to stay on good terms with both sides, but now realized he'd antagonized both. He worried about being held accountable. Lin Jun said nothing more, feeling a pang of regret. Just moments ago, he had poured all the experience meant for breaking through to the core formation stage into enhancing the blood-transforming gale. This advanced the skill to a new level, naturally increasing its power, and his energy replenished due to the skill's upgraded state. After half an incense stick's time, the tornado gradually dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a glimmer of light darted towards the depths of the desert. The six-tailed fox, who had been waiting, leapt and swallowed the light. At the foot of Mount Taiching, several patrolling disciples were busy clearing away the corpses of demons. Although the wolf demons of Lingshu Gorge had retreated, there were still plenty of demons attacking Chongjian Pavilion. Fortunately, these demons were not very powerful and hadn't caused significant casualties. The disciples wore grave expressions, clearly still shaken by the 2 consecutive attacks from the formidable demon kings. What astonished them even more was that Lord Lin from the Demon Control Division had taken a demon with him to ambush the fox demon, a piece of news that shocked them to their core. Suddenly, one of the disciples stopped what he was doing and looked north. The others followed suit, raising their heads. In the light of the rising sun, a figure in black clothing, dragging a long sword, slowly approached. The sword was stained with crimson blood, leaving a conspicuous trail on the ground. The figure's clothes were tattered, his face stern yet exceptionally cold, exuding a terrifying aura of murderous intent. What was most striking was that he came from the boundless desert. The disciples cleaning up the bodies were instantly frozen with fear, not daring to make eye contact. The oppressive aura of killing intent was suffocating for these warriors who had only just begun their training. It wasn't until the black-clad figure completely disappeared into Mount Taiching that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Was that Lord Lin? The blood on him? One disciple began, only to be cut off by a companion. "Shut up. No gossip," another whispered. "Isn't it obvious? He said he was going to ambush the fox demon last night, and now he's back covered in blood. Need I say more?" Just then, someone noticed, "Senior brother, there's a dog here?" "In moments like these, I really want to kill someone," muttered Zhuo Huai, rubbing his temples in confusion. In the main hall of Shangyang Temple, he had reverted to his middle-aged appearance, no longer the frail old man he had been. Yunyang Zhenren appeared equally exhausted, not only from his unhealed injuries, but also from the behavior of the disciples before him. Elder Longjian sipped his tea, animatedly recounting. When Lord Lin saw the Demon King trying to escape, he chased after it without hesitation. In less than half a stick of incense's time, he had completely subdued the Demon King, turning it from a wolf demon into a dog demon. The previous wolf demon's howls were all a ruse to deceive Zhang Ju. Yunyang Zhenren's head was spinning. "You're saying Lin Jun single-handedly killed the demon scouts, slaughtered the snake demon, and then subdued the wolf king?" "Exactly. What nonsense are you spewing?" Yunyang Zhenren laughed incredulously. He could barely believe Lin Jun had killed the wolf king, let alone subdued it. Zhuo Huai found it equally unbelievable. The Demon Control Division had attempted to tame demons before, with half-demons being the result of such transformations. However, among all demons, wolf demons were notoriously unruly, with no successful cases of taming. And now they were saying Lin Jun had turned the wolf king into a dog in such a short time? Suppressing his doubts, Zhuo Huai said, "Regardless of how it happened, the outcome is favorable." He had only hoped Lin Jun could hold out a bit longer, never expecting that Lin Jun would not only keep all the disciples safe, but also earn their admiration. "Wait, you said Lin Jun took the soul-calming sword and the wolf king to ambush Zhangju?" Yunyang slammed the table. "How could you give him the soul-calming sword? It carries the spirits of the former masters of Shangyang Temple. It's like handing over our ancestors. And if the spirits inside don't receive nourishment from the mountains for 3 hours, they're done for. I wouldn't even dare carry it myself. How could you give it to Lin Jun?" Elder Longjian knew he had overstepped but defended himself. What's done is done. It's too late to argue. Hearing Zhuo Huai's persuasion, Yunyang was even more furious. "Of course you don't care. They're not your ancestors. 2 hours have already passed." Zhuo Huai shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe Lin Jun's audacity. Even the two of them together had failed, and yet Lin Jun dared to ambush the fox demon. Though the fox demon was now severely injured and likely in poor condition, it was still a demon of the Earth Core realm, a formidable foe. "Zhuo Daren, how is your recovery?" Yunyang asked, rising slowly, his gaze fixed anxiously on the hall's entrance. Not too bad, Zhuo Huai replied, rubbing the stubble on his face, the prickly sensation making him squint slightly. Good, let's go find. Zhuo Huai's words were cut short as a weary Lin Jun walked through the hall's entrance, bringing with him a nauseating stench. Zhuo Huai's eyes widened. That smell, it's Zhangju's. Wait, why is there also a rotting odor? Could it be? His gaze fell on Lin Jun's left hand, which held pieces of fox fur, as if torn off by some force. Zhangju, dead. Yunyang Zhenren pointed at Lin Jun, at a loss for words. Are you Zhuo Huai's father? Lin Jun asked, staring at the middle-aged man in confusion. I am Zhuo Huai. It's a special technique. I'll recover soon, Zhuo Huai said, keeping his eyes fixed on Lin Jun. He never could have imagined that Lin Jun would actually kill Zhangju. Just then, as Lu Jun slowly entered the main hall, all eyes turned toward him. Yun Yang's recently calmed heart was once again thrown into turmoil, and he blurted out, really became a dog? Upon hearing this, Lu Jun bared his teeth and shouted angrily, Who are you calling a dog, old man? The disciples around them quickly lowered their heads, pretending not to see anything. Yun Yang snorted coldly, If this isn't being a dog, then what is? Look at how happily you're wagging your tail. At this moment, he finally believed that Elder Longjian hadn't deceived him. Yet, he still wondered, how did Lin Jun manage it? Lin Jun then took out the soul-calming sword and handed it to Elder Longjian, calmly saying, I killed the fox demon. Thank you for your cooperation, Elder. Elder Longjian accepted the soul-calming sword, feeling a weight lifted off his heart. He admitted that there was an element of risk when he entrusted the sword to Lin Jun, but it turned out to be a well-played gamble. Zhuo Huai's face seemed to regain a youthful glow, and he remarked, I had already estimated your strength as high as I could, but I didn't expect it to be this high. I know better than anyone how difficult Zhangju was, yet he fell at your hands. You've truly brought me quite a few surprises. Hearing this, Lin Jun approached Zhangju's body and sat down, giving a mysterious smile. I have an even bigger surprise for you. Want to hear it? Bigger? How much bigger can it be? Zhuo Huai asked with a curious smile. Go on, could it possibly be more astonishing than Zhangju? Lin Jun calmly uttered a few words. I killed Zhang Jun. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Huai began coughing violently, his recently healed wound reopening and bleeding profusely. He stared in disbelief. What did you say? Say it again. Yun Yang shuddered, suddenly finding Zhang Ju's death less shocking. Lin Jun clarified, his clone. Zhuo Huai exhaled deeply, just about to relax, when he realized something. Wait, Zhang Jun's clone? The one who was at the peak of the heavenly pill, just a step away from becoming a grandmaster, and could be called a demon lord? How did you manage that? Even a clone of that level would be as formidable as a second Zhangju. After Lin Jun killed Zhang Jian, he didn't gain any experience, which immediately made him realize that the Zhang Jun before him was likely just a clone. Practitioners at the grandmaster level can project their souls, and although Zhang Jun hadn't reached that level, he had grasped some of the skills of a grandmaster. Lin Jun acted swiftly, giving the remnant soul no chance to escape, and directly devoured it. Had he not done so, he would have faced the relentless pursuit of a demon at the peak of the heaven pill stage, and without Ji Yuan's constant protection, Lin Jun would have been doomed. Zhuo Huai, upon hearing this explanation, felt his eyelids twitch involuntarily. He thought to himself, how could this be explained by mere luck? However, seeing Lin Jun's reluctance to elaborate, he wisely refrained from further questioning. Yet, the reappearance of Zhang Jian in Luoyang County was something he needed to ponder carefully. Master Yunyang, since the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave, Zhuo Huai said, cupping his fists, a glint of deep meaning in his eyes. Zhang Jian's presence in this area was not something they could easily overlook. Master Yunyang nodded in agreement. In that case, Lord Zhuo, you should attend to your important matters. I will personally deliver the true meaning of the Fiery Sun to the Demon Control Bureau next month. Although he had paid the price of ancestral martial arts to enlist the help of the Bureau, he felt it was worth it to preserve the foundation left by his ancestors. Zhuo Huai checked the time and was about to leave with Lin Jun when Lin Jun suddenly spoke up. Hold on, I have something to ask Taoist Yunyang. Lin Jun approached Master Yunyang and, under the latter's puzzled gaze, took out the soulless soul-devouring bell. Senior Yunyang, does this belong to you? Master Yunyang hurriedly took the bell, staring at the familiar patterns in a daze. How did you find it? Over a decade ago, Zhang Jin seized the soul-devouring bell with thunderous means, and even the Demon Control Bureau couldn't track it down. I never expected it to return today. It contains the remnant souls of past elders and many sealed demon souls. I killed Zhangli, Lin Jun replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Master Yunyang immediately understood everything. It seemed Zhang Jian had handed the soul-devouring bell to Zhangli for safekeeping after taking it. Elder Longjian cursed angrily. That damned fox spirit, he devoured all the demon souls inside. Then, puzzled, he asked, strange, why are the human souls still inside? And there are even more now? Lin Jun remained silent, unable to reveal that the demon souls had been consumed by the six-tailed fox. Master Yunyang set down the soul-devouring bell and looked directly at Lin Jun, asking, what do you want? He didn't believe Lin Jun would return the item without reason. Even if Lin Jun were genuinely kind-hearted, Zhuo Huai wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Although Shangyang Temple was in decline, it still had considerable resources as the former top sect in Luyang County. Do you have any lightness skills? Lin Jun asked bluntly. He hadn't yet practiced any lightness skills, so he naturally wanted to address this gap. Hearing Lin Jun's request, Master Yunyang sighed deeply and looked at Zhuo Huai with a complex expression. The Demon Control Bureau truly has eyes everywhere. We couldn't hide it after all. Zhuo Huai was momentarily puzzled, not understanding why Master Yunyang suddenly mentioned this. But he maintained his composure and replied, yes, I know everything. After all, he couldn't undermine the Bureau's prestige. Master Yunyang displayed a knowing expression, lamenting, the court's hounds are indeed extraordinary. Besides Elder Longjian and me, no one else knew about this. Yet the Demon Control Bureau still found out. Well, it's just a martial arts book anyway. My useless disciples can't make use of it. You might as well take it. He gestured to Elder Longjian. Come with me. Since they've specifically requested it, we have to oblige. With that, the two headed towards the six-story pagoda outside the main hall. Zhuo Huai scratched his head, wondering if this was a stroke of luck. Before long, Master Yunyang returned to the main hall with a book exuding a musty smell and handed it to Lin Jun. Here you go. Lin Jun focused his gaze and saw 5 bold characters on the cover. Yukazangyan Juve, Art of Cloud Ascension. Zhuo Huai was also taken aback by these words. The lightness skill of Master Xiaoyao? Yes, it was my master's lightness skill, Master Yunyang said wistfully, reminiscing about the past. In those days, his master could move freely among tens of thousands of demons with just this skill, teasing government officials and snatching candy from children, enjoying unparalleled glory. Master Xiaoyao's cultivation wasn't high, but his mastery of lightness skills made him untouchable, highlighting the uniqueness of this martial art. Unfortunately, Master Xiaoyao was ultimately too arrogant, believing he could traverse the world with this martial art. He dared to provoke the Demon King and, as expected, didn't live long enough to pass on this supreme lightness skill to Master Yunyang, becoming nourishment for the demons instead. The fall of Master Xiaoyao had brought further ruin to the already struggling Shangyang Temple, but it saw some improvement when Master Yunyang reached the pill-embracing stage. Master Yunyang lamented, I discovered this martial art by chance in my master's room. Yet within half a month, the Demon Control Bureau found out, alas. Zhuo Huai quietly glanced at Lin Jun, thinking to himself, could this young man have received his master's protection? How could he be so lucky? If Lin Jun hadn't mentioned it before leaving, he wouldn't have known that Shangyang Temple possessed such a martial art. The Demon Control Bureau was already overwhelmed dealing with demon affairs daily. They had no time to concern themselves with these martial arts factions. As long as these factions didn't collude with demons, who cared what they did? Lin Jun said nothing more, slowly opening the martial arts manual. A system prompt immediately sounded. Acquired pill-embracing martial art, Art of Cloud Ascension. Lin Jun was delighted, finally gaining a decent lightness skill, and a high-level one at that. Young Lin, are you satisfied with this martial art? Master Yunyang asked with a smile. Lin Jun nodded. I'm very grateful. Hee, no need to thank me. It's just a transaction, Master Yunyang said, feeling justified in accepting the soul-devouring bell. Only Elder Longjian knew Master Yunyang's true thoughts. This wasn't just a transaction. It was a gesture of goodwill towards Lin Jun. At noon, Lin Jun and Zhuo Huai bid farewell to Mount Taiqing and embarked on their journey south. Yunyang Zhanren and Elder Longjian stood at the mountain's peak, watching the two of them disappear into the distance. Do you think highly of Lin Jun? Elder Longjian asked, turning to Yunyang Zhanren once Lin Jun was out of sight. More or less. For now, we should show goodwill, Yunyang Zhanren replied calmly. Why? Just because he managed to kill Zhangju, tame the wolf demon and slay. Elder Longjian's voice trailed off as he recalled Lin Jun's astounding feats over just a few days, slaying the snake demon, taming the wolf king, and defeating the fox demon. He couldn't help but express his amazement. Yunyang Zhanren's expression grew serious. Jinzhou is about to fall into chaos. I only hope that in the future, Lin Jun will lend Yangwan a hand in light of this cultivation technique. What kind of chaos? Elder Longjian asked, puzzled. The Grand Marshal of Jinzhou is gravely injured, and the dragon demon in the Jiang River is awakening. What? Elder Longjian exclaimed in shock. Inside a half-demon carriage, Lin Jun sat across from Donglu Jun, while Zhuo Huai drove outside. Lin Jun got straight to the point. I'm not going to kill you. You can leave. Donglu Jun was incredulous. Really? You haven't harmed anyone? nor do you have the intent to. Why should I kill you? Lin Jun replied. Do you really think I'm some kind of killing god? Recalling the terrifying astral wind, Donglu Jun couldn't help but shiver. Lin Jun continued, however, you must go to the demon registry and leave a blood sample. If you're willing, you could even become a mountain god. Donglu Jun felt his heart sink, realizing this was akin to placing an invisible shackle on himself. But faced with a life or death situation, he had no other choice. All right. With that, Donglu Jun leapt from the carriage and disappeared in a flash of lightning. Zhuo Huai entered the carriage, now appearing as a spirited young man. I thought you were going to make him your demon servant. Lin Jun shook his head. Though Donglu Jun seems submissive, he has his own agenda. I clearly saw how he held back when facing Zhang Zhan. Aren't you afraid he'll just escape and not report to the demon registry? He won't. Why not? I said he won't, and he won't. Six Tails has already marked him with her scent. It's inescapable, Lin Jun stated confidently. Gazing out at the unfamiliar scenery, Lin Jun asked, Senior Zhua, isn't this road leading back to Jinzhou City? Zhuo Huai explained. We're heading to Luoyang City. My nephew works there. I need to discuss the matter of Zhang Zhan with him. He looked serious. Ever since Zhang Zhan rescued Zhang Ju years ago, he hasn't been seen. Now that his avatar has appeared, we might be able to find his true form. Leaning against the carriage, Zhuo Huai took out his sword for maintenance and casually mentioned, speaking of which, if it weren't for Zhang Zhan, my nephew wouldn't have become Luoyang County's pillar. Noticing Zhuo Huai's ever-changing appearance, Lin Jun curiously asked, Senior Zhua, how old are you? Over 400 years old, I suppose. And you? 20, turning 21 later this year. Hearing this, Zhuo Huai suddenly fell silent. He slowly sheathed his sword and stepped outside. Senior Zhua, don't disturb me. I need some quiet, Zhuo Huai muttered, feeling as if his 400 years had been wasted. Seeing this, Lin Jun refrained from further questions. He summoned Six Tails, gently stroking the fox's head. From today, you'll be called Seven Tails. After absorbing Zhang Ju's flesh and blood, the fox demon had grown an additional tail, reaching the peak of its power. Lin Jun's celestial fox bloodline became more complete, granting him a new ability Seven Tails could possess him. This allowed Seven Tails to fight independently and, when possessing Lin Jun, completely conceal his human aura, transforming him into a pure demon from the outside to the soul. Putting away the fox demon, Lin Jun took out the jade stone. Qingqiu trial? What is this? This jade stone seemed extremely important to Zhang Ju, but Lin Jun couldn't understand its purpose. Though Donglu Jun knew a bit about it, he was cautious and didn't divulge much, only knowing that Zhang Ju valued it greatly. The jade stone was a blend of green and yellow, with 9 silver-white hairs embedded in the center, of unknown origin but strikingly beautiful. Lin Jun put the jade stone away and closed his eyes in contemplation. This journey had been fruitful. He acquired an excellent lightness skill, Seven Tails gained an additional tail, and his bloodwind technique reached its peak. Lin Jun quietly felt these changes, looking forward to future challenges. Lin Jun took stock of his gains from the journey, feeling somewhat satisfied with the snake demon's essence and a trial token from Qingqiu in his possession. However, Zhang Zhan's sudden appearance caught him off guard. After absorbing Zhang Zhan's clone, a strange sensation emerged within Lin Jun, as if he could vaguely pinpoint Zhang Zhan's exact location. Despite this, Lin Jun remained humble. He was well aware that his current strength was still far from matching that of a formidable opponent at the peak of the Tiandan realm. Take it slow, there's no rush, he reminded himself. The half-demon carriage sped through the night without pause. Finally, under a starry sky, the silhouette of Luoyang City came into view. This city was more imposing than Jinzhou City, and even in the dead of night, the clamor from within its walls was clearly audible. What puzzled Zhuo Huai, however, was the tight security outside Luoyang City. Demon handlers with torches looked vigilant, and the city walls were lined with fully armed guards. This unusual scene made Zhuo Huai uneasy, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the city gate. Lord Zhuo, a city guard recognized him, exclaiming with delight, You've returned from the border? The general will be thrilled to see you. Zhuo Huai nodded and pointed at the demon handlers coming and going, asking, What's going on here? The guard sighed and explained, Luoyang City was robbed. The thief even emptied the medicine warehouse. The general hasn't slept well for days. It's been 3 days, and we still haven't found the thief. We've been up for 3 days straight, and if this keeps up, something's bound to happen. That's unusual. I'll go take a look, Zhuo Huai said, leading Lin Jun towards the demon bureau, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, in a sunless burrow deep within the endless desert, a black fox suddenly opened its eyes. It spat out a mouthful of black blood and began to vomit violently. After a few breaths, the black fox looked up at the ceiling of the burrow, its expression grave. My clone was destroyed, the black fox murmured, feeling a part of its soul permanently lost. Worse still, The clone hadn't managed to send back any information, leaving it clueless about what had transpired. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed the Black Fox's mind. Damn, my son. The clone sent to protect Zhangju was dead, which meant Zhangju might be… Who? Who is it? The Black Fox pondered frantically. Zhuojin? No. The Demon Bureau's people? Also no. Apart from that marshal, no one there can harm a soul. With the Qingqiu trial imminent and his son potentially in danger, the Black Fox seethed with anger. Damn Zhuojin. If it weren't for your constant patrols, I wouldn't have failed to protect my own son. For now, it had to resort to backup measures. The items in the Qingqiu trial were too crucial to risk losing. With that in mind, the Black Fox bit into its own fur, tearing off a large chunk. It continued this brutal self-mutilation until it ripped itself to pieces. Blood soaked the burrow, and flesh lay scattered. Damn it, if Zhangju wasn't dead, I wouldn't have to resort to such measures, the Black Fox roared in agony. Whoever it is, I'll make them pay. An incense sticks time later, amidst the blood and flesh, a small black fox, the size of a head, crawled out. It glanced at the remains on the ground, then dashed towards Luyang County, eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. In the Grand Hall of the Demon Control Office in Luyang City, a stern general with black and white hair sat in a high position. He held a mighty spear made of dark iron in one hand, while the other rested on the sword at his waist, his expression solemn. Come on, we're all family here. Who are you trying to scare with that pose? Zhuo Huai glanced at the general with a teasing tone. He led Lin Jun to sit on opposite sides of the hall. The general coughed awkwardly and explained, It's just that I haven't seen my uncle for a long time. I thought being a bit formal would be appropriate. Zhuo Huai chuckled at this and said, After all these years, you're still the same. He turned to Lin Jun and introduced, By the way, Lin Jun, this is my nephew, Zhuojin, the pillar of Luyang County. Lin Jun immediately stood up, clasped his hands respectfully and said, Greetings, General Zhuo. No need for that. Zhuojin quickly waved his hand. Since you're brought here by my uncle, we're family. Let me find a red envelope for you. With that, he actually began searching his pockets. Fortunately, Zhuo Huai stopped him just in time. You've been a pillar for over 20 years, yet you still lack any dignity. Zhuojin laughed sheepishly, ha ha ha. Uncle, you know me well. I'm good at dealing with demons, but being a pillar feels a bit out of place. Lin Jun watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but feel a sense of dissonance. A middle-aged man being scolded by a younger one, and yet the older man seemed completely unfazed. By the way, uncle, Zhuojin suddenly remembered, I heard there was a demon at Shangyang Temple recently. Was it you who dealt with it? His eyes fell on Zhuo Huai's broken sword, and he exclaimed, It's been a while since I've seen you use all three swords. That fox demon must have died at your hands, right? You must have gone through a lot. Zhuo Huai's expression turned peculiar. It might not be as you guessed. I didn't kill the fox demon. Zhuojin was taken aback, then quickly realized, was it Taoist Yunyang from Shangyang Temple? Has his power grown so rapidly over the years? I must visit him when I get the chance. He noticed Zhuo Huai's gaze was fixed on Lin Jun and followed suit. Uncle, you don't mean to say… Yes, the fox demon wasn't killed by Taoist Yunyang either. It was Lin Jun. He also managed to subdue a wolf king along the way, Zhuo Huai said calmly. Zhuojin rubbed his head, incredulous. Uncle, are you joking? Seeing that Zhuo Huai wasn't joking, he was stunned. When did demons become so easy to handle? I've been slaying demons for 300 years and never seen such a thing. To think that Jinzhou has produced such a remarkable figure, and I was unaware. He turned to Lin Jun and sincerely expressed, Thank you, young man. You've rid Jinzhou of a great menace. Lin Jun shook his head. Just doing my duty. Seeing Lin Jun's composed demeanor, Zhuojin admired him even more. You must have had an intense battle with that fox demon. Heh. It's fitting that the fox got to witness the prowess of Jinzhou's demon controllers before he died. Intense battle? Prowess? Lin Jun recalled the scene of defeating Zhangju. He tricked him out, then Lu Jun took advantage of his injuries to deal a fatal blow, and Lin Jun finished him off with a single strike. Indeed, it was intense. With an unchanged expression, Lin Jun agreed. Yes, it was quite intense. If not for Zhang Zhan at the end, Zhangju would have died even more cluelessly. Ha ha ha, that's good to hear. Zhuojin laughed heartily. As time passed, Zhuo Huai asked the question that had been on his mind. I heard from the demon controllers outside that the city was robbed. What's going on? Zhuojin's smile faded as he shrugged helplessly. Indeed, we were robbed. Some unknown demons took advantage of my absence to loot the city, stealing everything from the alchemy warehouse to the demon soldiers' weapons. I came back to find myself a pauper. Who do I complain to? What kept you out of the city for so long? Zhuo Huai asked, shifting the topic away from the theft. Uncle, you know I've been searching for Zhang Zhan. Recently, during my search, I discovered the ruins of Qingqiu. Qingqiu? Wasn't that destroyed in the previous dynasty? Zhuohuai was shocked by this news. Zhuojin explained, I stumbled upon it by chance. The ruins have been around for at least 30 years, and many demons have gathered there. I've been keeping a close eye on it these days. Despite months of surveillance, he hadn't expected his home to be robbed by demons. The ruins have been quite active lately. I suspect they're about to be opened. Zhuohuai thought this was bad news. No one knows how many demons a demon ruin might produce, but a renowned ruin like Qingqiu could significantly enhance the power of demons within. Lin Jun listened to Zhuojin and immediately thought of the jade stone in his possession. Could it be the key to entering the ruins? He couldn't help but ask, General Zhua, since it's a ruin, can't humans also claim it? Upon hearing Lin Jun's question, Zhuohuai quickly explained, no, demon ruins can only be accessed by demons. Humans can't enter. They can only destroy them. When demons leave things for their descendants, they ensure it's well protected. Just like some ruins from the previous dynasty have formations that only allow humans to pass and self-destruct if demons enter, demons don't want their legacies to fall into human hands either. The unique nature of the Qingqiu ruins was causing Zhuojin quite a headache. Just 3 days ago, the mysterious site vanished without a trace right before his eyes. The fact that these ruins could move on their own was truly unsettling. With furrowed brows, Zhuojin pondered how he could possibly gain control over such an elusive target. I need to leave Luoyang City to search for those vanished ruins, Zhuojin decided, his eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Having something beyond my control makes me uneasy. He turned his gaze to Lin Jun, his expression sincere and tinged with a plea. Young brother, you managed to eliminate Zhangju. Your strength is remarkable. I'd like to ask for your help. Upon hearing this, Zhuohuai frowned. You want him to investigate the thief? He asked, puzzled. Compared to the Qingqiu ruins, the thief is indeed less significant. Zhuojin nodded in agreement. That's true. I must quickly find out where the ruins will appear next, and I simply don't have the time to deal with the thieves in Luoyang City. Uncle, you've exhausted too much of your energy and need to recuperate. Lin Jun listened, his eyes sweeping over the passing demon controllers outside, and asked curiously, why me? Aren't there plenty of demon controllers outside? Zhuojin gave a bitter smile and shook his head, explaining, it's all because of Zhang Zhan, that sly fox. Before he left, he consumed a lot of potential talents in the entire Luoyang County, resulting in a severe shortage of manpower now. The new generation of demon controllers hasn't matured yet, and they can't even catch a thief. Zhang Zhan was ruthless when he left, almost cutting off the foundation of Luoyang County. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to handle everything personally. Lin Jun suddenly understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhuojin continued, I've managed to gather some clues over the past few days, and it seems it might be the work of the Golden Rock at Juan Slope. Zhuohuai was taken aback upon hearing this name and said incredulously, a golden rock? That's unlikely, isn't it? Seeing Lin Jun's puzzled look, he quickly explained, although that demon is fierce, it has protected the local people and hasn't caused any trouble for nearly a century. Even though it hasn't been officially recognized as a mountain god by the Demon Control Bureau, it's as good as one. I've encountered that demon before. It even helped when we were pursuing Zhang Zhan. It refuses to be officially recognized simply to avoid restrictions. It's been like this for centuries, so it's unlikely it would suddenly act out and steal things. Zhuojin appeared equally puzzled. He had indeed found evidence of the Golden Rock's theft, but it didn't logically add up. He told Lin Jun, that's why I'm only suspicious and want you, young brother, to go to Juan Slope and inquire, to avoid any misunderstandings. Lin Jun thought for a moment, understanding Zhuojin's intentions. This wasn't just a simple inquiry. If it were merely suspicion, sending a subordinate would suffice. Having Lin Jun go himself implied that Zhuojin likely had direct evidence but couldn't understand why the Golden Rock would do such a thing, thus unable to confirm it. Lin Jun, having the capability to slay Zhang Ju, was formidable enough to retreat unscathed even if the Golden Rock did act strangely. Others might not be so fortunate. What do you think, young brother? Zhuojin asked expectantly. Lin Jun shook his head and politely declined. I'm sorry, sir, but dealing with flying demons is beyond me. If it's on the ground, I can handle it, but in the sky, I have no experience. He explained that even the son of the Black Wind True Monarch couldn't fly very high, and if it were the Golden Rock, it would be out of his reach once it took to the skies. Though it might not be the Golden Rock's doing, there was always a chance. Zhuojin didn't press the matter, only sighing. That's a pity. I suppose this will have to be put on hold for now. It's unfortunate for Master Huijua of Dade Temple, as he'll have to find his lost scripture on his own. Lin Jun's ears perked up, and he leaned in closer to Zhuojin, asking, can you tell me more? Zhuojin didn't think much of it and casually explained, martial arts sects aren't as wealthy as the Demon Control Bureau, often relying on a single superior martial art to make them a top-tier sect. Dade Temple is the same. They rely on this martial art to maintain their status. Now that it's been stolen, Master Huejue is probably too worried to even eat. He's visited me several times, saying that if I can recover it, he'd allow me to study it for 3 days, but not to make any copies. Zhuo shook his head, and Zhuo Huai couldn't help but scoff. He's got quite the scheme. How can anyone grasp a profound martial art in just 3 days? It's like trying to pull a fast one, he explained. At the level of such a martial art, rote memorization doesn't work. Without a deep understanding, you might remember it today but forget it all by tomorrow. Noticing Lin Jun deep in thought, Zhuo Huai asked, Lin Jun, have you changed your mind? Lin Jun was indeed tempted. He was only a step away from reaching the level of a master, and accumulating advanced martial arts for the future couldn't hurt. Besides, this was a martial art capable of elevating a sect to top-tier status, so it had to be extraordinary. When do we set off? Lin Jun asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Seeing Lin Jun's change in attitude, Zhuo became worried instead. Although it's just a suspicion, the possibility is high. You might have to engage in combat, so think it over carefully. The Golden Eagle had already reached the Chonghun realm as a great demon a century ago. Over the past 100 years, it has likely become a demon king in its own right, and being able to fly makes it even more challenging to deal with. Lin Jun nodded slightly, a hint of caution flickering in his eyes. Thank you for the advice, General. Lin Jun replied sincerely. However, I'm not one to bite off more than I can chew. If things get too tough, I'll definitely make a run for it. Seeing this, Zhuo said no more, merely adopting a serious expression as he stated, I'll leave everything to you then. Suddenly, he remembered something and laughed heartily. I should have thrown you a celebration for defeating Zhang Ju. My apologies, haha. As he laughed, Zhuo clapped Lin Jun on the shoulder with such force that it seemed to shake the entire room. Next time, I'll throw you a big one. Lin Jun nodded politely, smiling. Conversations with straightforward people like Zhuo were indeed pleasant, though his laughter was a bit too loud. Oh, by the way, young brother, Zhuo suddenly said with a serious tone. Since I'm asking for your help, I can't let you go empty-handed. He took out 3 pure white feathers from his pocket and handed them to Lin Ju. These are the feathers of the Peacock Demon King, said to bring good fortune when carried. Zhuo scratched his head, adding with a hint of regret, probably just a myth, as I've never had any good luck carrying them around. I got transferred to Luoyang County and have been busy every day. But let's not talk about that. He straightened his expression and continued. I can't be sure if the Golden Eagle is responsible, but it's highly likely. Keep this with you, and in times of crisis, channel your energy into it. The feather can enable you to fly temporarily. Facing a Golden Eagle without the ability to fly would be quite troublesome. You might not even get close. Lin Jun took the feathers, examining them closely. They were as light as air but contained immense power, easing his last worries. But be careful, Zhuo warned. These feathers come from a demon, and their energy is different from human energy, so flying consumes a lot. Lin Jun carefully stored the feathers. Thank you. Thank me? I should be thanking you. Zhuo laughed heartily once more. Zhuo Huai, standing nearby, looked at his nephew with a hint of helplessness. This doesn't seem like the demeanor of a pillar of the court. He seemed more like a carefree fool. As dawn broke, Zhuo Huai realized they had spent the entire night talking. He turned to Lin Jun. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Elder Huejue waiting. I'll take you to Dade Temple. Zhuo was taken aback by this and hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, uncle, you're going too? Seeing Zhuo Huai nod, he grew more anxious. But uncle, you're not in good shape right now. Going there is too dangerous. Zhuo Huai showed no sign of worry, answering softly. I brought him out, so I must take him back. Besides, are you underestimating your uncle? Seeing this, Zhuo knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise and could only silently hope for their safety. Watching Lin Jun and Zhuo Huai leave, Zhuo couldn't help but ponder. If it's just a misunderstanding, that's fine. But if the Golden Eagle is causing trouble intentionally, a fierce battle might be unavoidable. Leaning against the door, he muttered to himself, isn't this all too coincidental? Just as they discovered the ruins, the Golden Eagle that's been peaceful for a century starts acting up. I can only hope it's just my imagination. Jinzhou is already chaotic enough. More chaos could lead to serious trouble. The temple is located in the center of Luoyang City and, unlike ordinary temples, it is open to the public for worship. However, just last night, a mysterious demon not only emptied the city's treasury but also looted the temple. In the early morning, Lin Jun and Zhuo Huai arrived at the temple gates. They had spent the night deep in conversation with Zhuo and hadn't slept, but as martial artists, this fatigue didn't affect them. Lin Jun lightly knocked on the temple door and casually asked, Elder Zhuo, how is your injury? Zhuo Huai stood with his sword in hand and replied calmly, it's manageable. I can run and fight, though my strength is slightly diminished compared to usual. What do you know about the Golden Eagle, Elder Zhuo? Lin Jun inquired further. Zhuo Huai leaned against the door, lost in thought. That golden eagle has been at Jue Yin Slope for over 200 years and has never harmed anyone. During the Great Flood 50 years ago, it even helped save many people. The locals respectfully call it Golden Lady. In Jue Yin Slope, its authority surpasses even that of the Yao Bureau. Lin Jun pondered. With Zhuo Huai's level of cultivation, if he suspected the golden eagle, it was likely to be true. But why would the golden eagle commit such a self-destructive act? Stealing would not benefit it and would only invite the wrath of the Yao Bureau. There must be more to this mystery. As Lin Jun was deep in thought, a young monk opened the temple door. Seeing Zhuo Huai, he hurriedly bowed before scurrying back inside. Lin Jun took the opportunity to observe the temple. The temple covered a vast area, with the golden characters on the plaque shining brightly, indicating the temple's prosperity. Soon, worshippers began to arrive. The young monk led a thin, elderly monk to the entrance. The old monk had his eyes closed, dark skin, and held a golden nine-ring staff that made a crisp sound as he walked. Umitba, greetings to Lord Zhua and the young benefactor, the old monk said, gesturing for the young monk to step aside. I didn't expect Lord Zhua to offer his assistance. I am deeply grateful. If you can retrieve our temple's martial arts texts, you may view them for 5 days, but copying is not allowed. Zhuo Huai raised an eyebrow, his mouth twitching, thinking to himself, what difference is there between 5 days and 3? You call yourself a high monk, yet you are so stingy. But he didn't voice this and simply responded, you misunderstand, venerable monk. This matter is not one I have taken on. Huijue slowly opened his eyes, his dark pupils glinting with golden light. Why joke, Lord Zhua? Who else could it be but you? Zhuo Huai pointed to Lin Jun. This is Lin Jun. He is here to assist. I am merely accompanying him. Huijue's expression changed drastically. Lord Zhua, our de temple has never offended the Yao Bureau. Why such humiliation? You could have chosen not to come. I could have handled it myself. Why send a junior? Matters involving demons are no trifling matter. The atmosphere became awkward. Realizing his outburst, Huijue suppressed his anger and said, I apologize, my lord. It was my lapse. For the sake of the temple's foundation and the stolen martial arts, he had to swallow his pride. He was utterly puzzled as to how he had offended Zhuo Jin to the point of sending a junior to assist. Zhuo Huai tried to explain, venerable monk, Lin Jun is indeed capable. Huijue waved his hand. I understand, Lord Zhua. No need to say more. Zhuo Huai looked at Lin Jun, signaling him to make a statement. Lin Jun thought for a moment and decided to demonstrate his internal strength, just as he had done with Zhuo Huai earlier. However, Huijue had already changed his attitude, smiling kindly. My lord, let us set off. Earlier was just a moment of madness. Please don't take it to heart. Young friend, don't mind me either. This old monk's mind isn't what it used to be, and sometimes I don't even know what I'm saying. My apologies. Lin Jun and Zhuo Huai exchanged a glance and agreed not to pursue the matter further. The three of them set off together and soon reached the city gates. Huijue pointed to the western sky. The golden eagle's nest is to the west. If I weren't so old and frail, I would go myself to demand an explanation. Lin Jun asked, puzzled. Why are you so certain it was the golden eagle? Could there be some misunderstanding? Huijue's eyes flickered as he hesitated. Zhuo Huai suddenly said, the venerable monk once stole the golden eagle's eggs in his youth. What do you mean by steal? Can a monk's actions be called stealing? That was borrowing. Huijue cut himself off abruptly. Let's not talk about this now. We should head to Jue Yin Slope first. At the border of Luoyang County, 300 miles northward lies an endless desert. Here, the city of Xuanpo is nestled, thriving under the protection of the golden eagle. This city, home to tens of thousands, operates independently of the local government, with the Bureau of Demon Affairs turning a blind eye as long as no harm comes to the people from demons. Lin Jun, Zhuo Huai, and Huijue arrived at this place, weary from their journey. Despite being some distance from the desert, sandstorms frequently filled the sky, leaving the trio covered in dust. The road was treacherous, infested with venomous creatures and rampant demons, becoming increasingly difficult as they approached the desert. That golden lady sure knows how to pick a spot. Teske, Huijue remarked, gazing at the distant city. He glanced at Lin Jun, surprised to see no sign of fatigue on his face. Despite Huijue's attempts to quicken the pace and challenge Lin Jun kept up effortlessly. 7 days of relentless travel had left Huijue exhausted, yet Lin Jun showed no signs of weariness. What remarkable stamina, Huijue thought to himself. Let's go and see what this golden lady is all about at Xuanpo, Zhuo Huai said, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he led the way into the city. Huijue quickly followed. What else could it be? If that demon dared to steal from our de temple today, it might harm people tomorrow. I say we should just send someone to eradicate it and prevent any future calamities, Huijue grumbled indignantly. Zhuo Huai frowned. Monk, Don't mix your personal grievances with the Bureau of Demon Affairs. We'll judge right from wrong ourselves. Hearing this, Huijue huffed and stayed silent. As they approached the city gates, they saw a few unknown minor demons guarding the entrance, while people came and went. The townsfolk treated the demon guards with respect, unlike the hostile relations between humans and demons in other counties. Noticing Lin Jun's curiosity, Zhuohuai explained, "Don't overthink it. This golden lady is unique in all of Luyang County. The relationship between humans and demons has always been one of mutual destruction." The gate demons noticed Lin Jun and his companions. Zhuohuai clasped his hands in greeting. "Please inform your mistress that members of the Bureau of Demon Affairs have come to visit the Golden Lady." The demons exchanged glances before one of them stepped forward. "The Golden Lady is out." What a coincidence. Zhuohuai thought suspiciously but didn't show it. "Then please allow us into the city. We'll wait for her return." The demons promptly blocked the gate. "What's the meaning of this?" Zhuohuai asked sternly. One demon looked Zhuohuai in the eye and explained, "Apologies. This is the Golden Lattice Order. She declines visits from the Bureau of Demon Affairs." "Sir, for centuries there's been peace between the Bureau and the Golden Lady. The townsfolk rarely see the Bureau, and the lady fears your presence might alarm them. We ask for your understanding." Zhuohuai let out a bemused laugh. A demon worried about them disturbing the townsfolk? No matter how well the Golden Lady managed the city, its people were still citizens of De'in, not her disciples. How could a city of De'in citizens refuse entry to the Bureau? Huijue slammed his staff on the ground, the metal rings clanging sharply. "Lord Zhua, why waste words? This is clearly a sign of guilt. I say we should act." The demons became visibly anxious but stood their ground. "Sir, we're just following orders. Please reconsider." Lin Jun approached the gate, resting his sword on his shoulder. He was puzzled. Even if the Golden Lady protected the people, they were still humans, and this land was part of Luyang County. First, she steals from Luyang City, then denies entry to the Bureau. Were they planning something? Zhuohuai spoke again. "I'll say it once more. I'm here on orders from the Luyang County Magistrate to visit the Golden Lady. If she refuses, the magistrate himself will come next time." The demons drew their weapons. The Golden Lattice orders stand. "If you wish to enter, don't blame us for what happens next. I'd like to see how you plan to stop us." Zhuohuai replied as a golden-haired woman descended gracefully before the gate. "Golden Lady." The demons quickly put away their weapons. "Leave us," the golden-haired woman commanded, dismissing the demons before turning to Lin Jun and his companions. Her gaze lingered on Huijue, who instinctively looked down, then defiantly met her eyes again. The woman addressed Zhuohuai. "I've protected these people for 100 years without offending the Bureau. Why do you come accusing me?" Zhuohuai was confident she was hiding something. Luyang County was robbed. "Was it your doing?" "I know nothing of it." The woman shook her head. Huijue shouted, "Don't listen to her lies. Make her open the gates so we can investigate." "You can't trust a demon's word." The golden-haired woman glared at Huijue. "Lady Jean, if you are truly innocent, why not let us come in and take a look?" Upon hearing this, the woman's lips curled into a mysterious smile. However, she shook her head firmly. "No." Her gaze swept over everyone present with an air of authority as she continued, "This is Zhuayan Slope, my domain. For hundreds of years, no demon catcher has dared to step foot here. Are you planning to break the rules?" Zhuohuai furrowed his brows slightly and revealed a secret not known to many. Indeed, as the price for the Golden Eagle to protect the people, the Demon Control Bureau tacitly allowed her to claim this land. As long as she shields the people here, the Bureau would not interfere. He paused and added, "Of course, this is merely an unspoken understanding, never officially documented. What if I insist on entering?" Zhuohuai asked tentatively. As soon as the words left his mouth, the woman's demeanor changed abruptly. Her right hand transformed visibly, nails extending and her palm hardening into an iron-like eagle claw. She glared at Zhuohuai with a threatening tone. "You can try, Lord Zhua. If I'm not mistaken, you're quite injured. Don't ask for trouble. Leave now with your men, and I'll pretend you were never here." Zhuohuai, rather than retreating, grinned. "I think you've misunderstood. I have no intention of fighting." The woman paused, her gaze shifting slowly to Huijue. She covered her mouth and chuckled. "Him? I didn't expect Lord Zhua to bring this wine-loving monk as an assistant." Huijue's face flushed with anger at her words. He pounded his staff against the ground, creating a rhythmic clatter. "Demon, return my martial arts, or this old monk will start a massacre today." Ignoring their quarrel, Zhuohuai turned to Lin Jun and whispered, "Brother Lin, since you took on this task, I won't steal your thunder." Lin Jun's expression was serious as he replied briefly, "Yes, I'll handle it quickly." Hearing Lin Jun's response and seeing Zhuohuai's dismissive expression, the woman could no longer contain her fury. She shouted, "I haven't fought in 100 years, but do you think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can trample over me? Lord Zhua, don't forget, I am still a demon king in my own right. Before she finished speaking, a pair of dazzling golden wings sprouted from her back, spanning nearly 2 yards. Her hands and feet transformed into sharp talons, gleaming menacingly. With a roar, she flapped her wings and took to the sky. In the air, she traced a graceful arc, her talons slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Like a blazing meteor, she dove toward the ground at an incredible speed, clearly aiming for Zhuo Huai, having identified him as the greatest threat among them. Lin Jun's eyes narrowed as he quickly assessed the situation. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the fray, sprinting like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! The ground suddenly split open, creating a head-sized pit as Lin Jun shot towards the golden eagle like an arrow. The unexpected burst of speed caught the eagle off guard, leaving it momentarily frozen. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jun swiftly grabbed the eagle's talon. Stop! No! The eagle cried out, but it was too late. Lin Jun decisively twisted, and the eagle's talon snapped with a crack. The excruciating pain made the eagle scream in agony. Pressing his advantage, Lin Jun swung his sword in a reverse grip, severing one of the eagle's wings in an instant. Down you go! He shouted, flipping agilely in the air and kicking the eagle in the abdomen. The eagle, unable to counter, crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Jun landed steadily, dusting off his clothes as he walked towards the fallen eagle. Huiju, who had witnessed the entire scene, swallowed hard in awe. That was fast, he muttered to himself. Standing next to Huiju, Zhuo Huai had already drawn his sword, ready to assist at any moment. But in the blink of an eye, the eagle was already down. As the dust settled, the battered figure of a woman was revealed. She had only half a wing left, and her ankle was twisted at an unnatural angle. With difficulty, she turned her eyes towards Lin Jun. Why didn't you kill me? She asked weakly. That strike could have aimed for my neck. Lin Jun blushed slightly. Well, I'm not one to kill without reason. You weren't planning to kill anyone, the woman said softly. That grip was more of a warning than a real attack. Is that so? Zhuo Huai remarked as he approached the woman, shaking his head with a sigh. Why put yourself through this? The woman closed her eyes in silence. Zhuo Huai frowned and said, You should leave while you can. Tell us why you emptied the Luoyang County treasury and where the items are. Considering your years of protecting the people, maybe you'll be granted a proper burial. Just then, Lin Jun stood up alertly, his gaze fixed on the city gate. An elderly man with a hooked nose and black clothing emerged, and upon noticing the attention, hastily spread his wings and flew north. Thief! Return my martial arts manual. Huiju recognized the ancient book in the old man's hands as the martial arts scripture of Dade Temple. The old man quickened his pace, fleeing northward. Damn it, I won't let you off. Huiju shouted in fury, nearly losing control. Lin Jun quickly handed peacock feathers to Huiju and Zhuo Huai, briefly explaining how to use them. With a shout, Huiju took to the air, chasing after the hooked-nosed elder. Lin Jun followed closely behind. Before leaving, Zhuo Huai glanced once more at the fallen woman and sighed. That must be your father. Whatever your reasons, well, deal with it when we return. With that, he infused the feather with energy and took off. The woman watched Zhuo Huai disappear into the distance, tears welling in her eyes. High above, Lin Jun experienced flying for the first time and took some time to adjust. As Wajin had mentioned, flying with the peacock feathers consumed an unexpectedly large amount of energy. They had chased the old man for 300 miles and were about to leave Luoyang County. Strangely, the old man seemed to deliberately slow down, as if waiting for them. Master, are you all right? Lin Jun asked with concern. Huiju looked pale, clearly unaccustomed to flying with external aids. I'm fine, just don't let that demon escape, Huiju replied with difficulty. Lin Jun nodded. Then I'll go ahead. You rest for now. Go ahead. Huiju was taken aback. I'm a Dan-holding martial artist after all. Before he could finish, Lin Jun suddenly accelerated, catching up in an instant. Huiju sighed in frustration and began a slow descent. Zhuo, are you resting here too? Huiju asked upon landing, and seeing Zhuo Huai catching his breath. Where's Lin Jun? He's already gone after the demon. Huiju pointed north. Zhuo, who exactly is Lin Jun? How is he so unusual? He's not a Dan-holding martial artist, yet he surpasses me in every way. It's too strange. Heh, how would I know? Zhuo Huai replied with a bitter smile. 400 miles beyond Zuian Slope lay an endless desert. The hooked-nosed elder glanced back, seeing Lin Jun catching up, and quickly descended towards the ground. Lin Jun followed closely. Below was a forest of withered trees, turned into blackened pillars by years of drought, ready to crumble under the slightest wind. The elder stood among the trees, watching Lin Jun land. Upon seeing Lin Jun's face, the elder exclaimed, Why is it you? Why is it you? Damn it! Where are those two Dan-holding martial artists? Damn it, How dare you follow me? The elder roared in madness, his eyes filled with loathing as if he wanted to devour Lin Jun. Lin Jun brushed the dust off himself and gripped his saber tightly. Fine, fine, since you're here first, consider yourself an appetizer, the elder said, retracting his gray wings and bringing his hand to his mouth, emitting a strange call. Moments later, a somewhat youthful man emerged from behind the elder, notable for the half-black, half-white bushy tail trailing behind him. Upon seeing the young man, the elder's fierce expression vanished, replaced by a fawning smile. Lord Xiafeng, your medicine is ready. Is this the human remedy you've brought me? Xiafeng glanced at Lin Jun with a look of disdain, as if he were observing trash by the roadside. The old man with the hooked nose wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he stammered, Master, according to human customs, shouldn't there be an appetizer before the main course? Very well. Xiafeng's cold gaze settled on Lin Jun, his youthful face displaying an oddly aged expression. He moved his body slightly and casually pushed the old man aside, striding directly towards Lin Jun. A demon from the Chungjin division? You have quite a pleasant scent. Xiafeng licked his lips, his greed overshadowing the initial disdain. Despite Lin Jun's weak cultivation, he emitted a peculiar, enticing fragrance that hooked Xiafeng's senses. Seeing Lin Jun raise his blade in defense, Xiafeng couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, he emitted a piercing shriek. The surrounding forest of dead trees shook violently, splintering apart, and the creatures hidden within collapsed, lifeless. Even the old man staggered back, clutching his chest and paling. Interesting. Xiafeng clicked his tongue in surprise, noticing Lin Jun was unharmed. Behind him, his black and white tail unfurled, splitting into 5 tails under Lin Jun's puzzled gaze. Five-tailed fox demon? Lin Jun remarked in surprise, catching a familiar whiff of fox musk. You're not from the Zhang family? At the mention of Zhang, Xiafeng's anger flared. You're courting death. Realizing he wouldn't get any answers, Lin Jun decided to strike first. He leapt forward, his blade slicing through the air towards Xiafeng. Caught off guard by Lin Jun's audacity, Xiafeng laughed in rage. To think someone would be foolish enough to engage a demon in close combat. Truly a death wish. Xiafeng's hands transformed into sharp claws, intertwining black and white energies as he caught Lin Jun's blade. Lin Jun, unfazed, twisted along the blade and aimed a punch at Xiafeng's abdomen. Yet, his full-force strike seemed to vanish without impact. Xiafeng was pleased with Lin Jun's stunned expression. It was the same look he'd seen on other human warriors he'd killed. As Lin Jun prepared to unleash his inner power, the situation had already turned dire. Xiafeng's body acted like a magnet, holding Lin Jun tightly, rendering his struggles futile. Now it's my turn, Xiafeng sneered. An incredible force began to draw energy from Lin Jun's body at an alarming rate. Even if it's just a Chungjin warrior, a mosquito is still meat, Xiafeng remarked, relishing the sight of Lin Jun's futile struggle. However, Xiafeng soon noticed something was off. Instead of panicking, Lin Jun wore a strange smile. What are you smiling about? Xiafeng asked, confused, as he tossed Lin Jun's blade aside. Suddenly, Xiafeng coughed up blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. More blood and flesh spewed from his mouth, splattering the ground. What have you done? Xiafeng panicked, realizing Lin Jun was behind this. A rampant energy raged within him, devastating half his body. Let go. I said let go. The terrifying energy was clearly absorbed from Lin Jun. As Lin Jun tightened his grip, fear flickered in Xiafeng's eyes. His tail swelled, and with a powerful lash, he flung Lin Jun away. Lin Jun somersaulted in the air and landed steadily, regretting the missed opportunity. Now Xiafeng had reverted to his true form, a towering black and white fox nearly 20 meters tall, surrounded by the ruins of the forest. What a massive fox, Lin Jun mused, contemplating the patterns of these demons. The more powerful a demon is, the larger its true form typically is, with few exceptions. Xiafeng looked down at Lin Jun in anger, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could hardly believe that he had almost been defeated by someone who appeared to be an ordinary martial artist. Lin Jun ignored Xiafeng's furious gaze, and suddenly, an overwhelming demonic aura erupted from him. This aura was not only incredibly intense, but even surpassed Xiafeng's by a significant margin. As Xiafeng watched in horror, phantom tails began to grow behind Lin Jun 1, 2, until 7 tails fully manifested. A massive fox demon shadow enveloped Lin Jun, gradually becoming solid. Eventually, it transformed into a fox demon slightly smaller than Xiafeng. At this moment, although Lin Jun maintained his human form, there was no trace of humanity left in him. Seeing the enormous fox demon apparition, Xiafeng involuntarily took a few steps back, his heart filled with terror. He was particularly stunned by the sight of those 7 ethereal tails. You're a fox demon too? Xiafeng stammered out the words with difficulty. In the face of Lin Jun's overwhelming demonic aura, he felt as helpless as a defenseless cub. However, Lin Jun gave Xiafeng no chance. He opened his mouth and bit through Xiafeng's body. Blood splattered, and Xiafeng let out a piercing scream. Master! Master! Xiafeng cried out in pain. I didn't know your true form. Please forgive my offense and spare my life. I am a descendant of Qingqiu. Please spare me. Clearly, Lin Jun's formidable demonic aura led Xiafeng to mistakenly believe that Lin Jun was an ancient demon. However, his plea was cut short as Lin Jun bit him in half. Ah! Xiafeng let out one last scream, his body torn into two. After the strike, Lin Jun dispersed the seven tails and approached the severed fox demon corpse. Xiafeng was still clinging to a faint breath of life, looking at Lin Jun with pleading eyes, devoid of any hint of resistance. Heavenly Fox bloodline? Xiafeng managed to say with difficulty, Master, cough, considering our shared bloodline. Spare me. Lin Jun picked up the blade with an emotionless expression and swiftly ended Xiafeng's life. A system notification promptly appeared. Slain a grand completion core formation demon, gained 45,000 experience. Lin Jun placed his hand on Xiafeng's corpse, feeling a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, his Heavenly Fox bloodline showed no reaction to Xiafeng's flesh. He sighed and then turned his gaze to the hawk-nosed old man, who was already petrified with fear. The battle had happened too quickly for the hawk-nosed old man to intervene. By the time he thought of escaping, Xiafeng was already dead. Lin Jun approached the hawk-nosed old man, planting the saber into the ground, and said coldly, Hand over your belongings, and I'll give you a swift end. The hawk-nosed old man trembled all over and hurriedly handed his martial arts techniques to Lin Jun, not daring to resist in the slightest. Lin Jun's formidable demonic aura had already convinced him that Lin Jun was one of his kind. In the demon world, the strong have always ruled over the weak. Lin Jun could take his life at any moment if he wished. The hawk-nosed old man thought to himself, this Lin Jun is unfathomable. A demon, yet he infiltrated the Demon Control Bureau? Could he be planning to replicate the strategy of Zhang Zhan from years ago? What about the other things? Lin Jun asked coldly. The hawk-nosed old man shivered and quickly replied, They're all in Zuyanpo City. Lin Jun nodded and lifted his blade. This action scared the hawk-nosed old man so much that he knelt before Lin Jun, pleading repeatedly, Sir, I didn't know you were a demon. I saw nothing. Please spare me. I swear by my blood, I will never reveal your secret to any demon controller, nor will I obstruct your great plan. Lin Jun's lips twitched slightly, and then he ended the old man's life with a single stroke. The hawk-nosed old man fell into a pool of blood before he could even scream. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.